An aircraft met with a tragic accident, leaving its survivors stranded on a desolate island. This nameless isle is fraught with peril, yet he, accompanied by 3 flight attendants, is determined to navigate through the challenges that lie ahead in his quest for survival. Yue Tianming staggered along the shoreline, his mind muddled as if filled with thick syrup, desperately scanning his surroundings for help. To his right stretched an endless expanse of ocean, while to his left loomed a vast forest that seemed to delve into the horizon. Ahead lay a sandy beach, and behind him, a sheer cliff face. The relentless waves crashed with a fierce vigor, either shattering against the rocks into frothy sprays or retreating quietly upon the white sands that lay between the sea and the dense woodland. The sky was overcast, and apart from himself, there was no sign of another soul. Heaven and hell, it seemed, were merely separated by the distance of a single aircraft. A gust of wind swept through, bringing with it a fine drizzle, transforming the day in an instant. Yue Tianming paused, succumbing to despair before abruptly rising again. "You've got to be kidding me." After the initial shock and confusion, clarity returned, igniting a surge of frustration within him as he gestured aimlessly, unsure of whom to direct his ire towards. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his fingers trembled. This once vigorous young man now felt as if he were an elderly soul on the brink of collapse. Nearby, a seabird cocked its head and stared at him, its expression reminiscent of the purebred husky he once cared for. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. Let it go, he muttered, shaking his head. After all, he was still alive, unharmed, and compared to the fate of other passengers whose whereabouts remained unknown, he felt that fortune had not been entirely unkind to him. Moreover, in this age of advanced technology, a disaster of such magnitude would surely prompt immediate search and rescue efforts. He resolved to find a suitable place to wait for 2 or 3 days, perhaps 4 or 5 at most, before returning to his life of leisure. Now that he was here, he might as well embrace the situation. Soon, Yue Tianming reverted to his spirited self, picking up a small branch to sketch in the sand, attempting to estimate his approximate location. It's 3:28 in the afternoon, the flight was supposed to land at. He glanced at his watch, closing his eyes as he muttered, sensing something was amiss. What the hell? Where's my watch? He opened his eyes wide. On his wrist was an exceedingly ordinary quartz watch, originating from Japan, a far cry from his prized Rolex. That son of a gun must have taken it. Yue Tianming grimaced in pain. He remembered someone yanking his wrist just before he lost consciousness on the plane. That person had been seated beside him, making it all too easy to commit the theft. Why steal his watch only to replace it with this piece of junk? Unable to fathom the reasoning, he dismissed the thought. In his current predicament, he would not be picky. Even a green cap would suffice if it served a purpose. Rubbing his sore neck, he was struck by another realization. Where was his gold chain? Frustrated, he turned back to scour the beach, eventually deciding to discard the branch and wander about to familiarize himself with the area. Navigating and locating himself was beyond his expertise. After walking roughly 100 meters along the beach, his spirits lifted slightly. The island was not as barren as he had imagined. There were many resources to utilize. For instance, the bundle of plastic bottles tied with a belt that he had dragged along could serve to collect fresh water. Another reason for his improved mood was the abundance of debris. This indicated he was not too far from the mainland, and rescue teams would soon arrive. The drizzle continued to fall, and the sand beneath his feet was growing cold. He had no shoes, which was truly unfortunate. Cautiously, he maneuvered around a rock and spotted a thick cushion that resembled an airplane seat. As he crouched down to inspect it, he discovered a beautifully sheathed dagger nestled at its side. Is American security really this lax? They must have only found solitude in their inspections. Yue Tianming shook his head as he drew the blade from its sheath. The dagger was modest in size, crafted not from ornate Damascus steel, but it gleamed with a sharp brilliance, sturdy and remarkably practical. Goodness, what a ridiculous middle part. The dagger served as a mirror, reflecting his face, not particularly handsome, yet robust, and the 2 rows of hair that fell awkwardly across his forehead in an outdated style reminiscent of old television dramas. He rubbed at his hair, transforming the middle part into a more manageable style, nodding in satisfaction. Securing the dagger back into its sheath, he carefully strapped it to his leg. A trade-off was made. He had swapped his gold chain for a dagger, a deal he considered fair. As for why a dagger was aboard the plane, he chose not to dwell on it. He was too weary. In this strange land, one could never predict what bizarre occurrences awaited. Possessing a weapon would at least quell his anxiety should danger arise. Yue Tianming wandered aimlessly, soon halting in his tracks, his heart heavy with regret. Facing the ocean, there were no signs of spring's warmth and beauty. Had he not acted out of spite, he would not have sought refuge in America. Had he not fled to America, he would not have boarded this ill-fated flight that had met such an unfortunate end. To claim he had no regrets would be a lie. But what good were regrets? Each step had been his own choice. He sighed deeply. The waves surged upon the shore, then receded, leaving behind remnants and carrying away others, a rhythmic dance of give and take. Not far off, he spotted something drifting in the water, gradually drawn closer by the tide. Frowning, he squinted at the object, then suddenly hurled what he was holding and dashed into the sea. He had not been mistaken. A person was floating before him, a woman, no less. The woman lay motionless, her hair partially submerged in the water while the other half clung damply to her face. Beneath her, she grasped half of an airplane seat cushion. Yue Tianming took a moment to catch his breath before seizing the cushion and attempting to swim back to shore. The return journey proved arduous. For every 3 strokes forward, he was pulled back 2, and the final stretch depended on sheer luck. In the water, strength dwindled quickly, and he felt as if flames were engulfing his chest, each breath a painful struggle. After much effort, just as he felt he might succumb to the depths, he managed to drag both the cushion and the woman ashore. Neglecting to rest, he gently turned the woman onto her back. The sleeping beauty's eyes were closed, her brow furrowed, and her pale lips were slightly parted, her complexion alarmingly ashen, leaving her fate uncertain. Yue Tianming reached for her pulse, and his heart sank. He could barely detect any breath. Listening closely for a heartbeat, he lowered his gaze, scanning her form. His own clothes were tattered, yet intact. Before him lay a woman whose attire had been largely stripped away, leaving only scant remnants. Though she lay flat, the contours of her body defied gravity, supported only by a small piece of fabric, her form strikingly pronounced. Droplets of water clung to her skin, quivering gently with each breath she took. The world fell silent, the air thick with tension. Yue Tianming exhaled deeply, rubbed his face vigorously, attributing his earlier distraction to sheer exhaustion. There's still hope. Regaining his composure, he placed his hands together and attempted a few chest compressions. Cough, cough. The woman finally stirred, expelling a significant amount of seawater in the process. Chapter 2. It turned out that he rescued a flight attendant. Yue Tianming hurriedly helped her sit up, gently patting her back. The woman's long eyelashes fluttered like delicate brushes, momentarily opening and then closing again. Hey, wake up. Don't close your eyes, Yue Tianming urged, his anxiety compelling him to increase the pressure of his hand. The woman frowned slightly, after a prolonged silence, managed to utter a word. Where does it hurt? Yue Tianming, with an air of confidence, scrutinized her from head to toe, his serious demeanor suggesting he was truly intent on healing her. She appeared unscathed, yet he pondered whether she had sustained internal injuries. The woman's brow furrowed even further, and after several attempts, she finally opened her eyes. Her blank gaze swept across Yue Tianming, scanning the surroundings before finally resting on the horizon. This expression was all too familiar to Yue Tianming. He had experienced it himself upon awakening, his mind a foggy void. Therefore, he patiently squatted beside her, waiting for her to reboot. Am I dead? She murmured to herself, her face devoid of expression. Not dead, but almost. Yue Tianming, elated that she had spoken a complete sentence, immediately chimed in. However, to her ears, his voice sounded like a thunderclap, startling her into turning her head, only to discover a stranger beside her. Who are you? She questioned, her beautifully shaped brows knitting together as she shifted slightly away. Well, I just pulled you from the sea, so I suppose I am your savior, Yue Tianming replied, vigorously shaking his head, sending droplets of water flying. The woman scrutinized him with a sidelong glance, her expression filled with confusion as she looked down. Ah! A scream echoed through the air, you pervert. Realizing she was clad only in her undergarments, panic surged through her. Where are my clothes? Why did you take them off? She exclaimed, her words tumbling out in disarray, her hands clutching her knees while the other pointed accusingly at Yue Tianming. I didn't take off your clothes. They're over there, smack. The hand that had been pointing transformed into a fist and struck Yue Tianming's face. You still dare to argue? There are only the two of us here. If it wasn't you, then who was it? Smack. After her outburst, she swung her hand once more. Yue Tianming stood there, momentarily stunned. Whoever said that one hand cannot clap must have been mistaken. It can sound twice. He retorted, his voice gruff, adopting a fierce demeanor. In truth, he was not genuinely angry. He had felt a surge of frustration himself upon awakening. This was merely a normal reaction to an abrupt change. His intimidating facade was an act to deter her from striking again. If anything happens to me, my father will never let you off. She sobbed, her strategy proving effective as she ceased her attacks, her lips pouting as tears began to flow. Listen, miss, enough about our fathers. If yours were to appear right now, I would bow to him on the spot. Do you believe that? Just look at where we are. You should be grateful it was me who found you. If it were someone else, oh dear. Yue Tianming crossed his arms, tilting his head with an air of disdain. The woman looked up, her large eyes shimmering with tears. droplets clinging to her chin, slowly turning her gaze around. On the beach, only the two of them remained, surrounded solely by the rhythmic sound of the waves and the occasional chirping of birds from the nearby trees. "Where are we?" she asked, gazing at Yue Tianming, her lips curling in despair as tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "How should I know? Ask your father." Yue Tianming seized the opportunity to retaliate for the 2 slaps he had received, then bent down to retrieve the scattered rags. However, as he leaned over, the woman immediately exclaimed, "Ah, you're still denying your intentions. Your pants are halfway down. You shameless wretch." Yue Tianming was momentarily taken aback, glancing down in dismay. "How unfortunate," he thought, hastily adjusting his trousers to conceal his exposed backside. "Listen, miss, can we be reasonable? I used my belt to tie up some bottles. My pants fell down when I saved you while swimming." Although he spoke the truth, Yue Tianming felt as though he was digging himself into a deeper hole. "Enough. It's pointless to argue with you. Let us part ways. Consider it as if I never rescued you. Goodbye. I must find shelter before nightfall," he declared, turning to leave. You, the woman shouted after him, her voice trembling as she saw Yue Tianming walking away without a glance back. In this inexplicably eerie place, the thought of spending the night alone sent waves of panic through her. With that in mind, she wiped her tears with both hands, disregarding her modesty. Yue Tianming sighed in resignation and turned back. "All right, stop your wailing. If someone hears you, they might truly think I'm bullying you. Let us go together. It's quite troublesome otherwise." He did not genuinely wish to leave. In this desolate location, having someone to converse with was surely preferable to solitude. "Yue Tianming, do you not recognize me anymore?" The woman raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes red and her lips pouted in a pitiful expression. Yue Tianming was taken aback, scrutinizing her for a moment before concluding that he did not know this woman. "How do you know my name?" "Do I know you? Don't you remember? I was the flight attendant in first class. Your seat was close to mine, and you flirted with me," she spoke cautiously, fearful of provoking Yue Tianming's ire. "A flight attendant? I flirted with you?" Yue Tianming's thoughts became muddled, and after a moment of contemplation, he smacked his thigh. "Oh, I remember now. You're... What was it? Yan Xiaoxiao?" "Yes, I am Yan Xiaoxiao." Finally, Yue Tianming recalled her, though he noted the stark difference between her made-up appearance and her natural look. "Besides, I merely asked for your contact information. Is that considered flirting?" He remembered the moment on the plane when he had unabashedly requested her phone number. Yet now, the makeup that had adorned Yan Xiaoxiao's face had long been washed away by the sea, making her unrecognizable to him. "Could you please speak properly? The difference in my appearance before and after makeup is hardly an insult," Yan Xiaoxiao retorted, feeling aggrieved. "This is just my usual style. I say what I mean. Without makeup, I truly did not recognize you. However, you actually look even better now, which suggests that my taste is quite discerning, able to see beyond mere appearances." The more carefree Yue Tianming appeared, the more anxious Yan Xiaoxiao felt within. "Could you possibly help me find some clothes?" Yan Xiaoxiao whispered, her cheeks flushed. She certainly did not wish to remain clad in only her underwear, in the company of a man who might be a rogue. "Clothes? Heh, sister. Do I appear to have any spare garments?" Yue Tianming rolled his eyes. "My luggage has also been plundered by the sea. Perhaps you could ask the ocean to return it to me? Or better yet, why not lend me your clothes?" Yan Xiaoxiao mustered a forced smile, cautiously suggesting, "How about you let me borrow some?" "Let you borrow? Why would I do that? Is it because you are attractive? If I am bare and you gaze upon me, would you compensate me for it? I am a woman, you know. Shouldn't you exhibit a modicum of chivalry and offer me your clothes?" Yan Xiaoxiao was quite displeased with Yue Tianming's teasing and audacious gaze. "Come on. It has been years since the principle of gender equality was established. You ought to reform your feudal mindset." Yan Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but words failed her. How could she be so unfortunate, stranded on a deserted island, and encounter such a scoundrel? She certainly did not wish to be in the company of someone like him, especially with earrings adorning his ears. Was he truly a good person? Chapter 3. At last, a companion as fine rain continued to fall from the heavens. Yan Xiaoxiao clasped her arms around herself, shivering uncontrollably. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, and soon tears glistened in her large eyes. All right, I concede. I am intimidated by you. Please, cease this lamentation, for your cries are more grating than a banshee's wail." "Let me think of a solution," Yue Tianming said, feeling exasperated with the flight attendant. He had faced crowds of dozens back home, without so much as a furrowed brow, yet nothing unsettled him more than witnessing a woman weep. When a woman cried, he felt disoriented and perturbed. Yue Tianming stepped aside to examine the airplane seat, producing a dagger and deftly slicing through the material. He removed the seat cover, carving out a large hole in the center, and presented it to Yan Xiaoxiao. "Here, put this on." Yan Xiaoxiao looked up at the seat cover, astonished. "You want me, a flight attendant, to wear a seat cover outdoors?" This woman was truly troublesome. It was fortunate enough to have something to wear, yet she was still picky. What else should I do? Should I adorn it with a golden trim for you? After a round of haggling, a robust man donned in a seat cover, holding various pieces of trash, trudged along the beach. With each few steps, he had to adjust his trousers to prevent the woman behind him from complaining. A beauty clad only in a man's shirt followed closely behind, her bare legs taking small, trembling steps as she hugged her shoulders, shivering against the chill brought on by the fine rain. I ask you, how many people were on the plane? Yue Tianming suddenly inquired. Well, counting the crew. There were 138 people. Why do you ask? 138? Perhaps we are not the only survivors. I believe it would be prudent to search for others. There is strength in numbers, and our chances of survival would be greater. Yue Tianming's intentions were noble. Yin Xiaoxiao surveyed the desolate surroundings, feeling a surge of fear, and instinctively inched closer to Yue Tianming. But how do we search? Yin Xiaoxiao questioned. Let us walk along the coastline. The likelihood of encountering others will be greater that way. Must I instruct you on everything? As flight attendants, do you lack this basic knowledge? Yin Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, appearing quite aggrieved. How was I to foresee such a situation? Had I known in advance, I would have certainly taken survival training seriously. Yue Tianming understood immediately, recognizing that this young lady was evidently quite unprepared. If I had the foresight, would I even be on this flight? What skills do you possess then? Yin Xiaoxiao queried, slightly indignant. It was only natural that she lacked such knowledge. Which flight attendant is expected to know how to start a fire or cook? Yue Tianming replied, his tone somewhat boastful. I must say, my talents are quite remarkable. Ever since I was in the first grade, I had the audacity to challenge older students to fights. By the time I reached the third grade, I was invincible throughout the entire elementary school. He spoke of his past victories with shining eyes, brimming with pride and exuberance. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao thought him a mere ruffian. Nevertheless, she could not resist asking, and what happened next? Next, Yue Tianming scratched his head awkwardly. In the third year of middle school, I voluntarily dropped out. You must have been encouraged to leave, right? Yin Xiaoxiao observed his sheepish demeanor, almost bursting into laughter. But she quickly stifled it. She dared not provoke someone like him. With a stern gaze, Yue Tianming exclaimed, what are you saying? Can you not slap my face with your words? Because of this incident, my father nearly broke my legs, but thankfully, I was quick on my feet. Yin Xiaoxiao struggled to contain her amusement. This fellow did not seem so bad after all. Rather, he was endearingly foolish. They were sitting quite close, and Yin Xiaoxiao's attempts to suppress her laughter did not escape Yue Tianming's notice. Unexpectedly, not only was this woman beautiful, but she also had a captivating charm that surpassed the heavily made-up women aboard the plane. For a moment, he found himself lost in thought, but he quickly composed himself. What are you laughing at? Mind your manners. Where were we? You were saying you dropped out. Yin Xiaoxiao found it exceedingly difficult to hold back her laughter. Huh. If you laugh again, I shall lose my temper. Yue Tianming's expression grew somewhat strained. Ha ha ha. I truly will get angry, she retorted, unable to contain herself any longer. Fine. I can't do anything about you. Enjoy your laughter. I shall take my leave. Don't go. Wait for me. Yin Xiaoxiao called out, still giggling as she chased after him. Their playful banter had drawn them closer, and they had come to understand each other's backgrounds. Yin Xiaoxiao shared that she was merely a child from an ordinary family with dreams of becoming a flight attendant to travel the world. In contrast, Yue Tianming had left school before completing middle school and had entered the workforce. His father owned a bathhouse, claiming that half of the bathhouses in the Songhua River Basin belonged to their family, making Yue Tianming a wealthy second-generation heir. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of anxiety and fear regarding Yue Tianming's background. Yet, considering their current predicament, the hope for survival seemed greater with the two of them together. After walking for nearly an hour, just as Yin Xiaoxiao was about to falter, they finally discovered a small cave. The cave, though modest in size, was relatively dry and devoid of any unpleasant odors, spanning approximately 7 to 8 square meters. Aside from a hint of darkness, it bore no other flaws. After a brief discussion, the two resolved to spend the night there. Throughout their journey, they had encountered little more than a few pieces of litter. Not a single soul in sight. As for food and water, that was another matter entirely. The fine rain had finally ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, with dark clouds lingering overhead, casting a pall over their spirits. Yue Tianming still possessed a fair amount of energy, seated a meter away from Yin Xiaoxiao, who was utterly exhausted. Curled up with her legs drawn in, her chin resting on her knees, her lips were turned downwards, remaining motionless. The tattered shirt Yue Tianming wore was completely soaked, clinging to Yin Xiaoxiao, riddled with holes through which the wind whistled, rendering it almost as ineffective as wearing nothing at all. Do you think it's really just the two of us who have survived? Is there any chance someone might come to rescue us? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired softly. How would I know? Perhaps you should wait for me to catch a turtle and divine the future, Yue Tianming replied, his mood also far from cheerful, but accustomed to banter. Stop joking. Yin Xiaoxiao gently shook her head, her spirits low. Listen, given our current situation, we must remain optimistic, understand? Look at me. Am I anxious? Who wouldn't he be anxious? That would be foolish. But we, my friend, maintain a different stance. Pride. Pride is paramount, especially in the presence of a beautiful woman. Yin Xiaoxiao regarded him with a puzzled glance, her reaction muted. Observing this, Yue Tianming squatted down and moved closer to face her, adopting a serious demeanor. There's a saying that resonates perfectly with our current predicament. Would you like to hear it? Yin Xiaoxiao, intrigued, lifted her gaze and gave a slight nod. Cough, cough. Yue Tianming cleared his throat, fixing his resolute gaze on her, enunciating each word carefully. We've come this far. Yin Xiaoxiao broke into a smile that was more of a grimace. The next moment, she burst into tears, her nose running. Is this really where I was meant to come? I don't want to be in a place like this, Wah. As she wept, Yue Tianming found himself at a loss. This phrase worked well for him, but why did it fail with Yin Xiaoxiao? With a resigned sigh, he moved a little closer to her. Chapter 4. The Trouble and the Burden. Hey, are you hungry? Yue Tianming suddenly inquired again. Of course, what do you think? Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, exasperated. Here, put this on. Yue Tianming casually removed his hoodie and draped it over Yin Xiaoxiao. He noticed she was shivering. Having been submerged in seawater for so long, combined with the rain, she was bound to struggle against the chill. At this moment, falling ill was not an option. Illness signified the approach of death. Yin Xiaoxiao smiled gratefully at him. Having someone to lean on in such dire circumstances felt like a small blessing. They were now nestled closely together, and she could clearly see the fresh scars on Yue Tianming's back, alongside older wounds, scattered haphazardly, somewhat alarming to behold. How did you get those scars? Did you get into a fight? Yin Xiaoxiao asked, a flicker of fear in her heart. There are many stories behind them. Yue Tianming replied, his interest piqued. On that fateful day, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, mirroring the prevailing atmosphere. I ambled quietly along the road, seeking an unsuspecting student to procure a fare for my journey home. Suddenly, I spotted an individual at the bus stop rummaging through his wallet. In a fit of audacity, I bellowed, you shameless thief, dare to steal a wallet. Unfortunately, I was soon met with a brutal response from him and his accomplices, who gave me a severe beating. Had I not been fleet of foot, I might have met a grim fate. I still bear scars on my backside. Would you like to see them? As he spoke, he began to unfasten his trousers. Enough of that. It's not amusing at all. Yin Xiaoxiao recognized his intent to elicit laughter and distract her. Where did you acquire that knife? She inquired. Oh, that? I traded my gold chain with Haigu for it. Yue Tianming gestured towards the intricately designed leather sheath strapped to his calf. Who is Haigu? Are there others here? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape. I meant to hi. This guy swiped my gold chain and gave me a knife in return. What a disappointment. Yin Xiaoxiao patted her chest. But as she raised her hand, the fabric of her shirt revealed an unexpected glimpse, much to the delight of the viewer. Yue Tianming caught sight of this and swallowed nervously, only to be met with Yin Xiaoxiao's quick adjustment of her attire, her voice tinged with suspicion. What are you trying to do? As she cautiously shifted to create distance between them, she noticed Yue Tianming's gaze fixated on her thigh, his eyes wide and intensely focused. What are you staring at? Stop looking, she shouted, the fleeting affection she had felt for him dissipating instantly. She hastily tugged at the hem of her shirt, attempting to shield herself from his gaze. Don't move, just hold that position, Yue Tianming urged, waving his hands in a cautious manner. Why should I take orders from you? So you can gawk at me all you want, Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, resolutely preparing to stand and relocate to avoid his incessant scrutiny. Wait, don't move. Yet, his warning came too late. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a sharp pain in her backside and turned to see a slender, grayish snake sinking its fangs into her. A snake! Help me! She screamed, rushing towards Yue Tianming in a panic. He swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, his right hand expertly seizing the snake by its jaw. Applying pressure until it released its grip, the small serpent, unable to withstand his strength, opened its mouth and relinquished its hold on her. Yue Tianming promptly drew his dagger and severed the snake's head with a decisive strike. How terrifying! There's a snake here. Quick, check if I've been bitten. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of blood on Yue Tianming's hands, sending a shiver down her spine. Oh no, is it a rattlesnake? A cobra? Am I poisoned? Please, help me look. Though her backside throbbed painfully, she was frantic with worry, unable to see the source of her distress. But you just told me not to look, Yue Tianming replied with an exasperated tone. After the man finished speaking, he picked up the snake's head and scrutinized it for a moment before delivering a powerful kick, sending the head flying out of the cave. However, the snake's body remained in his grasp, writhing incessantly. Yin Xiaoxiao realized she had misjudged Yue Tianming and felt a deep flush of embarrassment. "I thought you were just staring at me," she exclaimed. "Stop talking and help me check. My rear end hurts so much. I must have been bitten." Her voice quivered with urgency. She then arched her round and plump backside towards Yue Tianming. He merely cast a cursory glance at her posterior, mentally complimenting its firmness and elasticity. There were 2 rows of tiny holes in her underwear, with some bleeding, though the bite was not particularly deep. "Oh dear. You have indeed been bitten, and it appears to be bleeding quite seriously," Yue Tianming declared with utmost seriousness. What should I do now?" Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, touching her behind and confirming the bloodstains. "I've been poisoned. Quickly, tell me what to do. I heard that sucking it out would help, right? Please help me." However, as she spoke, the absurdity of the situation dawned on her. Changing locations might be feasible, but this was her backside. To have someone she had known for only a few hours assist her in such a manner was unthinkable. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. "I'm quite experienced in matters like this," Yue Tianming began slowly. "When I was a child, my family lived near the mountains, and we often encountered snakes. If the venom isn't removed promptly, you'll surely perish." Yin Xiaoxiao was immediately alarmed, stamping her feet in frustration. "What nonsense! I don't need your lectures. Just help me suck it out." After hearing Yue Tianming's explanation, she was even more terrified. She did not wish to meet her demise at such a young age and could no longer afford to be concerned about her embarrassment. "Well, I suppose it could be done, but it's improper for a man and woman to be so intimate. Our relationship has progressed too swiftly for such actions." Yue Tianming appeared quite conflicted. "At a time like this, we shouldn't be worrying about propriety. Besides, it's just you and me here, even if we go outside. As long as neither of us speaks of it, no one will ever know." Yin Xiaoxiao resolved to prioritize her life over her modesty. "Are you certain?" he inquired. "I am certain. Just do it," she implored, her face contorted in despair. "Hurry, I don't want to die. Then you'll need to remove your underwear yourself. I wouldn't want you to misconstrue my intentions. I'm not that kind of person," Yue Tianming replied, witnessing her turn away with a mischievous grin. Though Yin Xiaoxiao was reluctant, the instinct for survival overpowered her sense of shame. Yue Tianming could hardly contain his laughter at her evident reluctance. Just as she steeled herself for the impending action, Yue Tianming called out, "All right, that's enough. No need to remove anything. This snake is completely non-venomous." "What did you say? You lecherous scoundrel. You bully." Yin Xiaoxiao sprang up with lightning speed, hurling insults, spinning around, and delivering a slap. Chapter 5. Allow me to enlighten you. Yue Tianming was well prepared and deftly evaded the slap with ease. Yin Xiaoxiao felt both aggrieved and furious. Unwilling to let Yue Tianming off the hook, Yue Tianming had no choice but to seize her wrist, raising it high to render her immobile. Yet, Yin Xiaoxiao stubbornly retaliated by kicking him, prompting him to pin her legs between his own. At last, she settled down, though their current posture was rather ambiguous. "You lecherous scoundrel, all you do is bully me." With her limbs restrained, Yin Xiaoxiao burst into tears. All right, enough of this. I apologize, is that not sufficient? I never intended to take advantage of you. You called it off before anything happened. How dare you say that?" She sobbed. "Stop struggling, or you truly might expose yourself," Yue Tianming remarked, and indeed, Yin Xiaoxiao ceased her weeping, though tears continued to cascade down her cheeks. "Let me go?" As Yue Tianming released her, he swiftly jumped 2 meters away to prevent another attack. However, Yin Xiaoxiao was in no mood for confrontation, crouching on the ground with her head buried in her arms, her body trembling uncontrollably. "You should be grateful that this snake is non-venomous. If it were poisonous, even if I attempted to suck the venom out, it would be futile. I might lose my life in the process, and we could end up buried together," Yue Tianming explained. "Get lost. Who wants to be buried with you?" she retorted, infuriated by his shamelessness and his perpetual attempts to take advantage of her. Yet, unable to retaliate, Yin Xiaoxiao vented her frustrations against the ground. Noticing that she had calmed down slightly, Yue Tianming approached her with an apologetic smile. "My main intention was to teach you a lesson. When encountering a snake in the wild, never move quickly. It will perceive you as a threat. Instead, remain still to allow it to relax, then slowly back away," he advised gently. "Mind your own business. You just wanted to take advantage of me," Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, wiping her tears and sniffling. "Furthermore, let me enlighten you. Venomous snakes possess fangs, and the wounds are typically deep. Yours is so shallow, it's evident there's no snake venom. During my childhood, we often hunted snakes in the woods and gained quite a bit of experience." I won't listen. Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head vehemently. Yue Tianming had meticulously observed that snake. It indeed lacked fangs. He merely sought to play a prank and teach her a lesson. Considering her refusal to heed his warnings and her reckless movements, "You are utterly disobedient. How are we to continue living together in the future?" Thankfully, it was non-venomous. Had it been a poisonous snake, he too would have been helpless. However, It appeared that Yin Xiaoxiao would not be easily appeased. Looking at his watch and then at the sky, Yue Tianming noted the gathering clouds obscured the sun, casting a dim light that indicated dusk was approaching. It's getting dark. I'll scout around to see if I can find something to eat, he said kindly. Mind your own business. Let me die alone here. Yin Xiaoxiao huffed, turning her head away in frustration. Very well. Please take care of the house and wait for me here. Do not wander off again. It truly gives me a headache. Off you go. The farther you tread, the better. I do not wish to see you. Yue Tianming sighed. Locating a larger bottle to contain the lifeless serpent, placing it down on the ground. The snake was but the thickness of a thumb and slightly over half a meter long. After quite some time, Yin Xiaoxiao continued to ignore Yue Tianming until she heard a series of thuds. Reluctantly, she admitted to herself that she was indeed quite frightened to be alone. Yet she feigned indifference, saying, "Did you not leave? Why return? You need not concern yourself with me." Thud, thud. At this moment, Yin Xiaoxiao felt less anger. Reflecting on her earlier recklessness that led to the snake bite, she acknowledged that this rascal, with his audacious demeanor, still possessed some conscience for not abandoning her. She turned her head, intending to extend an olive branch, but her eyes widened in shock. Yue Tianming was nowhere to be seen. The source of the thudding was none other than the still writhing dead snake, colliding with the bottle. Yue Tianming? Yue Tianming? She called out twice. But there was no response. Yue Tianming, you have truly left. Panic set in as she scrambled to her feet, scanning her surroundings. Oh, you heartless wretch. You have indeed forsaken me. Was it so necessary to be so petty over a few words? I did not mean it. Where have you gone? As a girl? Could you not extend a little consideration my way? Her voice echoed within the cave, her fear escalating as her sobs grew louder. Could it be that he had truly abandoned her, lacking any semblance of masculine responsibility? The thought of starving or dying of thirst, with no one to recover her remains, only deepened her sorrow. Perhaps by nightfall, she would be devoured by wild beasts or venomous snakes. Yue Tianming, please return. I shall no longer scold you or strike you. Tears and snot streamed down her face. In truth, Yue Tianming had not ventured far. He had merely turned a corner in the woods beside the cave entrance. Hiding behind it, listening intently. Women are indeed more troublesome than venomous snakes. Without experiencing a lesson, they take a rogue for granted. Uft, I am no rogue. I am a young man with a sense of justice. Observing that the fire within the cave was nearly ready, Yue Tianming then meandered around, emerging from the woods as if he had just returned from afar. What happened? Did you get bitten by a snake again? He feigned concern. Upon hearing his approach, Yin Xiaoxiao rushed toward him, thinking, I thought. After a long pause, she could not muster the courage to admit her fear or that she missed him. Rest assured, I have checked, and there should be no venomous snakes in the vicinity. As for whether venomous snakes were indeed present, Yue Tianming could not possibly know. In any case, I gave the other party a way to save face. After all, we must continue to coexist, and it would be unwise to let things become too strained. Yin Xiaoxiao released her grip, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and admitted she was frightened by the thrashing serpent. Afraid of what? It's dead, after all, and this is our dinner, Yue Tianming reassured her. Dinner? The mere mention of the word nearly brought Yin Xiaoxiao to tears again. Raw meat. Yes, without fire, we have no choice but to eat it raw. I simply cannot accept that, she responded, her expression nearly indistinguishable from sorrow. Girl, night is falling soon. It's too late to search for anything else. We've traversed this entire path without even spotting a coconut tree. If not this, then what else could we eat? Yue Tianming replied. Stop it, I feel nauseous. Weren't you supposed to find some food? Nothing at all. Yin Xiaoxiao diverted her gaze from the bottle. The serpent's movements grew ever fainter. Yet she still sensed it was alive. I think I saw a tree inside the woods, bearing some kind of fruit. Didn't you call my name? I hurried back in a panic, Yue Tianming explained. Indeed, he had glimpsed a fruit tree, but the forest's dim light deterred him from venturing deeper. Then let us hurry and pick some before darkness falls. Yin Xiaoxiao, having abandoned all other thoughts, resolved to follow wherever Yue Tianming went. All right, he agreed, unwilling to eat that repugnant, dead snake. His motive was partly to display his manly spirit before Yin Xiaoxiao. Watch your step. There are many sharp shrubs here. Yue Tianming led the way, guiding Yin Xiaoxiao through uneven terrain. The earlier commotion had delayed them. With the overcast sky and the forest-esque gloom, it felt even darker. Regrettably, he remarked they were late again, and this time Yin Xiaoxiao dared not cry out, merely whining softly as if pricked. Let me see. Yue Tianming's greatest fear was injury. He believed that would bring only despair. Yin Xiaoxiao's soul was pierced by several conspicuous wooden splinters deeply embedded. Bear with it, he said, forcefully extracting the splinters one after another. One was at least a centimeter long, drawing considerable blood, causing Yin Xiaoxiao to wince and grunt. Why didn't you say earlier? He questioned. She pouted. I was afraid you'd think I was weak and leave me behind. Are you foolish or what? What a bother. Come on, I'll carry you. Yue Tianming crouched down. Yin Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together but obediently lay on his back. In truth, Yin Xiaoxiao had injured her foot upon entering the woods but had endured silently until Yue Tianming inquired, "Weren't we supposed to go inside to pick fruit?" She whispered into his ear, glancing toward the exit, perplexed. "Pick fruit, my foot. Cleaning your wound is far more important. Must I teach you everything? Such a nuisance." He grumbled. "Oh." Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling utterly dispirited from being scolded by Yue Tianming, found an inexplicable sense of security resting upon his broad back. Chapter 6. Who says we aren't men? Soon, they emerged from the woods, returning to the seaside. Yue Tianming carried her back to the cave and instructed Yin Xiaoxiao to wait for him. He then took several empty bottles and hurried to the shore to fill them with seawater before returning. He repeatedly cleansed the wound with the seawater, which barely served as a disinfectant. One could only hope for good fortune to avoid infection, as complications would be a tremendous hassle. Yue Tianming, with a hint of impatience, handed the bottles to Yin Xiaoxiao and sat beside her, pulling out several splinters from the soles of his feet. As Yin Xiaoxiao poured seawater over her wound, a sharp pain pierced through, yet she managed to stifle any sound. After exhausting 3 bottles of seawater, she noticed Yue Tianming staring vacantly into the distance. With a slight limp, she hopped over to sit beside him and timidly inquired, "Am I truly that useless?" Yue Tianming remained silent. "If I weren't here, you would surely find it easier to manage, wouldn't you? Don't speak." He suddenly interjected, his tone abrupt. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a swell of emotion. Nearly on the verge of tears. How could Yue Tianming, whom she initially intended to apologize to despite his teasing, now seem to find her presence bothersome? He had shown her kindness, carrying her from the woods and assisting with her disinfection. Such patience made her wish to bridge any rift between them. Yet, after only a few words, she had been met with a reprimand, leaving her feeling deeply wronged. "Humph, I knew it. Just stay put and don't move." Just as her temper flared and she prepared to retort, Yue Tianming suddenly dashed away, leaving her no chance to voice her thoughts. It appeared he had grown quite weary of her presence, finding her proximity irksome. This realization only deepened her sense of grievance. Yue Tianming, now a distance of several meters away, was barely visible in the dimming light, pacing along the shoreline. Occasionally, his frustrated exclamations and curses echoed. "Oh, for heaven's sake! Do I not have any awareness of my own situation? Can't I possess a modicum of perception? Only running about, creating trouble for me. Is he referring to me? Is he speaking in veiled insults?" Yin Xiaoxiao's temper flared as she thought. "I refuse to believe that I cannot survive without you, Yue Tianming. I shall not endure this indignity." Just as she stood up, fuming and searching for a place to distance herself from him, Yue Tianming returned, laughing heartily. "I must commend myself. Without any tools, I managed to catch something." He raised both hands triumphantly, each grasping a large, wriggling crab. "Did you just insult the crab?" Yin Xiaoxiao realized she might have misunderstood. "Well, what else could it be? It's just the two of us here. Am I talking to a ghost?" Yue Tianming was also taken aback. "Oh, I thought you were being irrational." Yin Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue in response. "You're the one being irrational. Hurry up. While it's still fresh, let's prepare this crab so we won't go to bed hungry." Yue Tianming paid no heed to her veiled comments and appeared quite cheerful. Just moments ago, there were plenty of crabs on the beach, but with insufficient light and lacking proper tools, those little creatures scuttled away quickly. Catching even 2 had already required considerable effort, and he was still catching his breath. At this moment, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of emotion. Her gaze towards Yue Tianming becoming somewhat hazy. Despite his disheveled appearance, with only a pair of shorts clinging to his waist, part of his backside barely visible, his strong, bare upper body showcased beautifully defined muscles. Coupled with his proud and somewhat arrogant expression, to Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Yue Tianming resembled a savior descended from the heavens. "Don't just stand there looking foolish. Let's get to it." Yue Tianming had pried open the crab shell and handed it to Yin Xiaoxiao. Fortunately, night was fast approaching, otherwise, it would be evident that her face was even redder than the boiled crab. "Oh, thank you," Yin Xiaoxiao murmured softly. She then picked up the crab and took a delicate bite of the crab meat, savoring its silky sweetness and exquisite flavor. Having not eaten for nearly a day, this morsel of crab meat tasted more delectable than any gourmet dish in the world. In no time, Yin Xiaoxiao had devoured an entire crab, gazing longingly at the other one. "It's all yours. Go ahead and indulge. Don't be shy." Yue Tianming offered it to her again. Yin Xiaoxiao, fighting against her salivation, insisted. "But you haven't eaten yet. You should keep this one." "Enough. I caught this for you. You don't eat snake meat, so enjoy the crab. I have plenty of these." Not bragging, but I've often eaten these wild delicacies raw. I've grown tired of them. Besides, once the crab is shelled, there isn't much meat. It's not enough for just one person. Yue Tianming kicked a bottle on the ground, which contained the dead snake. Were you not listening to me earlier? But rather to the sound of the crabs? Yen Xiaoxio's eyes glistened with moisture. What nonsense. To be precise, it should be the sound of the waves. It's high tide now, and I guess correctly, there are indeed crabs. I'm not boasting. I grew up by the sea. What don't I understand? Yue Tianming thrust the crab towards Yen Xiaoxiao. Weren't you raised by the Songhua River? Yen Xiaoxiao felt amusement rising again. This guy could boast without hesitation. The river and the sea are both bodies of water. Is there really such a vast difference? If there's food, it won't stop your mouth from talking. You're so chatty. Yue Tianming was caught in his own exaggeration, turning away in frustration as he grabbed the bottle and headed towards the sea. Taking advantage of the last flicker of light, he hurriedly skinned the snake, removed its innards, and continually rinsed the snake meat in the seawater. A slender snake, no thicker than a thumb, had been stripped of its skin and entrails, leaving barely a morsel of flesh. Alas, if there were any alternative, Yue Tianming would unequivocally refuse to consume such a creature. Yet hunger gnawed at him. Having something, however unpalatable, was better than nothing. By the time Yue Tianming returned, Yen Xiaoxiao had already devoured the second crab. In truth, abstaining from raw snake meat was a prudent choice. Consuming it raw could easily lead to illness, while the sea crabs were infinitely cleaner. However, in my hometown, I often indulged in sashimi, and my stomach was remarkably resilient. As Yue Tianming boasted, he deftly sliced off a small piece of snake meat with his dagger. With a surge of courage, he placed it in his mouth. The sound of his chewing echoed, sending shivers down Yen Xiaoxiao's spine. Aren't you afraid of falling ill? Who do you think I am? The epitome of manhood, a deity in the bathing realm. Surprisingly, he found the taste rather agreeable. Aside from a slight fishiness and bitterness, and a chewiness that was challenging, it was not entirely displeasing. After stating this, he extracted a strand of meat lodged between his teeth and popped it back into his mouth. Such a substantial piece should not go to waste. He feigned indifference. Yet the grimace he wore while swallowing betrayed his true feelings. Under normal circumstances, Yen Xiaoxiao would have found such behavior repugnant, but at that moment, she found Yue Tianming endearingly foolish. Everyone knew that in such dire situations, no morsel of food should be squandered. Yue Tianming relinquished the crabs to her, opting instead to consume the snake. This display of responsibility was enough for Yen Xiaoxiao to regard him with newfound respect. The small snake was quickly consumed, and Yue Tianming meticulously placed all the bones into a bottle, refusing to discard them. Are you saving this for a midnight snack? Yen Xiaoxiao queried, puzzled. A midnight snack, you say? I intend to take it back and boast to those fellows that I have tasted snake meat raw. No sooner had he uttered this than he was seized by a dry heave. It's nothing. No need for concern. Everyone has their first time. Another dry heave followed. Yen Xiaoxiao had begun to grow accustomed to Yue Tianming's bravado. It seemed just moments ago he had boasted of having consumed plenty of snake meat raw. How swiftly the tables turned. Having just eaten 2 crabs, still tinged with the briny essence of the sea, Yen Xiaoxiao swallowed hard. You must be thirsty, Yue Tianming intuited. They had gone several hours without water. Fortunately, the overcast weather kept the heat at bay, or they might have succumbed to dehydration. A little, Yen Xiaoxiao replied, licking her lips, striving to suppress thoughts of water. Yet the more she tried to dismiss it, the thirstier she became. As if the notion had taken root in her mind, impossible to expel. Yue Tianming felt equally powerless. The seawater was undoubtedly undrinkable, only intensifying thirst, and along their journey, they had encountered no fresh water. As for the notion of venturing deep into the woods in search of a water source, he dismissed it outright from the very beginning. It was perilously dark. Who could say what lurked within? If he were to encounter a venomous snake, it would spell certain doom, unless absolutely necessary. And with no water to be found along the coastline, he would not dare enter the forest, especially not while burdened with an additional companion. In truth, there existed a method to alleviate their thirst temporarily, but would she be open to it? Yue Tianming inquired. Do not speak further. I know precisely what you intend to suggest, and I cannot abide by it. Yen Xiaoxiao replied, her brow furrowing. As a flight attendant, she had undergone basic survival training a few times. The mere thought of drinking her own blood nearly made her retch. Chapter 7. A storm awaits. Yue Tianming was taken aback. I haven't even spoken yet, and you already know? When did this woman become so astute? However, he quickly realized she was referring to that suggestion. Come now. It has only been half a day. We aren't at the point of resorting to that yet. What are you contemplating? He chuckled. Isn't that what you meant? Yen Xiaoxiao was equally perplexed. What I meant is that it has just rained here, and there should still be residual rainwater on the leaves. It's worth a try. Oh, I see. Yen Xiaoxiao finally comprehended. Then let us hurry. Darkness will soon envelop us. With that, she leapt down from the stone and grasped Yue Tianming's arm, eager to proceed. Does your foot no longer hurt? Yue Tianming inquired, rising with a hint of skepticism. I cannot dwell on that now. Quenching my thirst is paramount. Now that you mention it, I feel even thirstier. Let us move quickly. Just outside the cave lay the edge of the forest, dense with various shrubs and trees, though none were particularly towering. Many trees leaned at an angle, their branches extending toward the beach, with leaves as large as 2 palms. Yin Xiaoxiao limped about, but disappointment washed over her. While there were some droplets on the shrubs, they were far too prickly to drink from. She attempted to reach in with her fingers, barely managing to extract a few droplets, but before she could withdraw her hand, they fell away. After several unsuccessful attempts, she resorted to placing her damp fingers against her lips, indulging in a fleeting moment of relief. Yue Tianming, where are you? Just as her disappointment peaked, she turned to find Yue Tianming had vanished. I'm right here. His voice called from above, from a diagonal position overhead. What are you climbing so high for? Yin Xiaoxiao looked up to see Yue Tianming perched atop a relatively thick branch, waving at her. It wasn't particularly high, perhaps 5 or 6 meters off the ground, but to Yin Xiaoxiao, it seemed quite considerable. Move a bit closer and stand beneath the branches, Yue Tianming instructed cautiously, maintaining his position without making any sudden movements. What is the purpose of this? Yin Xiaoxiao wondered, yet she did not dwell on it too long. She merely adjusted her stance to the spot he indicated. Get ready, here it comes. As Yue Tianming finished speaking, he vigorously shook the branches with both hands and feet. In an instant, countless droplets cascaded down. Yin Xiaoxiao was startled at first, but soon erupted into joyful exclamations. Water! Water! There truly was water. The droplets splashed upon her head and body, yet she no longer felt cold. Only a profound, heartfelt delight. Stop shouting and keep catching it. Drink as much as you can. We have nothing else to collect rainwater with, Yue Tianming admonished, irritated by Yin Xiaoxiao's carefree merriment beneath the canopy. Could you be a bit more clever? Do you think it's easy for me to devise this method? Now that we have water, you're wasting it? He scolded, realizing the preciousness of the water. Yin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth wide to catch as many droplets as possible, yet only a few trickled in, hardly enough to quench her thirst. Clothes. Take off your clothes. Use them to catch the water. Oh, this is exhausting. Yue Tianming groaned, vexed by her lack of foresight. Reluctantly abandoning concern for modesty, Yin Xiaoxiao removed both garments, holding them in her arms to maximize their surface area. Seizing the opportunity, Yue Tianming shook the branches with all his might once more. Fortunately, the tree's leaves were lush and broad, retaining many droplets. Below, Yin Xiaoxiao eagerly collected the water, laughing foolishly between sips. Yet the supply was soon exhausted. No more droplets could be dislodged. Let us try another tree, Yue Tianming said swiftly, descending and climbing anew with remarkable agility. Is the storm coming? Let it rage with all its fury. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, fully cooperative and somewhat grateful to have met Yue Tianming. Handsome, tall, robust, patient, and responsible, she doubted anyone else would tolerate her perceived uselessness. The thought of surrendering herself to some worthless scoundrel for mere sustenance was unbearable. Yue Tianming moved from tree to tree, wasting many droplets, but gradually soaking the 2 garments completely. When no more trees remained nearby, he hesitated to venture deeper into the forest, unwilling to invite trouble. How is it going? He asked, leaping down beside Yin Xiaoxiao. Look, she said happily, offering the drenched clothes to him. Good, good. Now tilt your head back and open your mouth, Yue Tianming instructed. He lifted the white shirt above her head, and Yin Xiaoxiao obediently raised her face. Pressing the fabric firmly, a steady stream of water trickled down. Yin Xiaoxiao instinctively wanted to smile, but, fearing waste, kept her head tilted until she had consumed every drop. This was a generous draught of pure spring water, a life-saving sip, cool with a faint trace of perspiration. She no longer minded such details. The garment had been worn by both of them, and what she drank was a delightful forest spring infused with the mingled sweat of 2 souls. After swallowing this refreshing mouthful, as if still craving more, she licked her lips. Only then did she realize that Yue Tianming had barely managed to catch the last few drops from the shirt, merely moistening his throat. The taste seemed peculiar. Yue Tianming smacked his lips. I find it quite agreeable, he said. Yin Xiaoxiao finally smiled, a radiant, enchanting smile, the first since arriving on the island. Alas, the dim light deprived Yue Tianming of witnessing this moment of charm. Try again, he urged, taking the linen cushion cover and shaking it. Clearly, this time more water was collected. You should drink it. After all, you are the main laborer. Having just quenched her thirst with a substantial sip, Yin Xiaoxiao felt much relieved. She understood that all this was thanks to Yue Tianming. Without him, she would be helpless and clueless. I am stronger than you. Even if I go without water for a while, I'll be fine. If you collapse first, I cannot promise I won't behave worse than a beast. Aren't you afraid? Yue Tianming asked solemnly. Huh, you? I don't believe it. Come on, tell me, what exactly counts as behavior worse than a beast? Yin Xiaoxiao. Naturally frank and spirited at 21, full of youthful charm and mischief, spoke boldly. Her words flushed Yue Tianming's face with embarrassment. Though he never considered himself a good man, he had never mistreated a woman. Stop wasting time. Drink quickly. Soon it will be completely dark. And no beastly acts will be visible. Despite Yin Xiaoxiao's protests, Yue Tianming raised the linen cushion above her head again. She wanted to drink. Yet Yue Tianming's willingness to prioritize others in such a dire thirst moved her deeply. Unconsciously, her affection for him grew stronger. Chapter 8. How to spend the night with wet clothes. The water was still scarce. After 2 sips, Yin Xiaoxiao refused to drink more. Yue Tianming understood her resolve and swallowed the last drops himself, finally easing his parched throat. After this ordeal, night had fallen completely. The sky, perhaps illuminated faintly by moonlight, seemed draped in black cloth, with only the thinnest clouds allowing the contours of the darkness to be discerned. Surrounding them was utter blackness. Aside from vague silhouettes of nearby figures, nothing could be seen. Slightly frightened, Yin Xiaoxiao moved closer to Yue Tianming, clutching his arm. Are we really going to spend the night like this? The joy she had felt moments ago upon drinking was now swept away by a rising tide of fear. Yue Tianming's reaction differed significantly from hers. After all, what was the darkness but a trivial matter? The only source of his vexation lay in Yin Xiaoxiao, who was clutching his arm tightly, leaving him in a state of agitation. There's no need to worry. We can engage in conversation, and if fatigue overtakes us, we shall succumb to slumber until dawn breaks, he assured her. Pressing a button on his watch, a faint green light suddenly illuminated their faces. Wow, your watch can double as a flashlight? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yue Tianming offered a wry smile. Alas, this contraption won't last long. How much power can a watch battery truly hold? Its visibility barely extends half a meter. Nonetheless, it is preferable to complete darkness. You see, I have harbored a profound fear of the dark since childhood. I require a nightlight each night to drift into slumber. The two relied on this scant illumination to cast light upon each other's faces. The tide continued to rise, now encroaching within 5 or 6 meters of the cave's entrance. Waves mingled with silt, bringing forth an array of murky debris. Outside the cave, only a scant 10 square meters remained for them, and thankfully, the tide ceased its ascent. Yin Xiaoxiao clung tightly to Yue Tianming's arm, unwilling to release her grip. Even seated upon the ground, she remained closely pressed against him, as if to affirm her truthfulness regarding her profound fear of the dark. We must conserve battery power for when it is truly necessary, he reiterated, repeatedly toggling the switch to ensure the light remained aglow, yet he ultimately resolved to surrender to the enveloping darkness. Oh, but do refrain from moving about. Stay close to me, he instructed. Yin Xiaoxiao, displaying understanding, nestled even closer upon hearing his words. As the darkness fully enveloped them, aside from their shared warmth, all else vanished into the shadows. The beach had become eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of birds that normally filled the day. It was as if they had never existed. After an extended silence, Yin Xiaoxiao's voice trembled as she asked, "Are you still there?" Yue Tianming nearly chuckled, thinking, "My arm remains ensnared in your grasp. Do you truly question my presence?" Yet he jested, "Perhaps I have taken flight." "How insufferable," she retorted. Yue Tianming's playful banter lightened her mood somewhat. May I propose a matter for discussion?" he ventured, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "Go ahead," she replied. "Could we perhaps switch arms? My current one has grown numb." "What? You are truly exasperating." Yin Xiaoxiao took a moment to process, realizing she had been clutching his arm for quite some time. Even after sitting down, she had not relinquished her hold. Her face flushed with warmth, akin to a fire's embrace, and she hastily released his arm. Rather than switch to the other arm, she opted to turn her back, sitting shoulder to shoulder with Yue Tianming, ensuring she remained acutely aware of his presence beside her. Both felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them, and once more, silence enveloped them in the darkness. "Are you not feeling a bit daring?" Yue Tianming could sense the warmth emanating from behind him, distinctly higher than his own. "You're the one who's flustered." Yin Xiaoxiao was already feeling shy, and upon hearing this, she became even more displeased. "Oh dear, my pronunciation is off. Let me ask, are you running a fever?" No, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, wishing she could bury her head in the sand. Her heart was in turmoil. She was grateful for Yue Tianming's patience, allowing her to embrace him for so long, until her arms grew sore and numb. Yet, she couldn't shake the thought that perhaps he was relishing the moment, enjoying the tenderness of a beautiful girl while making her switch arms to continue holding him. The more she pondered, the more embarrassed she felt, her temperature inevitably rising. In truth, Yue Tianming had not contemplated such matters deeply. His straightforward nature was unyielding. This situation only reaffirmed his self-deprecating view of himself as being worse than a beast. Their conversation reached another impasse. and Yue Tianming felt the awkwardness settle in, struggling to find an appropriate topic. His life experiences were undoubtedly rich, yet it seemed he lacked solitary moments with women. Over the years, he had never maintained a steady girlfriend. His relationships typically lasted only days or weeks before ending, often without so much as a farewell. He frequently wondered how, as an exemplary man who treated his girlfriends well, they could leave so abruptly. The time in the darkness felt interminable. Yue Tianming glanced at his watch. Illuminated by the glow of the dial, it was just past 8 in the evening. From confusion to silence, the night stretched on, feeling as though it spanned a century. How he longed for the sun to rise early, but alas, an entire night lay ahead. Are you cold? Yue Tianming felt her body temperature begin to drop, and he noticed her shivering slightly. Yin Xiaoxiao replied softly. In this environment, there were no other means of warmth, and the only solution she could conceive was to embrace each other for heat. The warmth from her back against Yue Tianming seemed insufficient to endure the night. The external temperature was clearly falling. Although the drop was slight, he knew well that their clothing was damp, and spending the night like this would be unbearable for Yin Xiaoxiao. I have a suggestion. Would you care to hear it? Yue Tianming carefully organized his words. Go ahead. Yin Xiaoxiao shyly lowered her head, already aware of what he was about to propose. It was better for him to bring it up than for her to do so. In the darkness, Yin Xiaoxiao responded in a barely audible whisper, the extent of her blush known only to herself. Yue Tianming was clad in nothing but tattered shorts, while Yin Xiaoxiao wore 2 ill-fitting garments. We should find a drier place to sit. Yue Tianming's suggestion was straightforward, leaving Yin Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Is it really that simple? She asked. Of course. What else would you want to do? Yue Tianming was utterly bewildered by the question. Oh, I find your suggestion quite commendable. Yin Xiaoxiao hastily concealed her embarrassment, feeling that her previous thought was utterly mortifying. Chapter 9. Eating raw crabs can upset one's stomach. The cave was modest in size, with certain areas damp while others remained dry. The two attempted to relocate, settling down once more, though enveloped in darkness. The sight of a man and a woman leaning back to back inevitably infused the atmosphere with a hint of intimacy. Particularly, the faint fragrance emanating from Yin Xiaoxiao perpetually wafted into Yue Tianming's nostrils, making it impossible for him not to ponder the woman behind him. He vigorously shook his head, striving to divert his attention, fortunate that the darkness concealed his reddened face. At last, a voice pierced the stillness, interrupting Yue Tianming's reverie. Gurgle, gurgle. I know you're not full. As soon as dawn breaks, I shall seek food. Yue Tianming apologized, fully aware that the sound originated from Yin Xiaoxiao's stomach. Yin Xiaoxiao remained silent. Gurgle, gurgle. It was indeed vexing. After traversing such a distance, they had failed to discover even a morsel of sustenance. It seemed they would need to venture even further the following day. Do not worry. I am confident I can find you something to eat, Yue Tianming declared with unwavering assurance. Yet, Yin Xiaoxiao still did not respond. Have you fallen asleep from hunger? Yue Tianming finally could not restrain his curiosity. The absence of Yin Xiaoxiao's voice felt peculiar, as if she were enduring some torment, her tone laced with anguish. What is wrong? Let me feel your forehead. As he turned, he placed his hand upon her brow, checking repeatedly, but there was no fever. Unable to endure any longer, Yin Xiaoxiao lamented. I believe I may have an upset stomach. Ah, this is quite the predicament. What a trivial matter. There is no need for embarrassment. You should hurry. Yue Tianming exhaled with relief. It's too dark. I dare not go, yet I truly cannot hold it any longer. Yin Xiaoxiao's discomfort had begun long ago, and she had endured for quite a while. However, in this environment, the thought of venturing alone to an isolated spot filled her with turmoil. What do you suggest? We cannot resolve this here. The cave is scarcely larger than a pittance. How can we possibly sleep? Yue Tianming, unafraid of the dark, was unable to comprehend Yin Xiaoxiao's anxiety. Will you accompany me to the seaside? All right, let us be swift about it. Why must we linger over such a trivial matter? Yue Tianming grasped Yin Xiaoxiao's hand, and they quickly made their way to the water's edge, a mere 5 or 6 meters from the cave. Do not wander off. I am frightened. Yin Xiaoxiao was in considerable discomfort, yet she feared losing sight of Yue Tianming. Even the presence of a shadowy figure was preferable to solitude. Very well, I shall not leave. Be quick. Yue Tianming turned to face her. Then cover your ears. Yin Xiaoxiao added. As if anyone wishes to listen, he retorted. Yue Tianming understood what was about to transpire, aware of Yin Xiaoxiao's shyness as she mumbled and covered her ears. After all was said and done, Yin Xiaoxiao finally felt liberated. Fortunately, the moment was brief, and her stomach ceased its protests. Just as she prepared to rise, a wave surged forth violently. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a sharp sting, as if something had pricked her foot, and she let out a cry. She could not concern herself with anything else, and leapt onto Yue Tianming's back. What is it now? Yue Tianming thought to himself, bemused by Yin Xiaoxiu's propensity for drama. Something bit my foot. Yin Xiaoxiao whimpered. Get down. Let me see, Yue Tianming instructed, illuminating the area with his watch as he scrutinized the spot she indicated. On Yin Xiaoxiu's fair and delicate skin, apart from a few droplets of water, there was nothing amiss. What's the big deal? You're overreacting. It might just be a starfish or urchin washed ashore, or perhaps a piece of driftwood. Upon confirming that she was unharmed, Yue Tianming felt a sense of relief. Yin Xiaoxiao finally exhaled deeply, patting her heaving chest. However, as Yue Tianming raised his watch, the dim light inadvertently cast upon Yin Xiaoxiao. He quickly shifted it aside, hoping to avoid any embarrassment for both of them. It seemed Yin Xiaoxiao remained oblivious to the situation, while Yue Tianming felt his face flush with heat. All right, it's fine now. Let us head back, he said, pulling her along, but Yin Xiaoxiao stood frozen in place. What now? Is your stomach still bothering you? When will this end? Yue Tianming queried, his impatience evident. It's not that, Yin Xiaoxiao hesitated, struggling to find the words. Then just say it. I would like to wash in the water. Could you accompany me? I'm afraid something might bite me in there, she confessed, her embarrassment palpable. Discussing such matters in front of a man, especially one she had only known for a brief time, was mortifying for her. Yin Xiaoxiao felt utterly cornered. If only she had a bit more courage, she would not have to broach such an awkward topic. All right then. Given the darkness surrounding them, Yue Tianming brushed it off. Yin Xiaoxiao had always been a girl who cherished cleanliness, yet the conditions here were far from ideal, compelling her to make do. Let us go, she said shyly. Ugh. What a hassle, Yue Tianming grumbled, leading the way back. Chapter 10. The first night on the deserted island. Upon returning to the dry little cave, they once again settled back to back. However, both felt a sense of discomfort. The darkness enveloped them, and after what felt like an eternity, Yue Tianming sensed a slight tremor behind him, accompanied by the barely audible sound of Yin Xiaoxiao's quiet sobs. Are you all right? He asked cautiously, not daring to turn around, but inquiring over his shoulder. I miss home, Yin Xiaoxiao replied tearfully. At this moment, I was supposed to have made plans with friends to enjoy a hot pot together. However, here I am, keeping you company. Once we venture out, I shall treat you to a month of hot pot feasts. If that seems insufficient, we could even set up the hot pot at my family's spa, indulging in both culinary delight and relaxation. Ah, what a splendid idea. I have yet to experience such a thing. The carefree Yue Tianming suddenly felt a genuine thrill at this new concept. Surely we won't end up spending our entire lives here, will we? Have those outside begun searching for us? Yin Xiaoxiao had once contemplated that staying here for a few days might lead to someone rescuing her, or perhaps encountering other survivors, banding together to persevere and perhaps endure longer. Yet after wandering for a considerable time, hope remained elusive. Don't worry, knowing my father's temperament, he must be frantic by now. He might even be out looking for me. Someone will surely come to rescue us. Tomorrow, I will devise a way to start a fire. With fire, we can savor something delicious. If I can find a pot or some utensils, I'll prepare a seafood hot pot for you. My culinary skills are quite impressive. Yue Tianming maintained an admirable outlook, his optimism alleviating much of Yin Xiaoxiu's psychological burden. Huh. Do you think this is a flea market where you can find anything you desire? There isn't even a piece of clothing, let alone a way to enjoy a seafood hot pot. Despite her retort, she felt her cheeks flush. Yue Tianming's lighthearted banter had somewhat dulled her longing for home. What if they can't find us? Can we truly live here for the rest of our lives? Yin Xiaoxiao's spirits quickly sank once more. One must always envision the positive, think of tomorrow's sun, and anticipate tomorrow's delicacies. Solutions will inevitably present themselves. As Yue Tianming spoke, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh no. We were supposed to be traversing the Pacific, our route in the northern hemisphere. Yet here it is already dark by 6 o'clock, indicating we have crossed the equator and are now in the southern hemisphere. Are you suggesting that we have strayed far off course? But wait. How do you know so much? Didn't you drop out of middle school? Yin Xiaoxiao expressed skepticism towards his assessment. I'm not boasting. Among the middle school subjects, geography and history were my forte. Since childhood, I aspired to be a traveler, exploring the world, thus dedicating my limited study time to geography and history. His words extinguished the flicker of hope that had just begun to rise within Yin Xiaoxiao. What are we to do? The Pacific is vast. They might abandon the search after a casual look, and we would be forever stranded. What had begun as a worried sob now transformed into a feeling of utter hopelessness. I'm so young, and yet I might perish on this deserted island. What shall I do? The sound of her sobs grew louder, threatening to escalate into a full-blown cry. Yue Tianming had merely articulated his thoughts, unaware of the emotional turmoil it would provoke. At a loss for words, he pondered how to console her. How about you rest for a while? We can devise a plan once you wake up. The thoughts of a straightforward man are perpetually so simple. You truly are hopeless, hopeless, and you don't even comfort me. Enough, I'm exhausted, I shall sleep now. Yin Xiaoxiao was somewhat irritated. This fellow simply had no talent for coaxing. Yet, she soon added, what if we both fall asleep and a wild beast comes? Indeed. Yin Xiaoxiao was weary, but at the mere thought of this, she dared not close her eyes. Rest assured and sleep. I shall keep watch, responded Yue Tianming. Aren't you tired? Not at all. I can hold on. Very well, I shall sleep for a while. Wake me in the latter half of the night. And we shall take turns keeping watch. MHM. After speaking, Yin Xiaoxiao leaned her head back, resting it upon Yue Tianming's shoulder. She was truly fatigued. And after overcoming the initial confusion and anxiety, an overwhelming drowsiness relentlessly besieged her mind. Accompanied by soft, intermittent breaths, she soon fell into a deep slumber. Yue Tianming found himself in a quandary. If he moved, he might awaken Yin Xiaoxiao, yet remaining still caused his waist to ache. Lost in such thoughts, Yin Xiaoxiao, perhaps feeling uncomfortable, shifted her body voluntarily. Her head slipped downward along Yue Tianming's shoulder, but he swiftly caught it with his hand, seemingly approving of the position. Yin Xiaoxiao nestled closer, eventually lying atop Yue Tianming's thigh. Yet this was not the end. After some fidgeting, she found a comfortable posture. Curling her body into a bow shape and embracing Yue Tianming's entire leg tightly, fitting snugly against him. Yue Tianming knew she was cold and, unwilling to move lest he disturb her, allowed her to cling to him thus. Before long, a wave of warmth spread across his thigh. Upon touching, he discovered Yin Xiaoxiao's saliva had dribbled everywhere. Ah, such a stunning beauty. Yet in slumber, she bore no semblance of grace. At her age, still drooling in sleep. Such shameful behavior was something the narrator had abandoned at 13. As time passed, the temperature continued to drop, and goosebumps appeared upon Yin Xiaoxiao's back. Fearing she might freeze, Yue Tianming turned onto his side, striving to share his warmth with her. Remarkably, Yin Xiaoxiao slept soundly, utterly unresponsive, likely from sheer exhaustion. After a day of heightened nerves, she finally relaxed and fell into a profound sleep, feeling the warmth beside her. She restlessly shifted until eventually resting her head upon Yue Tianming's arm, sleeping all the more peacefully. Yet, no matter how weary he was, Yue Tianming could not succumb to sleep. No moving, no wandering thoughts. He repeatedly admonished himself. Though not a saint, he was not a scoundrel either. He could not seize such an opportunity to take advantage of her. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only heaven knew how many times Yue Tianming wrestled with his conscience throughout the night. As he pondered, his own drowsiness began to encroach. After a day of trembling anxiety, he was utterly fatigued. Yet he had promised Yin Xiaoxiao he would keep watch. A man must always follow through on his words and never succumb to slumber. He glanced at his watch every few minutes, pinching himself to stay awake and ward off drowsiness. It was the first time he had felt that time could stretch into an eternity. Chapter 11. A simple breakfast. As the first rays of morning light cascaded upon him, he was finally rescued from the brink of collapse. Yue Tianming gently removed Yin Xiaoxiao's hands and feet, tiptoeing to the shore. He then dashed into the sea, plunging headfirst into the refreshing waters. Only when he could no longer hold his breath did he surface. The cool morning sea brought a soothing balm to his restless heart. After a night of turmoil, fatigue began to set in as he trudged back. However, upon turning his head, his eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing with disbelief. To his shock, just 20 to 30 meters away, at the bend of the beach, two crooked coconut trees stood prominently. From his vantage point, he could see several green coconuts dangling just beneath the fronds. When he had arrived the previous night, darkness had enveloped the area, and with Yin Xiaoxiao's incessant antics, he had little inclination to explore his surroundings. It felt as though he had stumbled upon treasure. All his weariness and frustration dissipated as he charged toward the coconut trees. The trees leaned at a 45-degree angle, and with little effort, he scaled them. This one is large enough to eat. This one is too small, it needs more time. This one is overripe and inedible. Before long, he had knocked down 7 or 8 coconuts, each the size of a volleyball. Yue Tianming picked one up and found a sharp stone nearby, striking it with vigor. Within a few firm blows, a burst of fragrant juice exploded forth, splattering everywhere. He eagerly drank from the opening, exclaiming, "Ah, this is divine, far more exhilarating than any ambrosia." The mildly sweet coconut water cascaded down his throat, making him feel as though he were ascending to the heavens. Since the previous day, he had not partaken of any water, having given the scant amount he had to Yin Xiaoxiao. He was parched beyond measure but had refrained from showing it. After all, he was a man and bore the weight of manly responsibility. The coconut water soon vanished, prompting him to fully crack open the coconut. With a dagger, he meticulously scooped out the milky white flesh, each careful motion reflecting his desire not to waste a morsel. The flesh itself bore little flavor, lacking sweetness, resembling a piece of white gel. Yet, being able to savor these few bites brought him immense satisfaction. One coconut quickly disappeared into his belly, leaving him yearning for more. So he smashed another. His thirst and hunger finally began to wane, and he savored the remnants of juice on his lips, determined not to let a single drop go to waste. If Yue Tianming indulged himself in feasting, even the 7 or 8 coconuts would scarcely suffice for his singular appetite. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, for the beautiful lady had yet to partake. Upon discovering the coconut tree, Yue Tianming felt a surge of joy. With 6 coconuts remaining, he nestled 3 under his left arm and 3 under his right, cheerfully making his way back. As he approached the mouth of the cave, he noticed that the young lady was still in slumber, her face adorned with a smile. Perhaps she was lost in a delightful dream, he mused, before tossing the coconuts onto the ground and deliberately turning around to cough heartily a few times. "Oh my, she is sleeping soundly," he exclaimed. "Wake up for breakfast," he called out with raised volume. Okay, just add more cumin," Yin Xiaoxiao replied, laughing and mumbling in her sleep. "Why are you so carefree? More cumin? Would you dare eat a coconut flavored with cumin?" he retorted, bemused. "The sun is already high." Yin Xiaoxiao finally stirred, sitting up, though her expression was one of displeasure. "Why are you waking me so early? My secret sauce grilled meat is just about to reach my mouth. Are you still dreaming? It's broad daylight. The sun is baking us." She ruffled her tousled hair, a bit embarrassed, and sheepishly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't get to taste that grilled meat. I'm a bit grumpy from waking up." "All right, I understand. Come over and have some coconut. Every day, you nearly drive me to madness." Yue Tianming, unable to say much, smashed the 3 coconuts open and handed them to Yin Xiaoxiao. Naturally, she was both thirsty and hungry, and upon seeing the coconuts, she swiftly forgot about the grilled meat. "How sweet," she exclaimed, her eating manners rather ungainly as she smacked her lips while munching. "I used to dislike coconuts, thinking they had no flavor, but now they seem quite delectable." Yin Xiaoxiao wolfed down the juice and flesh, and Yue Tianming silently handed her another coconut. Observing her voracious appetite, he began to worry. This girl is not easy to sustain. She seems to have quite the appetite. Where does all the meat go? She doesn't even gain weight. After finishing her second coconut, without needing a reminder, she eagerly grabbed the third one, drinking deeply and devouring the flesh. Even after finishing, she seemed unsatisfied, licking the inside of the coconut shell and leaving not a morsel behind. Then, she began to gaze longingly at the 3 remaining coconuts on the ground, her tongue darting out in anticipation. Yue Tianming positioned himself in front of the coconuts, blocking her view. "It's not that I'm unwilling to share, but these are the only mature coconuts we could find. We need to save them for our journey. We must venture further today to seek food and drink." Reluctantly, Yin Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze and looked up at Yue Tianming. Then she noticed something embarrassing, quickly turning her head aside and complaining, "Why aren't you wearing pants?" Yue Tianming nearly burst with exasperation. "My dear lady, I did have pants, but they're on your legs." He found himself clad only in his underwear, utterly helpless in the situation. Originally, the intention was to hang the trousers at the opening to dry, but upon waking, Yin Xiaoxiao effortlessly donned them without a moment's hesitation, leaving no time for any intervention from Yue Tianming. He could only exhale a long sigh, a silent protest against the situation. "Oh, I forgot the trousers are with me," Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly realized. However, she thought to herself, it wouldn't do to remain unclad. Awakening to the presence of food and drink, she then recalled her unintentional acquisition of someone else's trousers. "Well, I can manage with this," she concluded, slipping into a cushion cover that Yue Tianming had abandoned. "Shouldn't you treat it as trousers? This seems rather inappropriate," Yue Tianming remarked, bemused by her choice. Yin Xiaoxiao felt embarrassed, wandering about in merely her underwear. The sun was on the verge of rising, threatening to scorch them. She needed to protect herself from sunburn, leaving the matter of her modesty for later contemplation. Yue Tianming thought to himself, in such dire circumstances, why fuss over trivialities? Chapter 12. The Wild Man and the Scavenger. At this moment, the light was splendid. The sky was a clear blue, and the sun was steadily ascending. Apart from a mist that still lingered over the distant sea, the island was fully visible. After sufficient rest, it was time to embark. They could no longer afford to delay. Yin Xiaoxiao had initially intended to wash her face and tidy her hair, but refrained from voicing such an unreasonable request. Given their current predicament, if they failed to find sustenance and a suitable campsite soon, it was likely that both she and Yue Tianming would not last many days. Yue Tianming gathered all the refuse he could carry, adorning himself with various items. "Shall I help you with the coconuts?" Yin Xiaoxiao suggested, hastening to offer her assistance. "I see you're merely craving them again, so spare me the pretense." Yue Tianming discerned her intentions with keen insight. "I wouldn't be so uncouth," she retorted, though her betraying stomach grumbled, exposing her fib. Ashamed, she lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, Yue Tianming, equally famished, could empathize with her feelings. Very well, it's only human nature, I can understand. Let us proceed ahead. And if we happen upon any food, that would be splendid. The tide is receding now, and there may be small fish or shells nestled within the crevices of the rocks, so do keep a lookout. Although Yue Tianming had no knowledge of Yin Xiaoxiao's background, he had formed a preliminary judgment in his heart. Even if she were not the child of affluent parents, she certainly had been raised in comfort. Her delicate skin was evident. It was as if it could be easily pierced, suggesting she had never engaged in any laborious tasks, likely never having washed a dish at home. Nevertheless, Yin Xiaoxiao exhibited a degree of understanding and decorum, which somewhat pleased Yue Tianming. They ambled aimlessly along the coastline, hoping to encounter something of interest. Is this the coconut tree you mentioned? Upon sighting the tree, Yin Xiaoxiao bounded towards it, filled with joy like a little rabbit. Look, there are so many. We can eat to our heart's content before we continue, she exclaimed, pointing at the ground, where indeed a multitude of brown coconuts lay scattered around. These are inedible, too old, and will cause diarrhea if consumed. Do you wish to relive yesterday's misadventure? Oh well, what a pity. Yin Xiaoxiao bowed her head bashfully, yet remained somewhat persistent, clutching a brown coconut and shaking it repeatedly. Indeed, no sound of juice sloshing inside could be heard, so she reluctantly tossed it aside. I just want to take a small bite. It won't be hurt, right? She insisted, unwilling to give up. If you don't want the elderly to bury the young, then go ahead and eat it, Yue Tianming remarked, amused by her pitiful expression. Pa, nonsense. You'd better say the same, she retorted. You truly have your own way of looking at things, talking about the elderly burying the young, when you are only 2 or 3 years my junior. So spiteful and petty. Yet, with Yin Xiaoxiao as charming presence, Yue Tianming no longer found the future daunting. He harbored no special feelings for her. Being a few years her senior and a man, he felt a duty to protect and care for her. Come, let us go to the seaside and find some snacks. Back home, the riverbank was always abundant with edible treasures. Yue Tianming approached the rocky shore and bent down, turning over stones. Strangely, apart from a few sea snails, nothing else was to be found. Sea snails must never be eaten raw. Yue Tianming recalled a reckless time when he had eaten raw snails from a tree to prove his toughness, which resulted in severe diarrhea that sent him to the hospital for drip. This is odd, Yue Tianming mused. Is this marine area really so barren? Clams, sea urchins, scallops, oysters. Where could they be hiding? The tide should have left some behind. Look what I found. Yin Xiaoxiao squatted nearby, excitedly holding up an object. Flip-flop? Well, congratulations, you have footwear now, Yue Tianming chuckled at her antics. Only one shoe though. Let me search some more. Finding a pair would be perfect. Finding amusement amid adversity was, in itself, a kind of happiness. Remarkably, the girl as keen I soon uncovered the other shoe. How is it? Cool, isn't it? Yin Xiaoxiao lifted her foot high, proudly displaying her find to Yue Tianming. He smiled upon seeing them. Not bad at all. Beautiful people look good in anything. Of course. If I had ever entered a beauty pageant, I'd be Miss Universe, Yin Xiaoxiao boasted, her accent slightly shifting from prolonged company with Yue Tianming. The two slippers at her feet were mismatched, one a plain blue plastic flip-flop, the other a red thong sandal. Though incongruous, they lent her a unique charm. I recall a saying, handsome men are favored by heaven, beautiful women attract attention. As a handsome man, I shouldn't come away empty-handed. Ugh. If you want to praise me, just praise me. No need to drag yourself into it shamelessly. Yin Xiaoxiao waded into the water, embracing the moment with gusto. Isn't there fish here? They're not hard to find. Indeed, I am favored by the heavens with my beauty. Brother, from now on, you should stick with me. Yin Xiaoxiao had only turned over a few stones when she gleefully patted Yue Tianming on the shoulder, her face brimming with pride. Yue Tianming found himself somewhat perplexed. After all his efforts, he had found nothing, yet Yin Xiaoxiao seemed to effortlessly uncover fish. Was he truly that unfortunate? However, when he glanced down, his disappointment was profound. 4 or 5 minuscule fish, no longer than a pinky, were trapped in the crevices of the rocks. They were as thin as paper, hardly enough to even wedge between teeth. To use as toothpicks, even his friends would disdain their sharpness. You're impressive. No need to be modest. This little catch of dried fish is yours, he remarked, not wishing to dampen her spirits, giving her a thumbs up in approval. Humph, you look down on these fish. This is still meat, she retorted. True, but it's all yours. I'll just observe. I'll continue searching while you enjoy, he replied, leisurely resuming his quest as he turned over stones. Yin Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, ultimately refraining from partaking. Raw crab meat was acceptable, but fish, regardless of size. Was still fish, eating it raw? Forget it. She wasn't particularly desperate for a mouthful. Thus, The two continued their search, leaving a trail of chaotic footprints on the beach. Viewed from behind, a man clad in a seat cushion, revealing his underwear, accompanied by a girl whose ill-fitting clothes and mismatched shoes made her resemble a wild creature alongside a scavenger. Ha! Finally, I found it. Yan Xiaoxiao suddenly burst into laughter. Yue Tianming was taken aback, turning to see her holding a scallop larger than her head, laughing heartily. Have you lost your mind from hunger? That's just an empty shell, inedible. What is so funny? He questioned, confused. You claim to be well-versed, but without this, what will you use to cook? Holding it to roast over a fire, perhaps? True, but that assumes we have fire and something to cook, he retorted. Cut it out. I won't let your discouragement get to me, she replied dismissively, cradling the large shell as if it were a treasure and carefully placing it in a tattered plastic bag. However, just as Yan Xiaoxiao bent down, Yue Tianming's eyes widened in shock. What is going on? Why are you staring at me so intently? Are you jealous that I found something good? She glared at him. Displeased, Yue Tianming merely chuckled awkwardly, quickly returning to his search for food. Chapter 13. Dinner is a dolphin. Yue Tianming swiftly averted his gaze. Lingering too long could lead to trouble. After a night spent in a state less than human, he could not afford to falter now. Yet, that girl's figure was truly remarkable. What on earth had she consumed to grow so? He hastily resumed his search for sustenance. It seemed, however, that luck was not on his side, as he gathered only a handful of sea snails and a few shells the size of his thumb. These morsels, once shelled, would scarcely fill a mouthful. I found another. Yan Xiaoxiao called from not far behind, her excitement punctuated by intermittent bursts of delighted laughter. Yue Tianming turned around and beheld that this girl had somehow scavenged a length of rope. It was a thick, coarse strand, roughly the width of his wrist, and at least 2 meters long. It appeared to be discarded debris from a fishing vessel. Nonetheless, Yan Xiaoxiao joyfully wrapped the rope around her waist. After all, she was wearing Yue Tianming's trousers and needed a hand to keep them from slipping down. She wound the rope around her waist 3 times, leaving a long section hanging in front of her, swaying in the air as she gleefully twisted and turned. Yue Tianming found it peculiar. Ever since she had eaten, her spirits had soared. She treated this expedition for food as though it were a leisurely stroll. She would glance here and there, exclaiming, "Wow, look at this. How cool is it? Doesn't it resemble an ancient weapon?" She had picked up a straight branch, nearly as tall as herself, with a spherical node at the top and a sharp, short fork protruding from it. She even took a moment to play with it on the beach, striking a pose with her hands on her hips, the makeshift weapon propped beside her, striking a rather audacious pose. You look like the leader of a beggar gang, wielding a dog-beating stick quite well. Go on, keep at it. Don't mind my feelings, he thought. Yue Tianming, however, was not in such high spirits. His stomach grumbled, leaving him little inclination to play. Tisk. Lacking in aesthetic appreciation, Yan Xiaoxiao remarked before resuming her treasure hunt. Yue Tianming felt a pang of dissatisfaction. From the previous day to this moment, they had traversed the beach, encountering plenty of litter but finding no food or drink, not even a bottle of mineral water. Just as he wallowed in frustration, his eyes continued to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing waves against rocks drew his attention. He hurriedly sprinted a few steps towards the sound, and behind a large boulder, he discovered something that filled him with elation. Oh my, finally, my luck has turned, he exclaimed. Sister, stop posing over there and come quickly. I found something wonderful. Yue Tianming could hardly contain his excitement, for the object was indeed quite large. What is going on? Did you find money? Yan Xiaoxiao rushed over eagerly. Ha ha ha, this is even more thrilling than finding money. We could feast for countless meals. My fragile little heart is about to leap out of my chest. Can you hear it, thumping away? Yan Xiaoxiao ignored him and swiftly circled around the boulder. On this rocky shore, bizarre stones jutted out, with numerous puddles left behind by the receding tide. There, on the rocky beach, lay a small dolphin, over half a meter in length and weighing an estimated 40 to 50 pounds. However, its skin appeared parched, and under the sun, it lay there, gasping for breath. Occasionally, it would struggle, flailing its body and tail fin, seemingly yearning to return to the sea. Isn't that a dolphin? Yan Xiaoxiao inquired. No, in my eyes. It represents our lunch, dinner, midnight snack, barbecue, hot pot, as well as the days to come. Finally, we need not endure hunger. Your roasted meat is secured. Ha ha ha. Yue Tianming was truly exhilarated. This dolphin weighs at least 40 to 50 pounds, and even after skinning, deboning, and removing the entrails, there should still be a good 20 pounds of meat left. This would be ample sustenance for the two of them to navigate through the initial hardships. How could one not feel thrilled? Are you really planning to consume the dolphin? Yan Xiaoxiao gazed at Yue Tianming in disbelief. Otherwise, what do you suggest? Should we just tough it out and wait for death? Dolphins are intelligent beings. They possess emotions. Isn't that rather cruel? Yin Xiaoxiao frowned, her mouth twisted in a grimace. Feeling quite conflicted, she understood that food was scarce, but the thought of eating a dolphin was unbearable to her. Emotions? Which animal lacks them? The cows, sheep, and pigs you consume all have feelings, yet you relish them without a second thought. Yue Tianming's irritation was palpable. At a time like this, can you not concern yourself with such trivial matters? Surviving is our utmost priority. I truly cannot bear it. Why don't we return it to the sea? It looks at me with such a pitiful expression. Yin Xiaoxiao took a few steps closer, noticing the little dolphin was also gazing at her. Its eyes seemed to convey a plea, causing her heart to ache. Yin Xiaoxiao, in a moment like this, can you please temper your compassion? I don't mind your whims, but you cannot hinder our chance to survive. Yue Tianming was genuinely angry. How can you be so immature? I am the one doing all the work while you simply indulge. After finally discovering this feast, you want me to release it? Will heaven spare me? With that, Yue Tianming drew his dagger, disregarding Yin Xiaoxiao, preparing to end the dolphin's life. Wait, you cannot do that. If necessary, I will seriously look for food. I beg you. Spare it. Yin Xiaoxiao, seeing Yue Tianming approach with the dagger, leaped onto the dolphin, preventing him from finding an angle to strike. Get away from me. No one is stopping me today. Yue Tianming was partly exasperated by Yin Xiaoxiao's lack of maturity and partly driven to the brink by hunger. On the verge of losing his rationality, a starving person, nearly fainting, would yearn to devour such a substantial piece of meat. Yue Tianming, I implore you, do not kill it. Would you consider letting it go in exchange for me? Yin Xiaoxiao was now crying, completely disregarding everything as she clung to Yue Tianming's waist. Are you joking? I cannot just kill you to eat. Yue Tianming was infuriated by Yin Xiaoxiao's antics, but soon he realized that her words held a deeper meaning. That is not what I meant. I am saying that if you spare this little dolphin, you can do whatever you wish with me. Yin Xiaoxiao was resolute. After all, there was no one else on the island. If no one came to rescue her, it was inevitable that she would have to take such a step. It was better to be proactive now, saving the little dolphin in the process. Just let go of me for a moment. Yue Tianming's head throbbed, an overwhelming pain coursing through him. How unfortunate to have such a teammate. Is it truly worth it to save a dolphin? Though Yue Tianming felt hunger gnawing at him, he would not stoop to exploiting a woman over this matter. No, you must promise me first that you won't kill it. Only then will I let go. Yin Xiaoxiao stubbornly refused to release her grip. Alas, perhaps this is my fate. Are you a tormentor sent by heaven to afflict me? Fine, I shall not kill it. Really? Indeed. Now release me. This thick rope around your waist is quite uncomfortable. You are so annoying. Hearing the calmness in Yue Tianming's tone, Yin Xiaoxiao blushed and finally loosened her hold. Chapter 14. To release it now that both had regained their composure. Yin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming sense of shame at her recent words. What if Yue Tianming had readily acquiesced to her suggestion? What would have transpired next? Would something embarrassing truly have unfolded on this beach? But it would have been my first time. I had heard it could be painful. Yet, other flight attendants had mentioned that after the initial moments, the subsequent experience was quite pleasant. How could it be so? Yin Xiaoxiao's mind spun with thoughts. Meanwhile, Yue Tianming sat down, seething internally. If it weren't for the fact that you were the only other living soul on this island, I might have kicked you into the sea to join your dolphin companion and become a mermaid. I am still hungry. I have neither the time nor the inclination to join you in this endeavor. As the two sat in their respective reveries, they suddenly heard the stranded dolphin emit a series of high-pitched calls. The sound echoed across the empty beach, reminiscent of a baby calling for its mother. Look, it's thanking you, Yin Xiaoxiao remarked, finally regaining her senses. She dashed to the dolphin's side and cupped some water in her hands to moisten its skin. Yue Tianming scoffed inwardly. Thanking me. If it truly wished to express gratitude, it should have chosen to perish sooner, thus alleviating my moral burden. Stop dawdling and come help me. We need to return it to the sea. After struggling for some time without success, Yin Xiaoxiao found the dolphin's weight of 40 to 50 pounds challenging to lift, compounded by its slippery skin. Yue Tianming observed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. To think he had to return his potential meal back to the ocean. Could this situation be any more torturous? He had contemplated waiting for the dolphin to die naturally, thus avoiding breaking his word, but Yin Xiaoxiao was determined to prevent him from having that opportunity. Oh, how cruel. He lamented inwardly, yet he rose and approached. Step aside. Yue Tianming barked, irritation lacing his tone. Realizing her fault, Yin Xiaoxiao reluctantly moved aside, but not without adding. Shall I hold the knife for you? Go away. Stay back. Do you still suspect me? Would I truly resort to such treachery? If I were capable of that, some matters would have unfolded last night. With great reluctance, Yue Tianming finally hoisted the dolphin into his arms. The little dolphin seemed to sense his goodwill, continually rubbing its fins and head against Yue Tianming's arm. Brother, fortune smiles upon you. You have a benevolent mermaid sister. If you possess even a shred of conscience, Do bring back some fish for me. Embracing the dolphin, Yue Tianming mumbled as he walked towards the sea. The distance was at least 20 to 30 meters. It appeared that during the morning tide, this mischievous creature had been catching fish nearby and had not retreated to the ocean in time. Yan Xiaoxiao trailed behind him, initially wary of Yue Tianming's potential for sudden violence. However, upon hearing his words, she felt reassured. She chuckled, fear not, good deeds are rewarded. A boastful fellow like you has the fortune of my exquisite company, truly a gift from the heavens. Keep talking, and I might just devour you. Yue Tianming shot her a fierce glance, retorting, I just offered you a free gift, and you refused it? I can hardly believe it. Yan Xiaoxiao found him rather endearing. Amidst her teasing words, there was an unmistakable undertone of flirtation. Yue Tianming ignored her, carefully navigating the rocky shore until he found a sufficiently deep spot to gently place the dolphin back into the water. The dolphin, once barely clinging to life on land, immediately sprang to life upon entering the sea. It flicked its body vigorously, splashing water everywhere and drenching Yue Tianming in the process. Hey, you ungrateful creature. I saved you. And you dare to show your temper? That's joy you're witnessing. Don't be so petty, Yan Xiaoxiao replied as she approached and stood beside Yue Tianming, watching the dolphin swim deeper into the ocean. The little dolphin seemed to intentionally let them see it, with its dorsal fin always visible above the water. Occasionally, it would spout a jet of water, exuding sheer delight. Eventually, the dolphin swam far away, disappearing from sight. See, that ingrate didn't even acknowledge our kindness after our generous farewell, Yue Tianming remarked, primarily lamenting his decision to release the dolphin. All right, no need to be upset. You super compassionate handsome guy. Yan Xiaoxiao, in high spirits, decided to jest. Oh, dare to jest with me? You've grown quite bold. By the way, the condition you mentioned earlier still stands, right? Yue Tianming playfully continued the banter with Yan Xiaoxiao, now that the dolphin was gone and there was time to spare. What condition? Don't speak nonsense. Do you have evidence? A receipt? Yan Xiaoxiao leapt aside, looking at Yue Tianming with a wary expression. You just said that as long as I released the dolphin, I could do whatever I wanted to you. Are you denying it now? Yue Tianming was not about to let her off easily, slowly approaching with a mischievous grin. Don't come any closer. I'll scream for help. Go ahead. Scream as loud as you want. No one will hear you. Yue Tianming sported a mischievous demeanor, genuinely startling Yan Xiaoxiao. What was in the past is in the past. The situation is different now. Does this guy have ulterior motives towards me? Truly a beast. What am I to do? He is so strong. I can't possibly overpower him. A rope? Yes, I have a rope on me. Yan Xiaoxiao swiftly tore the grass rope from her waist and tied it around her neck, declaring with righteous fervor, if you come any closer, I shall take my own life. Very well, I have yet to witness someone achieve such a feat in this manner. Come on, move if you dare. Yue Tianming was poised to tease this girl further, but then his gaze was met with some rather enticing imagery. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly, turning away and saying, all right. I was merely jesting. Hurry up and put your pants back on. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly don't wish to be pricked by needles. At this moment, Yan Xiaoxiao noticed that her loose-fitting trousers had slipped down to her ankles. You shameless scoundrel, she scolded, hastily pulling her pants back up and readying them with the grass rope. Seizing an opportunity while Yue Tianming was distracted, she dashed a few steps and kicked him squarely on the rear. Ouch! Yue Tianming stumbled forward and, acting on reflex, quickly turned around, inadvertently tugging on the long section of grass rope in front of Yan Xiaoxiao. With a startled cry, she tumbled onto him. Chapter 15. The dolphin's gratitude. Perhaps the heavens had heard Yue Tianming's silent plea, granting him a moment of compensation for releasing the dolphin. By sheer coincidence, their lips met in a fervent embrace. For an instant, they were locked in each other's gaze, both frozen in surprise, lost for words. In that moment, their hearts raced with trepidation. Yan Xiaoxiao felt no aversion towards Yue Tianming. Rather, a touch of shyness enveloped her as she gently closed her eyes. She pondered that had Yue Tianming accepted her earlier proposition, they might have reached this point much sooner. Conversely, Yue Tianming was taken aback, thinking, is she being this forward? I only intended to frighten her. Shouldn't there be some foreplay? Neither made a move to break the tension, remaining stiff and motionless, neither willing to part their lips. It was not until the unmistakable sound of crashing waves finally shattered the sweet silence that Yan Xiaoxiao pushed him away and sat to one side, hastily ruffling her hair in a desperate attempt to conceal her flushed cheeks. This, Yue Tianming was at a loss for words, inwardly lamenting the ill-timed interruption. Who could be so thoughtless as to make noise at such a critical moment? Yet, he still lacked any semblance of gentlemanly decorum and licked his lips, noting, it tastes a bit salty. You, be quiet. Yan Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with shame and indignation, having anticipated an apology or some kind words from him. Yet, true to form, He offered nothing but a rather crude remark about his own saliva. Unconsciously, she pressed her lips together, realizing he was right. It was indeed a bit salty. Surely, it was from the seawater that had splashed onto her face during the dolphin's chaotic struggle. Hey, what's that? Yue Tianming shouted carelessly, pointing toward the distant sea. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of disappointment. He truly lacked any sense of romance. Nevertheless, she stood up and gazed into the distance. Upon the sea's surface, a dolphin leapt gracefully high into the air, twisting its body several times in joyous abandon before plunging heavily back into the water. Was that not the very dolphin we had just rescued? Had it not departed already? Witnessing this spectacle, Yin Xiaoxiao found herself captivated. Her innate curiosity stirred anew. It seems my conversation with it bore fruit. I surmise it has come to deliver us fish. Yue Tianming declared with unwavering conviction. Heh, you really are something, Yin Xiaoxiao murmured with a wry smile, shaking her head in bemusement. She found herself at a loss with Yue Tianming, whose thoughts leapt so swiftly. Just moments ago, a tender moment had unfolded, yet now he was already contemplating sustenance. Perhaps sensing that the two on shore were watching, the dolphin increased its frequency of leaps, though it never ventured closer than 50 meters from the shore. What could this mean? Has our friend failed to catch fish and now, ashamed, resorts to dancing in gratitude? Yue Tianming grumbled irritably. Dancing won't fill our stomachs. Can you be serious for once? Don't be foolish, Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. This is their way of expressing thanks. The dolphins at the aquarium behave just like this when they are joyful. What's the use of a ball? As long as I'm fed. I'd rather perform a dance for it, Yue Tianming retorted, growing increasingly exasperated and regretting his earlier leniency. Disappointed, he trudged forward with drooped shoulders. Self-reliance is the only way. These dolphin brothers aren't dependable. Look, there are so many. Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes remained fixed on the sea. Suddenly, a discordant splash disturbed the calm waters nearby. In an instant, dozens of dorsal fins emerged simultaneously. 40 or 50 adult dolphins vaulted from the waves in unison, their laughter like chirps filling the air. As they descended, countless droplets scattered, refracting sunlight into shimmering rainbows. Wow, how magnificent! They must be a family, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Utterly entranced by the breathtaking scene, the dolphins continued to leap and frolic within their sight, swimming back and forth. Uft, what good is this? If a solo dance isn't enough, now they form a troupe? Ridiculous. Yue Tianming's irritation mounted. He leapt onto a nearby rock and shouted at the pod. Hey, can you do something practical for once? If you bring me a single fish today, I'll call you my brothers. Yin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter at Yue Tianming's antics. You're so amusing. Even if dolphins are intelligent, without training they can't understand human speech. Especially with your accent. Fuming, Yue Tianming stomped his foot, while the dolphins' playful movements persisted. Yet gradually, they edged closer to shore, swimming back and forth about 10 to 20 meters away, subtly forming a semicircle. Perhaps my words shamed them into approaching? Are they offering themselves to us? Yue Tianming nodded, thoroughly pleased with his judgment. After speaking, he drew out his dagger, poised to take action. What on earth are you doing? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rushing over to stop him. However, just as she climbed onto the rocks, she suddenly looked down at the water's surface. Pointing excitedly at the murky water, she exclaimed, "Oh my, they are really helping us catch fish. Look. Yue Tianming glanced down and was surprised to see fish indeed. Within the visible range, the sea had been stirred into a muddy chaos, with silt swirling around. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was a multitude of fish rapidly swimming in the shallow waters. Wow, this big fellow is quite considerate. He must have gone back to gather a group to help me catch fish." Yue Tianming, having just been preoccupied with scolding the dolphins, had indeed overlooked the situation nearby. Stop wasting time. Let us catch some fish before they escape. Yin Xiaoxiao, wielding her dog-beating stick, jumped straight into the shallow waters. Here they come. No need to rush. I know what I'm doing. Watch me. Yue Tianming also reacted quickly, diving into the sea. However, his dashing entrance lasted barely 3 seconds before he fell into the water like a head-down onion, legs flailing in the air. A few seconds later, he stood up, the water barely reaching his waist. He paid no mind to Yin Xiaoxiao, who was laughing uncontrollably, and with a stern gaze, he said, "What's so funny? I was careless. Seeing the fish got me too excited, and I forgot how shallow the water is. Dear friends, could you please hold on a moment? Wait until I catch the fish before you leave." Now both of them understood that the dolphins, lingering about 10 meters away, had evidently formed a circle, herding the fish toward the shore. Yin Xiaoxiao, with her dog-beating stick, was running around in the water, shouting enthusiastically. However, her aim was slightly off, and after much effort, they had little to show for it. Yue Tianming, on the other side, was faring no better, darting this way and that, yet coming up empty-handed. Eventually, Both were exhausted and collapsed heavily onto the beach. This shouldn't be so difficult. I've caught fish before without this much trouble, Yue Tianming pondered. Didn't you say you were an expert? Is this how you perform? Will we even have fish to eat today? I'm quite disappointed in you. Yin Xiaoxiao lay beside him, panting heavily and grumbling. What are you saying? Mind your manners. These sea fish swim incredibly fast and are slippery. If only I had a fishing net, I wouldn't have returned empty-handed. Yue Tianming did not consider this a reflection of his ineptitude. A fishing net? Perhaps a fishing boat would be better suited for you. Yin Xiaoxiao's tone was quite irritable. Seeing so many fish and not being able to catch even one was enough to frustrate anyone. A fishing net? That's it. These big fellows can understand me. I'll go negotiate with them. Yue Tianming felt a spark of inspiration, his thoughts flowing like a spring. He leaped up and shouted once more, brothers. Now, my dear Ming, a fishing net is urgently required. Please, tighten your grip and pay some heed. Chapter 16, The Trials of Manhood. Yue Tianming's intentions were commendable. Yet the response he received was a pod of dolphins leaping from the ocean's depths, collectively emitting a cacophony of sounds. What does that signify? Nothing at all. This is utterly pointless. Alas, what a waste of emotion and energy. Never mind. I shall remember this favor for another time. You may go about your business. Disheartened, Yue Tianming waved his hand dismissively and turned back. They declared they could not locate the fishing net, and I am at a loss. Upon uttering these words, Yue Tianming sulked as he sat upon the sandy shore. Yin Xiaoxiao observed that the dolphins in the distance seemed reluctant to depart. They continued to herd the fish. It appeared they sensed the two were on the brink of surrender and persisted in their vocalizations. All right, let us not dwell on anger. Shall we not try once more? Try? Nonsense. I am utterly drained. If you wish to go, then off you go. Having never truly satisfied his hunger, after a series of exertions, Yue Tianming felt he was nearing his limits. If he could not catch any fish, Yin Xiaoxiao's confidence waned further. Nevertheless, she attempted to persuade him. It has only been half a day, why not venture a little farther? Perhaps sustenance awaits us. Yue Tianming was the anchor of their spirits, and Yin Xiaoxiao did not wish to witness his despondency. It is nearly noon. What is the point in continuing? The sun will scorch us. Let us seek shelter until it diminishes. Yue Tianming was indeed quite disheartened, and, disregarding Yin Xiaoxiao's words, made his way to the edge of the woods, found a shaded spot, and lay down. Yin Xiaoxiao gathered the last 3 coconuts and quietly sat beside him. The bittersweet emotions of elation followed by disappointment hung heavily over them both. If you are hungry, perhaps you should eat a coconut? Yin Xiaoxiao gently suggested. No, those are for you. If I eat them, what will you have? Yue Tianming replied with closed eyes, his playful demeanor surfacing once more. Yin Xiaoxiao understood his good intentions, yet felt discomfort by his harsh words. Silence enveloped them once again. The dolphins lingered for a while longer, confirming their abandonment, before finally swimming away. The trapped fish also retreated into the depths of the ocean, and the nearby waters returned to tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, Yue Tianming had succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. Despite Yin Xiaoxiao's calls, Yue Tianming remained unresponsive, lost in his dreams. He was utterly exhausted, having endured a sleepless night, followed by a tumultuous day. He simply could not withstand any more. Yin Xiaoxiao, unaware of the events of the previous night, perceived him as somewhat carefree. How can you possibly sleep at a time like this? It is merely the 2nd day, and you are already in despair. What will become of us in the days to come? We do not even know how long we shall remain in this wretched place. If this continues, we may perish from hunger or thirst before rescue arrives. The mere thought of this made Yin Xiaoxiao's own hunger and thirst unbearable. Regardless, it was all meant for me, so I shall consume it all. Even if I must perish, I shall do so after you, sparing you from your incessant schemes against me. Yin Xiaoxiao declared her intent, and, clutching 3 coconuts, marched to the rocks and began to strike them vigorously. However, it was evident that her strength was insufficient. After a prolonged effort, the coconuts were merely nicked, with their precious juice remaining trapped within. Frustrated, Yin Xiaoxiao seized another coconut, striking it in a fit of fury, yet it too remained unyielding. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a profound sadness enveloped her heart. Holding the coconut yet unable to taste its sweetness, she loathed her own inadequacy and despised the slumbering figure nearby. Tears of sorrow began to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. The more she mourned, the angrier she became, and with her anger came a renewed determination to smash the coconuts. Not far off, she continued her relentless assault, oblivious to the passage of time, having no watch to guide her. Suddenly, 2 resounding cracks echoed in the air, and before her appeared a coconut, oozing with sweet nectar. Startled, Yin Xiaoxiao looked up abruptly to find Yue Tianming standing beside her, offering her the coconut. The light behind him cast an ethereal glow. and as she gazed at his beaming face, she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for his stature, his charm, and his manliness. In that moment, the earlier discontent vanished into the depths of the sea. Go ahead, why are you just staring? If you couldn't break it open. Why didn't you call for me? I couldn't even nap with all that banging, Yue Tianming remarked, shattering the idyllic atmosphere. Did you really just fall asleep? Of course, I haven't slept a wink all night. Would you have fared any better? He irritably thrust the coconut into her hands, squinting up at the sun, which remained unforgivingly bright. He turned to gather the scattered items from the ground and retreated to the shade once more. Yan Xiaoxiao laboriously gathered the coconuts and settled beside him. I didn't know you hadn't slept. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have disturbed you. A wave of guilt washed over her as she realized he had kept vigil throughout the night. But we agreed to take turns watching, didn't we? Why didn't you wake me? Yue Tianming remained silent. Don't worry, I will keep watch tonight, and you should rest well. Yan Xiaoxiao, sensing his displeasure, hastily assured him. Please don't be angry. I admit my fault for misunderstanding you. She whimpered, gently shaking his arm, causing a stir within him. Though Yue Tianming was slightly miffed at being roused from a sound sleep, his annoyance was tempered by the sight before him. From this angle, the view of Yan Xiaoxiao's ill-fitting shirt revealed more than intended. He quickly inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Stop. Enough of this. What moment is this, and for whom are you doing this? You're on the verge of a nosebleed. Yan Xiaoxiao, noticing her appearance, hurriedly adjusted her collar. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully scolded, You naughty boy, how improper. Hey, am I the only one being improper? Are there any decent men left in this world? If my friend were to recount the tale from last night, it would surely leave you in awe, elevating his stature instantly. However, I shall refrain from sharing, as I too was on the brink of losing my composure. Quickly, consume your coconut. Once you have finished, we shall be on our way. Yue Tianming lamented, only to realize that his choice of words was amiss. Ahem, what nonsense. We must continue our exploration. A soft chuckle escaped Yan Xiaoxiao once more. In moments of despair, this fellow always managed to inject a glimmer of joy. You eat too, and I shall have one. We must collaborate wholeheartedly. Yan Xiaoxiao brought over 2 coconuts for him. Why are you hesitating? I've already said this is for you. I'll take a look over there. You need to eat quickly. Yue Tianming suppressed his hunger, swallowing hard. He rose swiftly, feigning an inspection of the surroundings. Yet, he felt a pang of regret. Had he overplayed his hand this time? Had he known, he would have tempered his words. Sigh. Being able to consume a coconut is indeed a fine thing. Why subject himself to such pretentiousness? Despite his regrets, as a man, he felt compelled to maintain his pride. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. He must stand by his promises. Chapter 17. A gargantuan gecko. Yan Xiaoxiao consumed the damaged coconut, but left the other 2 untouched, intending to save them for Yue Tianming. Yet, even if she wished to partake, she could not crack them open. All right, let us depart. Having consumed a morsel, Yan Xiaoxiao's spirits lifted somewhat. However, upon seeing the 2 coconuts, Yue Tianming's stomach protested audibly. My belly is small. I'm already full. Why not you eat this? Once you finish, we can search further. Yan Xiaoxiao understood this man's prideful nature and attempted to coax him into eating. Yet, he seemed unappreciative, frowning and pouting. You have a small belly? This morning, that bare-bottomed girl devoured 3 coconuts and still wanted more. Why must you bring that up? Yan Xiaoxiao flushed a deep crimson. Let us go. No need to dwell on that. Yue Tianming had no inclination for banter. Finding food was his true priority. Now, it was past 1 o'clock. The hottest part of the day. The 2 trudged on, weary, as they ventured into the unknown. Come, place this on your head. Yue Tianming spotted a banana tree and dashed over, swiftly tearing down several large leaves. Look, is that a banana up there? Yue Tianming looked up, and from this angle, he could see the green bananas dangling amidst the banana leaves. What bananas? Allow me to enlighten you. What grows on a banana tree is, of course, a banana. Yan Xiaoxiao finally seized the chance to retort. What does it matter what kind of banana it is? As long as it's edible, that is all that counts. But they are still green. They aren't ripe yet. We could pluck them and let them sit for a few days before eating, right? That is a valid point. Hey, when did you become so clever? Nonsense. I have always been intelligent. With a proud toss of his head, Yue Tianming declared, just wait. Brother will get you some big bananas. The mere mention of food sent him into a frenzy of excitement. He licked his lips and rubbed his hands together, his words overflowing with a sense of triumph. Yan Xiaoxiao observed as Yue Tianming struggled to climb the tree, muttering quietly to herself. I have no desire to eat your big bananas. It seemed she envisioned some rather unsavory images, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Though the tree was only about 4 to 5 meters high, the rough bark made it uncomfortable for his feet. Yet, Yue Tianming disregarded the discomfort, laboriously making his ascent. Just as he was about to reach the banana bunch, he suddenly spotted something green and his eyes widened in alarm. Goodness, what a gigantic gecko. With a sudden jolt of panic, he lost his grip and plummeted down. What happened? Are you all right? Yin Xiaoxiao rushed over to help him up. There's a huge gecko up there, Yue Tianming exclaimed, rubbing his waist while gesturing animatedly. No, it's at least this long. He spread his arms wide. His expression exaggerated. You are being dramatic. There's no gecko that's 1 or 2 meters long. Where is it? Let me see. Yin Xiaoxiao replied. It's right there. Right there. It's staring at me. Yue Tianming pointed at the tree, nearly hopping in frustration. Yin Xiaoxiao squinted and stifled a laugh. That's a green iguana. A type of lizard, and it's herbivorous, only occasionally nibbling on small insects. Look at how frightened you are. But it's so large. Yue Tianming was reluctant to admit his fear. Huh. Lizards can change colors, didn't you know? That's just a branch behind it. You must be mistaken. Is it? Let me take another look. Upon closer inspection, Yue Tianming discovered that Yin Xiaoxiao was indeed correct. The green lizard was only about 30 centimeters long. However, its coloration blended seamlessly with the tree trunk and leaves, giving it an illusion of grandeur from a distance. Uft, just a little lizard. Let me show it who's boss. How dare it obstruct me from getting bananas for my sister? Enough, it hasn't moved. Why must you kill it? Besides, this is its territory, we are the intruders. Let us just pick the bananas and leave. Yin Xiaoxiao emphasized the word bananas to correct Yue Tianming's choice of words. This time, Yue Tianming cautiously navigated around the branch where the lizard was perched, swiftly slicing off a large bunch of bananas with his knife and tossing them down to Yin Xiaoxiao. Look at these big bananas, aren't they impressive? He boasted, brimming with pride. However, his pride was short-lived. Within 3 seconds, he felt something lick his left hand fiercely. Losing his balance, he fell again with a thud. What is going on? Yue Tianming raised his hand to inspect it, discovering a sticky patch on the back of his hand. Yin Xiaoxiao, observing from below, chuckled. It's nothing. That lizard just gave you a little kiss with its tongue. Ugh, that is so disgusting. He hastily rubbed his hand in the sand to remove the slimy residue. Damn it, is that a female lizard? After being single for so long, it won't even spare me. If you're going to lick someone, go find a male. No way, I must reclaim my honor today. This is unacceptable. Yue Tianming, feeling indignant, resolved to continue climbing the tree. Well, you went to someone's home to pilfer, and they merely gave you a lick. Is there any reason to be upset? Yin Xiaoxiao quickly pulled him back, reminding him that the bananas were still unripe, and they could gradually harvest them later. Fine. For the sake of your beauty, I shall let this lascivious female lizard go today. In truth, Yue Tianming felt a twinge of apprehension. That lizard was covered in various bumps, with barbs along its back, and a particularly long flap of flesh hanging from its chin. It appeared quite revolting. How did you come to know such a repulsive creature? You can even name it? Yue Tianming skewered bananas and coconuts on a stick, hoisting it over his shoulder. Resembling the character from a tale, Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled. I once had a colleague who adored keeping these cold-blooded creatures. Snakes, lizards, turtles, scorpions, and spiders filled her home. I visited her once and listened to her descriptions. Oh, it made me feel utterly uncomfortable. Who in their right mind would keep such things? Yue Tianming shuddered slightly. While he had encountered many snakes, it was the smaller creatures that truly terrified him, particularly spiders, which he could hardly bear to contemplate. Why are they not good people? It's merely a personal preference. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him a glare. Wait, hold on. From what you're implying, you seem quite familiar with her? You've even been to her house. What is your relationship? His thoughts had leaped again. What relationship do I have with her? Yin Xiaoxiao slyly rolled her eyes and defiantly stated, well, it's a rather intimate one. Before Yue Tianming could react, she bounced ahead. Wait, don't run off. Clarify your relationship. How far have you two gone? Here I am, tirelessly nurturing you. How can you treat me like this? Speak clearly. Don't run. Yue Tianming muttered as he trailed behind, cautious not to drop the bananas and coconuts, thus moving at a slow pace. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoxiao halted, turning around with wide eyes. Incredulous. You don't mean to say you've developed feelings for me? Nonsense. I have countless girlfriends. Any one of them is 10 times more beautiful than you. Who would ever fancy you? Yue Tianming quickly adopted a serious demeanor, feigning arrogance. Then why are you asking me so many questions? Upon hearing this response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes. I simply wanted to know more about you. After all, I've shared my story from the age of 6 onward. While you've revealed so little about yourself, that is hardly fair. Yue Tianming hastily explained, fearing he might reveal a hint of vulnerability. Oh, if that is the case, then there is no need to say much more. Let us continue on our way. Yin Xiaoxiao turned away in disappointment. Yue Tianming began to regret his pretense. Why was he putting on an act? If he liked her, then so be it. Was it so embarrassing to admit? Chapter 18. The moving stone having missed a golden opportunity, Yue Tianming trudged behind, filled with regret. Yin Xiaoxiao did not offer him a kind expression, walking ahead alone. She pondered deeply, questioning herself. In a more conventional setting, it would be utterly inconceivable for her to develop any affection for someone like Yue Tianming. What was her background? She was leagues apart from him, far superior in every aspect. Every wealthy scion seemed to cling to her like a persistent adhesive, constantly attempting to curry favor in hopes of winning her heart. Yet, Yin Xiaoxiao had always regarded such individuals with disdain, for their intentions were anything but genuine. They were not enamored with her for who she was, but rather for the vast empire her father commanded. In pursuit of her own desires and to escape her father's plans for an arranged marriage, Yin Xiaoxiao had often clashed with him, ultimately leaving home in a fit of frustration to embrace a career as a flight attendant. However, now, stranded on this deserted island with only Yue Tianming, she found herself in an unusual predicament. Despite his foul mouth and penchant for boasting, in this peculiar environment, he provided her with a sense of security and the responsibility she had longed for. Consequently, feelings that should not have blossomed began to take root within her heart. Yet, this arrogant and oblivious man remained utterly clueless about romance, which left Yin Xiaoxiao both infuriated and disheartened. Yue Tianming, completely ignorant of how to charm a woman, attempted to strike up a conversation. Look at that crooked tree. Doesn't it resemble the one from which Emperor Chongzhen hanged himself? I'm not exaggerating. I paid close attention during that history lesson. Would you like me to elaborate? Yin Xiaoxiao was not inclined to engage. Look at this branch. Doesn't it resemble a broadsword? If I were to hold it and assume a pose by the sea as if I were to take my own life, wouldn't I evoke the spirit of the mighty Xiangyu? With my hairstyle and physique, I'd at least resemble him by 80%, wouldn't I? Yin Xiaoxiao was exasperated, wondering what on earth he was talking about. Was he really referencing various suicide incidents, hoping for a similar fate for them? Yue Tianming aimed to amuse her, but the outcome was far from favorable. Women were truly perplexing, often getting upset for no apparent reason. Was it easy for him to conjure two historical anecdotes? Observing Yin Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, he too felt a surge of irritation. After a while, unable to contain himself, Yue Tianming pointed at a rock. Look at that hideous stone. How dare it linger here? If it were me, I would have found another rock to bash my head against long ago. Am I speaking to myself here? Did you hear that? Goodness, that rock moved. It must be enchanted. With a loud exclamation, he finally caught Yin Xiaoxiao's attention, and she turned around with a cold expression. Is this amusing to you? Aren't you exhausted? Could you allow me a moment of peace? Yue Tianming ignored her, his eyes wide as he stared at the rock. It had indeed moved. He swore by the coconuts. He was not jesting. If only he had kept such thoughts to himself. But upon hearing such a childish vow, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of annoyance. Angered, she marched back towards the stone he had mentioned and kicked it with force. Where did it move? You're lying without even drafting a pretense. How utterly dull. She glared at Yue Tianming, only to notice his eyes widening further and his mouth forming a perfect O shape. My heavens, it truly is enchanted. Yue Tianming felt that he was indeed encountering something supernatural. The stone had opened its eyes and was fixated upon him. This stone was at least 1 meter in width, half a meter in height, and entirely enveloped in a grayish-brown hue. Yin Xiaoxiao assumed he was jesting, dismissing his childish antics. Do you really think I am a mere child of 3? No, you must believe me. This is real, stammered Yue Tianming, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Just as Yin Xiaoxiao was about to turn around and expose his fib, she felt something hard brush against her calf. A shriek escaped her lips as she leaped high, running frantically to the side. Why are you so obstinate? I told you the stone would move. Yet you refuse to believe it. Oh, this is exhausting. Yue Tianming comprehended that although the stone could move, its motions were sluggish and posed no threat to him. Thus, he found the energy to chastise Yin Xiaoxiao. Quickly, go and see what that thing is. Yin Xiaoxiao, maintaining a distance of several meters, stammered for Yue Tianming to approach. Why don't you go? Weren't you quite brazen just a moment ago? He retorted, shaking his head in disdain. Yue Tianming, if you are still a man, you should go take a look. How can you expect me to approach it, being a girl? Yin Xiaoxiao's voice quivered with the onset of tears. In the desolate wilderness, discovering a moving stone was enough to terrify her beyond measure. This was more frightening than being bitten by a snake. At least with snakes, one could expect their presence in the wild. But this stone, look at me. It's just a stone. I can handle this. Yue Tianming felt it was time to showcase his heroism. Grasping the dog-beating stick, he hesitantly moved forward. Though anxiety gnawed at him, he mustered the courage to conceal it. Stone, if you allow me to strike you a couple of times, we shall consider it even. I will only deliver a symbolic hit. So do not take it to heart. He repeatedly encouraged himself. With still 2 meters separating him from the stone, his hands trembled as he clutched the stick. Then, He closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and lunged forward. Crack. Huh. Was it really that easy? Yue Tianming thought he might have succeeded. However, upon opening his eyes, he was struck with sheer terror. He abandoned the stick, retreating in a flurry. This creature even had a mouth. It had truly come to life, biting away his stick. Yue Tianming felt as if his heart might leap from his chest. His blood pressure surged, and his scalp tingled, leaving his hair in disarray. He felt embarrassed to admit he had been frightened, instead claiming the stone had bitten off his stick. Nonetheless, the large stone did not pursue him. It merely opened its mouth and dropped the stick to the ground, seemingly displeased with Yue Tianming's actions. The stone swayed, extending a hefty foot from the sandpit. Oh no! It has feet too. We must run. Yue Tianming grabbed Yin Xiaoxiao, preparing for their escape. Wait. Yin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the scene carefully. Why wait? Can't you see it's beginning its preparatory movements? An attack is imminent. Yue Tianming gazed at the stone, his legs trembling with trepidation. Huh. I genuinely thought that stone had come to life. Are you unfamiliar with this creature? Yin Xiaoxiao finally discerned the true nature of the stone. And upon witnessing Yue Tianming's expression of sheer terror, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. What is so funny? Are you well acquainted with this stone? Yue Tianming's face fell. A mix of despair and a strong desire to flee overtaking him. Chapter 19. A pedicure for the sea turtle. This is a large sea turtle. I truly admire your intellect. Yin Xiaoxiao relished the sight of Yue Tianming's humiliation, relishing the opportunity to deflate his arrogance. A sea turtle? Do you take me for a country bumpkin? Are there sea turtles that resemble stones? You must be jesting. Yue Tianming, equally indignant, could not accept the ridicule after his earlier display of ineptitude. Come, let me introduce you. Yin Xiaoxiao tugged at Yue Tianming, who was reluctant yet hesitant to betray his panic. They advanced cautiously, halting intermittently until they finally approached the sea turtle. The creature simply stared at them, displaying no further action. Observe, this is its head, and those are its flippers. This species is known as the leatherback turtle, the largest sea turtle in existence. Yin Xiaoxiao boldly reached out to stroke the turtle's chin, which surprisingly seemed to enjoy the attention, closing its eyes in bliss. Impossible, regardless of the species. A turtle always has a shell, not a mass of stones basking in the sun. Yue Tianming remained obstinate, refusing to accept the truth. The sea turtle was adorned with an array of grayish-brown objects that resembled irregular stones, obscuring its true form. Even its exposed head and limbs were covered in these peculiar growths. These are barnacles, which specifically attach themselves to the surfaces of large marine beings. Do not show fear. Yin Xiaoxiao, having deduced the situation, felt no fear whatsoever. Barnacles? That term seems non-existent in my vocabulary. Ah, I see. This poor turtle must have accumulated too many barnacles and sought refuge here. Yin Xiaoxiao, well-versed in various documentaries, recalled similar situations. I understand now. Perhaps it believes itself to be too heavy and is attempting to lose weight. Yue Tianming, unwilling to appear ignorant, nodded in agreement. Alas, Yin Xiaoxiao found herself exasperated. What kind of theory is that? Pretending to understand. We must assist it. In this condition, it cannot swim far. Even if it returns to the sea, it will struggle to catch food and will likely starve. Yin Xiaoxiao's compassionate nature surged forth, but upon glancing up, she noticed Yue Tianming had drawn a dagger. His tongue darting out in anticipation, his eyes brimming with desire. What are you planning? Yin Xiaoxiao questioned loudly. What do you mean? Did you not say we should help it? I intend to assist it in ascending to the afterlife, and in doing so, we might procure some sustenance for ourselves. I assure you, turtle soup is exceptionally delectable. Once you taste it, you'll yearn for more. The mere thought of the savory turtle soup made Yue Tianming's mouth water. Is there nothing in your mind apart from food? This is a leatherback turtle, on the brink of extinction, and has not been spotted for many years. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly positioned herself in front of the turtle. What else can we do if we don't kill it? Are you suggesting I adopt it? I can barely afford to feed myself. Yue Tianming felt an ominous sense of foreboding. No dolphins, no turtles to eat. What then? All we have is a bunch of raw bananas, and consuming those might even lead to an upset stomach. My friends and I are on the verge of starvation, regardless of whether these creatures are rare species. Even if I were to receive an airdrop of a giant panda right now, I would turn it into a spicy delicacy. I understand you are hungry, and I am too. However, I implore you to spare it. I have a mutually beneficial solution. Yin Xiaoxiao feared that Yue Tianming might be driven mad by hunger and take drastic measures against the turtle. What solution? Are you suggesting I sell myself to you? Let me make it clear. I am nearly starving and have no interest in other ventures. Yue Tianming felt somewhat dispirited, yet he knew he had to speak firmly. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him a playful glare, knowing he was scheming, but she quickly offered an explanation. These barnacles are actually a delicacy. Coastal fishermen often consume them, and fishing boats frequently return with plenty. We can assist the turtle by removing these barnacles, thus providing ourselves with sustenance. Yin Xiaoxiao elaborated. As Yue Tianming's bewildered expression indicated, he had never tasted barnacles. Really? You're not deceiving me? Yue Tianming frowned, grinning skeptically. Try it for yourself, and you will see that it is indeed quite fragrant. At last, I have managed to pacify this famished giant, and Yin Xiaoxiao sighed with relief. Fine. I will trust you this once. Big brother, bear with me. I am saving you, so do not turn on me. Yue Tianming, armed with a dagger, cautiously located a barnacle attachment point and pried it loose with force. The barnacle, about the size of a thumb, landed in his hand. Meanwhile, the turtle remained perfectly still, straining its neck to expose more of its shell. Oh, is that a sign of comfort? Yue Tianming found the turtle's reaction amusing. Let me taste it and see how it fares. He picked up a small stone and smashed the barnacle, casually blowing away the sand before tossing it into his mouth. Hey, this is quite tasty, reminiscent of clams, though the meat is rather sparse. Yue Tianming's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered treasure. After such a long period of hunger, anything edible seemed delectable. Did I not tell you the truth? Yin Xiaoxiao found his reaction quite amusing. Indeed. Today we have struck gold. This bounty of barnacles is enough for us both to have a hearty meal. It's barnacles, regardless of what type. As long as it's edible, it's good enough for us. Big brother, let us continue. The turtle was enormous, weighing at least 200 kilograms. With a couple of hundred barnacles clinging to its back, Yue Tianming was elated. He dug one out, savored it, and generously shared many with Yin Xiaoxiao. I've made up my mind. I must keep a turtle at home in the future, feasting on barnacles every day, for they are truly delightful. One after another, they enjoyed their meal, while the turtle basked in the enjoyment of the moment. I ask you, how do you know this is a barnacle? Yue Tianming inquired during a brief moment of leisure. Haven't you watched the documentary on marine life? It was featured there, came the response. I have seen it. But it was so long ago that I've forgotten, he admitted, hesitant to press further lest he expose his own ignorance. In just half an hour, the barnacles clinging to the back of the sea turtle were completely removed by the two of them. Although the meat was scant, they felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, even the smallest barnacle was still meat. Next, they needed to tackle the barnacles attached to the turtle's head and limbs. These barnacles were firmly affixed to the turtle's skin, making them somewhat tricky to remove. Be gentle. Don't actually hurt the turtle, Yin Xiaoxiao said, watching him with concern. Rest assured, I'm not boasting. My pedicure skills were honed under the tutelage of the oldest master at the bathhouse. I know what I'm doing. Just watch, Yue Tianming replied. Genuinely confident this time. Having spent years living in his family's bathhouse, he had indeed acquired some pedicure techniques, which were now proving invaluable. Yin Xiaoxiao initially felt anxious as he wielded the knife, but her worry eased with each barnacle that fell to the ground. Internally, she chided him, always avoiding serious work, yet so skilled at pedicures. Chapter 20. Finding a way to start a fire this time, the pedicure took a bit longer, lasting over an hour. Yue Tianming sheathed his dagger, surveying his handiwork with pride. How's that? Clean enough? Quite the turtle, isn't it? The massive sea turtle was now immaculate. Every barnacle's flesh consumed by the two of them. You are impressive. Is that sufficient praise? Yin Xiaoxiao teased him playfully. Absolutely. All right, my friend. It's time to head back. I haven't prepared dinner, so I won't keep you, he responded, feeling jovial after a satisfying meal, dismissing the idea of turtle soup. The sea turtle tested its neck and limbs, relishing the long-missed sense of freedom. It approached Yin Xiaoxiao, nudging her, which made her giggle uncontrollably. Hey, you ungrateful creature. You must be a male, right? A lecherous old turtle. I disdain you, she exclaimed, just as the turtle kicked up a spray of sand with its hind legs, covering Yue Tianming's head. Is that how it is? I help you with your pedicure out of goodwill, and you throw a tantrum without even offering a tip. Enough. Have you really taken offense from a turtle? Aren't you a bit childish? Yin Xiaoxiao laughed, delighted not only to have rescued this endangered sea turtle, but also to have enjoyed a hearty meal. If only there were some red wine to accompany this, life would be quite pleasant. The sea turtle lingered for a while longer before gradually moving its limbs and making its way back to the sea. Is it really leaving? Shouldn't it offer a token of gratitude? Even dolphins help me catch fish. How can it be so ungrateful? Look at it, leaving without even glancing back, so determined. Yue Tianming continued to grumble until the turtle's figure disappeared beneath the water's surface. As was his nature, he rambled on, his complaints echoing like a woman's incessant chatter. You mentioned that when we return, I ought to be awarded a few banners, didn't you? With dolphins and turtles, I believe the title of model youth is undoubtedly deserved. Yes. Indeed, you are the most impressive. Is that satisfactory? Yin Xiaoxiao, not wishing to undermine his pride, decided to indulge him for a while, considering he had just performed a good deed. Do you think it's possible for us to catch a few dolphins and ride them out? If not, We could always sit atop a turtle's back, right? Yue Tianming's thoughts began to leap, leaving Yin Xiaoxiao in a state of bemusement. Why not discuss it thoroughly with your companions? Perhaps it could indeed work. Yin Xiaoxiao let out a quiet sigh, realizing, I understand now. This fellow is utterly carefree, untroubled by any situation. He has just filled his stomach and is already soaring in his thoughts. However, it is rather pleasant. At least he remains optimistic. Wait for me. I need to refine this plan a bit more. Could you help me ponder it? By the time Yue Tianming regained his senses, Yin Xiaoxiao had already walked quite a distance. In a flurry, he hurriedly gathered the discarded items, including food, and chased after her. The sun had finally begun to descend, its rays less harsh, as the two strolled along the beach, resembling a couple on holiday. One was tall and robust, while the other was slender and enchanting. Together with the surrounding picturesque scenery, they appeared particularly harmonious, except for Yue Tianming's incessant chatter. Eventually, the last two coconuts were devoured as the duo could no longer resist. Now, the foremost concern was the matter of water. We have walked for so long without encountering a single puddle. How do you suppose these plants survive on this island? Yue Tianming felt a rising urgency. Hunger was bearable, but the lack of water would render survival impossible within a few days. Even if there were underground water, the island was too vast for them to locate it. Yin Xiaoxiao also began to feel anxious. Strangely, despite walking along the coastline for at least half a day, they had yet to reach an end. From their current vantage point, the scenery appeared unchanged. The distant hills looked just the same, indicating that this island was indeed enormous. Why have I never heard of such a large island? Typically, larger islands are marked on maps, yet despite my numerous transoceanic flights, I have never encountered it. Yin Xiaoxiao queried in confusion. There's nothing difficult to comprehend. It has never been discovered, hence no records exist. Yue Tianming finally displayed a moment of insight. If that were the case, rescue teams would be unable to locate them unless they continually expanded their search area and remained persistent. As Yin Xiaoxiao spoke, her voice grew softer, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Why are you crying again? Do not fret. Once we find a suitable spot to start a fire, perhaps they will see us. Really? Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of losing hope. Absolutely. Trust me. A handsome man paired with a beautiful woman can hardly perish from hunger. The area ahead appears rather spacious. Shall we settle here? What do you think? All right, you decide. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a profound sense of despondency. Not far ahead, there indeed lay an expansive stretch, where the trees and coastline were separated by a distance of about 40 to 50 meters, devoid of any vegetation, only sand and gravel surrounding it. The ever-optimistic Yue Tianming, without hesitation, set to work. Arriving at the center of the open space, he rummaged through the collected refuse, scrutinizing it meticulously. What are you searching for? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. I'm looking for something to ignite a fire. All the wood nearby is damp. How can we possibly start a fire? Do you know how to start a fire by drilling wood? Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly recognized Yue Tianming's hidden talents. With an air of confidence, he thumped his chest, proclaiming, What can I do? I'm an ardent fan of both Bei Yi and Di Yi, never missing an episode of their videos. Starting a fire by drilling wood? Just leave it to me. It's a piece of cake. If they could indeed ignite a fire, the night would hold less fear. Perhaps it would even attract a rescue team. Yin Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming admiration for Yue Tianming. However, his old habits resurfaced, handsome for only a fleeting moment. Disheartened, he scattered the rubbish and sulked on the ground. What's wrong? Yin Xiaoxiao asked anxiously. There's nothing suitable to ignite a fire. What a waste. Yue Tianming replied in disappointment. What do you need? Yin Xiaoxiao, her flickering hope not wanting to extinguish so soon, probed further. Anything dry and fine that can easily catch fire, Yue Tianming answered, visibly deflated. Yin Xiaoxiao glanced around, and, suddenly, her eyes lit up. I have an idea. What idea? Yue Tianming asked, puzzled. Yin Xiaoxiao pointed to her head, raised an eyebrow, and flashed a mischievous smile. What do you mean? Burn you? Yue Tianming replied, utterly bewildered, nearly provoking Yin Xiaoxiao's ire. I'm talking about my hair. My goodness. Thank heavens, I don't have a heart condition. Huh. Oh. Yue Tianming finally grasped her meaning, but still tried to maintain his pride. I knew you meant your hair. It's just that I didn't want to part with your messy hairstyle. You're infuriating. Hand me the knife. Yin Xiaoxiao snatched the dagger, slicing through her hair with a swift motion, revealing a handful of dark tresses. Here, take it, she exclaimed, tossing it at him in frustration. Hey, I realize you look somewhat adorable with short hair. Get lost, and focus on starting the fire. Yin Xiaoxiao shot back, not in the mood for banter. It was truly exasperating to have such a teammate. As a girl, parting with her lovely locks was a painful sacrifice. Meanwhile, he continued to jest. If you can't start a fire, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. With the tinder in hand, Yue Tianming mentally retraced the steps he had seen in the videos on firemaking. He confidently approached the vicinity, gathering a considerable amount of semi-dry kindling. Selecting a relatively thick piece of wood, he used the dagger as an axe and struck it against a large stone, splitting it in two. He found a suitably thick wooden stick and sharpened one end, ready to commence his task. Yin Xiaoxiao observed his preparations with a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that this fellow was not merely boasting, but genuinely knowledgeable about the art of friction fire. Yue Tianming sat on the ground, securing the wood beneath with his foot, and fashioned a bundle of hair to wrap around the stick. Yin Xiaoxiao watched intently as he took a deep breath and turned to announce, "It's about to begin." His serious demeanor nearly caused Yin Xiaoxiao to wince. He chuckled a few times before truly starting. Rub, rub, I rub, rub, rub. Yue Tianming felt this endeavor was quite simple. So he hummed a rhythmic tune and vigorously began to rub the stick. 10 minutes passed. Wait, why is there no reaction at all? He pondered aloud, contemplating whether it was a matter of posture. He shifted to a kneeling position. Rub, rub, I rub, rub, rub. Another 15 minutes elapsed, and upon glancing down, he noticed the wood remained unresponsive, save for the hair, which was now a tangled mess. No, let me gather my thoughts. Can you really do this? Yin Xiaoxiao, who had initially watched with eager anticipation, was now feeling quite bored. Even a bit of smoke would indicate progress. Besides ruining my hair, what else have you accomplished? Don't rush me, I'm thinking. Yue Tianming had boasted confidently about his fire-starting skills. The posture? Should be fine, right? The wood? That should be correct too. The hair? Oh, I forgot to cut it into small bits. Realizing this crucial step, he slapped his thigh in excitement. This time, it will surely work. He hastily found something to cushion the hair, using a dagger as a makeshift knife, and commenced chopping. Watch, a small flame will appear any moment now. Yet, 20 minutes later, beads of sweat formed on his brow, and still, there was not the slightest spark, nor even a wisp of smoke. He could no longer maintain his composure, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Is it time to give up? Yin Xiaoxiao had lost interest long ago, and was now merely lamenting her hair. Wait, I saw in the videos, that bear and did it effortlessly. Why is it so quiet here? Is it because your hair is of poor quality? Your hair is the one that's lacking. If you don't like it, use your own. Yin Xiaoxiao watched in dismay as Yue Tianming recklessly sacrificed his own thick mane of hair, feeling an acute pang in her heart. Yue Tianming, engrossed in unraveling the key issue, did not engage in a rebuttal. Just as Yin Xiaoxiao felt her patience waning, he suddenly exclaimed, I've got it. What have you figured out? Yin Xiaoxiao jumped at his outburst. I understand now. Bear and are frauds. They deceived me. This method simply cannot start a fire. Oh my heavens. Yin Xiaoxiao felt on the verge of collapse. After all this time, that's what you concluded? If friction fire doesn't work, how did primitive people create fire? With a lighter. Let us abandon this endeavor and swiftly seek food and water. Yin Xiaoxiao resigned herself entirely. Who says it can't be done? I refuse to believe that such a trivial matter can thwart me. Yue Tianming's obstinate nature flared up. Then what do you propose we do? Could you spare me a bit of hair? Yue Tianming cast a guilty glance at Yin Xiaoxiao, whose once cascading locks now transformed into shoulder-length hair. More? I'm nearly bald. If you need hair, cut your own. I refuse to assist any further. Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of exploding with anger, regretting her trust in this boastful individual. At this rate, while the fire might never ignite, her transformation into a bald person seemed imminent. Without waiting for Yue Tianming to respond, she stood up and walked away, resolutely dismissing such an unreliable companion. If you won't give it, then so be it. It's not as if I lack hair, though it is a pity about my hairstyle. Yue Tianming took it in stride, resigning himself to the notion of being bald. However, the fire must be kindled. Beyond the issue of pride, the current circumstances demanded flames. With a dagger in hand, he cautiously began to cut his own hair. Once he felt he had enough, he resumed his efforts to create fire by friction. Initially furious, Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but stifle a laugh when she glimpsed Yue Tianming's current hairstyle. It nearly made her burst out laughing. A phrase came to mind that perfectly described his look, as if a dog had chewed on it. His head was a patchwork of black and white, presenting quite the avant-garde style. Yue Tianming continued his earnest efforts, determined in his mind. Damn it. Once I ignite this fire, I can boast to those fellows back home about having made fire with my bare hands. They'll be envious. Sweating profusely, he had no time to wipe his brow, exhausted. He dared not rest. Time slipped away, and Yin Xiaoxiao observed Yue Tianming's unwavering focus with a sense of admiration. If only he weren't so melodramatic. He would be quite to my taste. Yet, recalling Yue Tianming's various proclamations, that fondness quickly dissipated. 3 full hours passed, with Yue Tianming taking only brief pauses. Persistently engaged in his endeavor to create fire. One had to commend his tenacity. By this time, the sun had begun its descent. Yin Xiaoxiao glanced at the sky, a flicker of helplessness crossing her mind as she prepared to rise and search for a place to spend the night. Just then, She suddenly heard Yue Tianming burst into hearty laughter. Huh, I told you, such a trivial matter could never defeat me. We have fire. We have fire. Chapter 22. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Accompanied by Yue Tianming's boisterous laughter, the half-wooden piece in his hand began to emit wisps of blue smoke. Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, astonished that this fellow had actually succeeded. The shock and exhilaration of having fire were overwhelming. Is it really fire? Let me see. Let me see. Yin Xiaoxiao dashed over with remarkable speed, her face alight with excitement, and tears glimmering in her eyes. She was truly ecstatic. Fire. It was indeed fire. Once the initial thrill subsided, Yue Tianming wore a rather ostentatious expression, exuding an air of supremacy. How about that? Impressive, right? Such trivial matters cannot possibly confound me. He declared, Yue Tianming, you are truly remarkable. I always knew you would succeed. In Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes, Yue Tianming was nothing short of a divine being. To share this deserted island with a man of such caliber felt like a blessing from the heavens. Enough of your grandstanding. True excellence is recognized without the need for flattery, he mused. Though his proud gaze and the nearly triumphant curve of his lips revealed his enjoyment of Yin Xiaoxiao's admiring looks. Let us ignite a fire quickly. Once we have fire, we can prepare delicious meals instead of eating raw food. Yin Xiaoxiao, disregarding Yue Tianming's arrogance, could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of a cooked meal, saliva nearly pooling in her mouth. Huh, just wait. I'll conjure a roaring flame in no time. Yue Tianming boasted, lowering his gaze to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, panic gripped him. What are you searching for? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Oh no, he exclaimed, wishing he could slap himself for forgetting such an essential task. His old habit had resurfaced. He could never maintain his composure for long. He searched frantically, only to emerge empty-handed, a despondent expression on his face. I completely forgot to prepare the small twigs to ignite the fire. What now? I'll go gather some immediately. Yin Xiaoxiao responded, her heart racing. They could not let the precious spark go to waste. She dashed towards the edge of the woods, but before she could reach it, a cry from Yue Tianming echoed. It's gone. The fire is out. My little flame. Despite his efforts to blow on the embers, only a few charred remnants remained, scattered around, devoid of any flicker of flame. Yin Xiaoxiao felt as though her emotions had taken a roller coaster ride, soaring to a peak only to plummet instantly. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. If it doesn't work, I'll try again. Yue Tianming declared fiercely, clutching a piece of wood that bore several tiny holes. Evidence of his laborious attempts. Determined, he seemed intent on persevering with this piece of wood until the end. Rest assured, I have gained experience this time. In less than an hour, I will certainly produce a flame for you, he insisted, feeling the weight of Yin Xiaoxiao's gaze striking him repeatedly. He could not tolerate losing face in front of her. Today, he must ignite that fire. Yin Xiaoxiao gave a bittersweet smile, letting out a long sigh. The emotional highs and lows were truly taxing. Yet, seeing Yue Tianming's earnest determination brought her some comfort. Let him toil away, for he had nearly succeeded in creating fire. No, it should be said he had almost achieved it. Yue Tianming had begun to shear his own hair again. What little he had was quickly diminishing, teetering on the brink of baldness. Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling exasperated, proactively moved aside to prepare an assortment of slender twigs for him, lest he forget once more. Such teammates can be quite a headache. It is uncertain how long Yue Tianming will need this time. Yin Xiaoxiao intends to search around, hoping to find something useful. Even a piece of plastic sheeting would suffice to keep her warm at night. She scoured the edge of the woods, venturing about 50 meters away. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept past her, causing her to shiver in fright. How could there be such a cold wind on such a warm day? Turning back, she noticed Yue Tianming not far off, still seated on the ground, diligently persevering. She felt a sense of calm, following the direction of the cold wind, and bravely parted a dense thicket of grass. Lo and behold, a cave. It was quite spacious. However, as she glanced around, her excitement grew even more. Not merely because of the cave's presence, but because beside the cave's entrance, there was a shimmering pool of clear spring water. Though modest in size, approximately 2 to 3 square meters, the crystalline depths were irresistibly inviting. It had been nearly 2 days since she last had a sip of water, with only a few coconuts to barely quench her thirst. This discovery promised to sustain them for a longer duration, causing Yin Xiaoxiao's heart to race. Fire would soon be kindled, and now there was water. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. Yet, she soon composed herself. There was no need to panic. First, she should assess the water quality. What if it were seawater? Cautiously, she navigated through the thick grass to the edge of the small pond. Upon closer inspection, the clear water appeared even more alluring. Almost certain without testing, she believed it to be fresh water. Dipping her finger into it, she felt the icy coolness, a refreshing sensation that invigorated her spirit. Fresh water. It was indeed fresh water. They had water. Water. Ha ha. Yin Xiaoxiao could hardly contain her excitement, leaping joyfully and shouting. Yue Tianming, over 50 meters away, could not discern what she was exclaiming. All he caught were snippets of who and what. This woman was nothing but a distraction. Could she not remain still for a moment? Did she think he wasn't struggling enough? After mumbling a few words, he resumed his focus on the wood. Yin Xiaoxiao dashed back, her slippers having slipped off, but she paid them no heed as she flung herself onto Yue Tianming's back, still grinning. Hee hee. Ha ha. Are you out of your mind? Yue Tianming said, visibly annoyed, as his progress was interrupted by her exuberance. Water. 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 Yin Xiaoxiao stammered, her excitement overwhelming her. Who are you talking about? Have you discovered some animal? Water. I mean water. Drinkable water. Finally, she managed to catch her breath. What is so special about water? The ocean is full of it, Yue Tianming replied dismissively, but then his eyes widened. Water? Where is there water? I'm about to die of thirst. Over there. Right over there. A large pool. She exclaimed. I've tested it. It's fresh water. Hurry, take me there. Don't just stand there. Yue Tianming tossed aside the wood, and, pulling Yin Xiaoxiao along, hurried towards the direction she indicated. Chapter 23. The consequences of the outburst of the dung man. Yue Tianming's thirst far exceeded that of Yin Xiaoxiao. The meager amount of water on the leaves was primarily given to her, and even the coconut juice was reserved for her. He had endured without complaint for so long that he was nearing his breaking point. After just starting the fire, he had already perspired profusely. Upon hearing that there was water available, he felt like a wolf spotting a solitary maiden, his eyes gleaming with desire. When Yue Tianming arrived at the small pond, he disregarded all semblance of decorum and plunged his head into the water, drinking deeply like a ravenous beast. After a solid half-minute, he finally lifted his head, letting out a satisfying belch. Ah, that was bliss, he exclaimed. Then, with little regard for manners, he sprawled on the bank of the pond, eyes closed, savoring the refreshing sensation in his mouth. Yin Xiaoxiao understood his struggles and chose not to disturb him. She took a few steps away to avoid the contaminated water around his half-bald head, cradling some clear water in her hands, drinking and shedding tears. Why are you crying again? You cry when there's fire, and now that there's water, you still weep. If I were to die one day, I would definitely invite you to my funeral. You seem quite professional at this. He had nothing nice to say. Yin Xiaoxiao ignored his remarks and said between sobs, I have never found water to be so precious or so delightful. Fine, fine. Look at your little display. Stay here while I fetch a bottle. I had the foresight to know it would come in handy. Boasting, Yue Tianming rose to leave the thicket, but was called back by Yin Xiaoxiao. What do you need a bottle for? There's a ready-made cave here. Isn't it better to stay? Why return to that small cave? Ah, indeed. Why am I so attached to home? A true man treats the world as his home. What need have I for a wife? Come, my beauty, let us return home. With his thirst quenched, Yue Tianming's arrogance returned. How are you? Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head in disbelief, finding it difficult to respond. Your choice of words is rather exaggerated. I feel as though I am to become the chieftain's consort. Nevertheless, she obediently followed behind him, eager to explore this new abode. The entrance of the cave was spacious enough to accommodate a sedan, shrouded in darkness that obscured the depths, with the chilling breeze having just blown from within. I'm a bit frightened. Could you walk slower? Yin Xiaoxiao, who had always feared the dark, instinctively grasped Yue Tianming's hand as they approached the ominous opening. Fear not. I am here to protect you. Even if an elephant were to emerge, I would merely see it as a steed. Yue Tianming thumped his chest, striving to display his fearless spirit. However, this bravado did little to assuage Yin Xiaoxiao's concerns. The darkness was overwhelming. They ventured into the cave for a little over 10 meters, where the light began to fade. Perhaps we should turn back. This cave is too deep. Who knows what might lie within? Yin Xiaoxiao, aware of his boastful nature, sought to offer him an easy way out. She herself was reluctant to delve deeper, as the cold winds swirling inside were quite terrifying. Well, you said it. Let us exit then. Yue Tianming had long lost his confidence, merely maintaining a facade. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly felt his feet slip violently beneath him. Thud. What the hell? Are you all right? Yin Xiaoxiao hurriedly helped Yue Tianming up from the ground, noticing his grimace, as if he had taken quite a fall. Did you hurt yourself? Let me see. What do you mean, let you see? Yue Tianming felt utterly humiliated and was growing increasingly displeased. He touched his backside, feeling damp and sticky. With the light, he noticed a dark green mass clinging to his hand. Leaning in for a closer inspection, he exclaimed, Damn it! Who leaves their mess unflushed? Is there no sense of public decency? Yue Tianming was furious. It was indeed a substantial pile of excrement. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly recoiled, stepping back 2 meters while pinching her nose, her face twisted in disgust. You should wash that off immediately, she insisted, waving her hands as if to ward him off. You better not let me catch you, or I swear I'll make you pay. Muttering angrily, Yue Tianming prepared to head outside, his hands, backside, and back all covered in filth. As he passed by Yin Xiaoxiao, he nearly overwhelmed her with the stench. Just then, Yin Xiaoxiao cried out, "Ah, there's something in there." Without a second thought about Yue Tianming's foul odor, she sought refuge behind him. In a fit of anger, he turned around, brandishing his dagger, and shouted, "Who is there? Show yourself. You think this is a public restroom?" As he pivoted, he spotted two green glowing points in the depths of the cave, flickering in the darkness. Moreover, those green lights appeared to be approaching them, albeit at a leisurely pace. "Hey, you finally showed up. Come closer if you dare." Yue Tianming's temper found an outlet, brimming with defiance. With such small eyes, even if it were a beast, he felt assured it wouldn't be formidable. "Let us get out of here. What if it's a wild animal?" Yin Xiaoxiao's legs began to tremble, fear gripping her as if she might lose control. "I don't care what it is. Today, I'll teach it a lesson and reason with it," Yue Tianming declared boldly, his bravado still intact. However, before he could finish, the two green lights emerged from the shadows, startling him into a stammer. A massive lizard slowly came into view, its eyes the size of a baby's fist, fixated intently on them. This creature was over 2 meters long, and with its tail, it stretched to more than 3 meters. Its limbs were robust, and its sharp claws glimmered in the light. Covered in thick, bumpy skin, it sent shivers down the spine. A long, pale tongue flicked in and out, dripping a slimy saliva that fell to the ground. Yet, it halted about 7 or 8 meters away from them. It seems that they were attempting to ascertain the origins of these two humanoid creatures, having never encountered them before. Yue Tianming had lost his previous bravado. Clutching the only short dagger he possessed, his voice trembling as he spoke, "Brother, my little brother has just arrived in this esteemed place, and has come to pay his respects. I rushed here without a gift. I shall return now to fetch one." He slowly retreated with Yin Xiaoxiao. However, the massive lizard followed suit, advancing at a leisurely pace while maintaining a certain distance from the two. What to do? This creature clearly had a carnivorous inclination. Yin Xiaoxiao trembled as she inquired. Regret flooded over her. They should never have entered this wretched cave. Stay calm, stay calm. I have it under control. Let us proceed slowly." Without haste, Yue Tianming feigned composure, though his heart raced with terror. The limbs of this colossal lizard were thicker than his thighs. There was no way he could overpower it. And that gaping maw, larger than his own head. "What now, brother? Can we not part ways here? We can manage on our own." Chapter 24. Yue Tianming's courage. The two trembled as they retreated to the cave's entrance. But the lizard persistently followed, remaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters behind. It was over. From the looks of it, the creature intended to keep them for dinner. Yue Tianming lamented internally, realizing he should have heeded Yin Xiaoxiao's advice instead of trying to be the hero. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The lizard clearly had no intention of letting them escape. They were baffled as to why it had not yet launched an attack, which afforded them a moment to strategize. Yue Tianming was at a loss regarding Yin Xiaoxiao's thoughts. He felt utterly helpless. An idea suddenly struck him. If they merely continued to retreat, surely the great lizard would not object. If they could backtrack to the seaside, he mused, would the creature still be so formidable in the water? Alas, his plan was thwarted when Yin Xiaoxiao unexpectedly stepped on something sharp, letting out a startled cry, which she quickly stifled. But it was too late. The sound of her exclamation acted like a starting gun. The seemingly cumbersome lizard lunged abruptly, its speed astonishing as it opened its massive jaws, charging directly at Yue Tianming. "Run!" he exclaimed, pivoting sharply and pulling Yin Xiaoxiao to flee. Their pace was nothing short of a whirlwind. A tragic loss for the Olympics if they didn't compete in sprinting. While Yue Tianming might boast in other areas, he was undeniably adept at running. It was precisely his powerful legs that had allowed him to evade countless beatings, including those from his father. "Don't look back. Run toward the sea," he shouted to Yin Xiaoxiao, not daring to glance behind. He could distinctly hear the lizard's claws scraping the ground and its eager hissing, as if it were salivating over its two delectable targets. The clarity of those sounds indicated the lizard was right behind them, and they might meet their demise in an instant. Yue Tianming wished fervently for additional legs, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed. "Ah!" Yin Xiaoxiao screamed once more, being the closest to the lizard behind Yue Tianming. As I turned my head, I caught sight of the giant lizard's forked tongue, perilously close to licking my leg, sending a chill of terror coursing through me. The distance was merely 40 or 50 meters, and I could see that we were only 5 or 6 meters away from the shoreline. The creature's speed was evidently superior to ours, its enormous jaws already agape, poised to snap at Yin Xiaoxiao. "Yue Tianming!" Yin Xiaoxiao's piercing scream reverberated in Yue Tianming's ears, causing them to throb painfully. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he had no time to ponder. Gritting his teeth, he exerted immense force, swinging his arm with astonishing power. Yin Xiaoxio's body soared over his head, plunging directly into the ocean ahead. In that moment, her mind was a whirlwind. She felt as if the world were spinning, and then she plunged heavily into the water. Yet one thought lingered. She understood that Yue Tianming had acted to save her, but what would happen to him? Yue Tianming's swift action had significantly slowed his own escape. The giant lizard, having missed its bite, became more enraged, its limbs propelling it forward as it lunged at Yue Tianming. Knowing that Yin Xiaoxiao was momentarily safe, he could not afford to dwell on his own predicament. He executed a roll to evade the gaping maw of the beast. The lizard skidded to a halt, whipping its head sideways, preparing to attack once more. With a dagger still in his right hand, he threw it without a second thought. However, the once sharp blade merely pricked the thick hide of the lizard, leaving only a small mark. Fortunately, this action bought Yue Tianming a fleeting moment of respite. He quickly scrambled to his feet again, but with the lizard now between him and the shoreline, his paths of escape were severely limited. The creature seemed to recognize Yue Tianming as a formidable adversary and hesitated to strike, instead engaging in a tense standoff. As Yue Tianming shifted left, the lizard mirrored his movement. When he moved right, the lizard maintained its blockade. What to do? Panic began to set in. Retreat was not an option. Such a course would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Fleeing into the forest was also futile. The lizard's speed far surpassed his own, especially since he was barefoot. In that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao finally emerged from the water, spotting Yue Tianming alive, and immediately cried out, "Yue Tianming, run this way." Frustration welled up within him. "What on earth are you doing, woman? Can't you see I've just managed to keep this beast in check? Why provoke it?" This thought flitted through his mind, overshadowed by the lizard's renewed aggression, spurred by her voice. With no choice left, Yue Tianming bolted, but his only option was to retreat. The lizard quickly closed in, snapping its jaws at him. He remained vigilant, narrowly evading the creature's strike with a sudden turn. Wait, Yue Tianming observed something intriguing. While the beast possessed remarkable straight-line speed, it was slower in making sharp turns than he was. A realization dawned upon him. He decided to test this theory, sprinting a few steps to create distance, and then pausing to wait for the lizard to approach. "Yue Tianming, what are you doing? Hurry over here." Yin Xiaoxiao, frantically standing in the water, was on the verge of losing her mind. "Calm down and watch. Allow me to demonstrate something for you." Tianming versus the Great Lizard. No sooner had Yue Tianming uttered these words than the colossal lizard charged forth like a shadow. He accelerated suddenly, making a sharp turn. "Huh, did you see that? This rascal can't even touch me." Yue Tianming had begun to acclimatize to the rhythm of the giant lizard's attacks, and even had the time to retrieve his dagger. With another burst of speed, he dashed into the sea. "Oh dear, are you trying to frighten me to death?" It was only when Yue Tianming submerged in the water that Yin Xiaoxiao finally relaxed her anxious heart. "Could you refrain from such antics? What if something happens? What will I do alone?" As she spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Several times she had been too terrified to look, genuinely fearing that this reckless fellow would meet his demise at the jaws of the lizard. Despite his occasional annoyances, living was certainly preferable to death. All right, stop crying. I only did it to retrieve this knife. Without it, how shall we manage from here on?" Yue Tianming, though somewhat rough around the edges, concocted a makeshift excuse. Yin Xiaoxiao shot him a resentful glare before finally asking, "What do we do now?" Yue Tianming glanced at the giant lizard and realized that the beast had not given up. It lingered at the water's edge, its green eyes fixated on them, unwilling to relent. "What's the big deal? We can wade back. After all, this creature dares not venture into the water." Once out of danger, Yue Tianming's bravado resurfaced. "It seems we have no choice." Yin Xiaoxiao managed to catch her breath. Chapter 25. It turns out lizards can swim. Just as the two began to move, the giant lizard on the shore became alert and followed suit. "Hey, are you never going to give up?" Yue Tianming was incensed, having already entered the water. Why did it still pursue them? "You ugly beast, do you plan to come home with me?" He took several steps back, only for the lizard to mirror his movements. Its eyes bore into him, and its long tongue flicked in his direction, sniffing away. It seems you wish to engage in a battle of wills." Yue Tianming appeared to have an epiphany. "You should distance yourself a bit." Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao was uncertain of his intentions, but complied, waiting 10 meters away. Sure enough, the giant lizard remained on the shore, fixated solely on Yue Tianming, completely ignoring Yin Xiaoxiao. His earlier taunting had thoroughly enraged the creature. It seemed determined not to relent until Yue Tianming was consumed. "Damn it, you wish to challenge me, do you? Very well, just wait." Yue Tianming's fierce spirit ignited as he bellowed. "Xiaoxiao, I will draw this beast away. You go to the shore and retrieve our belongings. Then wait for me in the cave." Even at this critical juncture, Yue Tianming did not forget the pile of discarded items he had scavenged. "What will I do if you leave?" "I refuse to go. I want to stay with you." At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao could not bring herself to abandon Yue Tianming to his peril. Besides, he had put himself in danger to save her. If she were to shamelessly flee, how could they ever face each other again? Why must you be such a source of worry? If you wish to leave, then depart. I shall find my own way to escape. If need be, I will swim back, for I am the champion swimmer from elementary school. It is commendable that Yue Tianming has refrained from cursing. At such a juncture, your incessant chatter is quite exasperating. Were it not for Yin Xiaoxiao, whom he finds somewhat agreeable, he would have already unleashed his frustration. Yet still, cease with the hesitations. Obey my command. I shall not perish. Oh, how weary my heart feels. If I were back home, I would have already been driven to the brink of rage. While he has engaged in countless brawls throughout his life, he has never laid a hand on a woman. Yin Xiaoxiao, however, continues to argue. If you utter one more word, I shall drown myself, sparing you the trouble of driving me to my demise. Will you depart or not? I ask you once more, will you go? Yue Tianming, in a fit of urgency, shouted in anger. In truth, he himself harbored doubts about the feasibility of his plan. What if the giant lizard lost patience and plunged into the water? He had no knowledge of the lizard's behavior. Who could say if it could swim? Better to let one escape than for both to fall prey to the beast. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Yin Xiaoxiao's cheeks as she gazed at Yue Tianming's resolute demeanor from a distance of several meters, her heart heavy with sorrow. She began to lament her own choices, questioning why she had ventured into that cave. It would have been far better to return home directly after quenching her thirst. Now, she risked Yue Tianming's life all for her own sake. Yue Tianming, you must return alive. I shall await your return at home. Hurry and go. Stop with the unnecessary words. Yin Xiaoxiao's tender farewell only provoked another roar of anger from Yue Tianming. Ultimately, she departed, though she turned back repeatedly to catch a glimpse of him. As she left, Yue Tianming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He too began to walk in the opposite direction, while the giant lizard remained fixated on him, leisurely trailing him along the bank. After trudging through the water for a distance of about 100 to 180 meters, he could no longer see Yin Xiaoxiao from his current vantage point. Humph, that girl never listens. She constantly brings me trouble. However, she should be safe now. Let us not forget those precious belongings. With only Yue Tianming and the giant lizard remaining, he could now breathe a little easier. After all, being alone must enhance his chances of survival. You coward. Come into the water. Let us see if I don't vanquish you. Yue Tianming spat defiantly at the giant lizard. Yet, it was evident that the creature possessed remarkable patience as a hunter, lying quietly on the bank. It would only move if Yue Tianming did, otherwise remaining as silent as a log. This stalemate was untenable. He could not shake off this beast. Yue Tianming began to feel anxious. The giant lizard had been confronting him for over half an hour, showing no signs of retreat. Now, he faced only two choices: either confront the lizard on land or dive underwater to swim back. The first option was out of the question, as it was akin to walking to one's death. The second option, however, appeared to be a viable solution. Yue Tianming was not one to waste words. He acted upon his thoughts. Before departing, he couldn't resist mocking the giant lizard, declaring, "Just you wait, grandson. Once I have a proper weapon, I shall return to settle the score. Farewell." With that, Yue Tianming gradually waded into the deeper waters, then plunged beneath the surface. The giant lizard, sensing the shift, sprang up, scanning the sea's expanse for any trace of its prey. After approximately 2 minutes, Yue Tianming finally resurfaced from the distant waters. Observing the giant lizard still aimlessly searching, he couldn't help but chuckle and offer it an irreverent gesture. Alas, some things truly do repeat themselves. Yue Tianming remained trapped in the cycle of fleeting glory. The giant lizard, now aware of Yue Tianming's position, unexpectedly entered the water. This sight sent a jolt of terror through Yue Tianming. "You little rascal, you promised not to enter the water. Curse it, how can you swim so proficiently?" He barely had time to utter that exclamation before he noticed the lizard's back and head breaking the surface. Its swimming speed was not remarkable, but it was certainly faster than his own. He hastened towards the deeper waters, realizing that returning to shore was no longer an option. At its current pace, the lizard would surely intercept him before he could reach dry land. Yet, the direction of the deep waters was equally perilous. Despair began to consume Yue Tianming. Damn it! I've overreached. Even if the lizard cannot catch me, I will drown once my strength wanes. Yet there was no choice but to press onward. Every minute of survival was precious. It was over. It was truly over. He was destined to perish. His father's bathing palace awaited his return for inheritance, and he had yet to win over that charming flight attendant. So many regrets, and to die like this? Damn it, if I can't outswim you, I shall outlast you in holding my breath. Yue Tianming inhaled deeply and plunged downwards. Unbeknownst to him, the giant lizard followed suit, determined to pursue him relentlessly. If someone were to discover this predicament, they would undoubtedly erupt in outrage. Chapter 26. Rescued by a sea turtle in a dire moment underwater. Yue Tianming found it nearly impossible to open his eyes. He attempted several times, only to nearly choke on the water. Nevertheless, he persisted, striving to swim deeper. The giant lizard, equipped with a thin membrane over its eyes, was still able to track its target beneath the surface. Its massive tail and powerful limbs propelled it forward with a speed far surpassing Yue Tianming's. Oblivious to the looming danger, Yue Tianming could only silently pray, "Please, don't come near. I'm not ready to die just yet. Perhaps wait until I've drowned before you feast. Spare me the spectacle of a dramatic demise." Yue Tianming was gambling with fate, and it was evident that he was losing. The lizard was now a mere 2 meters away, and unable to open his mouth underwater. It readied its sharp claws to ensnare him. Yue Tianming could feel the tremendous turbulence of the water around him, signaling that the giant lizard was drawing near. He let out a silent sigh, resigning himself to fate, for on this deserted island, death was inevitable. An early release from this existence seemed preferable. He wished not to burden others. Just as the massive lizard's claws were about to make contact with his skin, an enormous object collided with it from an unexpected angle, sending the creature flying far away. The water around Yue Tianming thrashed violently, and he found himself crashing into something solid. A mouthful of seawater surged into his mouth, choking him and igniting a burning sensation in his throat. Having long reached the limits of his breath holding, he flailed helplessly, on the verge of sinking. The hard object beside him shifted, lifting him effortlessly and propelling him swiftly towards the surface. As Yue Tianming felt he was on the brink of death, the moment his head broke through the water, a rush of fresh air filled his lungs. He gasped repeatedly, regaining his composure after what felt like an eternity. It was only then that he realized he was sprawled atop a turtle's shell. The creature, a leatherback turtle with a carapace exceeding a square meter, was intently observing the surface of the water. The giant lizard had also resurfaced, seemingly assessing the colossal turtle. "Ah, it's you, old turtle," Yue Tianming thought, still trembling from his brush with death, but recognizing the turtle he had previously tended to. Good grief. Life's dramatic twists are truly exhilarating. That scoundrel has tormented me for too long, but now I have a companion to aid me. Old turtle, let us join forces to confront him. The turtle, however, seemed oblivious to his words, calmly floating on the surface, continuously adjusting its position to thwart any advances from the lizard. The lizard's agility in the water was clearly no match for the expert swimming skills of the turtle. After several tense minutes of confrontation, the lizard finally retreated, swimming languidly towards the shore. Yue Tianming felt a wave of discontent wash over him. "Brother, don't back down. Go after him. I'm talking to you. Could you at least respond?" He called out in vain. Hey, damn it. It appears you truly lack the intelligence of a dolphin." Frustration gnawed at him as he watched the lizard retreat to land. He sighed deeply. "Dear turtle, I am grateful for your rescue. But what now? Are we to drift aimlessly?" Before he could finish his lament, the turtle began swimming in the opposite direction, seemingly towards the beach where Yue Tianming had tended to its wounds. "Well, you do remember the way home. That's not too foolish of you." His spirits began to lift as he sat upon the turtle's back, admiring the vast ocean and humming a cheerful tune. The term carefree was truly apt for Yue Tianming. Soon, they reached shallow waters, and he leaped onto solid ground. "All right, old turtle, we shall part ways now. Our debts are settled." Just as he prepared to leave, the turtle gently clamped its beak around his ankle, not applying much force but refusing to let go. "What on earth? Have you developed an addiction to foot care?" Yue Tianming muttered to himself in bewilderment. Yet, he soon perceived an unusual phenomenon. The sea behind him was littered with an astonishing multitude of stones, no fewer than 20 or 30 in sight. Now fully comprehending the situation, he let out a wry chuckle. "Old turtle, you truly are something. Have you summoned your entire family?" Despite his simple-mindedness, Yue Tianming grasped the reality. This was a congregation of sea turtles, assembled expressly for him to tend to their feet. Watching the clusters of stones inch ashore, he noted their imposing sizes. The smaller ones, weighing 70 to 80 kilograms, were likely the grandchildren, while the heftier ones, tipping the scales at 1 to 200 kilograms, seemed to be from the parental generation. Among them, the largest sea turtle caught Yue Tianming's eye, nearly scaring him out of his wits. This colossal creature must be from the great-grandfather's lineage, he surmised. "Brother, you must weigh at least 500 kilograms. What delicacies do you feast upon to grow so massive?" Though Yue Tianming had no real conception of such weight, the enormity of this turtle transcended his imagination. The turtles formed a circle, with Yue Tianming standing at its center. He glanced around. Despite their varying sizes, they all bore a striking resemblance. Their intention was unmistakable. They demanded he commence the foot care immediately. May I propose something? Nightfall approaches swiftly. Could we perhaps return home first? I promise to provide thorough service to each of you, all right? Yue Tianming observed the sheer number of turtles and realized that even if he stayed awake all night, he could not finish the task. Moreover, a beautiful lady awaited him at home. Perhaps her eyes were already brimming with tears. She was terribly afraid of the dark, and he could not bear to leave her alone. Cautiously, Yue Tianming slipped through a gap in the circle of turtles. They, in tacit agreement, followed closely behind, moving slowly but inevitably along the single path. Resolute, Yue Tianming accepted the reality that he would not sleep that night, having promised to tend to the turtles one by one. The journey was brief, and soon he returned near his mountain cave. Before he could approach, the sound of Yin Xiaoxiao's sobbing reached his ears. Yue Tianming, you truly are a noble soul. To save me, you sacrificed yourself. I actually do not dislike you. It's just your foul mouth. Now that I am alone, what am I to do? Why are you so foolish? Courting death for yourself? If we die together, we shall have companionship on the road to the underworld. A sardonic, eerie voice suddenly emanated from behind Yin Xiaoxiao. A piercing scream shattered the silence within the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao, crouched on the ground in tears, was utterly terrified by the sound. Without turning, she snatched up a dog-beating staff and struck behind her. Yue Tianming deftly dodged with a slight flicker, chuckling. Haha, sister, your staff technique still needs refinement. Are you human or ghost? Yin Xiaoxiao, trembling, asked, what do you say? It's so difficult for me to walk alone. Let us go together. Yue Tianming wished to continue his playful antics, but the smile lingering at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Xiaoxiao discarded her stick and burst into tears. With her long, graceful legs, she rushed over in a few strides and embraced Yue Tianming tightly around the waist. You wretched man, why didn't you come back sooner? Do you know how worried I was? I thought. As she spoke, she began to sob uncontrollably. Unable to continue, Yue Tianming, held firmly in her embrace, gazed at Yin Xiaoxiao in his arms, feeling a wave of emotions. She had believed him dead, and he had shared that conviction at the time. However, after a brush with death, he had returned, invigorated. Silly girl, who do we think we are? Just a large lizard, and it dared to challenge me? No jest, had it not fled so swiftly. I would have surely pinned it to the ground for a night snack. The scene had been intense, yet it had taken him only a few punches and kicks to leave it in a pitiful state. The darkness of the cave had hampered his performance, allowing the creature to escape. Yin Xiaoxiao held him tightly, listening to his exaggerated tales, disdainful yet amused. Go ahead and boast, at least you are back. Hey, are you even listening to me? A little response would be nice. He complained again. And could you stop rubbing against me? Do you not realize the situation? Yin Xiaoxiao blushed deeply and quickly released her grip, suddenly aware that her previous actions had been rather intimate, causing her clothing to become disheveled. You scoundrel. Taking advantage of me and then making snide remarks. No wonder no woman likes you. Yue Tianming added. Look, this shirt of mine is now covered in your tears. How can I face the world like this? This guy is actually lamenting about his clothes, not mine. Whatever, at least you're back. I won't hold it against you this time. Her originally fair face bore traces of tears, with droplets still clinging to her eyelashes. Her large, fluttering eyes evoked sympathy. In the future, if something like this happens again, you cannot leave me behind, understood? She said, feeling wronged. This is called a strategic retreat, do you understand? If you don't step aside, how can I show my prowess? I almost forgot to tell you, I was merely 2 inches away from breaking its leg. Yin Xiaoxiao did not notice that Yue Tianming's tales became increasingly ludicrous, as if he were a celestial being come to save the world. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. It's good that you're back, just good that you're back. If you keep this up, you might as well be preparing to soar into the heavens. What is this? It was only then that Yin Xiaoxiao noticed a group of sea turtles trailing behind him. The turtles' slow pace had afforded Yue Tianming ample time to boast. Oh, these fellows have come seeking my expertise in foot care. It seems our reputation has spread far and wide. Cut it out. You truly are a master of exaggeration. Although Yin Xiaoxiao did not witness the event, she conjured an image in her mind. If all goes well, it must be these sea turtles that came to your rescue. However, your pedicure skills are indeed commendable. Otherwise, the turtles would not have gathered in such numbers. So what shall we do now? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. What else is there to do? Open the door for business and attend to each pedicure. Nevertheless, the thought of over 20 turtles waiting for him made Yue Tianming grimace. Cleaning a single turtle takes at least an hour, and with more than 20 here, it seems like a recipe for an all-nighter. Despite the weariness, there is a significant advantage. The barnacles clinging to these turtles, once removed, would be sufficient sustenance for both Yin Xiaoxiao and himself for 2 to 3 days. Very well. Let this be a business venture. After all, one must toil to earn a meal. It is certainly preferable to frolicking with the giant lizard in the water. Wait, What is this situation? Upon entering the cave, Yue Tianming noticed that, besides the litter, there were many pieces of wood and branches scattered about. I thought you wouldn't return, so I attempted to start a fire on my own, as I am afraid of the dark, Yin Xiaoxiao replied. Her voice tinged with grievance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. And how far along are you with that? Yue Tianming chuckled. Do I even need to ask? There's a piece of wood on the ground, with a few shallow indentations on it. If it weren't for Yue Tianming's keen eyesight, one might not even discern them. Over an hour has passed, and there has been no reaction whatsoever. I now truly believe that your ability to start a fire is remarkable. Yin Xiaoxiao spoke sincerely, having realized after her attempts how challenging it truly is to create fire by friction. Let alone an hour, even 10 more Wu Ti yield any results. Day by day? Foolishly, extend your hand, let me have a look. Without waiting for Yin Xiaoxiao's consent, Yue Tianming grasped her delicate hand to examine it closely. Yin Xiaoxiao tried to retract her hand with all her might, but her strength fell short. Having never lifted a finger at home, her palms were now flushed red, with several spots blistered. Oh dear! The sight of her hands filled Yue Tianming with a pang of compassion. Enough of this, let us cease this matter here. From now on, I shall handle all the laborious tasks, while you focus on feeding me, ensuring you become plump. I truly cannot believe that this wretched place could starve us. With a chuckle, Yin Xiaoxiao finally broke into laughter, though his rustic words of affection lacked charm. They were undeniably heartwarming. I can assist with chores as well. I am not a pampered heiress, overly delicate. Yin Xiaoxiao did not wish to be a burden to Yue Tianming, and intended to contribute in whatever capacity she could. Oh, is that so? Then you may venture outside to gather firewood, both thick and thin. Yin Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Shouldn't a reunion after such peril involve some heartfelt conversation? Just moments ago, he spoke so nobly, yet now he was sending her out to collect firewood. What are you staring at? It's nearly dark. Hurry and gather some firewood nearby, while I start the fire. Yue Tianming glanced at the astonished Yin Xiaoxiao, then at the darkening sky, clearly displeased. Very well, Mr. Yu. You truly are something. This lady shall now gather firewood and burn you, you heartless scoundrel. Yin Xiaoxiao, fuming, snatched her hand away from Yue Tianming and stormed out of the cave. Yue Tianming, carefree as ever, chuckled to the sea turtles. See that? That's a woman for you. Never easy to please. Just wait a bit longer. I'll start the fire and then tend to each of your feet. The sea turtles, for reasons unknown, all lay near the cave's entrance, neither looking up nor uttering a sound, leaving Yue Tianming feeling rather unamused. Of course the fire had to be kindled. Having learned the skill, he was determined not to spend another night in darkness. He sifted through the branches, selected a suitable one, and began to rub it diligently. Tell me, if I master this here, I become quite the expert at scrubbing when I return home? The sea turtles remained collectively silent. With my nimble fingers, wouldn't it be a shame not to try boxing? Still, the turtles offered no response. Had they understood him, they would have pleaded, could you hurry up and finish tending to our feet? We have to get home. Chapter 28. You tend the feet, I scrub the body. Practice makes perfect. This time, Yue Tianming kindled the fire with practiced ease. Having spent an entire afternoon rubbing sticks, he had gained some experience. When Yin Xiaoxiao returned, clutching a bundle of branches, smoke was already billowing. Sighing, she thought to herself, in such a forsaken place, one truly must rely on a man. Luckily, I found such a fool. Had it been some ill-intentioned man, my fate would have been far worse. Shaking off her thoughts, she gathered herself and entered the cave, dropping the firewood heavily to the ground. Enough, isn't it? She demanded, still simmering with anger. Who told this fool to disregard tender feelings? For now, that's enough. Go outside and fetch some large stones to surround the fire, Yue Tianming said without looking up, casually glancing at the firewood before issuing his next command. If you're capable, I'll go move the stones. Yin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Just you wait. When I find a big enough rock, I'll smash it on you, you great imbecile. You're driving me mad. Previously, Yue Tianming had selflessly stayed behind to cover their retreat, a gesture Yin Xiaoxiao deeply appreciated. Yet she could not ignore his foolishness and inconsistency. He had promised not to let her do heavy labor. But barely 3 seconds had passed before he reneged. One by one, Yin Xiaoxiao lugged stones into the cave, panting heavily, while the fool remained utterly absorbed in tending the fire. The smoke had thickened considerably, and the fire was nearly complete. Is that enough? What else is there to do? She asked, puffing out her cheeks and suppressing her irritation. If you're done, start cleaning the debris off our turtle friends' backs. I'll join you as soon as I'm free. Remember, don't move your heads or limbs. Leave those to me. I'm quite skilled. Here lies an opportunity to hone our skills. Once we emerge from this place, we shall open a quaint little establishment, a couple's shop, where you shall tend to pedicures while I take on the duties of bathing. It shall undoubtedly thrive. The fellow casually remarked. Are you truly so dimwit? Is this never-ending? Am I merely your subordinate? You expect me to tend to others' feet? Dream on. Fixing feet? How absurd. When night falls and you drift into slumber, I might as well end your existence with a swift strike. Yin Xiaoxiao could only harbor a few complaints in her heart as she picked up the dagger, seated beside the sea turtle, and commenced her pedicure duties. Frustration coursed through her as she overlooked a particular term used by Yue Tianming, couples shop. Before long, a hearty laugh erupted from Yue Tianming, followed by a sudden burst of flames illuminating the dark cave. This time, he had not forgotten to prepare the means to kindle a fire. One cannot stumble into the same pit twice, especially with a stunning beauty supervising nearby. Yue Tianming felt a swell of pride, oblivious to the countless curses Yin Xiaoxiao hurled at him in her mind. Stay there, keep an eye on the fire, tonight. We feast on roasted barnacles. Ha! Your skills are lacking. Look at how you've turned our turtle companion into a balding mess. You must clean and smooth it out. Presenting it in such a state would tarnish my reputation. Yue Tianming cast a disdainful glance at Yin Xiaoxiao's handiwork, seizing the dagger from her grasp to demonstrate his own expertise in foot care. At last, the fire blazed, and Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy, though not as fervent as her initial excitement upon witnessing flames, particularly with that bothersome individual nearby. I am not a professional pedicurist. How am I to know where to begin? Do you dare voice your objections? I have my own grievances. Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of madness from his incessant complaints. Sitting by the fire, she sulked, only to feel something thud against her head. Glancing sideways, she noticed an assortment of barnacles scattered on the ground. What are you staring at? Place them on the stone to roast. Is that not self-evident? Look at the state of this turtle you've mishandled. It's utterly grotesque. Despite her irritation, Yue Tianming seemed to have fully embraced his role as a pedicurist, oblivious to her discontent. Eat, eat, eat. You'll choke yourself. She cursed internally, her hands never pausing as she collected barnacles, placing them atop the stone, basking in the warmth of the flames as they awaited their culinary transformation. Yue Tianming's skills proved commendable. He worked swiftly and cleanly. The turtle's shell was soon impeccably prepared, yielding a bounty of barnacles. In no time, the cave was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Having gone 2 days without cooked food, Yin Xiaoxiao ceased her cursing of Yue Tianming. She fixated on the roasted barnacles, exuding steam infused with seawater and juices. The sight caused her to salivate uncontrollably. Go ahead and eat. Your saliva is wafting into my nostrils. Satisfy your hunger first, then come and tend to me. I cannot pause my work, otherwise I shall find no rest tonight. An hour had passed, and he had only managed to clean 1 turtle, while over 20 remained outside, patiently awaiting their turn. What? You expect me to feed you? Your imagination is rather fanciful. I consumed every morsel, leaving not a single piece for you. May you starve, you scoundrel. Yin Xiaoxiao declared her intention and proceeded to select the already roasted barnacles, cracking them open one by one with small stones. A cluster of succulent white flesh emanated an enticing aroma. As she took a bite, the exquisite tenderness and delightful texture filled her senses. How fragrant! Yin Xiaoxiao savored a mouthful, then deliberately began smacking her lips loudly, causing Yue Tianming to swallow repeatedly, enticed by her indulgence. How could this girl disregard her image when eating? Was she perhaps the reincarnation of a starving ghost? My friend merely intended to be polite. Yet this foolish girl did not take the initiative to share even a few morsels with me. His pride compelled Yue Tianming to labor diligently, hoping that Yin Xiaoxiao would soon be satiated enough to feed him. However, this gluttonous beauty had resolved to consume as much as she could, determined to persist even when she could no longer eat. If she thought I would feed her, she could wait until dawn. I wondered how long she could endure. Poor Yue Tianming was laboring away, while the beautiful Yin Xiaoxiao munched away behind him. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 full hours, Yue Tianming had become quite adept, having processed 7 or 8 sea turtles. At this rate, he should be able to finish before dawn and even catch a short nap. However, his stomach had protested countless times, and only when he could no longer endure did he realize that there was no sound behind him. Turning around, he was nearly driven to madness. What on earth? Is there a more incompetent teammate than you? Chapter 29. Gnawing on a big pig's trotter scattered around the campfire were numerous empty shells, beginning to form a small mound. Then, he observed Yin Xiaoxiao, utterly unrefined, clutching her stomach, fast asleep on the ground. Sister, it's one thing to drool, but I have already witnessed that last night. Yet, dear sister, your belly is distended. Just how much have you consumed? 7 or 8 sea turtles, each housing at least 200 or 300 barnacles. That totals to 1,000 or 2,000. Even if the meat is scant after shelling, it is still meat. After all the hard work I put into pampering you, and you have the audacity to fall asleep? To describe your lack of grace would be an insult to such a beautiful phrase. Yin Xiaoxiao? Yue Tianming called out in frustration. The drooling girl remained utterly unresponsive. I cannot believe it. You feast to your heart's content, and then sleep. Are you a pig? Pigs are more alert. At least they can grunt a few times. Though he cursed internally, life must go on. Yue Tianming, concerned she might catch a chill, kindly removed his only outer garment and gently draped it over Yin Xiaoxiao. Yet, not even 10 seconds had passed before she, likely too warm in her slumber, unceremoniously tossed it aside. Fine, you are truly something else. I shall no longer concern myself with you. Returning to the sea turtle, Yue Tianming sat down, irritated, and remarked, You see, this is women for you. In the future, choose your partner wisely. The sea turtle, perplexed, could not comprehend his words, as it was savoring the ongoing pedicure. An exceptionally adorable creature extended its large head, nuzzling against Yue Tianming, seemingly urging him to hasten his pace. I know, no need to rush. The podiatrist is human too, and possesses his own temperament. He complained before resuming his work with the knife. There was no option but to continue laboring. Those barnacles had been consumed by Yin Xiaoxiao, and he needed to excavate anew. The sun had long since dipped below the distant horizon, and a crescent moon, resembling a silver hook, hung gracefully in the sky. The sea was adorned with shimmering ripples, conjuring new waves that crashed against the shore. The moonlight cast its glow upon the cozy little cave, where a figure was diligently toiling away for a morsel to eat. By the time Yue Tianming savored the first mouthful of steaming, delicious barnacle, the hour was already deep into the night. After an entire day filled with myriad events, he was utterly exhausted. Were it not for a promise he had made, he would have succumbed to slumber long ago, especially with a dozen sea turtles eagerly awaiting his return. With several hearty bites of barnacle meat, Yue Tianming replenished his strength. A wave of fatigue began to wash over his mind, and he finally understood the truth. Being satiated truly induces drowsiness. He merely intended to close his eyes for a few seconds of respite, leaning gently against the cave's interior, before drifting into a deep sleep. The sea turtles, in perfect harmony, remained at the cave's entrance, unwilling to leave. After all, this fellow had fallen asleep without completing his work. As the night wore on, the campfire's glow began to fade. The temperature in the cave dropped, yet the atmosphere remained warm. Yue Tianming's snores seemed to guide Yin Xiaoxiao, who, in her dreams, turned several times before nestling into his embrace. When the morning sun's rays pierced through the cave, the sea turtles were already awake, while the pair, still entwined, slept on. However, their positions had shifted unexpectedly. At this moment, Yue Tianming found himself clutching Yin Xiaoxiao's feet, wearing a satisfied expression, his lips curling into a smile that suggested he was quite content in his dreams. So fragrant, he mumbled in his sleep, chuckling softly. Yin Xiaoxiao felt an unbearable tickling sensation at her feet, and finally awoke. As she opened her eyes groggily, the scene before her rendered her speechless, her mind momentarily blank. For there was Yue Tianming, grinning foolishly, mouth agape, tongue extended, targeting her toes. You pervert! Yin Xiaoxiao finally snapped out of her stupor. She shouted, delivering a fierce kick to Yue Tianming. Ouch! He exclaimed, as the force of her kick propelled him half a meter away. Rubbing his head, he sat up to see Yin Xiaoxiao still brimming with indignation, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What on earth are you doing? He protested, having been abruptly roused from a pleasant dream. Did you even realize what you were about to do? Yin Xiaoxiao, flustered and furious, demanded. What was I going to do? I am currently lost in a dream, preparing to feast on a succulent pig's trotters. Yue Tianming scratched his head. The thinning hair on top was a disheveled sight. He tidied up the remaining strands slightly. Pig's trotters? How could you say such a thing? You dare to liken my delicate feet to mere trotters. Just a moment ago, I was salivating. Had I awakened any later, your lecherous intentions would have prevailed. Surely, you cannot be pretending, seeking to take advantage of me, can you? It is indeed pig's trotters. I tell you, they are utterly delectable. That alluring aroma lingers in my memory. This fellow shamelessly twitched his nose a few times, as if truly enchanted by the scent. Silence. I could scarcely contain my urge to kick you again. This matter could not be further elaborated upon. She could only swallow her indignation. Yet, she secretly resolved to be more cautious around Yue Tianming in the future. Today, it was merely a nibble on the feet. What of tomorrow? The day after? Who knows what he might attempt next? Where are you going? Yue Tianming was still savoring the moment when he noticed Yin Xiaoxiao, puffing with indignation, rising to leave the cave. I am going to wash my feet. No, mind your own business. You are not allowed to follow. Yin Xiaoxiao was utterly exasperated with him, striding directly toward the seashore to wash her feet earnestly. A troubling premonition nagged at her. Was that scene she had just awoken to truly the conclusion? What if, perchance, someone had already taken liberties with her? With such thoughts, She felt a mix of anger and shyness as she repeatedly washed her feet in the sea. TCH, this is all your fault. I was finally enjoying a good sleep. And you interrupted me. What did I say? He muttered complaints within the cave, with only a few sea turtles as his audience. Alas, I overindulged last night. There's no water to drink. The cave held only a bunch of bananas. Oh no, the fire is out. Yue Tianming quickly rummaged through the ashes, cautiously searching for embers. Ah, thank goodness. At the very bottom, a small piece of wood still emitted a faint wisp of smoke, retaining considerable heat. He hastily gathered some scraps of wood shavings to rekindle the fire. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao returned, but she bore an additional item in her hand. Irately, she tossed it to him. I just found this on the water's surface. What is it? I don't know. I didn't look. Didn't you say to pick up any trash you see? Yue Tianming glanced at the small box, wrapped in a layer of black plastic. Adorned with a few circular designs but devoid of any text, a remarkably simplistic design. Crucially, it had not taken on any water, which allowed it to float. However, upon unwrapping it, he gasped, is this a gift from the heavens? Chapter 30. The little sister sends a token of affection. Yue Tianming's astonishment piqued Yin Xiaoxiao's interest. Earlier, while washing her feet by the sea, she had seen this object floating by, and upon shaking it in her hand, she noticed it hadn't taken on any water. So she decided to bring it back. However, upon closer inspection, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. This Leichier dares to call it a gift. A gift indeed. This is clearly a tool for nefarious deeds. The crux of the matter lies in the audacious Yue Tianming, who unveiled a smaller package from within, thin, measuring a mere 4 centimeters square, adorned with a multitude of colorful circles. Beneath it, a line of inconspicuous small text declared, "Safety is with me. Accompanying you all the way." What do you think this is? Yue Tianming brandished the small package, waving it in front of Yin Xiaoxiao. I have no idea. Perhaps it's a hair tie. However, with my hair now short, I have no use for such a thing. It should be discarded immediately. Yin Xiaoxiao found herself filled with regret, lamenting her impulsive decision to retrieve it. Though she remained a young woman who had never used one, she instantly recognized the nature of this peculiar item. What calamity might befall it in Yue Tianming's hands? Could anything good come from it? No wonder he referred to it as a gift from the heavens. It epitomizes the shamelessness of men. Throw it away? What a waste. This item has great utility. Upon hearing this, Yue Tianming immediately protested, adding, consider this. We are stranded on a remote island with deplorable sanitary conditions. If we continue like this, trouble is inevitable. With this, our safety increases significantly. Yue Tianming, are you ever going to cease this? Have you been plotting this from the very beginning? Oh, I see now. You were merely feigning ignorance, waiting for this moment, desiring something while shirking responsibility. Am I right? I detest you. You lecherous fiend. How shameless. Yin Xiaoxiao raged. Her fury overwhelming. Yue Tianming was taken aback. Is it really that serious? It's just a box of disposable gloves. How does this involve me? Are you still irritable from waking up? How exasperating. Gloves? Disposable gloves? Yin Xiaoxiao swiftly snatched a packaging bag, tore it open, and indeed found it to be disposable gloves. What else could it be? After a prolonged silence, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Oh heavens! Please grant me a crevice to hide in. I am utterly mortified. Alternatively, let me plunge into the sea. How can there be such packaging? It's clearly, oh, I understand." Yue Tianming finally grasped the situation. Silence. No more words. Speak again, and I shall turn hostile. As a young woman, Yin Xiaoxiao's first association with such packaging was that of rubber bands, while Yue Tianming had not thought along those lines. It seemed her thoughts were rather unwholesome in comparison. With a suppressed chuckle, Yue Tianming realized just how mischievous she was. In broad daylight, her thoughts wandered, igniting a stir in his own heart. It occurred to him that if a box of rubber bands were indeed present, it might prove useful in the future. Pondering this, he felt his cheeks flush. Quickly attend to your feet. Others are eagerly waiting. Yin Xiaoxiao playfully scolded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Hee. Look at the urgency in her demeanor. Did you see that? This fellow is even conversing with a sea turtle. Get lost. Go and groom your feet. Came another irritated retort. Come on, brothers, follow me to the beach. Today, your esteemed Minggu is in high spirits. After your pedicure, I shall treat you all to a bath, a complete service. Let us go. Indeed, it is remarkable that these sea turtles have taken a liking to Yue Tianming. As he stirs, they follow suit. It appears that the expertise of a professional foot care specialist is truly well-deserved. Sitting upon a large rock by the seaside, Yue Tianming finds himself inexplicably elated. His hands are in constant motion as he hums a cheerful tune. The little sister sends her lover to the seaside, asking how long my Minggu will be away. Whether he returns or not depends on the sea turtles. Fear not, little sister, for Minggu will roast barnacles for you. A classic rendition of The Little Sister since her lover takes shape under his playful interpretation, exuding the essence of a DJ's lively performance. Yin Xiaoxiao, listening to his off-key singing, nearly loses her composure. With no outlet for her frustration, she hurls wood into the fire, sending sparks flying. Yet, he continues his song. Little sister, do not fret, your brother will return. Inquire how many sea turtles remain. There are plenty, and barnacles are abundant. You may feast to your heart's content. If only I had a knife in hand, I'd teach you a lesson. The tormenting melody persists for a good half hour, allowing Yue Tianming to amass a substantial collection of barnacles. With a bottle brimming with barnacles, he winks at a nearby sea turtle. Just as he revels in his triumph, a loud shout interrupts. Hey, who told you to eat? I worked hard to help you with your feet, and you're taking more than your share. The sea turtle swiftly retreats into the water. Wait a moment. Food will come soon. These turtles are so unreliable. Yue Tianming finds himself in a flurry of activity. Stay there. I'm not hungry. Yin Xiaoxiao's irritated voice echoes from the cave. Surprisingly, Yue Tianming refrains from retorting or making a sound. As if entranced, he stands, eyes fixed on the trees beside the cave, even drooling slightly. Chapter 31. Battle with the Wild Boar. Hee. The heavens truly favor me. Yue Tianming continues to grin foolishly. What do you see? In the face of unusual circumstances, Yin Xiaoxiao grows puzzled, wondering if he has stumbled upon another treasure. Don't move. Just stand there while I prepare a delectable pig trotter for you. Cautiously, Yue Tianming edges closer to the trees, wary of scaring off the wild boar. Yin Xiaoxiao, now aware of strange sounds outside the cave, hears grunting not far away. Could it be there really is a pig? Yet, she recalls how Yue Tianming had once treated her foot like a pig trotter. But now is not the time for disputes. She can only simmer in her annoyance. The wild boar is not particularly large, weighing perhaps 60 to 70 pounds, its tusks only as long as a finger, indicating its youth. It is precisely because this boar is still a juvenile that Yue Tianming contemplates the idea of hunting it. Had it been an adult, he would have fled long ago. As the old saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. In the depths of the forest, the wild boar reigns supreme, and when unprepared, hunters can do nothing but flee in despair upon encountering one. Moreover, wild boars are social creatures, and a sudden charge from a group would instill fear in anyone. Yue Tianming cautiously approached a solitary wild boar, his dagger itching to strike. However, a distance still lay between them, and he soon realized that the boar was particularly intrigued by something on the ground. The creature busily nudged the earth with its snout. As he drew closer, Yue understood that the boar was foraging for discarded barnacle shells, remnants recently tossed out by Yin Xiaoxiao from the cave. Ah, this pig has a discerning palate. It knows the delights of cooked food, he mused, a thought that seemed to echo Yin Xiaoxiao's nature. Yet, it mattered little, after all. The girl's eating habits were rather piggish as well. The wild boar remained fixated on the shells, which emitted an unusual aroma. It was only when Yue was within 5 or 6 meters that the boar abruptly lifted its head, its small eyes widening in alarm as it let out a threatening grunt. Easy now, my porcine friend, stay still. I have treats for you, Yue coaxed, tossing a few barnacles towards the creature. Startled, the boar dashed a few meters away, but Yue chose not to advance further, allowing the boar to relax slightly. Cautiously, it approached the barnacles, sniffing them before deciding to dig with its hooves. Ah, so you're a picky eater, refusing the raw ones? You're a far cry from Yin Xiaoxiao, Yue remarked softly, then called out, Xiaoxiao, toss all the barnacle shells from the cave and lead it towards the sea. Yin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, exasperated by his antics. Yet, the prospect of tasting pork was indeed enticing. After all, barnacles could hardly satisfy hunger. Overindulgence would dull their appeal compared to the savory allure of pork. Gathering a large handful of empty shells, she flung them forcefully from the cave. Yue, witnessing her efforts, could only lament inwardly. Did you feast so heartily last night that your strength now lies in slumber? The barnacles scattered chaotically across the ground, mere meters from the cave's mouth. At such a distance, the wild boar could easily dart back into the forest, rendering their efforts futile. As Yue slowly retreated, granting the boar space, he prepared to intercept its escape route. To his surprise, the boar seemed particularly drawn to the roasted barnacles, moving toward them with intent. It sampled one, then another, inching further from the forest's edge. Observing the boar's path, Yue knew that if he did not act soon, it would surely flee after savoring each morsel. He stealthily circled to the blind spot of the boar, refraining from further chatter. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt forward, dagger poised. Just as he closed the distance, the boar sprang into the air, its hind legs kicking out and fortuitously deflecting the blade. The wild boar possessed formidable strength. Yue Tianming struggled to maintain his grip, and the dagger was swiftly kicked away. Provoked by this, the boar's ferocity intensified. With a swift turn, It aimed to strike Yue Tianming with its tusks. Should it manage to gore him, even if not fatal, the injuries would be grievous. Yue Tianming, seasoned in combat, reacted with alacrity, seizing the boar's tusks firmly with both hands. The boar, no pushover, flexed its muscular frame, locking in a fierce struggle with Yue Tianming. On the sandy beach, man and beast tumbled relentlessly, sand swirling and ascending into the air. Yin Xiaoxiao, witnessing the scene, was filled with anxious concern. "Be careful," she exclaimed, her voice betraying her distress. Ordinarily, she would avoid even a domestic pig, so this chaotic confrontation left her utterly flustered. "Good grief. This woman is all talk and no help," Yue Tianming muttered irritably as he grappled with the boar. "Find a stone or a stick to strike it with. Damn you, beast. How dare you kick my thigh? Today, I swear I'll end you," he growled, seizing an opportunity to maneuver behind the boar. Clasping its tusks tightly, he squeezed with his legs around its belly, striving to subdue the creature. The boar's strength was immense, thrashing wildly on the sand, intent on dislodging Yue Tianming. Yin Xiaoxiao scanned the cave anxiously for something suitable, but all the stones lay near the fire, too hot to handle. Only a pointed dog-whacking stick seemed apparent. She snatched it up and dashed from the cave. However, the chaotic tussle on the beach made it difficult to intervene. "Don't move. What if I stab you?" she urged anxiously. "Who's moving? It's the pig. Hurry up. I'm losing strength," Yue Tianming urged, more desperate than her. He had underestimated this boar, a muscular man of 180 pounds struggling to control a 60 to 70-pound beast. Pressured and flustered, Yin Xiaoxiao finally seized a moment, closed her eyes, steeled her resolve, and drove the stick in with force. Both Yue Tianming and the boar cried out simultaneously. "Aim better. You hit my rear," he shouted, opening her eyes. Yin Xiaoxiao saw the tip of the stick grazing Yue Tianming's buttocks, piercing straight into the boar's anus. Before she could react further, the boar went berserk, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. It violently thrashed its body, hurling Yue Tianming through the air. Turning swiftly, its beady eyes fixed mercilessly on Yin Xiaoxiao. With a sudden charge, it lunged directly at her. Terrified, she stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the boar barreling toward her, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. The boar's powerful limbs kicked up a whirlwind of sand as its short, thick tusks neared Yin Xiaoxiao's body. The tusks were now merely half a meter away. If they pierced her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Xiaoxiao was utterly terrified. Her eyes shut tight as she awaited her fate. In her final moments, her thoughts were consumed by one person. "Yue Tianming, you scoundrel. Why did you insist on eating pig's trotters?" Just as despair engulfed her, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the wild boar. Suddenly, Yin felt as though she had been struck by a massive stone, her body violently pushed aside. Though the pain was excruciating, she could only let out a few muffled groans. After a long pause, sensing the stillness around her, she dared to open her eyes, only to find herself smeared in blood. Yue Tianming, just a meter away, was utterly spent, unable to rise, clutching a bloodied stick in his hand, gasping for breath with a look of lingering fear. Where did the wild boar go? Yin Xiaoxiao frantically scanned her surroundings. The beach bore a foul trail of blood, but the wild boar was nowhere to be seen. "Hey, can you please show some concern for me? The boar has long fled." Yue Tianming was exasperated. Had it not been for his last-minute grab of the stick, the boar would not have changed its course. It merely nudged her with its rear. Otherwise, she would have been gravely injured. Now safe, she was more worried about the pig's whereabouts than his well-being. "How on earth should I know where it went? I'm so sorry." At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao remembered that it was indeed Yue Tianming who had saved her, and she had inadvertently jabbed him in the rear. "Are you all right?" "Of course I'm not all right. Quickly check, it hurts terribly," he retorted, feeling a burning sensation in his backside. The urgency of the situation had masked his pain, but now, as he relaxed, it felt as though he had been struck in a most sensitive area, and the agony was overwhelming. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Yin Xiaoxiao approached him, who was still sprawled on the ground, grimacing in discomfort. "Ah, you're bleeding." Panic set in as she noticed a large pool of blood staining the back of his underwear. "Oh no, this is terrible. My innocence has been compromised." He had never anticipated such a turn of events, with one brother still a bachelor while another had lost his virginity. What do we do now? Faced with the alarming sight of blood, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a rush of anxiety and hesitated to inspect his wound, torn between fear and embarrassment. This was truly poetic justice. The very person who once teased her about a snake bite on her rear was now suffering a mishap of his own. "Stop dawdling and check if it's serious." "Oh, it hurts like hell. Then bear with it while I take a look." After all, it was Yin Xiaoxiao who had inadvertently caused this, and she felt a sense of responsibility. With trembling fingers, she lifted the edge of his underwear for a fleeting glance, quickly dropping it back down upon seeing the blood. "Ah, The waistband snapped back, and that made you cry out again. What is the state of affairs? Will your rear end be all right? Yin Xiaoxiao felt remorseful for not having seen clearly before. Are you messing with me? He exclaimed. Don't rush me. Let me look again. Watching the anxious and frustrated expression on Yue Tianming's face, Yin Xiaoxiao reluctantly set aside her embarrassment, furrowing her brow and wearing a sorrowful look. She gently pulled down Yue Tianming's underwear. His backside was marred with bloodstains, prominently displaying a deep groove running from the coccyx downward. Fortunately, a sigh of relief escaped Yin Xiaoxiao's lips. It seemed there were no serious injuries. Merely a layer of skin had been punctured. Had it deviated even slightly, not only would his dignity have been at stake, but they might have ended up referring to each other as sisters. Have you seen enough? Are you planning to recover your losses? Yue Tianming suddenly noticed that she was staring intently at his rear, and the sensation was exceedingly awkward. His reminder brought Yin Xiaoxiao back to reality, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Stammering, she concluded that it should be nothing serious, just a minor abrasion. Oh dear. That scared me. I thought it was much worse. I mean, you should be more careful next time. Don't let the pig's trotters go unrewarded while you take off a chunk of the hindquarters. Hindquarters? Yin Xiaoxiao was puzzled. It means the pig's backside. How uncultured. Quick. Fetch me some seawater to disinfect. At that, Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Pig's backside, quite a vivid description. You truly are a robust pig. With the thrilling escapade of capturing the pig behind them, Yin Xiaoxiao relaxed and reluctantly went to fetch water from the sea. Meanwhile, Yue Tianming lay on the beach, exposed. Still in the mood to survey the surroundings. He contemplated the whereabouts of wild boars, but instead, he was met with a sight that ignited his fury. You ungrateful lot. Where were you when I was battling? Now you show up. He hurled insults at a group of sea turtles. The turtles, innocent bystanders throughout the ordeal, would have retorted. Are you blind? Do you truly think we could outrun or confront a wild boar with our appearance? Attention, the seawater is coming. Yin Xiaoxiao returned with the ocean water. Glancing at Yue Tianming's rear, she muttered under her breath. How shameless. Are you sunbathing your backside? Despite her annoyance, she felt a sense of responsibility since it was her doing. As the cool seawater splashed onto Yue Tianming's body, he let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, it hurts. You're a grown man. Can't you endure a bit? Endure? Why don't you try it? Let me poke you and see how it feels. Get lost. Yin Xiaoxiao immediately thought of something inappropriate. Without hesitation, she poured the entire contents of the bottle over his rear, eliciting another blood-curdling scream that echoed along the shore. After several rounds of this, they finally rinsed away the bloodstains. A faint groove remained, still seeping blood. All right, you can put on your clothes now, Yin Xiaoxiao said, exasperated. Put on what? With the sun shining, I should let the ultraviolet rays disinfect it. The sooner it scabs over, the better, Yue Tianming insisted, planning to remain as he was until he stopped bleeding. After the recent commotion, he was indeed exhausted and in need of a respite. Yin Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss with him and prepared to turn back to the cave. However, upon noticing the bloodstains smeared all over her body, remnants of the wild boar's attack, she glanced at the motionless Yue Tianming on the ground and declared, I'm going over there to wash up. You stay put and don't come near, understand? Yue Tianming did not respond but waved his hand, signaling her to hurry along and not obstruct his sunbathing. After walking a few paces, Yin Xiaoxiao discovered a massive rock that could shield her from any prying eyes and felt reassured enough to begin her cleansing ritual. Chapter 33. The Wild Boar King Seeks Revenge. It had been 3 days since her last bath, and her body was a cocktail of sweat mingled with the scent of seawater, nearly crusting with salt. The addition of the wild boar's foul blood was simply unbearable. Fortunately, the boar's unfortunate assailant was incapacitated, granting Yin Xiaoxiao a modicum of peace. She placed her clothes atop the nearby rock and began to splash water, diligently scrubbing herself. The gentle sea breeze caressed her, and the sun hung low in the sky, punctuated by occasional calls from seagulls. The scene, enhanced by her beauty bathing, was nothing short of idyllic. Glancing occasionally from behind the rock, she spotted Yue Tianming still basking in the sun, allowing her to wash with renewed confidence. At least you know to keep your distance, otherwise, I would have surely dealt with you. Yet, recalling a fleeting glimpse of something she ought not to have seen while tending to her wounds, her cheeks flushed crimson, lost in her thoughts as she cleaned herself. About 10 minutes had elapsed when Yue Tianming's voice broke the tranquility. Yin Xiaoxiao, where are you? His tone carried an unusual note. Humph, you lecherous wolf. No chance of you sneaking a peek. She chose to ignore him. Yin Xiaoxiao. Yue Tianming resorted to shouting, but alas, silence met his call. Damn it. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed, and without warning, he emerged atop the enormous rock, having navigated the water. Ah! A startled scream escaped Yin Xiaoxiao as she quickly crouched down, submerging as much of herself as possible, leaving only her beautiful back exposed. What are you doing here, you shameless cad? Turn around at once. In a panic, Yue Tianming, equally flustered, had caught a glimpse of the breathtaking sight before promptly dismissing those thoughts. With a serious expression, he exclaimed, "Enough of this. Get out of the water. The wild boar is back for revenge." Yin Xiaoxiao, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events, focused on shielding her modesty while muttering curses at Yue Tianming. "Oh dear. You are such a troublesome woman," he grumbled, feeling a sharp pain on his backside. Without further ado, he leaped into the water, scooped Yin Xiaoxiao up, and dashed toward the rock. "Put me down, you lecherous brute. I knew you had ulterior motives. If not for Yue Tianming's considerable strength, she might have indeed escaped his grasp." Yue Tianming bellowed, "Stop that incessant calling and look for yourself." Yin Xiaoxiao finally sensed something amiss in Yue Tianming's demeanor and glanced down. Not far away stood an enormous wild boar, its colossal tusks measuring nearly a foot in length and weighing at least 500 pounds. With a body length nearing 2 meters, it was both tall and robust, its powerful front hooves relentlessly digging into the ground, snorting audibly from its nostrils. Trailing behind were several smaller wild boars, one of which was the injured boar that had fled earlier. What is happening? Yin Xiaoxiao felt a surge of panic. Even a single juvenile wild boar had posed a significant threat to the two of them, and now there were 5, 1 large and 4 smaller ones, lurking beneath the rocky outcrop. What should they do? It is evident. You provoked its young, and now the entire family has come to confront you. Yue Tianming silently rejoiced that he had not succumbed to sleep despite the pain in his rear. Had he dozed off, he would likely have been gored to death by the wild boar by now. Upon spotting the massive creature darting from the thicket, he immediately grasped the situation. It was clearly seeking retribution, and his years of experience in brawls came in handy, leading to the ensuing chaos. Fortunately, the rocky outcrop was quite tall, its seaward side devoid of any climbing opportunities, while the other 3 sides were submerged in seawater. Yue Tianming was unaware that Yin Xiaoxiao was bathing just behind the rock, which was indeed a fitting location for such an endeavor. "I stabbed it with the intent to save you. Now what do we do? You ask me? Who should I ask? Perhaps you should apologize to the boar and see if it might forgive you." Now that Yue Tianming was momentarily safe, he began to jest. However, upon glancing down at Yin Xiaoxiao, he realized she was still bare. He chuckled, thinking that they were now even, each having seen the other once. "Shut up." Yin Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly exposed under the bright sun as she crouched atop the rock. She hugged her shoulders, attempting to pull her clothing closer with her feet, but to no avail. "Come on, it's not that big of a deal." Yue Tianming, not wishing to take advantage of her embarrassment, stepped forward and retrieved her clothes, tossing them to her. "Oh, this angle seems quite revealing," he mused. But upon noticing Yin Xiaoxiao's tearful expression, he quickly abandoned his playful thoughts. Yin Xiaoxiao hastily donned her attire, finally managing to stand upright, albeit with a slight shiver. However, the massive wild boar had no intention of letting them off easily. With heavy steps and labored breathing, it approached the rocky outcrop, the distinctive and pungent odor emanating from it becoming increasingly apparent. The rock stood over 2 meters high and was exceptionally smooth. The wild boar circled for a while, unable to find a suitable ascent. After several attempts, the creature remained thwarted. "What do we do now?" Yin Xiaoxiao trembled as she asked. "What else can we do?" "We wait. Once it has sufficiently vented its frustration, it should return." Yue Tianming himself was uncertain, but recognized that there was no better course of action at that moment. Unable to reach them, the enormous wild boar turned and began to search around, ultimately discovering the cave where the two had sought refuge. The 4 hooves struck the ground with tremendous force, and the speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it dashed into the cave, rummaging about chaotically. "What is it doing?" Yin Xiaoxiao inquired again. "It's just wreaking havoc, can't you see?" Yue Tianming rolled his eyes, exasperated by her ignorance. "Our campfire!" Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in alarm. The wild boar merely tossed its head, sending stones flying around the meager fire, which was already small, causing it to crumble instantly and emit wisps of smoke, soon to be extinguished. "Our bananas!" came another heart-wrenching cry. One of the juvenile wild boars was greedily munching on a bunch of fresh green bananas, leaving none behind. "Enough! Those things aren't worth much. Why be so upset?" Yue Tianming, who had just chastised Yin Xiaoxiao, suddenly shouted, "Damn! My gloves! You bunch of ungrateful wretches! Why don't you choke on it?" One wild boar had devoured a disposable glove tainted with barnacle juice, making Yue Tianming's heart ache. "Enough! Those things aren't worth much. Why be so upset? They are of no use," Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, throwing his words back at him. Chapter 34. Reinforcing the shelter in preparation for catching wild boars. A perfectly good cave had been ravaged by a few wild boars. The two could only stand on the rocks, anxiously watching. After wreaking havoc, the wild boars, finding no further outlet for their energy, suddenly noticed a few sea turtles lying by the shore, watching the spectacle. Two entirely unrelated species were finally brought together today, led by the largest wild boar. 5 of them charged madly towards the turtles. The sea turtles, bewildered, thought, "This has nothing to do with us," but upon seeing the boars approaching, they desperately attempted to swim back to the ocean. However, the speed disparity was insurmountable. The wild boars quickly reached them, flipping the turtles over one by one. Fortunately, their tough shells spared them from injury, leaving them overturned with their limbs in the air, resembling adorable creatures. Did you see? This is the consequence of being unprincipled. Letting them watch the drama. And now trouble has arisen, hasn't it? Enough with your chatter. In times like these, we must devise a solution. Yin Xiaoxiao thought his natural optimism was sometimes refreshing, yet at other times, rather tiresome. After wreaking havoc, the boars finally seemed to have vented their frustrations. The largest boar snorted, preparing to lead the piglets away. Before leaving, it fixed a fierce glare at the two, its eyes brimming with warning. "Hey, you still have the audacity to act tough? If it weren't for my injury, I'd flip you over right now. Stop talking, let them leave quickly." Yin Xiaoxiao was genuinely distressed. Just then, the large boar, which had seemingly turned to depart, suddenly let out a deep, thunderous roar. As if provoked, it charged madly towards the two, crashing its head violently against the rocks. Standing atop, they could distinctly feel the stones trembling beneath them. "Look what you've done. Why provoke it when it clearly intended to leave?" Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in fright, clutching Yue Tianming's arm, her voice filled with complaints. "What does it have to do with me? It can't comprehend human speech." Yue Tianming, equally baffled, was at a loss. However, he soon discerned the issue. "Ah, behold, that wild boar has succumbed." Yin Xiaoxiao glanced up, and indeed, the injured wild boar lay lifeless on the ground, blood oozing profusely from its rear. The back-and-forth struggle, combined with the recent fray, had exacerbated its internal injuries, resulting in a ruptured wound. The duo finally grasped the cause of the commotion. Yet the wild boar had gone berserk, relentlessly battering its head against the rocks. Fortunately, the rocky outcrop was robust. Had it been a tree, it would have surely succumbed by now. With each impact, the stench of blood from the boar mingled with the trembling of the stones, wafting towards them. "Let us see how long you can keep this up. It would be splendid if you were to knock yourself out. Tonight, I shall feast on your succulent trotters." Yue Tianming mused, unperturbed by the boar's antics. Besides, he was holding Yin Xiaoxiao, a rather delightful circumstance. With every collision, Yin Xiaoxiao gasped, prompting Yue Tianming to interject with biting remarks, mocking the creature. Eventually, the wild boar exhausted its strength, unable to harm them further. From their advantageous position on the rock, they could see that one of its tusks had shattered, fresh blood seeping from its scalp. It was evident that the creature was driven by vengeance, its fury ignited by the loss of its offspring. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a pang of guilt, contemplating that had she refrained from intervening, they might not be in this predicament. Surely, peaceful coexistence would have been preferable. Yue Tianming, however, held a different perspective. To him, it was merely sustenance. Were it not for Yin Xiaoxiao's intervention, he would have long since dined on dolphins and sea turtles, without the need to exert such effort in capturing a wild boar. "Hey, what are you doing? Leave that!" Yue Tianming exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. The wild boar, dragging its weary body, was retreating into the thicket, still clutching its deceased young. It was clear it intended to abandon them. "Oh well, let it go," Yin Xiaoxiao sighed, still reproaching herself. "You make it sound so simple. Is it easy to find food in this forsaken place?" As Yue Tianming witnessed the prized pig trotters slipping away, he was filled with desperation. "What else can we do?" he stammered, hesitant to leap into danger. To snatch food from the jaws of a wild boar was tantamount to courting death. "Uh-huh, I have a plan," he exclaimed, slapping his thigh, excitement coursing through him. "What plan?" Yin Xiaoxiao was skeptical, doubting they could face the wild boar now. "Don't they prefer cooked barnacles? I'll set a trap and lure the young boar over." "Are you really going to provoke them again?" Yin Xiaoxiao was nearly beside herself with fear, questioning how they could continue living in such proximity to wild boars. "Just wait and enjoy the delectable roasted pig trotters," Yue Tianming assured her. At last, the wild boars wandered far away, and tranquility returned to the vicinity of the forest. Yue Tianming, undeterred by Yin Xiaoxiao's attempts to restrain him, leaped down without hesitation. Although his rear ached, the insatiable craving in his belly urged him on. He began to scour the shoreline, diligently relocating every sizable stone he could manage, transporting them back to the cave's vicinity. "What are you doing? Setting up a stone formation?" Yin Xiaoxiao inquired as she approached after confirming her safety. "A stone formation? These will serve to block the cave's entrance. If we fail, we might find ourselves fleeing from those creatures," he replied. Surprised, Yin Xiaoxiao realized that beneath his rough exterior lay a meticulous mind capable of such foresight. She joined him in gathering stones, albeit smaller ones, which may not be as effective, but every effort counted in their quest to create a shelter. With a wall in place, she could sleep more soundly at night. He arranged the large stones at the base, filling the gaps with smaller ones for reinforcement. Fortunately, the beach was strewn with rocks. Had it been merely sand, they would have faced dire straits. The cave's entrance, though modest, was fortified with 3 layers of stone, over a meter thick and nearly 2 meters high, taking shape before their eyes. A narrow gap was left at the edge, just wide enough for them to pass through sideways. Mission accomplished. Yue Tianming, the primary laborer, despite being exhausted and breathless, gazed upon his handiwork with immense satisfaction. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a swell of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Though the cramped cave was hardly comfortable, it was their sole refuge. For 3 days, Yue Tianming had single-handedly ensured her survival. Despite their quarrels and moments of humiliation, life without him was simply unimaginable. Thank you, Yue Tianming. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you? Nonsense. Go tend to the sea turtles and gather barnacles while I rekindle the fire, he retorted, shattering the moment's warmth with his bluntness. Chapter 35. A mishap while gathering firewood for Yue Tianming. Starting a fire had become second nature. Seizing the opportunity, while some wood still smoldered, thick smoke soon billowed from the cave once more. Leave this to me. Go gather more firewood for roasting barnacles, he instructed, noticing the turtles still flipped over. Yin Xiaoxiao, feeling compliant, ventured to the edge of the forest to collect firewood, though the remnants of wild boar blood on the beach set her nerves on edge. With a sigh, she thought to herself, forgive me, but we must do what it takes to survive. As she gathered branches and twigs along the forest's fringe, her parched lips betrayed her thirst. Since morning, she had not had a single sip of water, and after their recent harrowing experience, her throat felt unbearably dry. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered quite far. Glancing back, she could still see the cave with smoke curling upward, yet an unease settled in her heart. Encountering a wild beast out here would surely terrify her. Clutching a bundle of brush and twigs, she decided it was best to return. However, as she turned, a sudden rustle in the underbrush caught her attention, as if something had scurried past. This startled her immensely. She abandoned her firewood, shouting and leaping as she ran towards the shore. Could it be a snake again? How terrifying. Even gathering firewood poses a danger. Perhaps she should never venture out again. That wretched Yue Tianming, did he not hear my cries? Why has he not come? Yin Xiaoxiao trembled, inching cautiously towards the cave. Her gaze fixed intently on the source of the strange noise, terrified that a snake might emerge. Yue Tianming had once advised her that if she encountered a snake, she must not run. Instead, she should face it and back away slowly. This was precisely what she attempted to do. A series of hissing sounds echoed again. Yin Xiaoxiao's body quivered, and she dared not advance any further. Was she being targeted by a snake? She was too frightened to call out Yue Tianming's name loudly, fearing to provoke the unseen creature lurking in the grass. Instead, she managed to cry out in a shaky voice, trying to remain calm. The cave was at least 100 meters away. If Yue Tianming could hear her, it would be a miracle. Meanwhile, Master Yu was deeply engrossed in a pedicure. Mumbling to the sea turtles, what do you think? Is this woman utterly inept, forever unsatisfied? It takes her ages just to gather firewood. If it weren't for her beauty, I would have long since gone my own way. The sea turtles remained silent. Hey, what do you think about me marrying a flight attendant after we get out? Wouldn't that be impressive? You'll all have to give me gifts at the wedding. The turtles collectively fell silent. Returning to Yin Xiaoxiao, the eerie sound persisted, leaving her utterly terrified and immobile. Although a few meters separated them, the frightening noise seemed to echo right beside her. Suddenly, the sound intensified, and the grass at the edges began to rustle. This was it. The snake was about to emerge. Yue Tianming, come save me. At this point, Yin Xiaoxiao could think of nothing else. Whether she might anger the snake was beyond her consideration. With a surge of adrenaline, she sprinted towards the cave. Huh? Did someone just call my name? Master Yu paused momentarily, then quickly realized, damn. Yin Xiaoxiao is in trouble. Grasping his dagger, he raced towards the direction of the voice, fervently praying, please don't let her die. If she does, I'll be left all alone. Damn it, it must be the wild boar seeking revenge. Just wait. I want to rest until I've dealt with all of you. The distance was merely 100 meters, with several large rocks and a bend obstructing his view of Yin Xiaoxiao. Yet her piercing screams echoed relentlessly. I'm coming. Hold on, Yue Tianming shouted, trying to bolster her courage. His aching rear was of little concern. Saving her was paramount. The soft sand cushioned his falls. It was inconsequential. Yue Tianming was becoming frantic, disregarding everything but the singular goal of reaching Yin Xiaoxiao. At last, he rounded the bend and spotted her crouched on a rock, still shouting, Yue Tianming, hurry and save me. However, upon surveying the vicinity, Yue Tianming saw no wild beasts. Was she having a fit? Or had she lost her mind? However, At least he could finally set his mind at ease as he approached, panting heavily. Having not eaten anything since morning, he had been engaged in various physically demanding tasks, making it impossible not to feel exhausted. What are you doing with that yarn, young lady? You nearly frightened me to death. There, over there, can't you see? Yin Xiaoxiao finally found her confidence, leaping behind Yue Tianming and pointing at the beach, speaking rapidly. What is it? Initially, Yue Tianming was quite perplexed. Upon closer inspection, he shook his head helplessly. Goodness, isn't that a centipede? It's just a bit larger. It doesn't eat people, so why be afraid? Where on earth could one find such an enormous centipede? It nearly scared me to death. Look, it's still crawling this way. It's quite natural for a girl to fear insects, especially when this centipede is truly massive. It appeared to measure at least 40 centimeters, plump and round. Its glossy black shell adorned with 2 rows of densely packed little legs, incessantly writhing as it made its way closer. Enough of this commotion every day, making such a fuss. Yue Tianming, with a look of exasperation, walked over, unafraid, and picked up a stone, bringing it down forcefully. The centipede's corpulent body burst, juices splattering, while its exposed head and tail continued to writhe. All right, it's over now, let's head back. Even gathering firewood can lead to trouble. I truly can't believe it. However, as Yue Tianming bent down to collect firewood, something at the edge of the grass suddenly caught his eye, deeply captivating him. With a stick in hand, he began to poke through the underbrush. What are you doing? Yin Xiaoxiao, eager to return, wished to linger not a moment longer. What am I doing? Providing for you. Look at this treasure. Come here quickly. Yue Tianming was exhilarated as if he had discovered a hidden gem, and with him present, Yin Xiaoxiao mustered her courage to move closer. Upon glancing at it, she too began to salivate. Is this a blueberry? Clusters of purple-black fruit hung from the low branches. Each bush was not tall, obscured by thickets. Had it not been for Yue Tianming's sharp eyes, they would have surely missed it. Blueberry? This is called raspberry. Or mountain raspberry. Look at you, drooling like someone uneducated. Didn't you ever eat this as a child when they grew abundantly during summer? Seeing Yin Xiaoxiao's eager gaze and the 3 centimeters of saliva, Yue Tianming couldn't help but chuckle. Yin Xiaoxiao, already parched, was now desperate to taste the fruit, wishing she could bite into it immediately. This girl certainly had her merits. Upon encountering food, all her fears vanished. Chapter 36. The secrets beneath the raspberry bushes. This vast expanse of raspberry bushes, upon observation, boasted at least 20 to 30 plants, each adorned with 100 or more berries. The branches, taller than a person, showcased the fresh, alluring fruits against the backdrop of green leaves. How sweet! Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, filled with genuine admiration. Yue Tianming, reluctant to eat first, plucked a handful and offered them to Yin Xiaoxiao. The delight on her face was evident, her smile reaching the heavens. Truly, she looked magnificent when smiling. Her name, Xiaoxiao, was perfectly suited for her. This sight stirred something deep within Yue Tianming. The deep purple raspberries, sweet with a hint of tartness, burst with luscious juice upon being bitten, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Yin Xiaoxiao, dissatisfied with the slow pace at which Yue Tianming was harvesting, impatiently pushed aside the bushes and took matters into her own hands. Her hands and the corners of her mouth were soon stained with raspberry juice. Meanwhile, Yue Tianming was not idle. He stuffed handfuls of raspberries into his mouth, quenching an insatiable thirst. Having indulged in a hearty drink at the small pond the previous afternoon, he had yet to sip any water since. Ah, did you often eat these fruits when you were young? How blissful that must have been. I've never had any. They are simply divine. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed between bites, refusing to pause. It's obvious you grew up in the city. You don't even recognize these. Before I turned 6, I lived with my grandmother in the countryside, where they were abundant, more than we could eat. Just as she was about to continue boasting, Yue Tianming suddenly seemed to lose interest, stopping mid-sentence. What happened back then? Speak up. Yin Xiaoxiao inquired as she continued to munch. It's nothing. Just eat, Yue Tianming replied, his mood evidently dampened, ceasing his berry picking. This fellow is acting strangely. Yin Xiaoxiao, a true foodie yet no fool, sensed something amiss. Fixing her round eyes on him, she pressed on. You've shared countless heroic tales from your childhood, yet you've never mentioned your mother. This was indeed curious. Yue Tianming's chatter was incessant, often recounting stories about his father, but never a word about his mother. I don't want to talk about it, he stated, abandoning the raspberries and walking alone to the beach, sitting down with a downcast demeanor. Such emotions had never surfaced in him before, further piquing Yin Xiaoxiao's curiosity. After gathering another generous handful of raspberries, she approached him and sat down beside him. Here, have some, she offered, extending the berries to him. Yue Tianming appeared as if struck by some unseen force. His head bowed, sighing in silence. How about I share my story? We could exchange tales, Yin Xiaoxiao suggested. He remained silent, his gaze still cast downward. Not deterred, She began to recount her own experiences. Many childhood memories have faded, but I recall being exceedingly happy with my parents by my side and living in relatively comfortable circumstances, free from worries. However, everything changed once I entered primary school. My parents became consumed with their business, sending me off to a boarding school. I was only 6.5, and I scarcely remember how I survived that first year. You see, I developed a fear of darkness during that time. Every night, when the dormitory lights went out, I was terrified, longing for my parents and wishing to return home. My roommates grew weary of me, claiming I disturbed their sleep. The teacher arranged for me to have a single room, but that only intensified my fears. There were nights I cried endlessly, only able to sleep once exhaustion overcame me. In the beginning, I was able to return home every weekend, but as time passed, my parents became increasingly occupied, often picking me up only once a month. I pleaded with them to allow me to attend a regular school, assuring them that I would take care of myself, yet they persistently declined. I had always felt that. In their eyes, money held more significance than I did. Each time I returned home, their only inquiry was whether I needed any more money. As I grew older, my desire to go home diminished. During holidays, I either stayed alone at school or traveled extensively, right until I completed my university education. Yan Xiaoxiao spoke slowly, discreetly wiping away her tears from an angle unnoticed by Yue Tianming. Then, she promptly forced a smile, indicating that it was now his turn to speak. After hearing her, Yue Tianming felt a pang in his heart, surprised that the seemingly carefree Yan Xiaoxiao had endured such experiences. At least she still had parents who cared for her. While he, Yue Tianming, could only manage a bitter smile, thinking to himself that his trivial matters were hardly worth mentioning. Let us hurry and pick the overripe raspberries. If they fall to the ground, they will quickly rot, he said, rising and stepping into the thicket. You are being unreasonable. We agreed to exchange, Yan Xiaoxiao exclaimed, hopping in frustration. Having opened up to him, she was taken aback by his antics. I never agreed to an exchange. That was entirely your choice, Yue Tianming replied, relishing her flustered demeanor. She was both angry and exasperated, yet found herself at a loss against him. You. Fine. Yan Xiaoxiao initially intended to retort further, but upon noticing the redness in Yue Tianming's eyes, it became evident that he had recently shed tears, something she had overlooked. In that moment, she could not bring herself to continue. Just you wait. I will eventually extract the truth from you. With your intelligence, do you really think you can outwit me? The two of them, each harboring their own thoughts, indulged in a hearty meal, quenching their thirst substantially. Before departing, they collected a considerable amount of ripe fruit, leaving behind the green and half-red ones for next time. What do you intend to do with that? Yan Xiaoxiao inquired, grinning at Yue Tianming's actions. He had found a stick and was using it to lift a wriggling centipede. What do you think? I'm going to catch some birds. Didn't you see the seabirds in the sky? It would be perfect if I could catch a few. Aren't you supposed to be hunting wild boars? Yan Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. Of course. Do you think wild boars are easy to catch? What if I fail? I need to consider other options, he replied, feeling quite vexed. This girl could certainly eat. 2/3 of the freshly picked raspberries had already disappeared into her mouth, as if she intended to feast until satisfied. Yet, a new question arose. With such an appetite, where did all that meat go? Images of the previous scene behind the rocks flickered in Yue Tianming's mind, and he mused that there must be a reason behind certain aspects of growth. Balancing the centipede's body and a bundle of firewood, he repeatedly savored the thought. Marveling at their size and quality, Yan Xiaoxiao assumed he was still absorbed in his earlier melancholy and did not challenge him. Had she known his true thoughts, she would surely have erupted in indignation. Yue Tianming is indeed such a person. His emotions surge rapidly and dissipate even more swiftly. A true optimist. Chapter 37. The family background of Yan Xiaoxiao. Tonghai City, one of the 4 major metropolises in the country, is colloquially referred to by netizens as one of the 4 magical cities. Towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic define this city, which has stood as the economic center of the nation since the tumultuous eras of war. A magnificent skyscraper built by the river offers a panoramic view of Tonghai City, with the vast sea stretching beyond, showcasing its advantageous geographical position. The headquarters of Jinmao Group, located within this building, represents the aspiration of countless workers. In the president's office on the top floor, a haze of smoke envelopes the room. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, the ash of his cigarette having burned for an extended period, seemingly forgotten. President Yin, an administrative assistant, gently raps on the door. Yin Xingguo abruptly turns around, the ash falling onto his clothing, but he pays it no mind. With palpable urgency, he inquires, any news about Xiaoxiao? Noticing Yin Xingguo's haggard appearance, the assistant feels a surge of concern. His once dark hair has turned noticeably gray in just 3 days. Yin Xingguo has not slept for 2 days, and after years of abstaining, He has resumed smoking. The assistant shakes his head softly. There is still no news from the official search and rescue team. However, rest assured. President Yin, our team is stationed there around the clock. We will know immediately once there is any information regarding Xiao Xiao. Stationed there? What use is that? What about the private rescue team I asked you to find? Yin Xingguo, laden with immense disappointment, sinks heavily into the sofa. President Yin, we have reached out to all domestic teams. Only 2 are willing to venture into that maritime area. They will be ready the day after tomorrow and set off immediately. As for the professional international rescue teams, we are still in contact and will have results soon. The day after tomorrow? Hurry and urge them. I am willing to pay any amount. Yin Xingguo's booming voice startles the assistant, who quickly nods in compliance and exits to make arrangements. The office remains shrouded in smoke as Yin Xingguo extinguishes his cigarette only to light another immediately. 3 days have passed without a whisper of news. He worries about Xiaoxiu's well-being. You must return safely. You are my only daughter. If you return, I promise to never pressure you again. Alone, Yin Xingguo wallows in regret, lamenting that had he not pressured Yin Xiaoxiu to marry hastily, she would not have become a flight attendant, and this calamity could have been averted. As the wealthiest individual in Tonghai City and among the top 5 on the national wealth list, he finds himself engulfed in profound guilt. Another knock interrupts his thoughts. Do not bother me, he bellows, not even glancing towards the door. Handle matters on your own. Uncle, it's me. A young, refined man enters the office. Ah, Jiahao. You're here. Please, take a seat. Yin Xingguo's tone softens significantly upon recognizing Lin Jiahao. Lin Jiahao furrows his brow at the overwhelming stench of smoke before continuing. Uncle, regarding Xiao Xiao, please do not be overly anxious. Fortune favors the virtuous. I firmly believe she will return. With a bitter smile, Yin Xingguo sighed. How can I not be anxious? You still do not comprehend the feelings of a parent. Yin Xiaoxiu has never endured hardship. Even if she were to fortuitously land on a deserted island, how would she survive? 3 days have passed with no news whatsoever. The official rescue team was dispatched immediately, scouring the waters where the incident occurred. Not a single clue or trace has been discovered. What does this imply? Either the plane has sunk into the abyss of the ocean, with no survivors, or it has deviated from its course and vanished without a trace. Yet, as a father, he is unwilling to accept this grim reality. Even if he were to exchange all his wealth for Yin Xiaoxiu, he would not flinch. Who is Lin Jiahao? He hails from an affluent family, the second son of the Lin clan, and is among the many suitors vying for Yin Xiaoxiu's affection. The sole difference is that he genuinely cherishes her. The Lin family's business largely operates within monopolistic industries, wielding considerable influence in both political and military arenas. Yin Xingguo's remarkable achievements over the past decade have been significantly aided by the Lin family's support. Lin Jiahao possesses striking good looks, speaks with grace, and boasts high academic credentials and extensive knowledge. Yin Xingguo had once held great admiration for this prospective son-in-law and had even attempted to bring him and Yin Xiaoxiu together. However, contrary to his wishes, Yin Xiaoxiu rebelliously eloped and became a flight attendant. Lin Jiahao sighed softly. Uncle, I have contacted the most professional rescue team in the United States. They have just arrived at the airport. What? This is splendid news. Let us hasten their departure. How much will it cost? Just name the price, and I shall not bargain. Upon hearing this, Yin Xingguo stood up in a fit of nervous energy. This was the most promising news he had received in 3 days. Uncle, I can cover this expense. You need not worry. Due to the remote location of the incident, I have specifically requested a transoceanic cargo ship from my family to transport them to that area. However, we still need to prepare some supplies and equipment, and we can set sail by early tomorrow morning at the latest. Thank you, Jiahao. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated, Yin Xingguo expressed with profound gratitude. Within the Lin family's vast enterprise, the transoceanic cargo ship is merely one facet. Yet the willingness to set aside business to dispatch a vessel for rescue underscores Lin Jiahao's genuine desire to assist. Just as Yin Xingguo had surmised, Lin Jiahao had indeed worn himself thin in persuading his family. All expenses related to the ship and rescue team must be borne by him personally. But he harbors no regrets for Yin Xiaoxiu. Meanwhile, on an unnamed island in the South Pacific, Yin Xiaoxiu exclaimed, "Come on, hurry up. I'm almost done with my meal." She savored every morsel of barnacles and raspberries. Poor Yue Tianming, on the other hand, was still laboriously assisting the sea turtles with their grooming. Damn it. I'm toiling away and cannot even satisfy your appetite, while my stomach is still growling, and you haven't offered me even a bite. Yue Tianming grumbled internally, yearning to complete his task swiftly to send off the turtles. Otherwise, wherever he went, these large creatures would leisurely follow behind him. For instance, just earlier, when he sought a secluded spot to relieve himself, a colossal turtle head unexpectedly emerged from the side of a rock, startling him so much that his urge dissipated entirely. How about you share your story instead? If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll indulge you, Yin Xiaoxiao said, playfully smacking her lips. Not interested. My friend is about to finish up, and I'll manage my own affairs without your assistance. Humph. Do you think you can fool me? I am more cunning than a monkey. The sun hung high in the sky, and after a strenuous effort, Yue Tianming finally completed his task, drenched in sweat. Collapsing onto the beach, he exclaimed, I'm utterly exhausted. Thankfully, I have some earnings, otherwise, it would have all been in vain. After accounting for what Yin Xiaoxiao had consumed, he had managed to accumulate over a dozen full plastic bottles, brimming with seawater, where barnacles were nurtured. It's been 3 days. Do you think the rescue team has given up? A satiated Yin Xiaoxiao pondered. What if they have headed in the wrong direction? We have long deviated from our course. It's uncertain how long they can endure, just as it is uncertain how long we can hold on. You actually fell asleep? How can you be so carefree? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, having spoken at length without an audience, her frustration palpable. Chapter 38. A green circle on his head. Yue Tianming enjoyed a delightful afternoon nap. However, the incessant flies in the vicinity became unbearable, prompting him to rise. Glancing around, he found no sign of Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao? Where have you gone this time? Running off alone. What if something happens and I have to rescue you? Just as he grumbled in dissatisfaction, something flew from behind and struck him squarely in the back. Who is there? Show yourself. Do you dare to frighten me? He drew his knife, ready for a confrontation. However, upon looking down, he was taken aback to find a simple ring. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao emerged from a cave. Beaming at him. Hee, hurry and put on the grass hat. Let me see if it suits you. She approached, adorned with a vibrant, multicolored grass ring atop her head. Oh, it's you. Yue Tianming sighed in relief. Nevertheless, when he glanced at the grass ring on the ground, he was utterly bewildered. Is this what you call a grass hat? Whereas the top? This is clearly just a ring. Moreover, the grass ring was woven haphazardly and was on the verge of falling apart. What was most intolerable, however, was the fact that the colorful ring atop her head was adorned with several bright flowers, while the one on the ground was merely a tangle of green grass. What's wrong? Don't you like it? I worked hard for an hour to make this, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, her disappointment evident. After all her effort, pricked hands and all. She noticed his reluctance. Of course, I like it, he replied, unable to refuse a gift from a girl who had made it for him. Despite his inner turmoil, he wore a smile as he accepted the vibrant grass hat. Oh, it fits just right and complements your charm perfectly. When you work under the sun, you want to be so exposed, you must wear it always. Yin Xiaoxiao beamed with satisfaction at her creation. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Yet Yue Tianming endeavored to force a smile. What are you off to do? Aren't you going to compliment me a little? As Yin Xiaoxiao observed him rising to leave, she immediately changed her mind. Sister, you truly excel. This gift has sweetened my heart. Hee, that's more like it. As for whether it was truly sweet or rather sour, only Yue Tianming was privy to that knowledge. He turned back to the cave, retrieving a large shell. What are you doing now? Catching birds? Eating barnacles daily has left you longing for something more substantial. These things are hardly filling. Yue Tianming spoke truthfully. While barnacles could satiate momentarily, hunger would soon return. At this rate, the barnacles in those bottles would last only a few meals, especially with a glutton like Yin Xiaoxiao around. Yue Tianming sought a slightly more open stretch of beach, where he excavated a large pit with the shell. He then procured a flat stone from the shore, which conveniently covered the pit, and propped it up with a piece of branch. With these preparations complete, he donned a cap of green grass to shield himself from the sun, and casually removed his sweatshirt. He cut it into strips and tied them together, ultimately crafting an unsightly rope. Do you need my assistance? Yin Xiaoxiao, intrigued by his fervent endeavor, expressed her interest. I've told you. I handle the work while you handle the eating. Just don't complicate matters for me. Yue Tianming dared not trouble this young lady, fearing she would frighten away any birds he managed to catch. TCH, how condescending. If you don't want my help, fine. What's so impressive about that? Yue Tianming placed half of a long-dead centipede in the pit and the other half beside it, deliberately scattering a few roasted barnacles and raspberries around. He then secured one end of the rope to the branch and carefully covered it with sand. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for their quarry to take the bait. Occasionally, seagulls of varying sizes flew overhead, some white, others black. Concealed behind a rock by the sea, Yue Tianming intently observed the stone slab. Yin Xiaoxiao, watching his skilled maneuvers, mused to herself. You must have stolen plenty of chickens as a child. After a few minutes, a white seagull appeared, seemingly intrigued by the food on the ground. It swooped down to the beach, snatched a barnacle, and immediately took off. Yue Tianming sighed from behind the rock. Soon after, a black bird landed, this time seizing a raspberry before flying away. Several seagulls followed suit with the same approach. What's going on? Yue Tianming was puzzled. Just grab one and leave? You all certainly know how to play this game. Just as he was contemplating this, he realized the root of the problem. Yin Xiaoxiao was seated not far from the stone slab, also fixated on the scene. Oh no, you unfortunate soul, with you watching. How can they possibly linger? Yue Tianming, already irked, spoke without courtesy. You think you can just sit there and watch? I'd rather you leave. If you tell me to go, I want tea. She retorted defiantly. Yin Xiaoxiao did not return to the cave, but instead crouched beside Yue Tianming. What are you doing? I see you catching birds. Isn't it permissible here? Yin Xiaoxiao was not merely acting impulsively. She genuinely harbored an interest in bird catching. Having never experienced such a thing in her life, she could not let the opportunity slip by. Yue Tianming, having grown weary of chiding her, focused on the task at hand, catching birds. With no one around the stone slab, the two of them quietly crouched behind a rock, motionless in their vigil. At last, a black-winged, white-bellied frigate bird descended, first consuming the nearby barnacles before cautiously approaching the slab. A half of a centipede piqued the bird's interest, and it swiftly snatched it up with its beak. The frigate bird, with its long and pointed beak, soon devoured the centipede, seemingly satisfied with the taste. Flapping its wings in delight, there was still half a centipede left in the pit, and the bird tentatively extended its long beak toward it. Just as its head was about to enter, a sudden sound erupted beside Yue Tianming, a loud fart. The sound was quite prolonged. Startled, the frigate bird attempted to take flight immediately. At that moment, Yue Tianming had no time to curse. He abruptly yanked the rope. The slab had perfectly wedged the bird's beak, and it began flapping its wings frantically in an effort to escape. Observing the situation, Yue Tianming dashed forward, pressing down upon the bird just as it was about to break free. The frigate bird's wings flapped wildly, resembling two large fans. Quick wit. Yue Tianming drew a dagger from beside his foot and plunged it down forcefully. Ah! Yin Xiaoxiao gasped in shock. It was her first encounter with such a bloody scene. Stop crying, it's already dead. Yue Tianming grumbled, stabbing the bird several more times until it finally ceased its struggles. He stood up, panting, his clothes stained with blood, his fierce expression startling Yin Xiaoxiao. You just killed it like that? She inquired, looking at the lifeless body on the ground, still trembling from the shock of his swift actions. If we don't kill it to eat, we might as well save it for the new year. Yue Tianming had already resolved that in future encounters with animals, he must act decisively first. Otherwise, if this lady's compassion were to surface, he would have been working for nothing. Chapter 39. Raspberry roast chicken. Who let that fart? Yue Tianming finally had the chance to ask, realizing that had he not reacted swiftly, the frigate bird would have escaped. Yin Xiaoxiao lowered her head in shame. I didn't mean to. I simply couldn't hold it in. The barnacles mixed with raspberries did a number on my stomach. I'm sorry. Yue Tianming slapped his forehead, lamenting. How did I end up with you? You can't do anything right, and you never have enough to eat. Fruits paired with seafood? Aren't you just asking for a stomach ache? I'm speechless with you, he continued. Quickly find a place to clean yourself up and prepare for the roast. Having acknowledged her fault, Yin Xiaoxiao felt wronged as she walked away to tend to her discomfort. You're always scolding me. If you don't scold me for a while, you just get fidgety, she murmured. Yue Tianming settled down beside the bird's carcass and began to clean up. The wingspan of this magnificent frigate bird exceeds 2 meters. Yet its body contains little flesh. After a brief examination, Yue Tianming concluded that it weighed merely 4 to 5 pounds. After removing the feathers and bones, perhaps only 3 pounds of meat remained. Without boiling water, the processing of the feathers proved to be quite a challenge. Indifferent to the task, he began to pluck the feathers indiscriminately. However, he took care to preserve the long feathers from the wings, collecting several intact ones and inserting them into his green grass hat. He was not keen on wearing green daily, and now, at last, it looked much improved. After admiring his handiwork for a moment, he contentedly placed it atop his head. Viewed from behind, he truly resembled an Indian warrior, having gone days without proper clothing. Yue Tianming had also become quite sun-kissed. He stripped the bird of its plumage, severed its head, and discarded the wings, which indeed bore no meat. Only a carcass remained, which he meticulously cleaned in the sea water. At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao returned, and upon seeing the scattered entrails and bloodstains, she frowned. You have quite the sense of timing, don't you? Now that it's meal time, you finally show up. Go gather firewood. Yue Tianming retorted, somewhat irritated. Just go already. Always causing a fuss. If there is something to say, why not say it all at once? Yet, the thought of soon enjoying roasted bird quickened Yin Xiaoxiao's pace. By the time she returned to the cave with the firewood, a mouth-watering aroma wafted towards her before she even stepped inside. When she finally beheld the scene, Yue Tianming was happily skewering the roasted bird with a wild boar tusk. The seabird had been roasted to perfection, its oil sizzling as it dripped onto the fire, releasing a delectable fragrance. It was nothing short of authentic roast chicken. At the cave entrance, The sound of someone swallowing saliva caught Yue Tianming's attention. Hee. Doesn't it smell delightful? He teased, proudly holding up the roast bird. It smells incredible. Let me have a taste. Yin Xiaoxiao's mouth watered at the scent, and any prior reluctance disappeared into the depths of the ocean. Not quite ready yet. We must wait a little longer. Yin Xiaoxiao tossed the firewood aside and squatted eagerly by the fire, her eyes fixed on the roast bird, unwavering in her focus. After just half a minute, she inquired, "Is it done yet?" "Not yet." Another half-minute passed. "Can we eat now?" "Still not ready." Yue Tianming found her excitement amusing. Her eagerness for food surpassed even that for her own father. In truth, it was nearly done. He simply wished to tease Yin Xiaoxiao. For her salivating expression was utterly adorable. "Here, give it a sniff." Yue Tianming waved the roast bird before her. The aroma wafted into Yin Xiaoxiao's nostrils, intoxicating her. She inhaled deeply, desperate not to miss a hint of the savory scent. "I want to eat. We just need one final touch." He crushed some raspberries, mixing the pulp and juice evenly over the surface of the bird. Holding it over the fire, the fragrance of the fruit melded with that of the roasted meat, filling every corner of the cave with an irresistible aroma. "Here's a generous drumstick for you." Yue Tianming removed the leg and offered it to Yin Xiaoxiao. She snatched it eagerly, disregarding the heat, and took a hearty bite. "Ah!" The girl began to moan in delight. 3 days without indulging in meat. And this bite feels transcendent. "Is it delicious?" Yin Xiaoxiao, unable to respond, is too preoccupied with the scalding morsel in her mouth, reluctant to spit it out. "I've heard that in the south, there is lychee roasted goose. How do you find my raspberry roasted chicken?" Who has time to speak? Eating is paramount. Watching Yin Xiaoxiao devour her food with grease dripping from her mouth, Yue Tianming feels an immense sense of satisfaction. He tears off another leg and begins to feast heartily. In recent days, he has exerted himself the most while feasting the least. Barnacles are not particularly filling. Though the roasted chicken lacks some seasoning, it remains extraordinarily fragrant. Yin Xiaoxiao indulges without a hint of decorum, finishing a leg in just a few bites, her eyes glistening at the remaining portions. Yue Tianming deftly slices the roasted chicken, placing the pieces into a large shell, and they both ravenously begin to eat. Oh, there are barnacles inside. So engrossed in the meat, Yin Xiaoxiao only now realizes that the roasted chicken's cavity holds barnacles. This is the essence. All the rich fats have been absorbed by the barnacle meat. "Taste my culinary skills." "Wow." She picks up 2 and pops them into her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise as she nods incessantly. "Absolutely fantastic. If I can catch a wild boar, I could prepare an even more delectable feast for you." Observing her contented demeanor brings joy to Yue Tianming as well. In such an environment, being able to enjoy a sumptuous feast is a true blessing. "You, my dear, are utterly contradictory. You relish your food more than anyone. Yet your demeanor during the hunt is far more sorrowful." The delightful roasted chicken is swiftly consumed, leaving no trace behind. Not even the grease on the shell escapes Yin Xiaoxiao's attention as she dips barnacle meat into it and finishes it all. Then, rather ungracefully, she pats her belly, declaring herself thoroughly satisfied. Approximately 2.5 pounds of roasted bird and 3/5 have found their way into Yin Xiaoxiao's belly, along with a fair share of barnacles. Feeling stuffed, she reclines on the ground, still licking the oil from her lips. Yue Tianming, long accustomed to her nature, rises to clean up the leftover bones, discarding them. However, instead of returning, he chooses to sit by the sea, lost in thought as he gazes into the distance. Today has been fortunate. He has caught a large bird. But such sizable centipedes are not commonplace. Yet what about tomorrow or the day after? He grapples with uncertainty. As for capturing a wild boar, he lacks absolute confidence. If he fails, he must devise a strategy. One cannot simply wait for the inevitable. And there's the matter of water. The scant raspberries will not sustain them for long, so he must find a source. Thankfully, with Yin Xiaoxiao by his side, he feels a persistent desire to perform. He cannot fathom how long he could endure alone on this deserted island. Alone, finding food might be simpler, but prolonged solitude would surely lead to madness. "What are you thinking about?" Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly appears behind him. "I was imagining roasted pig's trotters." Yue Tianming replies casually. "You're so annoying." Yin Xiaoxiao playfully chides, settling beside him. "Is it a problem that I crave pig-esque trotters? Who told you to eat so heartily?" Yue Tianming muses inwardly. "You dare to bring this up?" Clearly harboring ulterior motives, Yin Xiaoxiao silently scolds. Chapter 40. A spectacle of whales competing for mates today as a sumptuous barbecue feast left us thoroughly satiated. As dusk approached, the two of us could finally set aside our culinary concerns. We sat quietly by the seaside, relishing the refreshing evening breeze. For a considerable time, silence enveloped us as we gazed at the undulating surface of the ocean. "What is that?" Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, pointing at the water with astonishment. A towering jet of water erupted from the depths, clearly visible in the golden glow of the setting sun. Soon after, a massive black shadow surfaced, releasing a deep, resonant spout of air. The Loch Ness monster, Yue Tianming remarked with a hint of disinterest, his gaze dismissive. No, that is a whale, given its size. It must be a humpback or a sperm whale, Yin Xiaoxiao responded excitedly, standing up and calling out to the magnificent creature. Hey, 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 ha ha ha. Her infectious laughter irritated Yue Tianming. This girl must be out of her mind. Did she think I didn't know it was a whale? Whales may be majestic, but they can't be consumed. What is the excitement about? Yin Xiaoxiao waved energetically toward the whale, bouncing with glee like a child. The whale raised its enormous tail fin and forcefully struck the water's surface, sending a spray of droplets far and wide, creating ripples across the tranquil sea. Look, isn't it beautiful? She remained entranced by the breathtaking sight before her. Yue Tianming sat still, grumbling to himself. Beautiful, my foot. You're simply overindulged. I toil daily to provide for you, and yet you seem to revel in this moment. Do you think this is some sort of island getaway? Can't you think a little deeper? Wow, there are several more over there. Quick, look. Yin Xiaoxiao pointed excitedly at the water just ahead, where several massive beings emerged. The largest whale among them exceeded 10 meters in length. Suddenly, it leaped from the water, twisting in midair to reveal its white underbelly before crashing back into the sea with a thunderous splash. The other whales, seemingly invigorated by this display, also began to breach the surface. In an instant, 7 or 8 colossal whales stirred the waters into a magnificent spectacle of splashes and waves. The initially spotted whale lingered nearby, maintaining a calm demeanor while the others rolled and leaped, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of a grand fountain. Occasionally, the whales emitted low, melodic calls that resonated soothingly. Suddenly, 2 enormous heads collided with force on the surface, prompting the other whales to join the fray, their massive bodies churning the waters in a cacophony of splashes as they engaged in a fierce contest. What are they doing? Are they fighting? Yin Xiaoxiao asked, her expression puzzled. Fighting? Not at all. These fellows are courting. The winner gets the female, don't you understand? It's exhausting having to explain such things to you. Yue Tianming sighed, feeling the weight of his burden. How do you know that one is female? Yin Xiaoxiao challenged, her tone tinged with defiance. There's no need to ask, can't you see? Only that great creature is leisurely observing, as if it were a spectator in the search for a mate. This situation was instantly comprehensible to Yue Tianming. Having spent his childhood in the countryside, he had seen many a dogfight and pig brawl, all stemming from trivial matters. Oh, so that is how it is. Indeed, being a woman seems to hold its advantages. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded in empathetic agreement, which only served to infuriate Yue Tianming further. Indeed, you women only know how to indulge, never offering to lend a hand. In the outside world, it's the men who toil tirelessly to earn a living. If their earnings dwindle, they return home to scorn. Being a man is truly arduous. Reflecting on his recent experiences, Yue Tianming felt a deep sense of empathy. The grand courtship display on the ocean persisted for over half an hour, culminating in the triumph of the largest whale, which proudly flaunted its massive form as it swam around the female whale. Wow, look, that whale has emerged victorious. The exclamations of excitement continued to relay the spectacle to Yue Tianming. The defeated male whales could only swim away dejectedly, occasionally spouting jets of water, seemingly expressing their disappointment and sorrow. Witnessing this scene, Yin Xiaoxiao's mood shifted dramatically. With heartfelt sympathy, she remarked, those whales are so pitiable. They won't be condemned to a life of solitude, will they? If you're so concerned, why don't you marry one of them? Yue Tianming could scarcely tolerate her juvenile mindset. Mere moments ago, she had been praising the victor, and now she lamented the fate of the remaining whales. Do you possess any principles as a person? Any boundaries? The victorious whale let out a deep, sonorous bellow, showcasing its dominance as it splashed the water. Then, accompanied by its newly won mate, they both submerged beneath the surface. Huh, why did they leave? Obviously, they are preparing for their nuptials. Do you expect them to continue broadcasting for you? Would you dare to watch? Uft, what is the big deal? Such scenes abound in the animal kingdom. Huh, so you're a bit of a pervert, are you? Fine, I won't waste my breath with you. If you wish to watch, go ahead. The ocean soon returned to tranquility, the moon rising once more, casting shimmering reflections upon the water, with waves cascading beautifully, a sight to behold. Have you ever pondered what we would do if we were forever trapped here? Having eaten and now feeling idle, Yin Xiaoxiao began to long for home, her mood plummeting, leaving Yue Tianming somewhat unsettled. Just moments ago, she had been exuberant, and now she was sorrowful, quietly weeping. What else can we do? We simply endure. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao's spirits sank even lower. She rested her head upon her knees, quietly distressed. Initially, Yue Tianming had hoped for rescue, but after 3 days, there had been no sign of help. The efficiency of domestic authorities was reassuring. In such situations, they would undoubtedly act swiftly. Yet, the delay could only mean one thing. The plane had strayed too far off course, and the rescue teams might not locate the island. However, the thought of survival brought Yue Tianming fresh concerns. Food was one issue, but fresh water was an even greater dilemma. As I wandered along the coastline with Yin Xiaoxiao for 2 days, it felt as though we had only traversed a fraction of this vast island. The only respite from our thirst was a pool of fresh spring water found at the entrance of a cave occupied by a monitor lizard. Apart from that, there was no water to be found. The scant raspberries barely quenched our thirst, and their limited quantity would soon be depleted within a couple of days. A throbbing headache plagued me, compounded by the fact that, within just 2 days, we had already encountered 2 formidable creatures, the monitor lizard and the wild boar king. Who knows what ferocious beasts might be lurking deeper within the dense woods. Therefore, Yue Tianming's tone was tinged with uncertainty. Cursing under my breath, I thought, well, it is what it is. When it comes to life and death, I shall remain indifferent. If one is not willing to accept fate, then one must fight back. A sudden spark of determination ignited in Yue Tianming's eyes as he exclaimed, I got it. Chapter 41. The first dispute over food. What did you figure out? Yin Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his sudden outburst. I understand now. Animals possess territorial instincts, particularly these large creatures. That is hardly a revelation. I already knew that. Yin Xiaoxiao muttered to herself, shaking her head in disbelief. So after all that pondering, you finally arrived at this conclusion? Listen, I have seen various depictions of dragons, phoenixes, and kylans, and they all occupy their own respective mountains, Yue Tianming retorted, noticing Yin Xiaoxiao's disdainful gaze, which displeased him. Since these creatures are hunting within their own territories, we could act as spies, inciting conflict between the two sides and reaping the benefits as bystanders. Yue Tianming was quite pleased with his sudden epiphany. That actually seems somewhat plausible, but how do we go about it? Just watch me, he replied with a confident grin. All right, Yin Xiaoxiao sighed softly. You certainly have a plethora of dubious ideas. I shall await your demonstration. With resolve, Yue Tianming hurried back to the cave, leaving Yin Xiaoxiao alone by the seaside to admire the scenery. Laughter intermittently echoed from within the cave, prompting Yin Xiaoxiao to cast a scornful glance in that direction. Thinking to herself, what a lack of romance. Would it not be better for us to chat during such times? Could we not postpone these plans until tomorrow? Despite her contemplations, Yue Tianming was undeterred. He emptied all the barnacles from the bottle onto the stones by the fire, roasting them all. It was not until the enticing aroma of the grilled delicacies wafted to Yin Xiaoxiao's nose that her curiosity drove her back to the cave. Upon entering, she was immediately incensed. Have you lost your mind? Why did you roast them all? We could have saved some for later. Do not concern yourself. I have my own plans. Yue Tianming waved her off dismissively. By the time Yin Xiaoxiao sought to salvage the barnacles, it was far too late. The ground was strewn with empty bottles, all left to roast by the fire. What are you even doing? Are we not meant to survive? She lamented, her heart aching at the sight of the discarded bottles. I tell you, since wild boars relish this delicacy, let them feast to their heart's content. As long as it defecates, my plan will be successful. Yin Xiaoxiao frowned, failing to comprehend. Think about it. How do animals discern their territory? By scent. Sister, do you understand? Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly awakened to the realization that this fellow possessed such cleverness. Quite impressive. However, she immediately pondered another matter and blurted out. What if the wild boar doesn't come? What? Yue Tianming paused for a moment, seemingly not having considered this aspect. 1,000 points of damage struck directly at Yin Xiaoxiao's heart. What kind of person operates without clear thought? No amount of wealth can withstand such folly. Infuriated, Yin Xiaoxiao disregarded everything, squatting down and seizing a handful of barnacles to smash. What are you doing? Yue Tianming was taken aback. What am I doing? I'm going to eat these, so you don't waste them, she exclaimed, stuffing them into her mouth. No, these are for the pigs. Upon hearing this, Yue Tianming became anxious. Although his plan had flaws, without these barnacles, it would be utterly doomed. The sea turtles had long returned home. There was no possibility of finding more barnacles. Yue Tianming lunged forward, gripping Yin Xiaoxiao's hand tightly, preventing her from ruining the barnacles. Yin Xiaoxiao was equally furious. Eating them was better than letting them go to waste. Unable to match Yue Tianming's strength, she opened her mouth and bit down. Oh my, are you a dog? Yue Tianming hadn't expected Yin Xiaoxiao to be so fierce, leaving 2 clear bite marks on his forearm. I will not listen. I will eat. Yin Xiaoxiao, starved and fearful, relentlessly stuffed barnacles into her mouth, driven by desperation. Yue Tianming, infuriated, felt the urge to strike her, gritting his teeth in frustration. I say, Yin Xiaoxiao, can you not be reasonable? Even if the plan isn't perfect, We still have to give it a try. With just these few barnacles. How many meals can we have? I don't care. I want tea. Listen. She continued to gulp down the barnacles, unable to stop. Damn it. Yue Tianming felt as if his heart were being squeezed. Unable to strike or scold, he was left in utter frustration. In the end, he decided to leave the cave, preferring not to see or hear anything. Eat, eat, eat. May you choke. Indeed, she was all chest and no brains. Yue Tianming, who never left anything to chance, heated all the barnacles. This meant that regardless of how many Yin Xiaoxiao could consume, there would be none left for tomorrow. He truly wished he could just walk away. His heart was weary, but with only 2 people on this isolated island, where else could he go? Sitting by the sea, brooding. It wasn't he long before he heard crying from the cave. Cry, cry, for goodness sake. Yue Tianming was most annoyed by women crying, yet in his current state of turmoil, he didn't want to deal with Yin Xiaoxiao. Alone by the fire, Yin Xiaoxiao ate and wept. She knew her actions were wrong, but the panic brought on by hunger left her at a loss. The days ahead were uncertain. All she could do was try to fill her stomach. However, she couldn't bear the thought of Yue Tianming going hungry, so she carefully gathered the remaining barnacles. After all, they wouldn't last until tomorrow, so she might as well let Yue Tianming eat his fill. Yet, as she emerged from the cave, intending to apologize to Yue Tianming, she found no trace of him outside. Yue Tianming? Yue Tianming. Yin Xiaoxiao panicked, feeling abandoned. How could you be so petty? I kindly left you some food. Yue Tianming. Her piercing cries echoed far and wide, yet the surroundings remained shrouded in a haze, with only the sound of the waves responding to her. That scoundrel truly left. The outside world was engulfed in darkness, the trees and distant mountains merely silhouettes against the night. Trembling with fear, Yin Xiaoxiao took a few steps forward but dared not advance further. No matter how she called out, Yue Tianming seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no echo in reply. Heartbroken, she could only sob as she returned to the cave, sitting despondently by the fire. It was only then that she realized. Without Yue Tianming, she lacked even the courage to carry on. Guarding the fire, devoid of food or water, how long could she endure? In just a few days, she would succumb to hunger and thirst. The thought of this made her incessantly curse Yue Tianming for his heartlessness. She also scolded herself for being so impulsive as to drive him away. Just as she wallowed in her sorrow, the massive stone blocking the cave's entrance suddenly trembled, producing a grating sound. Yin Xiaoxiao jumped in fright. Before she could discern what was happening, the stone wall was struck again by a heavy object. Glancing through the crack illuminated by the firelight, she was terrified to the point of collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 42. The deity descends. The wild boar king had returned. Though it had only one tusk remaining, it still appeared ferocious, relentlessly battering the stone wall with its head. Fortunately, the wall constructed by Yue Tianming was sufficiently thick, providing temporary safety. However, judging by the way the stones were shifting, it seemed inevitable that they would eventually collapse. Moreover, a smaller wild boar was rooting around the edge of the stone crevice, emitting grunting sounds. That was the passage meant for the 2 of them, now turned into a breach for the little wild boar. Yin Xiaoxiao could even smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Without a second thought, she grabbed anything within reach and hurled it at the wild boar's head. In pain, the boar became even more frenzied, opening its rancid mouth and thrashing its body, digging furiously with its front hooves. Yin Xiaoxiao was on the brink of madness. Trapped alone in the cave, she knew that if the stone wall collapsed, her doom was certain. Yue Tianming, where are you? Come back. She increasingly felt his significance. Yet, Yue Tianming was gone. In a frenzy, she seized the dog stick and began jabbing at the crevice in desperation. The wild boar was remarkably agile, evading her thrusts effortlessly. Instead, it seized the opportunity to bite down on the dog stick, wresting it from her grip. What else? What else? She frantically scanned her surroundings. Apart from some empty bottles and stones encircling the fire, there was nothing left. Stones. Yes, stones. She removed her clothing, wrapped her hands, and struggled to lift a stone, intending to hurl it. However, the temperature of the stone was exceedingly high. As soon as she lifted it, it burned her, causing her to yelp in distress. The instinct for survival compelled her to disregard the pain. Gritting her teeth against the searing heat, she painstakingly pushed the stone bit by bit, wedging it into the crevice of the passageway. Upon contact with the scorching stone, the wild boar emitted a cacophony of anguished cries, yet this merely incited its primal fury, leading to an even more frenzied assault. It was evident that the stone wall would not withstand the onslaught for much longer. Yin Xiaoxiao had exerted all her efforts, retreating helplessly to the innermost part of the cave, trembling and weeping uncontrollably. Each collision from the boar king sent tremors through the stone wall, eliciting involuntary cries from Yin Xiaoxiao. Small fragments of stone had already begun to dislodge from the wall, indicating an imminent collapse. Just then, A piercing whistle resonated from outside the cave, followed by Yue Tianming's thunderous shout, "Come at me if you dare." He cast aside his burdens and sprinted towards the cave's entrance. Bending down, he seized several stones and hurled them with precision at the massive form of the Boar King. The Boar King turned, its eyes filled with rage upon recognizing its adversary, and charged forward with renewed vigor. Yue Tianming quickly scrambled up the large boulder, calling out, "Xiao Xiao! Xiao Xiao! Are you all right?" His voice echoed like a lifeline, pulling Yin Xiao Xiao back from the brink of despair. "Where have you been? Hurry and save me!" came her frantic cry from the cave. At that moment, Yue Tianming felt a surge of relief, knowing that she was safe. Yet, the Boar King remained undeterred, prowling beneath him, unwilling to relent. This time, the boar had learned, avoiding the boulder and pacing back and forth, occasionally emitting low, ominous grunts that sent chills down his spine. Its massive hooves dug into the sandy pit, venting its fury. Soon, the smaller wild boars heeded their leader's call and gathered around. Yue Tianming found himself with no avenues of escape. Although Yin Xiao Xiao was temporarily secure, she cautiously poked her head out to see Yue Tianming standing alone atop the boulder, confronting the wild boar horde. "What should we do now? What can I do?" she asked anxiously. Yue Tianming, caught in a perilous situation while striving to save himself, replied sternly, "Just stay put and don't complicate things." He had no viable options left. At this critical juncture, what more could he do? The wild boars were swift, far surpassing the speed of any land lizard, and escaping was futile. He could only hope that the boars would eventually disperse. However, the standoff persisted for over half an hour, with no sign of the boars leaving. This was untenable. The tide was about to rise. Although the boulder was high enough to keep the boars at bay, if the seawater inundated the area, would Yue Tianming be forced to endure a night submerged in the cold, unyielding sea? Despite his inability to devise a clever plan, he refused to concede defeat. Scanning his surroundings, he conceived a rather desperate idea. He then shouted loudly, "Is there any barnacle left in the cave? Throw them all out, and toss them far." Yin Xiao Xiao was already in a state of panic. Hearing Yue Tianming's shout, she had no time to think. Grabbing a large handful of roasted barnacles, she laboriously climbed to the top along the crevices of the stone wall. Here, a considerable gap had been left, originally caused by wild boars rooting around. Once she reached the top, she threw the barnacles with all her might in another direction. Goodness, is that even 5 meters? Yue Tianming felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing this. He had intended for Yin Xiao Xiao to use the barnacles to draw the wild boars away while he made a dash back to the cave. As long as he was present to hold the stone wall, the wild boars should not be able to breach it and would eventually leave. Fortunately, the barnacles did manage to lure away a few smaller wild boars, leaving only the wild boar king, who continued to watch Yue Tianming with keen eyes. "Keep going. Don't stop. Hurry. The pigs are almost finished." With no other option, Yue Tianming decided to take a desperate gamble. The cave still had plenty of barnacles left, and Yin Xiao Xiao was so anxious that she began to cry, throwing them out amidst her tears. Realizing that he could not wait any longer, Yue Tianming understood that these barnacles would not withstand the onslaught of several wild boars. He climbed down to the water behind the reef, feeling around underwater for a few large stones before ascending back onto the rocks. "You want to go head-to-head with me, huh? Let us see who comes out on top." With that, he raised a stone and brought it crashing down toward the wild boar king. The beast merely sidestepped slightly, evading the blow. "Try this again." I refused to believe it. He relentlessly hurled stone after stone. The wild boar king remained close to the reef, and finally, one large stone struck its mark. With a piercing squeal, the creature leaped away in pain. What a perfect opportunity. Yue Tianming had been waiting for this moment. He leaped onto the sandy beach, disregarding the circumstances behind him, and sprinted toward the cave. The wild boar king, regaining its senses, charged at him with its massive tusks. Just as Yue Tianming was about to enter the cave, the wild boar king closed in. He could almost feel the tusks grazing his backside, sensing that death was imminent. Suddenly, he spotted the sharp dog's stick lying within reach. Without a moment to think, he seized the stick and thrust it backward with all his strength. Chapter 43. A deadly struggle with the wild boar. The wild boar king let out a horrific cry as the sharp end of the stick pierced its mouth. However, it was not a deep wound and did not pose a fatal threat. The wild boar king violently tossed its head, sending Yue Tianming, who was gripping the other end of the stick, soaring into the air. With a powerful kick, the wild boar propelled Yue Tianming straight into the stone wall at the cave's entrance. The immense force of the impact left Yue Tianming dazed, feeling as though he had been struck by 10 heavyweight champions simultaneously. His head spun, and he had no time to register the intense pain in his back. His hands began to slip, and if he fell outside the cave, the wild boar would surely gore him to death in an instant. Yin Xiao Xiao, who had been crouched above the stone wall, suddenly gasped and reached out desperately. Just as he grasped the remnants of his dwindling hair, the pain jolted Yue Tianming back to reality. He could only utter a curse, damn it, and hastily seized a crevice, scrambling up the stone wall in a flurry. Simultaneously, the onslaught from the wild boar king commenced. With a dull thud, the stone wall shuddered again. Get inside, quick. Yue Tianming pushed Yin Xiaoxiao and then clambered back into the cave through the fissure. Goodness, that was utterly exhilarating. Despite the entire sequence transpiring in less than 30 seconds, the experience was fraught with peril. Any misstep could have led to certain death. Why can't you stay put? Why are you running around? Yin Xiaoxiao, now feeling a sense of safety, questioned him tearfully. Running around? Had you not eaten the barnacles, would I have needed to fetch bananas? Yue Tianming retorted, his frustration boiling over. Bananas? Yin Xiaoxiao was bewildered by his words. Bang, bang. More heavy impacts resounded. Yue Tianming pressed his back firmly against the stone wall and continued. I just realized that the wild boar had consumed that bunch of bananas before, which indicates they have a penchant for them, prompting me to return for more. Bang, bang. The collisions persisted. Oh, Yin Xiaoxiao finally comprehended. Then, filled with remorse, she said, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. The situation outside was evident. Yue Tianming was indeed right. It was precisely because all the barnacles had been roasted that the wild boar was drawn in. All right, enough. I have no words left. Yue Tianming said, his impatience palpable. In that moment, he contemplated fleeing, but swiftly dismissed the notion. Two souls relying on each other was far preferable to one languishing in solitude. Although Yin Xiaoxiao often irritated him, he could not bear to let her starve. Hence, he had devised the idea of using bananas to lure the wild boar again, albeit he had not anticipated its swift arrival. What shall we do now? Yin Xiaoxiao asked helplessly, as the wild boar remained outside, defying their plans. Yue Tianming merely sought the boar's droppings, yet the beast seemed intent on claiming his life. Yin Xiaoxiao's look of despair left him exasperated. Let me think. Listening to the diminishing commotion outside, Yue Tianming peered through the crevice and saw that the wild boar had not departed, merely circling the cave entrance. Are there any barnacles left? He inquired. Yes. Yin Xiaoxiao replied, handing him a handful. Taking the barnacles, Yue Tianming sprinkled them along the narrow passage that allowed their ingress and egress. What are you doing? Don't ask, just watch. He replied tersely, unwilling to elaborate. Yin Xiaoxiao, aware of her prior misjudgment, fell silent. Yue Tianming picked up a half-broken tusk from the cave and fixed his gaze on the crevice. This time, his hopes were not dashed. Soon, a small wild boar was lured by the enticing aroma. It devoured the outermost barnacles and then began to root inside. When it could no longer reach the innermost barnacles, the boar opened its mouth wide, extending its tongue in a futile attempt to grasp the treat. Yue Tianming cursed under his breath. You want to challenge me? I'll end you. Seizing the opportunity, he pierced the wild boar's mouth with the sharp tusk. The wild boar let out a wretched scream, struggling fiercely to break free. Yue Tianming, having endured bullying for far too long, was on the brink of madness. Ignoring his own safety, he exerted himself once more, forcefully thrusting his hand into the boar's mouth. His body was nearly pulled out of the cave by the wild beast, yet he refused to relinquish his grip. With both hands tightly clutching one of the tusks, he twisted and turned with all his might, determined to take down the boar. The boar king, realizing the situation, intensified its assault against the stone wall. Just as Yue Tianming was about to be dragged out of the cave, the boar succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Gasping for breath, he had no time to rest. He quickly seized the boar's thumb-sized tusk, wedging it firmly in a crevice. The previous boar had been dragged away by the boar king, and he was resolute that such a fate would not befall this one. This was food earned at the cost of his life. The boar king gripped the hind leg of the fallen boar and attempted to drag it away multiple times, but Yue Tianming held on tenaciously. In the face of this standoff, time seemed to freeze. After a brief interval, to his surprise, the boar king let out a howl and took off running, prompting the other boars to quickly follow suit, vanishing into the woods. Exhausted, Yue Tianming collapsed onto the ground, finally noticing that the cave floor was damp. What was going on? Did someone wet themselves? He cast a dubious glance toward Yin Xiaoxiao's legs. Indeed, her pants were wet. Had she truly been so frightened? Yin Xiaoxiao was equally startled, oblivious to his furtive expression. Finally, they've left. Thank heavens, she exclaimed, patting her chest, visibly shaken. What are you staring at? Yin Xiaoxiao eventually realized, hastily squeezing her legs together. Did you wet yourself? Yue Tianming remarked with a teasing smile. You were the one who wet himself. Yin Xiaoxiao promptly retorted. However, her hand resting on her pants felt distinctly damp. Could it be that she had indeed wet herself without realizing? Tentatively, she brought her hand to her nose, but detected no odor. You're talking nonsense. It wasn't me. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing crimson. I know it wasn't he. Yue Tianming had also discerned the reality of the situation. The moisture on the ground was from outside, rising swiftly. He ventured outside to investigate, and indeed, the tide was rising, nearly reaching the entrance of the cave. It appeared that the wild boar had been frightened away by the encroaching water. Quickly gather your things. The seawater is about to flood in, Yue Tianming urged, anxiously moving stones himself. He intended to stack the stones higher to elevate the fire. The night had already fallen outside, and the seawater surrounded them. There would be no time to seek another refuge. Checking his watch, he noted it was past 8 o'clock. Based on previous nights, the tide would recede shortly. However, this cave was relatively elevated, so it should not be submerged. At worst, they could stand on the stones and wait for the tide to ebb. Chapter 44. I have a good sister. As the first wave of seawater breached the cave floor, the two could only stand in the muddy water. The bonfire had been propped up by stones, temporarily safe from the encroaching tide. Yet, the frigid seawater still seeped through, chilling to the very core. Would we drown? As the water gradually rose to her ankles, Yin Xiaoxiao began to fret. Fear not. Just hold on a little longer. The tide should recede soon, Yue Tianming reassured her. Glancing anxiously at his watch, relying solely on past experience to gauge the situation, his own heart laden with uncertainty. If worst came to worst, they would have to risk venturing out. However, the tumultuous waves outside and the enveloping darkness made the prospect daunting. Any unforeseen event could spell disaster. As the water crept up to their knees, the fire finally succumbed to the elements. A thick plume of smoke erupted within the cave, causing both to cough incessantly. Just as Yue Tianming contemplated abandoning the cave, he noticed to his relief that the tide was beginning to recede. It's all right, the tide is going out. But our fire is gone, Yin Xiaoxiao lamented, her fear of the dark resurfacing as tears brimmed in her eyes. It's fine, we spent our first night like this. After all, I'll make a fire first thing in the morning, Yue Tianming comforted her, gently patting her head to reassure her of his presence. Yin Xiaoxiao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of fear and guilt. Had she not acted impulsively, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. If only she had scattered the barnacles along the forest's edge sooner, the wild boars would have moved on after feasting. They could have anticipated the rising tide and avoided this inky darkness. I'm so sorry, truly sorry, came her quivering apology from the shadows. Enough of that. We're in this together. It's only natural to encounter some bumps along the way, Yue Tianming said softly, his heart melting at her vulnerability. And we can't all be like my mother, who would erupt in anger. He abruptly halted, nearly divulging too much. What happened to your mother? Yin Xiaoxiao, ever curious about his past, inquired. Oh, it's really nothing significant. It's just somewhat embarrassing to share. If you're willing to listen, I'll indulge you. Yue Tianming conceded, feeling a sense of openness in their solitude. After all, who knew how long they might be together? He gathered a few stones to fashion makeshift seats, and they sat shoulder to shoulder as he recounted his history. Truth be told, I have no recollection of my mother. To be precise, I have never met her, he said with a rueful smile. Most of what I know comes from my grandmother's tales. My childhood was spent in the village at her side. My father only appeared during the new year, bringing new clothes and a few pounds of candy. According to my grandmother, my mother left 2 months after giving birth to me, seemingly discontent with our poverty. My father, deeply affected by her departure, went to the city to work, while I remained in the countryside with my grandmother. When I turned 5, she passed away, and I returned to the city with my father. It was then that I discovered he had remarried, bought a house, and even had a younger sister. My stepmother has always treated me poorly, either by hitting or scolding me. My father is perpetually preoccupied with his business affairs, often returning home inebriated. Consequently, throughout my upbringing, aside from my grandmother, no one has truly cared for me. In the eyes of this couple, I am merely superfluous. You are already aware of what transpired thereafter. I became a troublemaker at school and ultimately got expelled. Following that, I roamed the streets aimlessly, yet I must clarify that I would never engage in morally reprehensible activities. Initially, Yin Xiaoxiao listened intently, feeling a deep pang of sympathy. Upon hearing this statement, she couldn't help but laugh, although she found herself somewhat inclined to believe Yue Tianming's words. With such a foolish demeanor, he hardly seemed capable of wrongdoing. So, does that imply you have no chance of inheriting your family's business? Yin Xiaoxiao smiled brightly, eager to tease him and lift his spirits. In truth, I'm not particularly interested in their meager wealth. I often trade in antiques, and, despite encountering numerous setbacks, I managed to sustain myself without relying on others. Yue Tianming spoke with considerable pride. Since childhood, he had aspired to earn a substantial income through his own efforts. Determined to show his biological father and stepmother that he could thrive independently. Then why do you still reside in your father's bathhouse? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Are you foolish? They look down on me and refuse to give me any money. So why shouldn't I take advantage of the situation? If I can stay there for free, why not? After all, I don't have to pay. Everyone there knows me, so what can they do? You're impressive. Yin Xiaoxiao thought it rare to encounter someone with such an open-minded perspective. She then asked, what about your sister? Does she treat you poorly as well? Yue Tianming scratched his head awkwardly. Not at all. My half-sister possesses a commendable character. I often wonder if she truly belongs to them. Ever since she was little, she has been quite attached to me, always sneaking me treats. Yet, I am no less. Whenever she faced bullying at school, I was the one to stand up for her, and others whispered about her having a formidable brother. As I grew older and encountered deceit in the antique trade, it was thanks to my sister that I managed to procure funds from our father through various excuses. So, your sister treats you well then? What is her name? Once we are out of here, I must meet her. Perhaps we could become good friends. Yin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of envy for this sister she had never met, recognizing the fortune of having a brother to shield her from life's storms. Oh, her name is Yu Lingyan. True to her name, her voice is melodious, akin to a lark. She is tall, just half a head shorter than me, and strikingly beautiful. Whoever marries her, if they dare to mistreat her, I will certainly make them pay. As Yue Tianming reminisced about his beloved sister, his face lit up with joy. For some reason, Yin Xiaoxiao began to feel a flicker of jealousy toward Yu Lingyan. Oh, how I wish I had a brother like you. Who wouldn't want to be cherished and protected? Yet, as she thought of her own parents, a wave of disappointment washed over her. It seems that my presence here alongside Yue Tianming is not without reason. It appears we both share a sense of unfulfillment. I must tell you, once we escape this place, you simply must meet my sister. She is truly an extraordinary person. Yue Tianming continued to chatter away, unaware of the bitter smile that crept onto Yin Xiaoxiao's face. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Chapter 45. The first attempt at cured meat. Yue Tianming had always been reluctant to share his past, fearing that Yin Xiaoxiao might look down upon him. Growing up in the countryside without a proper education, he had managed to scrape together some achievements, yet these were insufficient to quell his feelings of inadequacy. Nevertheless, he had come to terms with it. What did it matter? He often fantasized about Yin Xiaoxiao, but the thought of being with her filled him with self-doubt. She seemed like a wealthy girl, and he felt insignificant in comparison. Lacking connections and savings, he had squandered the meager earnings he made from trading antiques. The night was cold, yet the chill within Yue Tianming's heart was even more profound. Even as Yin Xiaoxiao slept beside him, he felt no warmth. When Yin Xiaoxiao awoke once more, Yue Tianming had already left the cave. He was on the beach, meticulously dismembering a wild boar with a dagger. The seawater from the previous night had served a beneficial purpose, effectively washing away the foul odors from the boar's body. Look, a big pig's trotter. You're in for a treat, sis. Yue Tianming had already shaken off the gloom of the previous night, holding aloft a leg of pork laden with tendons. Brimming with excitement. Surprisingly, Yin Xiaoxiao did not cheer. Instead, she gazed at him with a hint of concern. After learning about his past, she now saw him as somewhat foolish, endearingly so. Though Yue Tianming had spoken simply the night before, Yin Xiaoxiao understood that there were many things he chose not to mention. This only reaffirmed her belief that he was an independent and resilient man. Let me assist you, she offered, disliking the gory sight but eager to lend a hand. No, I can manage this myself. If you're truly feeling idle, stick to the usual task of gathering firewood, he replied cheerfully, waving her off and resolutely refusing her help. All right, I shall return shortly, she said, bestowing him with a gentle smile. A rare sight compared to her usual chattering when asked to help. Don't start shouting again. I'm too busy to rescue you. Yue Tianming's playful remark shattered the pleasant atmosphere. How insufferable. Yin Xiaoxiao playfully scolded him, yet she happily set off to gather firewood. When she returned, all the wild boar meat was neatly divided according to its various parts. Here, have some raspberries. You must be thirsty, she said, offering him the freshly picked fruit. There aren't many ripe ones left. Make do with these red berries. Yin Xiaoxiao had already sampled them and found the raspberries quite sour, not particularly palatable. He was remarkably meticulous, leaving the few remaining dark purple raspberries for Yue Tianming. Oblivious to these details, Yue Tianming grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth, savoring their sweet and sour flavor, a delightful treat. The task of slaughtering pigs had indeed exhausted him, leaving him drenched in sweat. Habitually, he assumed that Yin Xiaoxiao, with her gluttonous nature, must have eaten her fill before returning. Now, it was time to prepare a fire. It was a pity about the pigskin, riddled with holes from his prodding. Otherwise, he could have fashioned a fine coat. With a regretful expression, he returned to the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao glanced down and noticed the black pigskin, still attached to remnants of flesh, punctuated by numerous holes. However, the thought of draping such a thing over herself was utterly revolting. Setting aside the question of its odor, The sight of coarse black bristles sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps it was best to forget about it. She shuddered at the mere imagery. Yue Tianming's fire-starting skills had improved significantly. Within an hour, a new blaze illuminated the cave. Today, I shall prepare something novel for you, just wait, he declared mysteriously as he emerged from the cave, shortly returning with a large bundle of broad leaves. What is this? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired, lacking such life experiences. Just wait to see you drooling. Yue Tianming chuckled. You are truly annoying. Yue Tianming first gathered several long branches, selecting the sturdier ones, and wedged their ends into the cave's walls. He then hung various strips and chunks of meat upon them. After untethering a frayed rope, he secured the ribs and thigh meat to the branches, nodding in satisfaction before repositioning the fire directly beneath them. Let the performance commence, he exclaimed. He added plenty of firewood to the blaze and tossed in the collected large leaves. In an instant, the damp leaves met the glowing embers, producing thick, acrid smoke that was almost suffocating. Within seconds, both were forced to flee the cave. Wiping the ash from her face, Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Is this your grand performance? Yue Tianming smiled apologetically. It's my first time. I lack experience. I saw it on television. How was I to know it would smoke this much? He had intended to try his hand at smoking meat, but had mismanaged the situation. After enduring the initial cloud of thick smoke, they were soon greeted by the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the cave. Yin Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply, praising, Wow, your skills are impressive. It smells delicious. Of course, who do you think I am? I'm not just boasting. Before he could finish, a sudden flare of fire erupted from the cave. Oh no, the fire's too strong. Yue Tianming, undeterred by the smoke, rushed back in. He witnessed flames leaping over a foot high from the fire pit, with wild boar meat dripping fat that hissed and splattered everywhere. Oh no, I forgot a step, he exclaimed, scrambling to find the large shell in the corner to catch the dripping fat. His eyes stung from the smoke, and the heat enveloped him. How can you be so foolish? Yin Xiaoxiao peered inside after he had been absent for quite some time. What a waste of oil. The thought made Yue Tianming feel a pang of regret. He had squandered so much oil before even entering. I shall find something to prop it up. I simply cannot tolerate your careless nature. Yin Xiaoxiao searched for sturdy branches and, after much effort, still could not support the heavy shell. If we just tie a rope in the middle, it will hold firm. Oh yes. With Yue Tianming's prompt, Yin Xiaoxiao hurriedly bound several branches with rope. A crooked but functional structure finally emerged. Why are you collecting that oil? It smells so foul. Only after emerging from the cave did Yin Xiaoxiao dare to take a deep breath, as the scent of wild boar oil was overwhelmingly pungent. What for? To make torches. You fool. Chapter 46. The torch preparation plan begins. Torches? Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly awakened from her stupor. However, we aren't venturing out at night. What need do we have for torches? Is it because you fear the dark when I rise for the restroom? The only rationale Yin Xiaoxiao could conceive was this, as Yue Tianming had previously accompanied her during her nighttime trips. While his presence was reassuring, it also felt somewhat embarrassing. In retrospect, Yue Tianming was rather considerate. As she pondered this, her heart blossomed with joy, and her gaze towards Yue Tianming softened. Come off it. Even for a restroom visit, can we afford such extravagance? Do you think this is a flashlight that you can replace batteries for at any time? His remark abruptly yanked Yin Xiaoxiao back to reality, revealing his continued insensitivity. Humph. Yin Xiaoxiao silently huffed and pressed on. Then what is it for? Alas, it is useful, and you will understand soon enough. Yue Tianming chose not to elaborate, as he was concocting a grand plan. The time was not right to divulge it, for he feared it might alarm Yin Xiaoxiao. Yet her assistance was crucial to the undertaking. Fine. If you want to say anything, then don't. So mysterious. Yin Xiaoxiao felt as if she were merely a burden in Yue Tianming's eyes, incapable of contributing. In just a few days, how many times had Yue Tianming saved her? Not fewer than 8 times, surely. She wondered if anyone had been dispatched from her father's side to rescue her. When would this life come to an end? While she was lost in thought, Yue Tianming emerged from the cave, carrying a shell brimming with oil. The offensive stench assaulted her senses, and Yin Xiaoxiao felt nauseous. Pinching her nose from a distance, her expression one of disdain, Yue Tianming had gathered several sturdy branches, each easily grasped by one hand. He cut them to half a meter in length and began to wait patiently for the oil to solidify. He beckoned Yin Xiaoxiao, calling her over. Now it's your turn to shine. What? Did you not say you didn't need my help? Yin Xiaoxiao grumbled as she approached, while still pinching her nose. This is your chance to show what you can do. Now, take off your pants. Yue Tianming grinned mischievously, his gaze resembling that of a wolf eyeing a tender lamb. You. How shameless. As soon as there was a morsel of food, her thoughts began to drift into a chaotic realm. While speaking, Yin Xiaoxiao picked up a stick from the ground, preparing to strike Yue Tianming. What on earth are you thinking about? Do I need cloth strips to make a torch? Cloth strips? I have none. Without my pants, what am I to wear? Yin Xiaoxiao was unwilling to prance around in nothing but her underwear. It would be quite embarrassing to be without pants. However, she seemed to forget that these very pants belonged to Yue Tianming, and when he rescued her, she was indeed without them. Fine, I won't take it all. At most, I'll help you turn them into three-quarter pants. I have nothing left on me. You can't expect me to strip down to my underwear to make a torch, can you? Yue Tianming thought to himself, if I really did strip, would you dare to look? Yet, he seemed to forget that someone had indeed seen him yesterday, though he was oblivious to it. All right, you must leave me half a pair, she insisted. Enough already. Hurry up and take them off. We have work to do. You're so slow. Yue Tianming turned his face away, refusing to look at her. Reluctantly, Yin Xiaoxiao began to remove her pants, tossing them onto his head before quickly darting behind a rock. Anxious to avoid being seen in her state of undress. As if I've never seen anything before. I don't even know who it is that cuddles with me every night, Yue Tianming muttered under his breath, quickly silencing himself. He did not wish for anyone to discover the intimate moments shared at night, lest they be deprived of such pleasures in the future. After receiving the pants, he scrutinized them for a while, gesturing as he contemplated his next move. Finally, he picked up a knife and began to cut, meticulously slicing the fabric. Thanks to the sharpness of the blade, the task was executed with remarkable ease. In no time, he had fashioned 6 or 7 strips from the pants, which he then soaked in the congealing grease. Is it ready yet? Can I have my pants back? Yin Xiaoxiao's anxious voice called from behind the rock. She feared that Yue Tianming might not keep his word and would use up all the fabric, leaving her in a predicament. The moment she urged him, Yue Tianming's mischievous nature reemerged. The pants had been long to begin with, and after his alterations, there remained ample fabric to fashion three-quarter pants for her. However, with a sly grin, he deliberately cut them even shorter. All right, take them. Yue Tianming tossed the pants onto the rock. Yin Xiaoxiao cautiously reached out to grab them, only to exclaim, Yue Tianming, you big rascal. Can these pants even be worn? Upon inspecting the garment, she discovered that the long pants had been transformed into revealing shorts, with several holes exposing her underwear. What's the matter? At least you have something to wear. I had no idea making a torch would consume so much fabric. It seems I might still need some of your clothes. Yue Tianming stifled a laugh, eager to witness her reaction when she emerged. You must be dreaming. Yin Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, her face a mask of indignation. Within her mind, she unleashed a torrent of invectives directed at Yue Tianming. You scoundrel! How utterly shameless of you! Taking advantage of this situation, leaving me without clothes. I refuse to fall for your tricks. My pants are already in this state. No matter how much she curses, it is of no consequence. While she berated him internally, she stepped out of the rocky area. With her lips pursed and eyes widened in indignation, her expression was a delightful blend of beauty and anger, her stunning face radiating charm in every way. Yue Tianming had initially intended to relish her anger, but upon catching a glimpse, he found himself utterly mesmerized. Yin Xiaoxiao, clad in Yue Tianming's oversized clothing, barely concealed her shorts, her snow-white legs gracefully exposed as she strolled along the beach. The image she presented was that of a beautiful, obedient girl. Her round, rosy cheeks and infectious smile were undeniably adorable. Yet, in this moment, with her unexpected attire, she transformed into a fiery vixen, exuding an entirely different allure. It was as if she had just awoken, casually donning her partner's shirt while meandering along the shore. The sea breeze playfully caressed her loose shirt, causing it to sway gently, the picturesque scenery captivating her senses. What are you staring at? This is all you're doing, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson at the sight of Yue Tianming's entranced expression, though she felt a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. There was something about his gaze, filled with admiration and endless infatuation, that she found oddly endearing. Unlike the lecherous looks from other men who only saw her as a mere object of wealth. She couldn't quite understand this feeling, but for reasons unknown, it was not unwelcome. However, his dazed state prompted her to take action. She scooped up a handful of sand and tossed it at him. Only then did Yue Tianming snap back to reality, seemingly still savoring the beauty before him. What a sight to behold, he mused. Though Yin Xiaoxiao shot him an exasperated glare, secretly pleased by his reaction. But soon, Yue Tianming's surprised exclamation shattered the delightful atmosphere. Oh no, my oil has gotten sandy. You're such a nuisance. He discovered that the oil within the shell was now tainted with a layer of sand, causing him considerable distress. If only I could just choke myself for a moment. How can you be so foolish? Yin Xiaoxiao thought angrily, wishing she could kick him for his clumsiness. Chapter 47. The plan disrupted by a blow. Yin Xiaoxiao seethed internally, while Yue Tianming frantically cleaned the oil, ignoring her completely. Fortunately, it was only a small amount of sand. Had it been entirely contaminated, his torch would have been ruined. His focus remained solely on salvaging the oil. while Yan Xiaoxiao had already retreated to the cave. The smoke inside the cave gradually diminished, and without the oil, the wild boar meat began to emit an enticing aroma. Yan Xiaoxiao gazed longingly at the strips of meat hanging from the branches, unable to resist swallowing her saliva, stealthily peering outside. She noted that Yue Tianming appeared to be preoccupied, allowing her the opportunity to quietly pluck a small piece of meat. As she inhaled its scent, the delightful blend of woodsy freshness infused with a smoky barbecue flavor tantalized her senses, seeming far more appetizing than the roasted bird. The meat strips possess an exquisite balance of tenderness, their moisture and fat nearly depleted, evoking an insatiable appetite with but a whiff. She tentatively took a bite. Engulfed by the rich aroma of the meat, this uncouth gourmand let out a satisfied moan. Anger was swiftly forgotten as she devoured the meat strip with remarkable speed. At that moment, a triumphant voice echoed from the entrance. "Delicious, isn't it? How do you find my culinary skills?" Splendid, absolutely splendid," she replied, her mouth stuffed to the brim, rendering her speech unintelligible, yet she could not resist praising Yue Tianming's talent. However, she quickly regained her composure. Chastising herself for complimenting that insufferable rogue, she straightened her face and shook her head vigorously, attempting to retort, but the abundance of meat nearly choked her. "Hee. If it's so tasty, why the need to stuff yourself so? This entire pig isn't enough for you?" Yue Tianming observed her conflicting expressions, a bemused smile forming on his lips. Yan Xiaoxiao struggled to swallow the savory morsels before declaring, "Delicious my foot. It's not good at all. I merely wanted to check if it was cooked." Then, to her own dismay, she licked the grease around her lips, betraying her earlier words. "Well then, take your time to eat. Do try to consume a bit more. Fill your stomach. We have something significant to attend to once you're satisfied." Yue Tianming left the cave to return to the beach, where he began to wrap strips of cloth to fashion torches. A significant matter? Yan Xiaoxiao pondered, baffled. What other pressing task could there possibly be? With so much meat, surely she and Yue Tianming could feast for days. Besides, with his remarkable bird-catching skills, starvation was an impossibility in the near term. But never mind that. She decided to focus on her meal first. Yue Tianming did not disturb her as she savored the meat, diligently crafting the torches. He feared that if he divulged his plans, it would ruin her appetite. Truth be told, he himself harbored little confidence in the scheme. Yet, the situation had unfolded as it had, leaving him no choice. After much effort, 6 torches were finally complete. Yue Tianming meticulously inspected them multiple times, ensuring that the oilcloth was secure before he felt a semblance of relief. Holding one torch, he ventured back into the cave, only to find Yan Xiaoxiao still joyfully indulging. However, upon noticing his presence, she quickly concealed her gluttonous display, adopting a more demure manner as she nibbled delicately. Yue Tianming smiled faintly, choosing silence. He moved to the fire pit, rekindling the flames before testing the torch. Yet, the results appeared less than ideal. Frowning, he observed the torch that had ignited. The method he employed seemed to require a considerable amount of time for ignition. Moreover, the wild boar fat appeared to burn at an alarming rate, producing only a modest flame, far from advantageous for his plan. Yue Tianming furrowed his brow, fixating on the rapidly burning torch. Glancing at his watch, he calculated the time. Igniting the torch took approximately 20 seconds, and its burn time was merely 5 minutes. With 5 torches remaining, he could only expect to gain about half an hour at most. For a moment, Yue Tianming was engulfed in doubt about his plans. His face etched with worry. "Humph, what use is this? It extinguished so quickly, a waste of my trousers." Yan Xiaoxiao, gnawing on a rib, could not resist a sneer. To her, having food and shelter meant that clothing should not be squandered. "Humph, now I'm left with bare legs, destined to be sunburned." Surprisingly, Yue Tianming refrained from retorting, merely shaking his head in disappointment as he exited the cave. He sat beside a few torches, lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Something amiss. Yan Xiaoxiao's interest piqued, and she emerged, still munching on her rib. "Here, have some." She extended a rib towards Yue Tianming, who seemed oblivious, still in his reverie. "Hey, are you waiting for me to feed you?" Yan Xiaoxiao's tone sharpened. "If I weren't worried you'd starve and be unable to hunt, I wouldn't bother with you." Sighing deeply, Yue Tianming felt overwhelmed by his predicament. It was a headache, truly a headache. "Who are you going to confront?" Yan Xiaoxiao gasped. The word struck her with such force. It was just the two of them here. Was he planning to force himself on her? Indeed, men were all the same. Once their bellies were full, they began to entertain such twisted thoughts. A full belly breeds lust. Various unsavory phrases swirled in Yan Xiaoxiao's mind. Alarmed, she abandoned her rib, hastily searching for something to defend herself. Stones, sticks, anything to thwart this rogue's advances. But what if she couldn't overpower him? Would she lose her virtue just like that? What would she do then? She dared not contemplate suicide. A flurry of thoughts whirled in Yin Xiaoxiao's mind, leaving her in a state of panic. Perhaps she should strike first while he remained lost in thought, knocking him unconscious. With that resolve, she stealthily picked up a sturdy branch and crept forward. Yue Tianming, absorbed in pondering his plan, failed to notice Yin Xiaoxiao's terrified demeanor. He continued to mumble to himself. It seemed he truly needed to remove her clothing. As he contemplated this, he prepared to call out to Yin Xiaoxiao, only to suddenly find a hefty stick descending before him. "What the hell are you doing?" he exclaimed. "Ouch. Are you trying to kill me?" The stick landed squarely on his head, causing a painful bump to form. "Ah!" Yin Xiaoxiao gasped, witnessing that Yue Tianming did not succumb to unconsciousness. And she immediately leaped back, nervously watching his next move. "Are you insane? I didn't see you using such force to hunt wild boars. Why unleash it on me?" Yue Tianming was infuriated, touching the painful lump on his head. "Who told you to remove my clothing? That word is too embarrassing to utter," she stammered, then quickly added. "Let me make it clear. I will not let you succeed, not even in your dreams." Yin Xiaoxiao was equally flustered, her speech disjointed. "What the hell? What have I done?" Yue Tianming was bewildered. "That giant lizard is your father? I'm here to kill it, and you're stopping me? Do you still possess a shred of humanity?" Master Yu feels utterly aggrieved, compelled to hunt the colossal lizard while you, a mere glutton, obstruct him. Is it truly so difficult for me to procure some sustenance? Chapter 48. The plan to trap the colossal lizard. What? The colossal lizard? Yin Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, without the colossal lizard, who would I pursue? Yue Tianming shouted in frustration. "I thought you genuinely intended to." Yin Xiaoxiao now felt an overwhelming sense of remorse, having misjudged him. "My apologies, let me see if you are hurt." She approached with a distressed expression. "Stay away. I am thoroughly exasperated." This marked the first occasion Yue Tianming had scolded her. He was genuinely on the verge of losing his patience. Day after day, she was of no assistance, merely sowing chaos. One day, should she have a nightmarish slumber, it would not be surprising if she were to rise and inflict harm upon herself out of frustration. Yin Xiaoxiao's presence beside him felt akin to a ticking time bomb. "I was wrong. Please do not berate me." Yin Xiaoxiao employed her signature tactic. Her glossy lips puckered, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yue Tianming initially believed that the 5 torches would not burn long enough, hence he casually mentioned needing Yin Xiaoxiao's clothing. Who could have anticipated the backlash that followed? Who would not be incensed in his position? Observing that Yue Tianming showed no signs of forgiveness, Yin Xiaoxiao's sobs grew louder. Yue Tianming paid her no mind, storming toward the shoreline, massaging the bump on his head, feeling deeply troubled. Yin Xiaoxiao wept for quite a while, yet Yue Tianming did not come to console her. This was a marked change from before. Was he truly intent on abandoning her? Despair began to creep into her heart. "Though I have erred, I have already offered my apology. Why did you not clarify your words? How could I have misunderstood otherwise?" Yin Xiaoxiao called out plaintively. Yet Yue Tianming did not turn to look at her. "Very well, I shall take my leave, causing you no further trouble. Let us go our separate ways." Yin Xiaoxiao sniffled as she walked toward the cave, glancing back at Yue Tianming several times, but he remained indifferent, and her heart sank completely. The cave echoed with soft rustling sounds, accompanied by muffled sobs. Yue Tianming sighed inwardly. How had he found himself entangled with her? Was this fate? Alas, if only my sister were here, she would undoubtedly fare much better than her. Yet, she too was pitiable, lacking the affection of both father and mother. A plight that mirrored his own. What more could he do but console himself? Gradually, his anger subsided, and he finally rose. However, upon turning around, he was met with a scene that sent him into fits of laughter. There was Yin Xiaoxiao, shouldering a stick intended for dogs, adorned with several skewers of roasted wild boar meat, meandering along the beach. "What is this? Departing with pork? Sis, you certainly know how to have fun. You even remembered to bring food." Witnessing this comical yet pitiable sight, Yue Tianming's irritation dissipated, and he quickened his pace to follow her in silence. Yin Xiaoxiao ambled along for quite some time, having scarcely covered 20 meters. She certainly wished for Yue Tianming to come over. Yet having made up her mind to leave home, she felt the need to maintain her pride. "What do you want? I only took a little bit of pork. Are you trying to snatch it back?" Yue Tianming maintained a stern expression, suppressing a smile as he nodded. "I also contributed to the pig slaughter. I even saved you once. Is it really necessary for you to be so ruthless?" Yin Xiaoxiao actually wanted to take all the pork, but fearing a beating, she only selected a portion of the roasted meat to take with her. Yue Tianming nodded. The performance continued. "You heartless one, I can't find anything to eat. What's wrong with taking a bit of your pork? Do you want me to starve? I'll give it all back to you." Yin Xiaoxiao, utterly frustrated, threw all the roasted pork at Yue Tianming and squatted down, weeping loudly. With no food of her own and nowhere to stay outside, the thought of her impending demise weighed heavily on her heart. What a game we've played. Yue Tianming clutched a pile of roasted meat, feeling a twinge of guilt. All right, I was just joking. With you being such a lively person, I could never truly toss you aside. Here, have a piece of roasted meat and smile for me. I adore seeing you smile. Holding out a piece of roasted meat, he teased Yin Xiaoxiao as one might coax a beloved pet. I want to eat. Yin Xiaoxiao retorted defiantly. Really not going to eat? Then I shall take my leave. Do as you wish. Just remember to come home once you've cried enough. We have important matters to attend to. As Yue Tianming turned to leave, barely had he done so when Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his waist, sobbing, "Don't go. I promise I won't dare again. Ha ha ha. You are a torment sent by the heavens to test my patience. All right. Your eyes are all swollen from crying. You look almost like a wild boar." Yue Tianming could hardly bear to see a woman cry, especially one as beautiful as Yin Xiaoxiao, who was his only companion. "Are you no longer angry?" she timidly inquired. "Angry? Infuriated to the point of death. What else can I do? Give you a beating?" Yue Tianming replied with feigned annoyance. "I misunderstood, after all. Who told you not to clarify your words? I was afraid that if I told you in advance, you would lose your appetite for meat." Yue Tianming was preoccupied with thoughts of how they would survive together, in stark contrast to Yin Xiaoxiao's carefree demeanor. She was solely focused on being rescued as quickly as possible, but she knew she had to endure first. "Then tell me now." "All right." Yue Tianming sighed softly, pulling her to sit on a nearby rock and handing her some roasted meat. As they ate and talked, however, Yin Xiaoxiao was soon struck with alarm. "What? You truly intend to hunt the giant lizard? Last time, we nearly lost our lives. I cannot agree to this. It is tantamount to seeking death." Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao was genuinely frightened. "There is no choice. If we wish to survive longer, we must have the means to do so." Yue Tianming did not wish to provoke the giant lizard, but the situation had left him with no alternatives. He continued, "We have food now, and a place to stay. But we lack water. It hasn't rained for several days, and those few raspberry fruits won't last until tomorrow. But that is far too perilous. I can eat less raspberry. Let us endure a few more days and think of a solution, shall we?" Yin Xiaoxiao was particularly afraid of Yue Tianming encountering danger, as that would leave her utterly alone. Yue Tianming let out a bitter laugh, imploring, "Do not counsel me any further. I have finally made my decision, and I shall not waver. This area has but one pond. What other options could we possibly contemplate?" The notion of entering the woods had been dismissed from the outset by both of them, for they truly feared the unknown lurking within. While provoking the giant lizard was fraught with peril, at least there existed a semblance of a strategy, a glimmer of hope. "Do you desire my clothing to fashion more torches? I shall remove it for you at once." Yin Xiaoxiao, heedless of the consequences, began to disrobe. Yue Tianming, risking his own safety to provoke the beast for the sake of survival, pondered whether he could still afford to be concerned about modesty and dignity. He reached out to stop her, saying, "Enough. The difference between having a few more or fewer torches is negligible. I shall devise my own means." He was uncertain whether he would return alive. Why would he require her clothing? Moreover, there was a significant flaw in his plan that he had yet to resolve, leaving him to rely on fate. "Let us return. I need to be well fed for the journey ahead." Yue Tianming laughed grimly, uncertain of what fate awaited him. Chapter 49. The General's Expedition. The atmosphere within the cave was unsettling. Yue Tianming spoke with a forced cheerfulness, meticulously detailing every matter. Yin Xiaoxiao sat quietly, tears streaming down her face, listening intently. "Remember, this fire must not be extinguished. Before you sleep at night, ensure you place the thickest logs atop it, so that you may awaken to embers to rekindle the flames. These meats must be regularly smoked to preserve their dryness and prevent spoilage. They should suffice for 7 or 8 days. There are still plenty of bananas on that banana tree. Be sure to check frequently and harvest them as soon as they ripen. Consume them all, for they cannot be stored. As for the raspberries, ration them wisely. If they run out, you may resort to the leaves. Preferably, select those that have been nibbled by insects, indicating they are not toxic. Oh, and I nearly forgot about the coconut trees. However, coconuts take longer to mature. Wait patiently, as consuming them unripe will lead to illness. And when you climb the trees, exercise utmost caution. It would be wise to secure yourself with a rope to prevent a fall. Additionally, reinforce this stone wall regularly, stuffing any gaps with leaves and weeds. Should the tide rise, ascend the stone wall. It should protect you from flooding the cave. I shall gather more leaves and grass shortly, so your sleeping surface will be more comfortable." Yue Tianming patiently conveyed every detail, his instructions meticulous and repetitive, fearful that Yin Xiaoxiao might not remember. Yet, her demeanor suggested otherwise. She appeared utterly distraught, tears cascading down her cheeks, unable to utter a coherent word. "Please, do not go," she implored, feeling as though Yue Tianming was merely making preparations for his own demise. "We agreed on this. Let us not alter our course." Yue Tianming replied with a smile. His demeanor radiated warmth, and despite over 20 years of independent living, he had never bowed to adversity. This time would be no exception. Yue Tianming surveyed the cave, confirming there was nothing left to address before stepping outside. After a while, he returned, cradling large bundles of firewood and grass. This repetitive task continued until one corner of the cave was stacked high, at which point he dusted off his hands in satisfaction. Exiting the cave, he took some small branches that he had prepared earlier and tightly bound them around his shins and arms, fashioning makeshift armor. He then picked up the tattered boar skin, inhaling its pungent odor, hesitating to rinse it in the sea, and instead draped it over his back, knowing he needed the scent to lure the giant lizard. Next, he secured his belt around his waist, inserting 5 torches into it. "Where's the hat you gave me?" Yue Tianming asked, looking around. "Right here." Yin Xiaoxiao emerged briskly from the cave, holding the green grass hat adorned with feathers, though he intended to take it from her. She stubbornly insisted on placing it on his head herself. Tears streamed down her face as she meticulously adjusted his attire, fearful of overlooking any detail. "How do I look in this armor? Does it evoke the image of the Western Shu overlord?" Yue Tianming observed with great pride, wielding a 2-meter-long staff, resplendent in his battle garb. Though his appearance was indeed unrefined and odorous, in Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes, he was a formidable general. She nodded slightly, speechless, uncertain of what to say. "Remember my words. It's fine if things go awry, but you must prioritize your safety, understand?" The flaw in Yue Tianming's plan stemmed from this. Yin Xiaoxiao was tasked with luring the Boar King, but if the Boar King did not appear, it would inevitably mean Yue Tianming's demise at the jaws of the giant lizard. Yin Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of the peril inherent in this expedition, with death looming as a possibility. In truth, Yue Tianming had withheld from her that if the Boar King did not emerge, even if he managed to evade the initial pursuit of the giant lizard, his fate was sealed. Thus, he had already mentally prepared himself for the worst. Turning back into the cave, Yue Tianming emerged with a half-burned thick log, laughing heartily as he addressed Yin Xiaoxiao. "My dear comrade, the home front is in your capable hands. Await my triumphant return." With that, he strode away without looking back. Yin Xiaoxiao watched his retreating figure, a lump forming in her throat, rendering her speechless for a long moment. It was akin to a new bride watching her man depart for battle, filled with an indescribable longing yet powerless to stop him. Just as Yue Tianming was about to turn the corner and vanish from sight, Yin Xiaoxiao finally burst into tears, crying out, "Yue Tianming, you must return alive. Don't leave me all alone." Yue Tianming's figure paused momentarily, yet he did not turn around. Instead, he called out with fervor, "Oh, my little sister, the man you sent off has reached the sea. Brother Ming, will you come back? I wanted to say, don't rush." The robust and bold voice gradually faded into the distance until it was no longer audible. Yin Xiaoxiao stared tearfully at the far end of the beach, gazing for a long time, but that figure never reappeared. Wiping away the traces of tears on her face, she began to focus on the tense preparations ahead. She needed to lure out the wild Boar King, ensure it did not leave prematurely, and simultaneously signal to Yue Tianming. Taking with her the various small pieces of pork Yue Tianming had prepared in advance, along with all the remaining barnacles, she emerged from the cave. Despite her lingering fear of entering the forest, her concern for Yue Tianming's safety was greater. Recklessly summoning her courage, she ventured into the adjacent woods. Yue Tianming had only instructed her to go about 10 meters in, place the food on the ground, and lure the wild boar. Yet Yin Xiaoxiao walked over 50 meters before beginning to set the bait. Her feet had already been pierced several times by shrubs and coarse grass, but at this moment, it no longer mattered. At that 50-meter distance, she scattered the various foods. When the bait was insufficient, she returned to the cave to retrieve more. Fully committed to the endeavor, Yue Tianming would not survive, and she herself would not endure much longer. What use was hoarding food, originally meant for 7 or 8 days? More than half of the provisions had been squandered. Having completed these tasks, she quietly waited on the rocks, anticipating the arrival of the wild boar. "Hey, brothers are all here, huh? Grow strong. Don't let me down," Yue Tianming muttered as he passed 2 coconut trees. His heart was uneasy, and this was the only way he could alleviate his tension. "Hey, big brother still single? Go out for a walk sometimes, standing guard by the banana tree all day. Aren't you tired?" The green lizard on the banana tree remained motionless, paying no heed to this uninvited guest. Having been out for over an hour, not far ahead lay the clearing where they first lit a fire, signifying they were entering the territory of the giant monitor lizard's cave. Yue Tianming deliberately slowed his pace, constantly scanning his surroundings. If the giant lizard were foraging outside, it might block his path unexpectedly. He concealed himself behind a tree, observing carefully, and found no signs of movement. Only then did he stealthily approach the large cave. The crystal-clear pond remained, and after confirming the area was safe, Yue Tianming drank deeply. If I'm going to die, I might as well die well fed, he thought. Chapter 50. The fierce confrontation with the giant monitor lizard this time. The mission was to lure the giant monitor lizard toward the wild boar king. Unlike last time, when he first escaped to the sea and was coincidentally rescued by sea turtles, now even if the sea turtle brothers came to his aid, he would have to shoo them away. The circumstances were entirely different. Since this was the only source of fresh water, he had to face it head-on. Yue Tianming picked up a stone and threw it into the cave. The sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed within the cave for a long time. After waiting a while with no sign of the giant monitor lizard emerging, he repeated the action, still to no avail. Is this bastard asleep and didn't he hear me? Or is he not home? Yue Tianming began to wonder. If it were the former, it was easier to explain. If the latter, then his journey had been in vain. Having reached this point, retreat without accomplishment was inconceivable. To resolve the water predicament once and for all, the monstrous lizard had to be dealt with. Otherwise, furtive visits for water would inevitably invite disaster. With this resolve, he edged away from the cave entrance and reignited the half-burnt wooden stick in his hand until it glowed fiercely, finally igniting a torch. Animals fear fire. At least Yue Tianming was aware of this, which constituted his greatest leverage on this expedition. With the torch alight, there was no excuse to delay further. These torches had been tested before and could burn for no more than 5 minutes. Drawing a deep breath, Yue Tianming tiptoed cautiously into the cavern. Just beyond 10 meters, darkness swallowed all light. The torch's glow only illuminated a radius of 3 to 5 meters, compelling him to tread with utmost care. The ground was littered with droppings, the stench growing more pungent the deeper he ventured. Fortunately, intermittent chills of cold wind offered some reprieve from the suffocating odor. Glancing back, he saw the cave's entrance now reduced to a small, bright aperture. He estimated he had advanced over 30 meters. Strange, on his previous entry, only about 8 or 10 meters in, the monstrous lizard appeared. Yet today, despite progressing much farther, there was no sign of the beast. Could it truly be absent? Had he come all this way for nothing? Should he press onward, or retreat for another attempt later? The cavern ahead seemed endless, its destination unknown. Reckless advance risked provoking the creature too deep within, leaving no chance for escape. As he hesitated, the torch flickered, its light waning. Hastily, he drew a second torch and ignited it swiftly. Utilizing the last embers of the first, he hurled it forward like a flare. The spinning torch soared 17 or 18 meters before extinguishing upon landing. It was this fleeting illumination that startled Yue Tianming profoundly. He clapped a hand over his mouth, nearly uttering a cry, not due to the lizard's presence, but because the cave's ceiling ahead was densely festooned with countless bats. Each bat was enormous, their bodies as large as 3 or 4 adult fists, far larger than the timid creatures known outside. His gasp did not disturb the bats. Yet the sound of the torch hitting the ground had barely ceased when the cavern erupted with the fluttering of innumerable wings. Oh no, I've been exposed. There was no time to deliberate further. The bat colony had detected the intruder. Swiveling, Yue Tianming summoned every ounce of strength and sprinted toward the exit. The chilling images of vampiric bats from television haunted his mind, sending shivers down his spine. The 30-meter dash was over in the blink of an eye, the swarm nearly upon him. Yet, just as he neared the cave's mouth, a familiar silhouette leisurely blocked his path, the monstrous lizard. Astonishment and terror surged within him. You have returned at last. Your cooperation is quite commendable. Before Yue Tianming could utter a few words of reproach, he suddenly slammed to a halt in the slick, muddy cave, inadvertently stepping into a pile of excrement. He nearly slipped directly into the jaws of the giant lizard. In a flurry of panic, he flailed his arms and legs, managing to regain his balance, though he had lost track of his dog-beating stick. Fortunately, the giant lizard did not launch an immediate assault, merely blocking the cave's entrance, seemingly lost in thought. Yue Tianming, uninterested in the creature's musings, scrambled to his feet and dashed deeper into the cave. At that moment, a swarm of bats arrived, flapping their leathery wings and rushing towards him with open mouths. Yue Tianming waved his torch vigorously, preventing the bats from drawing near. He could distinctly see the sharp, thin teeth within their mouths. A single bite would surely result in a grievous wound. Run. He had only this thought racing through his mind. The giant lizard, finally aware of the situation, was puzzled by the wild boar hide draped over Yue Tianming's body. This unfamiliar, humanoid being emitted the scent of the wild boar king, which the giant lizard could not tolerate. How dare it intrude upon my territory? With powerful limbs, the giant lizard surged forward at an astonishing speed, pursuing the fleeing Yue Tianming. This is it. I'm truly finished this time. Yue Tianming dared only a brief glance back, terror seizing him as he saw the giant lizard accelerating relentlessly, it would catch up with him in mere seconds. Run. Every second counts. Surrounded by bats and being relentlessly pursued by the giant lizard, he perceived the inevitable doom of his situation. The giant lizard's acceleration was formidable, and in mere moments, it had closed the distance behind him. In a moment of desperation, Yue Tianming hurled his torch backward, momentarily slowing the giant lizard's advance. It worked. Seizing the opportunity, he ignited another torch as he continued to flee. Now wielding 2 torches, Yue Tianming waved them at the fluttering bats, while keeping an eye on the giant lizard's approach. The creature hesitated for a brief 2 seconds, deterred by the flames, before resuming its pursuit. Come on, let me show you the taste of roasted tongue. Yue Tianming remained vigilant, noticing the giant lizard drawing closer, its massive jaws agape. He thrust one torch forward like a spear directly into the cavernous mouth of the beast. The giant lizard merely tilted its head aside, effortlessly evading the torch's strike. Almost immediately, it lunged at him with a snap of its jaws. Yue Tianming seized the opportunity to leap backward, his back colliding with the rocky wall. The sharp, jutting stones inflicted a painful jolt to his spine. Fortunately, the thick wild boar hide cushioned the impact, sparing him from injury, though the pain caused his movements to falter. Ignoring the discomfort, he swung the torch repeatedly, keeping the giant lizard at bay. But just then, an excruciating pain shot through his left forearm. Yue Tianming turned to see, to his horror, that a bat had sunk its teeth fiercely into his arm. Following the slender, pointed fangs of the bat, blood had already begun to flow. The scent of blood seemed to have provoked the swarm of bats, which rushed forward heedlessly. Chapter 51. The approach of death. Yue Tianming found himself simultaneously warding off the giant lizard while wielding a torch to deter the bats. No matter how he swung the torch, one bat seemed to cling to his arm as if it were nailed there. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the creature gnawing at his arm. The wound was torn open, causing him to grimace in pain. What the hell? He found himself at a loss for words. The giant lizard appeared wary of the torch, circling Yue Tianming without launching an attack. However, the proximity was too close for him to escape with any speed. The light from the cave entrance was now out of sight, and he had no idea how deep he had ventured into the cavern. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, with only the flapping of bat wings and the occasional cacophony of their screeches breaking the silence. The giant lizard's tongue incessantly extended toward Yue Tianming, poised to strike at any moment. Its thick, armored hide rendered it indifferent to the bat's assaults, occasionally snapping its jaws to consume a few as a prelude to its main course. Only Yue Tianming remained a common target for both adversaries. The swinging torch accelerated the dripping of oil, and the light began to wane. What was he to do? His plan had turned out to be futile, and he had no opportunity to implement subsequent strategies. There was no time to ignite a new torch, as both hands were fully occupied. Finally, in his state of panic and hesitation, the torch in his left hand extinguished its last flicker. The brightness around him diminished instantly. Now, he could only hold the torch with one hand, confronting the giant lizard, for it was indeed the more lethal threat. Without the torch's interference, the bat's attacks grew increasingly brazen. Fortunately, he had tied several branches around his arms and legs as makeshift armor, which blocked some of the bats. However, many areas remained exposed. His thighs, neck, and upper arms were swarmed with bats, resulting in numerous wounds that prompted him to leap about in agony, yet to no avail. With no time to spare for the bats, Yue Tianming hastily drew a new torch and ignited it. The 2 torches were once again brandished. Yet those bats already clinging to him acted like tiny suction cups, relentlessly siphoning his blood. With so many wounds, blood flowed down his arms and thighs, pooling on the ground. In that moment, Yue Tianming resembled a figure drenched in blood, still struggling in his final throes. Suddenly, he felt waves of dizziness wash over him, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Desperately, he bit down on his tongue. The sharp pain jolted him back to awareness. He swung his arm again, fending off the giant lizard's potential ambush. It's over. It's over. He couldn't tell if it was due to excessive blood loss or if the bats were venomous. But this time, he truly felt doomed. He would be drained dry by the swarm without the giant lizard needing to intervene. The dizziness continued to assault his mind, rendering his thoughts sluggish. Damn it! Desiring to consume me, one must first seek my consent. Faced with an inevitable demise, Yue Tianming steeled his resolve. Deciding to risk it all, he bit down on a torch, drawing forth the last remaining one, igniting all 3 simultaneously. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he hurled one torch fiercely at the colossal lizard. Seizing the opportunity while the creature evaded, he summoned every ounce of strength to propel himself forward. Come. If you possess the skill, pursue me. Should you catch up, consider it a sign of my fleeting life today. Uncertain of how far he could run, his singular desire was to survive. He did not know how long the torches would last. Even an extra minute would be a blessing. Alas, The enveloping darkness and chaos led him astray. This path did not lead back. Dizziness assailed his mind, yet he could not afford to ponder. He simply needed to run. To run ceaselessly. The instinct to live ignited a remarkable potential within him, enabling him to match the speed of the beast that had once outpaced him. He was oblivious to how far he had ventured. The cave possessed but one path, winding left and right with numerous turns. These sharp corners impeded the creature's acceleration. Though potential is a wondrous thing, the relentless bats clinging to him were not willing to let go, incessantly siphoning his blood. On several occasions, Yue Tianming found himself unable to navigate the bends in time, crashing against the rocky corners to halt his momentum. Yet, this misfortune bore fruit. Several bats, trapped between the rocks and his considerable weight, plummeted to the ground. He noted this with a flicker of joy, yet there was no time to savor it. For a myriad of bats continued their assault from behind. The theme of this moment was an unwavering struggle for survival. How far have I come? Where's the cave's entrance? With fewer bats clinging to him, the rate of blood loss diminished, granting him a moment to contemplate this predicament. How foolish am I to have run in the wrong direction? If this leads to a dead end, all will be for naught. As he hesitated, yet another torch extinguished. Only one torch remained, its flickering flame indicating it too would soon be extinguished. Never mind. If death is to come, so be it. I shall run first. The countless experiences of being besieged resurfaced. When danger looms, one must simply flee, without overthinking. The colossal lizard doggedly pursued him, its remarkable patience rendering it unhurried. The blood pooling on the ground served as the finest guide. The prey would inevitably succumb. Yue Tianming's pace began to falter, a consequence of excessive blood loss and dwindling stamina. Though he gasped for breath, the instinct for survival propelled him onward. A profound dizziness swept over him once more. His tongue had been bitten raw, rendering that tactic ineffective. In a moment of fierce determination, he grasped the torch and seared the bats clinging to his arm. A sharp hiss echoed, accompanied by his anguished cry reverberating through the cavern. Soon after, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air, utterly repulsive. Bolstered by the searing pain, Yue Tianming found a moment of clarity, summoning renewed courage to charge into the unknown ahead. He had never counted the number of times he had been assailed by bats. He merely focused on the colossal lizard, bracing for its impending attack. However, human endurance inevitably reaches its limits, and he was nearing the end of his strength. His body was already laden with bats, clinging to him in dense clusters, causing him to lose blood while simultaneously adding a substantial weight burden. The giant lizard was right behind him, poised to strike as soon as the last flicker of flame extinguished. A sense of resignation washed over Yue Tianming. He felt an unwilling acceptance of failure. Yet, what could he do? If death was to be his fate, so be it. At least Yan Xiaoxiao could live a little longer. He hoped she would await the rescue team. Would she remember him after she left? He felt he had scolded her quite harshly. Surely she wouldn't hold a grudge? A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through his mind. Yue Tianming let out a bitter laugh and, with a fierce resolve, cursed, even in death. I shall drag you down with me. He gritted his teeth and charged headlong into the dark stone wall before him. He wished to take a few bats with him in his final moments, a small act of vengeance before his demise. Chapter 52. A glimmer of hope. Bang. Thud. He collided with a stone at the corner, causing it to loosen and shatter, the immense pain jolting him back to a semblance of awareness. His body fell to the ground, where several bloodied bats lay scattered, their black, fleshly wings still flapping in desperation. In a frenzy, Yue Tianming hurled his torch into the corner behind him, creating a barrier against the advancing giant lizard. Then, in a fierce rage, he began to tear at the bats clinging to him. You want me dead? Then I shall take you with me. He could no longer run. He resolutely decided to fight for his life. Driven by hatred, he gripped the bats tightly, disregarding the flesh that tore from his own body, crushing each one in his grasp. In mere seconds, he had pulled off 7 or 8 bats, hurling them towards the approaching lizard. The giant lizard, obstructed by 2 torches, eagerly accepted the incoming bats, devouring them with delight. Fine. In these final moments, let us play this game together, since death awaits us both. Yue Tianming noticed this turn of events and relentlessly crushed bats to throw at the lizard. For a brief instant, an unusual equilibrium was established between him and the giant lizard. It waited for him to throw bats, while he reveled in his revenge. Unfortunately, this fleeting respite soon came to an end as the torches quickly extinguished. The giant lizard lost interest in the bats, its mouth filled with sharp teeth peeking into the corner. Damn it, I'm finally going to meet my end. Come on, let us have one last game. Yue Tianming drew his dagger, leaned against the wall, and slowly rose, preparing for one final struggle. Wait, something felt amiss. The torch had gone out. Yet why could he still see this creature? Suddenly, He realized the significance of this revelation and turned to look, excitement propelling him to leap with joy. Incredible! There was an exit. Although he could not discern the exit itself, the stone wall ahead was now faintly visible, indicating that freedom was not far away. Yue Tianming, with little time to ponder, summoned the remaining strength within him, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed fueled by his thirst for life. The entrance. The entrance. Indeed, it was the entrance. Just around the slight bend, his vision cleared, revealing a vast, cavernous expanse before him. Merely 20 meters away, the bright entrance stood tall. Its width ample enough to accommodate several trucks simultaneously, with sunlight pouring in unmistakably. Yue Tianming could even catch the scent of the sea, invigorating his spirit anew. At that moment, the giant lizard and the swarm of bats emerged from the narrow crevices of the cave walls. Bats swarmed chaotically, momentarily shrouding the vast ceiling of the cave. Their numbers were staggering, sending chills down one's spine. Yet, Yue Tianming paid no heed to them. Survival was paramount. If he could reach the outside, there was a chance to live. The giant lizard, realizing its prey was slipping away, began to accelerate towards Yue Tianming. Inside this colossal cave, bizarre rock formations and uneven terrain posed great challenges, causing excruciating pain with every step he took, leaving behind a trail of blood. However, this also offered a distinct advantage. The giant lizard's climbing abilities were limited, forcing it to navigate around the boulders, thereby slowing its pursuit. Thus, Yue Tianming leaped from stone to stone, evading the giant lizard. Finally, he reached the cave entrance. Yue Tianming could only let out a thunderous roar to vent his pent-up fury, and then he surged forward, racing into the open. The scenery here was markedly different from the previous coastal landscape. The beach was smooth and pristine, devoid of any stones, entirely composed of golden, fine sand. In the adjacent woods, sporadic coconut palms dotted the landscape. Peering deeper, he beheld an array of vibrant, unknown fruits, red, green, white, and black, glistening enticingly on the branches, heightening his appetite. Yet, Yue Tianming had no time to admire these delightful sights and delectable treats. Two waves of enemies were relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The first wave of bat attacks arrived, and in the vast expanse of the beach, Yue Tianming barely managed a few steps before being overtaken. The ominous cloud of bats loomed, ready to engulf him. At that critical moment, a cacophony of cries erupted behind him, and suddenly, from above the very cave entrance he had just escaped, a swarm of massive black birds surged forth from the cliffs. These colossal birds, with wingspans reaching 2 meters, immediately dove toward the swarm of bats. The bats, seemingly encountering their natural predators, scattered in disarray, but their speed could not match that of the giant birds, who swiftly caught up to them. The black birds erupted in jubilant cries, and with each pursuit, they captured a bat. Occasionally, a wounded bat would fall to the ground, and before it could take flight again, a black bird would swoop down, snatching it up. At this point, the giant lizard also emerged from the cave, arriving nearby. Amidst the chaos, the bat swarm and the giant birds engaged in a tumultuous aerial battle. Yue Tianming found himself at the very heart of the battlefield, rendering the colossal lizard momentarily unable to approach. Furthermore, the presence of these ebony avians piqued the lizard's curiosity. Each time a giant bird circled low, pursuing bats, this formidable creature lay in wait, poised to seize one in its maw. It was astonishing to witness as Yue Tianming observed the lizard devour 3 or 4 of these magnificent birds, seemingly unsatisfied. Fortunately, this chaotic melee afforded him an opportunity. He covered his head and dashed forth. When he turned to glance back, the flock of blackbirds had nearly decimated the bat population, with only a few managing to escape back to their cave. The lizard, however, remained grounded, gazing upward at the circling behemoths, its appetite evidently not yet sated. Hiding behind a great tree, Yue Tianming then noticed the lizard lowering its head to sniff the blood, preparing to advance. In disbelief, he thought, what more could you want? He swiftly turned and fled from the edge of the forest, seeking refuge in a location obscured from view, before plunging into the sea. Surely, you cannot track me now, you wretched beast. Drawing from his previous encounter with the lizard, Yue Tianming dared not provoke it again. Utilizing the shallow waters, he swam further away, not knowing how far he had gone until fatigue overcame him, prompting him to reach the shore. Leaning against a coconut tree, he gasped for breath, reflecting, what a narrow escape. I had hoped to lure the lizard back, but suddenly, he remembered, Yin Xiaoxiao is waiting for me at home. If I do not return, she will surely believe I perished. Yet, he pondered, how can I return? Enduring the pain and exhaustion that coursed through him, he surveyed his surroundings. The direction from which he came was blocked by a towering cliff range. One side was the vast ocean, while the other was a dense forest. To navigate back through the woods? No, I might encounter more beasts. That would be tantamount to courting death. The only option left was to swim across the sea, circumventing the cliff that lay before him. With this thought, he felt a modicum of reassurance. He resolved to rest a moment, regain his strength, and tend to his wounds before continuing. However, a casual glance at the ocean surface caused his eyes to widen in alarm. He then let out an expletive. What the? This exclamation bore two meanings. First, there were indeed sharks in the water. Second, who had attacked him from behind. In a flash, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 53. Discovery of the aircraft wreckage Manja. It seems he is about to awaken, Bai Xiaobing remarked, a frown gracing her features as she observed Yue Tianming with delight. You've used all the first aid kits on him. What will we do if we encounter trouble later? A melodious voice chimed in, revealing Ni Man's palpable discontent. Surely, we cannot stand idly by while someone is in peril, especially as we know this person. Bai Xiaobing felt that Ni Man was overly anxious. Did you not see how he had flirted with Yin Xiaoxiao on the plane, asking for her phone number with a playful grin? And look at his attire. He reeked of trouble. Why should we save him? Ni Man cast a disdainful glance at the still unconscious Yue Tianming, with numerous individuals contributing their efforts. Who knows how long it will take for the rescue team to arrive? What if they fail to come? Bai Xiaobing wished to continue the debate. Silence. There's no way they want to come. The rescue team will certainly arrive. My boyfriend is waiting for my return to marry me. He will come to save me. Ni Man abruptly interrupted Bai Xiaobing, refusing to let anyone shatter her hope for rescue. After all her hard work to establish a relationship with a wealthy heir, how could she allow it all to end so abruptly? A beautiful and affluent life awaited her, and she would not permit such a situation to unfold. I don't find your boyfriend to be dependable, Bai Xiaobing retorted quietly. Yin Xiaoxiao had privately informed Bai Xiaobing that Ni Man's boyfriend frequently sent her messages, imbued with a rather ambiguous tone. All of this occurred while Ni Man and her boyfriend had already confirmed their romantic relationship. However, due to their shared work environment, it was never openly discussed. Furthermore, Ni Man's assertive personality, being the head attendant of the flight crew, often made her seem fierce, leading others to privately nickname her Ni Big Mouth. You. Never mind, I refuse to argue. Once he regains consciousness, let him leave promptly. We have no surplus food to share with him. Look at his disheveled appearance. He resembles a wild man. I have no desire to associate with someone like him. Ni Man shot a fierce glare at the unconscious Yue Tianming, growing increasingly annoyed with the meddlesome Bai Xiaobing. He is gravely injured. And I was the one who knocked him out. How can you expect him to leave? Bai Xiaobing had long taken a disliking to Ni Man. And now witnessing such callous behavior, her voice unconsciously rose. Fine. If you wish for him to stay, so be it. Then let us part ways entirely, dividing the remaining supplies. You can take him wherever you please. I will not interfere, nor shall you disrupt my wait for rescue. You. Without waiting for Bai Xiaobing to respond, Ni Man strode to the front of the cabin, emptying out various supplies from the plane, then symbolically portioning out a part to Bai Xiaobing. This half is yours. If you wish to share it with him, I want the object. These are mine. We shall each go our separate ways. With that, she haphazardly piled all the supplies into the cockpit and locked the door with a heavy thud. You. Bai Xiaobing glared at the scattered food and bottled water on the ground, her anger reaching a boiling point. This was hardly a fair division. At most, it amounted to a third. Ni Man, come out here. If we are to divide, it must be equal. I'm sorry, but if you're willing to send him away, these supplies, water, and the cockpit will still be shared between us. However, if you insist on keeping him, then it's regrettable. Came Ni Man's disdainful voice from within the cockpit. Bai Xiaobing could hardly believe it. The colleague she had worked with for over 2 years, who had, just 4 days prior, huddled with her for warmth and encouragement, had suddenly turned so heartless. Not only was she asking Bai Xiaobing to leave with the man, but also retaining the majority of the supplies. Was this reasonable? Bai Xiaobing had tolerated this arrogant woman for far too long, and at that moment, all her pent-up emotions finally erupted. She began searching for a suitable tool to pry open the cockpit door. Humph. I advise you to abandon that hope. The cockpit door of this model is explosion-proof, impervious even to terrorists. What makes you think you can breach it? Ni Man had been listening intently to the commotion outside, sensing that Bai Xiaobing was about to take action, which emboldened her to utter scornful remarks. Bai Xiaobing, feeling frustrated, threw down the object in her hand with a sense of despair. Ni Man was indeed correct. Even with professional tools, one could not hope to open that door, and she had only the armrest of a seat in her possession. At that moment, a groan from Yue Tianming startled Bai Xiaobing. You're awake? That's wonderful. I was concerned you might not regain consciousness. Bai Xiaobing carefully supported Yue Tianming, who was attempting to struggle to his feet. However, the excruciating pain coursing through his body compelled him to lie back down. Where am I? Have I been rescued? Although Yue Tianming's tone was weak, A hint of excitement permeated his words. Bai Xiaobing offered an awkward smile. I wish we had been rescued, but unfortunately, that is not the case. Then what is happening? Yue Tianming strained to turn his head, his neck wrapped in numerous bandages, making the effort quite arduous. What greeted his gaze was an intact cabin, and the flight attendant standing before him appeared immaculate in her uniform, an incongruous sight for someone stranded on a deserted island. Could it be that he was dreaming? Yet the pain from his wounds felt all too real. Bai Xiaobing, perceiving the confusion in his eyes, gestured behind him. Let me help you up so you can see for yourself. Yue Tianming's injuries were not severe, primarily due to significant blood loss, leaving him quite weak. With Bai Xiaobing's assistance, he finally managed to rise unsteadily from the aisle of the cabin and sit on a nearby chair. A glance revealed the truth. Less than 2 meters away, the aircraft's fuselage was severed, revealing twisted wires and metal plates tangled together. They had indeed discovered the wreckage of the plane. Yue Tianming leaned back against the chair, letting out a long sigh of disappointment. Oh, by the way, I was attacked earlier. Did you see the assailant? Are there others here? Finally, Yue Tianming recalled the events preceding his fainting. No, it's just the two of us, me and an eye man. When we found you, you were already unconscious, surrounded by fallen coconuts. You must have been struck by one of them. Coconuts? Yue Tianming had not noticed the situation behind him. He only felt a heavy blow. In hindsight, that explanation seemed plausible. Seeing that he harbored no suspicions, Bai Xiaobing felt relieved. In truth, she had been in the nearby woods when Yue Tianming crawled ashore. His wild appearance had startled her considerably, and seeing him covered in injuries, with some still bleeding, had made her hesitant to speak. It was only when Yue Tianming was distracted by a shark that she dared to strike him with a stick. It was indeed unfortunate for Yue Tianming. Had his body not reached its limit, he would not have fainted so easily. Bai Xiaobing's portrayal of the incident as a coconut strike was certainly preferable to admitting she had struck him herself. Chapter 54. An Eye Man and Bai Xiaobing. Oh, by the way, I still do not know your name. Thank you for saving me. Yue Tianming expressed his gratitude with a smile towards Bai Xiaobing, who felt somewhat embarrassed in return. I am Bai Xiaobing, a flight attendant on this journey. The one inside is an eye man, just like me. The thought of the heartless eye man unsettled Bai Xiaobing. Inside, Yue Tianming glanced towards the cockpit, as he sat merely a few steps away in first class. Let us not worry about her for now. How did you survive? Bai Xiaobing preferred to avoid discussing an eye man me. Oh right, Yin Xiaoxiao is still waiting for me. Yue Tianming struggled to rise, but slumped back into his seat, utterly weak. Yin Xiaoxiao? Bai Xiaobing exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoxiao is still alive. Where is she? Oh, it's a long story. Just as Yue Tianming was about to recount his experiences, an eye man's voice resonated from the cockpit. Have you finished your chat? Since you are awake, make a decision quickly. Will you leave together or stay? Huh. Yue Tianming was somewhat bewildered, not fully comprehending her meaning. Bai Xiaobing understood that this was directed at her. With a scoff, she replied, this airplane is not yours. We can sit here, can't we? If you have the capability, stay in the cockpit and don't come out. What is going on? Yue Tianming weakly inquired. Humph. That woman inside Wu Ti let me save you, and even threatened to throw us off the plane. Look, she has holed herself up in the cockpit with her food and drinks. Bai Xiaobing scoffed disdainfully. Have I caused you trouble? I should leave then. Xiaoxiao is still waiting for me. Yue Tianming struggled to rise, his expression filled with agony. Sit down. What are you trying to prove? In your current condition? How far can you go? Quickly tell me where Xiaoxiao is. Bai Xiaobing's assertive nature compelled her to pin him back in his seat. Xiaoxiao she. Yue Tianming glanced outside, where the glass was already shattered, a web of cracks sprawling across it. The sky had turned completely dark. Only a few emergency lights within the cabin remained lit, casting an unusually bright glow. Xiaoxiao is surely crying now. She is terrified of the dark, and having not returned for so long, she must think I am dead. Yue Tianming's face fell as he recounted the rough outline of his and Yin Xiaoxiao's ordeal. Though his account was brief, Bai Xiaobing was nonetheless taken aback. Not to mention, the mere fact that Yue Tianming dared to confront a giant lizard alone in a cave was enough to earn her utmost admiration. So, it seems that Xiaoxiao should be safe for the time being. Do not fret. The most pressing task is to recover your strength. Once you are fit to move, I shall accompany you to find Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaobing had a close relationship with Yin Xiaoxiao, who was well-liked for her unassuming nature. Unlike the greedy eye man, who seemed fearful of losing her wealthy boyfriend to anyone else, everyone else adored Xiaoxiao for her beauty and charm. What about you all? How did you fare over these past 4 days? Yue Tianming inquired. He was also perplexed, living a primitive existence alongside Yin Xiaoxiao, yet before him stood Bai Xiaobing. Impeccably dressed with her hair meticulously arranged, how could she possibly have endured hardship? We are somewhat more fortunate than you and Xiaoxiao, Bai Xiaobing remarked with a wry smile. Finally beginning to recount her circumstances. During the plane crash, she had been seated beside Yin Xiaoxiao. Perhaps it was her luck that her seatbelt remained fastened until the aircraft disintegrated, plummeting into the ocean. She was thrust ashore with a fragment of the fuselage. She vividly recalled Yin Xiaoxio's frantic cries while passengers in first class were hurled from their seats, until Xiao Xiao too was ejected from the cabin. It was then that she lost consciousness, only to awaken to an open cockpit door, where the captain had completed his final emergency landing, perishing in the process. She had discovered Ni Man and the co-pilot in the lavatory, both disheveled, evidently having been caught off guard. It was the co-pilot who shielded Ni Man with his body, sacrificing his life to spare hers. The forward cabin still contained a fair amount of food and beverages, which had sustained the two of them thus far. At this point, Bai Xiaobing scoffed coldly, gesturing to the scattered wrappers and bottles on the ground. Look, this is the meager rations Ni Man allocated to us. She has hoarded the lion's share. With that, Bai Xiaobing opened a bottle of water and offered it to Yue Tianming. You must be parched, drink up. Indeed. Yue Tianming was desperate for hydration. He murmured his thanks, tilting his head back to drain the bottle in a single gulp. Eat something as well. Let's strive for a swift recovery. We must rescue Xiao Xiao together. I have no desire to remain in the presence of this insufferable woman. No sooner had Bai Xiaobing spoken than Ni Man's voice rang out. Who are you calling insufferable? I see you're plotting a rebellion. Once we return, I shall draft a report to have you ousted from this airline crew and sent off to domestic flights instead. Do you see this? Bai Xiaobing chuckled indifferently. Even now, you are thinking of leveraging your authority to threaten others. If it weren't for the higher pay and travel opportunities on international flights, I would have long ceased to tolerate your presence. Yue Tianming mentally assessed the current situation. The flight attendant named Ni Man seemed intent on remaining aboard the plane. Having taken the majority of the food and water, Bai Xiaobing, on the other hand, appeared to possess commendable character. Not only had she saved herself, but she was also willing to return to rescue Yin Xiao Xiao. As for Xiao Xiao, all he could do was hope for divine intervention, praying she could endure for a few days without straying too far, waiting for him to find her. So what do we do now? Yue Tianming felt somewhat guilty for encroaching upon someone else's territory. Just focus on healing. You won't starve or perish of thirst in the coming days. As long as you recover and can rescue Xiao Xiao, the three of us shall survive together. Surely, a living person cannot be stifled by mere discomfort. This Bai Xiaobing resonates well with him. She reminds him of his younger sister, Yu Lingyan, straightforward, unperturbed by trivial matters, and ever optimistic in the face of adversity. Unbeknownst to him, Yue Tianming had begun to develop an interest in the woman named Bai Xiaobing. While Bai Xiaobing possessed a forthright personality, she also harbored her own intentions. Having spent the last few days with Ni Man, she had grown utterly weary of her condescending demeanor, always insisting on choosing what to eat and drink first. Had she not feared retribution upon returning, she would have long since reached her limit. It had now been 4 days without a word from the rescue team. What could this signify? It might indicate a prolonged search and rescue operation, or perhaps they would never locate their group at all. The meager supplies aboard the aircraft would barely sustain them for another 8 to 10 days. And the thought of enduring survival on a deserted island alongside Ni Man was no laughing matter. It was tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Yue Tianming had appeared. If he had not been lying, then following this man offered a glimmer of hope for survival. Yin Xiao Xiao was a prime example. She was the epitome of a foodie, utterly inept in other respects. Furthermore, there were rumors suggesting that Yin Xiao Xiao had secured her position as a flight attendant through familial connections, bypassing the typical selection and training processes, leaving her devoid of any experience. However, Bai Xiaobing paid little heed to such gossip. After all, Yin Xiao Xiao had a delightful disposition, was endearing, and offended no one, always wearing a cheerful smile. The veracity of those rumors was of little consequence. At this moment, survival was of paramount importance. Chapter 55. Yin Xiao Xiao was on the brink of madness. How can there still be electricity here? Yue Tianming gazed at Bai Xiaobing in bewilderment. This place had food, drink, and electricity, as well as ready-made accommodations. How infuriating. In comparison, his own existence alongside Yin Xiao Xiao was decidedly dire. Oh, you mean this? Bai Xiaobing sighed, offering a wry smile. The cockpit has an independent power system. The batteries should be undamaged, which is why they are operational. However, they won't last much longer. To Yue Tianming, the emergency lights appeared exceedingly bright, yet Bai Xiaobing perceived that their luminescence had significantly diminished since their initial activation. Since there is electricity, can the communication devices in the cockpit still function? Yue Tianming suddenly thought of this, his expression shifting to one of eagerness. But he quickly discerned the answer from Bai Xiaobing's disappointed countenance. Bai Xiaobing's resigned laughter echoed, tinged with melancholy. We have tried numerous times each day to make contact, but the radio equipment has not responded at all. It feels as though we are in a corner of the world where no one knows our whereabouts. The black box. Aren't there black boxes on airplanes? Yue Tianming mused aloud, recalling a vague memory of having heard that this device had once assisted in locating crashed planes. The black box? Huh, we have no idea where it is. The installation location of black boxes on commercial aircraft is classified. Only high-ranking officials are privy to that information. Who knows if it was hurled into the sea? Bai Xiaobing continued. Moreover, even if the black box could be located, what good would it do? The cockpit is equipped with radio communication and satellite phones, yet they have proven useless. Are you still pinning your hopes on the black box? As a professional flight attendant, Bai Xiaobing clearly possessed far more knowledge than the half-hearted Yin Xiaoxiao. It was precisely due to his professionalism that the final flicker of hope for rescue was extinguished. Yue Tianming sighed deeply, overwhelmed by disappointment. So, we are truly stranded on this island. In the brief span of 4 days, Yue Tianming had endured an array of harrowing experiences, each fraught with peril. The discovery of the airplane wreckage, which had initially kindled hope, turned out to be a cruel mirage. Don't dwell on it, White Xiaobing urged, having moved past her initial despair. Now, healing is paramount. Xiaoxiao is still waiting for us at the far end of the island. Indeed, Xiaoxiao awaited him, fearful of the darkness. Yue Tianming tilted his head, gazing into the pitch-black expanse beyond the window, his thoughts drifting to Yin Xiaoxiao. Back in the cave, the flames blazed freely, casting a warm glow within the modest cavern. Before departing, Yue Tianming had amassed a substantial pile of firewood, wary of the dangers Xiaoxiao might face gathering wood alone. Huddled deep within the cave, Xiaoxiao occasionally let out soft sobs. She had lost count of how many times she had wept. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen. She had no sense of how long Yue Tianming had been gone, only that she had waited from dawn until dusk. This time, Xiaoxiao had been remarkably obedient, meticulously fulfilling Yue Tianming's instructions to lure out the wild boar king. She had even exceeded expectations, using a generous portion of roasted meat. According to their agreement, once the wild boar king appeared, she would hide atop a tall reef where Yue Tianming had once stood, ensuring the beast did not stray, steadfastly awaiting his return. Alone, she crouched on the massive reef, clutching fragments of roasted meat, her eyes longing for the wild boar king's arrival, and, more fervently, for Yue Tianming's figure to emerge from the bend at the beach's end. Regrettably, neither wish was fulfilled. The wild boar king did not appear, and Yue Tianming did not return. As she anxiously awaited, the sun dipped below the horizon. She was terrified of the dark, terrified beyond measure. Yet, she feared even more that Yue Tianming would come back to find her absent from the reef, and be disappointed. Thus, despite the encroaching night, she stubbornly remained, hoping to hear his voice from the beach's far end. Even if he scolded her for failing the task, she would gladly endure it. Countless times, she lifted her gaze in hopeful anticipation, only to be met with crushing disappointment. When the tide finally rose, Xiaoxiao was compelled to abandon the reef and return to the cave. She deliberately fed the fire with ample wood, kindling a roaring blaze, just in case Yue Tianming returned, so he could easily spot the cave. But would he come back? Had something befallen him? These questions haunted her mind ceaselessly. She firmly believed that as long as Yue Tianming lived, he would never leave her alone. Yet the more she clung to this belief, the more uncertain her heart became. Perhaps Yue Tianming had indeed met with misfortune. Before leaving, Yue Tianming had arranged everything that could be done. Reflecting on it now, that detestable man had clearly resigned himself to the possibility of never returning. Yue Tianming, you foolish soul, why must you embark on such perilous adventures? Could you not remain safely at home? What am I to do alone now? Yin Xiaoxiao gazed vacantly at the flickering flames, her thoughts a chaotic whirlpool. A series of rustling sounds echoed through the still night, sharp and clear. Yue Tianming, is that you? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, dashing out of the cave. The rustling continued from a direction behind her. Yue Tianming, don't frighten me. If you've returned, please show yourself. Her voice trembled with anxiety. The last time he narrowly escaped death, it was with such alarming theatrics. Yet this time, the sound grew closer, now only 5 or 6 meters from the cave entrance. But the darkness obscured her view entirely. Could it be a wild boar? The thought sent her racing back into the cave, clutching a half-broken tusk. Her legs quivered uncontrollably as she guarded the narrow opening. The chilling sounds persisted, lingering just outside, never advancing closer. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, we must leave. No, we cannot leave. Yin Xiaoxiao fervently prayed for the ominous noise to cease, yet she was torn with dread. That sound continued to linger nearby for what felt like an eternity. Yue Tianming, I am afraid. Please return, she sobbed, steadfastly watching over the cave's entrance. Each time, it was Yue Tianming who saved her, but today, she could only rely on her own fortitude. It was still early in the night. There were at least 8 or 9 hours until dawn. If the wild boars decided to attack, she had little confidence in her ability to withstand them. How long could the stone walls protect her? She had no answers, only the gnawing realization that she might soon lose her sanity. Chapter 56. An eye man is an industrial product. This night promised to be sleepless. Yin Xiaoxiao trembled in fear, guarding the cave entrance throughout the night. The unsettling sounds only fading as dawn approached. When the first rays of sunlight illuminated the cave, she finally succumbed to a deep, exhausted slumber. Meanwhile, in another part of the cabin, Yue Tianming, racked with pain, found sleep elusive, his thoughts consumed with worry for Yin Xiaoxiao. In a hazy stupor, he dozed fitfully, plagued by nightmares of her being bitten by snakes, pursued by wild boars, and crying in hunger. When Yue Tianming awoke again, it was already past 10 in the morning. Unbeknownst to him, a small blanket had been draped over him, and Bai Xiaobing was nowhere to be found. Just as he prepared to rise, the door to the cockpit swung open unexpectedly. An eye man, whom he had never met, finally made her appearance. However, when she caught sight of Yue Tianming staring blankly at her, she quickly locked the door again. An eye man noticed Yue Tianming's gaze, which seemed to inadvertently wander over her figure, and muttered under her breath, "Country bumpkin, a toad lusting after swan meat." An eye man had intended to seize the opportunity while Yue Tianming was still asleep and Bai Xiaobing was absent to relieve herself. Upon witnessing Yue Tianming awaken, she promptly abandoned her notion. What if this fellow, in her absence, were to pilfer food and drink? The cabin door's electronic lock had long since malfunctioned, permitting only manual locking from within. This was N.I. Man's principal safeguard for her own security. Yet now, the urgency of her predicament was undeniable. What recourse did she have? N.I. Man silently cursed Yue Tianming, lamenting how her once tranquil existence had been disrupted by his unwelcome interference. Now, not only must she ration sustenance, but her daily life had become inconvenient. Desperate, she resorted to using an empty bottle to alleviate her predicament, subsequently discarding it through the cabin's small window. Seated upon a chair, Yue Tianming observed N.I. Man's expression of disdain with acute clarity. He had encountered such looks many times before, eyes brimming with contempt and scorn directed at him. "Humph, so what if many despise me? Who do you think you are?" he muttered under his breath. N.I. Man's visage was undeniably attractive, yet Yue Tianming harbored a particular aversion to her features, a sharp, pointed face reminiscent of a serpent's cunning, unmistakably artificial. Her bosom's prominence eclipsed even that of Yin Xiaoxiao, undoubtedly enhanced by artificial means. "My Xiaoxiao is far superior, pure and natural," he mused aloud. As Yue Tianming indulged in his soliloquy, Bai Xiaobing returned, laboriously climbing up the fractured fuselage. With a smile, she inquired, "Xiaoxiao, what is all this about pure and natural?" "Nothing, nothing," Yue Tianming hastily concealed his embarrassment. "I meant that Xiaoxiao and I have been consuming only pure, uncontaminated food these past few days." "Come, eat," Bai Xiaobing urged, offering an array of freshly gathered fruits. Yue Tianming regarded the vividly colored specimens with suspicion, unfamiliar with any and hesitant to partake. "Rest assured, all are edible," Bai Xiaobing reassured him with a gentle smile, perceiving his doubt. Frowning, Yue Tianming cradled the bizarre fruits, his apprehension palpable. "Ha! You dare provoke giant lizards, yet fear poisonous fruit?" Bai Xiaobing's laughter was clear and hearty, complementing her neat short hair and pristine flight attendant uniform, exuding a unique charm. Caught off guard by her perceptiveness, Yue Tianming felt slightly uneasy. "Very well. Allow me to introduce them," Bai Xiaobing said with a resigned smile. "This pale green one is called the pandanus fruit. Inside, its pulp is a vibrant orange red, exceptionally nutritious." She proceeded to split open the pandanus, revealing the fragrant flesh within, its aroma undeniably enticing. This dark green fruit is known as Fijo, or Fijian guava. It tastes somewhat like guava but is rich in protein, which will benefit you greatly. Here, let me cut it open for you. Despite the dagger lodged in his ankle, Bai Xiaobing showed no hesitation, extracting the blade and expertly slicing the Fijo. Her forthrightness impressed Yue Tianming, who had yet to utter a word before she took the initiative. "The pink one is quite remarkable. It's called the aki fruit. Its flavor is superb, but it must be consumed sparingly as it is truly toxic." Bai Xiaobing, with a swift motion, split open the pink acai fruit, revealing its creamy yellow flesh and the large black seeds within. "If it's toxic, I suppose I shouldn't eat it," Yue Tianming remarked, grimacing at the thought. Indeed, unripe acai is absolutely inedible. It can be lethal. However, rest assured, this one is already split open, and its toxin levels are quite low. After consuming it, you may experience slight drowsiness. You need to rest well, as it seems you had a poor night's sleep, which is detrimental to your recovery. Bai Xiaobing had been attentive to Yue Tianming throughout the night, having gotten up multiple times to care for him. She had specifically harvested this acai in hopes of aiding his recovery. "How do you know so much? Did you learn it from books?" Yue Tianming finally had the chance to inquire, a question he had held back for quite some time. Oh, there's nothing remarkable about that. Bai Xiaobing replied with a slight smile. I graduated from a nursing school, but I didn't want to be a nurse. The work is too arduous, and there's no time for leisure. So, I decided to train to become a flight attendant. Do they really teach fruit identification at nursing school? Yue Tianming asked hesitantly, pondering whether nursing programs had become so comprehensive. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished yet. Bai Xiaobing shot him an exasperated glance. Hurry up and eat the fruit. You can eat while I talk. It won't hinder either activity. Bai Xiaobing exhibited a boyish demeanor, noticing Yue Tianming's injured hand, and, without hesitation, began to feed him the fruit. Yue Tianming had never experienced such treatment before and felt a twinge of embarrassment. I can manage myself, he insisted. Hey, don't be so stubborn. If you were in the hospital, you would have to listen to me. Now eat up. Don't use your hands. You might reopen your wound. With that, Bai Xiaobing held the fruit to Yue Tianming's lips, compelling him to open his mouth and take a bite. Wow, this is truly delicious. Yue Tianming's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that if Yin Xiaoxiao were present, she would surely be drooling over it. As he began to enjoy the fruit, Bai Xiaobing started to share more about herself. After becoming a flight attendant, I initially flew domestic routes before transitioning to international flights. One time, I encountered a man whose scholarly demeanor captivated me deeply, and we began a relationship quite effortlessly. All the knowledge I have about identifying fruits was taught to me by him, as he is a botanist. Now, do you understand? Bai Xiaobing spoke candidly about her romantic experiences. Chapter 57. The independent character of Bai Xiaobing. Yue Tianming nodded thoughtfully, savoring the sweet fruit in his mouth. Wow, your boyfriend sounds impressive, and so are you. Does that mean, as long as you're with me in the future, we can identify all sorts of edible things? Yue Tianming held a deep admiration for knowledgeable individuals, as he felt his own understanding was woefully inadequate. It's not quite that exaggerated. Bai Xiaobing felt a bit embarrassed by the compliments. To be honest, I have little interest in plants. I only occasionally listen to him talk about which ones are delicious and how to consume them. Over time, I began to remember some of these details. Oh, where is your boyfriend now? After the plane incident, he must be quite anxious, Yue Tianming inquired. Bai Xiaobing's mood suddenly dipped at his question. We broke up a long time ago. Such a wonderful person. Why did you part ways? Yue Tianming asked. Our relationship was indeed great, but he is American. He hoped that after marriage, I would move to the United States with him and resign from my job to take care of the household. Bai Xiaobing reminisced about their past, a look of regret crossing her face. Moving to the United States? That sounds splendid. The man works while the woman tends to the home. It's quite normal. A man should earn a living, and the wife should be beautiful. Yue Tianming failed to grasp Bai Xiaobing's sentiments. Wow, so your boyfriend is a foreigner? I didn't see that coming. Cut it out. Your thinking is so outdated. What era are you living in? Still adhering to the man as breadwinner and woman as homemaker? Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes, disagreeing with his perspective. I have no desire to be a housewife. I wish to travel the world, preferably without children, to avoid compromising my quality of life. That mindset is rather perilous. If everyone thought like you, humanity would eventually face extinction. Yue Tianming, with his traditional mindset, found it hard to accept such progressive thoughts. Come on. Many people think this way now. It's not just me. Let us eat. Bai Xiaobing was not inclined to continue discussing the topic. She has always believed in taking charge of her own life. Nevertheless, after their conversation, they gained a better understanding of each other, which drew them closer. Particularly, Master Yu relished Bai Xiaobing's attentive care, which felt delightful. Furthermore, as an international flight attendant, Bai Xiaobing was undeniably beautiful. Her cheerful disposition made it easy for others to feel fondness for her. This fellow, oblivious, began to compare Yin Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaobing. In terms of appearance, both women were stunning, each with their own strengths, equally matched. Yin Xiaoxiao had an adorable round face, with two sweet dimples when she smiled and large, fluttering eyes that were captivating. Bai Xiaobing possessed an oval face, elegantly arched eyebrows, long eyelashes, and flawless skin with a rosy hue, complemented by her delicate, alluring lips. In terms of figure, Master Yu preferred Yin Xiaoxiao slightly more. She had a hint of baby fat, naturally curvaceous without appearing overweight, just right. Bai Xiaobing was a bit slimmer, and her measurements were not as ample as Yin Xiaoxiao's. Lost in thought, he glanced at the latter's bosom. As for the artificially enhanced Eye Man, she was not even in the running for comparison. Setting aside her looks and physique, Yue Tianming did not admire her character at all. What are you thinking? Hurry and eat. Bai Xiaobing noticed that Yue Tianming seemed lost in thought, as he did not open his mouth for the fruit she had brought to him. Yue Tianming abruptly regained his composure. Noticing that Bai Xiaobing remained oblivious to his furtive glances, he hastily diverted the conversation, pondering aloud about the flight attendant inside. Is she truly intent on enduring this alone? Humph. She is not worth our concern. Such individuals are the most contemptible. Once you are able to move, we shall promptly seek out Xiao Xiao, allowing her to merrily endure this predicament by herself. The mere mention of Ni Man stirred a tempest of anger within Bai Xiaobing. Her past arrogance in the workplace was one matter, but now, in this dire environment, her selfishness was truly appalling. Shouldn't they unite and weather this storm together? Hey, if you plan to court danger, do not involve me. I shall remain here, awaiting rescue. Do not perish prematurely. I certainly will not alert the rescue team to seek you out. Ni Man's shrill voice rang out from the cockpit. The confines of the aircraft were small, and she overheard every word exchanged outside. I would prefer if you departed sooner rather than later, ideally never to return. The provisions and water I possess can sustain me for many days, and with an abundance of fruit outside, let us see who survives until the end. It seemed she had forgotten that it was Bai Xiaobing who had introduced her to those edible fruits. Without Bai Xiaobing, she would hardly dare to partake. Yue Tianming, if not for his current physical limitations, would have relished the opportunity to confront her. What is wrong with this situation? How can such a person exist? Is her mind filled with excrement? He lamented. Let us cease discussing her. I find even mentioning her sullies my own tongue. Bai Xiaobing retorted with disdain. She vividly recalled the scene of opening the restroom door. To describe it as disheveled would be an understatement. The co-pilot's trousers had descended to his ankles as he leaned over Ni Man, who was equally exposed. It was evident that they had been engaged in a compromising act in the restroom, despite Ni Man having a boyfriend. Moreover, Ni Man had boasted about her engagement to a wealthy heir, flaunting a large diamond ring before everyone. Ni Man had long relied on her physical allure, seducing this man and that, becoming a well-known figure within the airline. Yet, some individuals seemed to revel in such behavior. Otherwise, how could Ni Man have been appointed as the lead flight attendant? Bai Xiaobing, remember this. Upon our return, you are to transfer to another flight. Ni Man shot back, equally sharp-tongued. Humph, what's the big deal? You think too highly of yourself. Besides, whether we can return is still uncertain. Do not come pleading to me when the time comes. Bai Xiaobing, not one to back down, declared, very well. We shall see who ultimately prevails. With that, silence enveloped the cabin. In truth, Ni Man was uncertain about her own fate, but at least the supplies seemed adequate for the time being, alleviating her immediate concerns. As for the prospect of awaiting rescue, that was a matter for another time. After all, she would not deprive herself. This deserted island was vast, and the night often echoed with the cries of wild beasts. The thought of venturing into the wilderness in search of sustenance was unappealing. Ni Man had no desire to live as a primitive being. She toiled relentlessly, even resorting to unscrupulous means, all in pursuit of becoming extraordinary. As long as she could await the arrival of the rescue team, her life would return to its rightful course. Her wealthy fiancé was still waiting for her. She simply could not perish here. Chapter 58. How can I possibly return? Outside, the two men were unaware of Ni Man's thoughts and had their own plans for the future. Do you know about that cave I mentioned? Yue Tianming inquired. Yes, I'm aware. However, I've only seen it from a distance. I've never ventured inside. Why? Bai Xiaobing replied. What are those blackbirds? They were the ones that drove away the bat swarm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to escape. Oh, you mean those? They are black-backed albatrosses. Among the largest seabirds. They must nest on the cliffs above the cave. It appears to be their breeding ground, Bai Xiaobing casually remarked, sharing another nugget of knowledge. You know this too? Did your boyfriend tell you? Yue Tianming felt that Bai Xiaobing was remarkably well informed. Correction, ex-boyfriend. Bai Xiaobing sighed in exasperation. He's a botanist who travels extensively and is familiar with various animals. It's not surprising. Every time he returns from a trip, he regales me with his experiences. And after hearing so many tales, it's only natural that some stick with me. Oh, I see, Yue Tianming replied, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He was not pondering Bai Xiaobing's matters, but rather how to return to rescue Yin Xiaoxiao. It seemed that the only way back was through that cave once more. However, the presence of the giant lizard and the bats posed a significant challenge. It appeared that the albatrosses could handle the bat swarm, so he needed to devise a way to lure the bats out again. As for the giant lizard, Yue Tianming found himself at a loss. As he pondered, Yue Tianming unintentionally drifted off to sleep. It seemed the effects of the archi fruit were beginning to take hold. The haphazard armor he had worn was long gone, discarded by Bai Xiaobing when she bandaged him, as the stench of the wild boar hide was unbearable. Now, apart from the bandages, he was left with nothing but a pair of undergarments. Bai Xiaobing gently covered him with a small blanket and, with nothing else to occupy her, began to scrutinize Yue Tianming. While he may not have been conventionally handsome, his features were well-defined, with thick brows and large eyes, presenting a striking visage. His muscular physique exuded a distinctly masculine charm. However, his hair was somewhat disheveled, with varying lengths and patches of baldness. Bai Xiaobing couldn't help but chuckle softly. She had realized that this was the result of his attempts to start a fire. In terms of physique, Yue Tianming could certainly rival her ex-boyfriend. Of course, there remained a considerable gap in their appearances. Her former partner had brown hair, blue eyes, and a hawkish nose, while this fellow was afflicted with thinning hair. Yet, the thought that someone as delicate as Yin Xiaoxiao had this man by her side was indeed fortunate. Unlike herself, who had narrowly escaped death without sustaining serious injury. Being entangled with someone like Ni Man was misfortune enough. The sun had now risen high above. Yin Xiaoxiao curled her legs, still seated upon the large boulder, gazing towards the distant horizon of the beach. The peculiar sounds from the previous night had frightened her into sleeplessness. It was only at dawn that she succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that the fire in the cave had extinguished. Despite her efforts, she could not rekindle the flames. Left feeling helpless, she sat alone on the rock, reminiscing about the many virtues of Yue Tianming. His absence throughout the night shattered her last glimmer of hope. Surely something had befallen him. Could he have been devoured by the monstrous lizard? The more she pondered, the heavier her heart grew, and tears flowed unceasingly. After weeping for quite some time, parched and desperate, she resolved to gather raspberries. The only source of water left was these berries. Yue Tianming had advised her to ration them, yet her thirst had become unbearable, compelling her to seek them out. However, upon reaching the raspberry thicket, she was taken aback. Where had all the raspberries gone? The bushes remained, yet the once plentiful green and partially red berries had vanished. What was she to do? Panic enveloped her. Without water, how could she survive? Frantically, she pushed through the underbrush, searching meticulously on the ground, wondering if perhaps the raspberries had ripened and fallen. To her dismay, the berries could not have matured overnight. Scattered about were a few nibbled green raspberries, already besieged by ants. The rest had mysteriously disappeared. Had wild boars feasted upon them? Were they seeking vengeance upon her? Could they truly possess such cunning? Yin Xiaoxiao recalled the strange occurrences of the previous night. Paralyzed by fear, she had dared not venture outside. Uncertain if the intruder had been a wild boar or some other creature. Dew. Yes, Yue Tianming had mentioned that dew could be consumed. Overcome by thirst, she carelessly shook a nearby branch. Not a single drop of dew remained. It was already noon. He had also cautioned her to rise early for dew. Before she could even find any, a number of caterpillars suddenly fell from the branches. One landed squarely on her neck. Ah! Yin Xiaoxiao screamed in terror. She frantically swatted at her body, but as her palm made contact with the caterpillar, she felt a sharp sting from its bristles. At last, the caterpillar was dislodged. Yet upon inspecting her palm, she found a large, reddened area with several noticeable bristles embedded in it. Pain radiated from her hand as she sobbed, painstakingly extracting the spines one by one. Then, she hastily made her way to the beach, vowing never to return to the forest. It was too terrifying. Even caterpillars seemed to torment her. Feeling aggrieved, she licked her lips, but the dread overshadowed her thirst, leading her to decide to return. There remained a fair amount of jerky in the cave, yet her appetite had vanished entirely. As she gazed at the fragrant meat, she began to long for the days when Yue Tianming was by her side. Though their time together had been brief, upon reflection, she realized just how wonderful he truly was. Every time she misunderstood him, he never displayed anger. Each time she caused him trouble, he always sought alternative solutions. As these thoughts lingered, she began to regret. If only she had given him her clothes to use as a torch, perhaps he might have returned alive. Why did she care so much for that tattered garment, sacrificing Yue Tianming's life in vain? She felt utterly selfish. Her tears had long since dried, and her swollen red eyes began to ache. However, a more intense pain emanated from her palm, prompting Yin Xiaoxiao to glance down, only to be horrified. Her entire right hand resembled a swollen pig's trotter, grotesquely inflated. As she attempted to wiggle her fingers, a chill coursed through her. This is it. I can't feel anything. My hand. The sea. Yue Tianming had mentioned that seawater could disinfect. Yin Xiaoxiao dashed to the shore, vigorously scrubbing her swollen right hand. Yet, the toxins had already infiltrated her bloodstream. How could this possibly help? In mere moments, she visibly noticed the redness and swelling creeping up from her wrist to her forearm. What is happening to me? In a state of confusion and panic, Yin Xiaoxiao stood up, preparing to return to the cave. However, her bare foot landed on a sharp stone, eliciting a cry of pain. She lost her balance and fell backward, her head striking a nearby rock. Chapter 59. The tomboy. Meanwhile, Yue Tianming reclined leisurely in the shade of a tree, relishing the tropical fruits meticulously peeled by the beautiful Bai Xiaobing. After spending too long in the airplane, he felt stifled and insisted on taking a stroll. Bai Xiaobing, unable to withstand his stubbornness, accompanied him outside. It must be noted that Yue Tianming had a robust constitution, Despite being bitten by a swarm of bats the previous day, his complexion had noticeably improved today. Coupled with the emergency medications from the airplane and the array of nutritious fruits Bai Xiaobing had procured, their effects were evident. Yet, the multitude of wounds on his body meant that walking was painful, often causing him to grimace as he moved. He couldn't travel far before some of the larger wounds began to ooze blood. It was unfortunate that there were not many bandages on the plane, and his wounds were numerous and closely clustered. Bai Xiaobing could only apply bandages to the more severe areas, leaving the smaller bites to heal on their own. I wonder how Xiao Xiao is faring. Yue Tianming pondered for most of the day, still at a loss on how to navigate the cave guarded by the giant lizard. He shared his thoughts with Bai Xiaobing, who could only offer words of comfort. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao has enough food and water to last her 7 or 8 days. We will surely find a solution. Sigh. I acted too impulsively. If I hadn't provoked the giant lizard recklessly, she wouldn't be left alone there. Yue Tianming felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The waters around here are teeming with sharks. Swimming back was definitely not an option. Building a boat. The mere thought made him shake his head. Without even an axe, how would he chop down trees? Using this small dagger to carve wood? By the time the boat was completed, Yan Xiaoxiao would have starved. The mere thought of Yan Xiaoxiao being alone stirred restlessness within him, clouding his face with worry and prompting deep, weary sighs. His current physical condition forbade any swift movement. Otherwise, he would have dashed back immediately to rescue Yan Xiaoxiao. Yet, with no other choice, he resolved not to dwell on the predicament. If survival meant charging through once more, so be it. However, as he gazed upon the small wounds beginning to scab and the still bleeding areas, his anxiety intensified. Observing Yue Tianming's demeanor, Bai Xiaobing felt a mixture of sympathy and puzzlement. Could it be that this fellow had fallen for Yan Xiaoxiao? What else could explain such urgency and determination? For some inexplicable reason, Bai Xiaobing found herself begrudging Yan Xiaoxiao a bit. She seemed so fortunate, coming from a well-off family and admired by many men. The airline's stewards, pilots, and ground staff all greeted Yan Xiaoxiao with warm smiles. Now, there was even Yue Tianming, willing to risk his life for her. Bai Xiaobing, who cared so attentively for Yue Tianming, realized his heart was entirely devoted to Yan Xiaoxiao. With this thought, she petulantly shoved some fruit toward Yue Tianming and rose to leave. Hey, where are you going? Yue Tianming finally reacted. Bai Xiaobing retorted indignantly before disappearing into the depths of the woods. Only a woman as tomboyish as Bai Xiaobing could declare such a thing with such righteous conviction and forcefulness. Had it been Yan Xiaoxiao, she would have blushed profusely. Then move farther away, so you don't spoil my appetite, Yue Tianming called after her. Get lost. Bai Xiaobing snapped back, clearly exasperated. After a day and a half in each other's company, Yue Tianming had grown more at ease. To him, Bai Xiaobing was simply a man in spirit. They were comrades. Such trivial matters were beneath consideration. This was how he regarded her in his heart. Once Bai Xiaobing was out of Yue Tianming's sight, she crouched down in frustration. She could not explain her feelings. Logically, she was not the type to be infatuated, nor to feel jealousy. She would never steal someone's boyfriend. Perhaps it was Yue Tianming's personality, reminiscent of her ex-boyfriend, that stirred these emotions. This was the only solace she could offer herself. She and her ex had reached the point of discussing marriage, but irreconcilable differences regarding future plans had driven them apart. Since then, Bai Xiaobing had refrained from seeking another relationship, as every suitor inevitably paled in comparison to her former lover. In this peculiar circumstance, encountering someone like Yue Tianming, so akin to her ex, awakened her long-dormant heart to unfamiliar tremors. Meanwhile, Yue Tianming remained at the forest's edge, calm and composed, nibbling on fruit with eyes closed in quiet repose. Though anxious within, he acknowledged Bai Xiaobing's wisdom. Without proper healing, he could go nowhere. Even disembarking from the plane would require someone to support him. The aircraft was positioned at an excessive altitude, devoid of a boarding ladder. Passengers were forced to rely on a makeshift staircase fashioned from a collection of debris and dilapidated seats for entry and exit. As for the emergency inflatable slide, its whereabouts had long been forgotten. Just then, a sudden cry echoed from the woods. Ah? What is that? Bai Xiaobing's exclamation startled Yue Tianming, who was in the midst of savoring a piece of fruit, which promptly lodged itself in his throat. Struggling to breathe, he pounded his chest in vain. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaobing's cries continued to resonate through the forest, igniting a sense of dread in Yue Tianming for her safety. He disregarded the obstruction in his throat and, with great effort, steadied himself against a tree and rushed towards the source of the sound. Although the distance was merely 20 to 30 meters, it felt like an arduous journey for Yue Tianming, burdened by pain and discomfort. He mused to himself that he seemed destined to be a caretaker, always responsible for others. No matter where he went, complaints aside, he steeled his resolve to rescue her. grasping a branch to use as a makeshift cane, stumbling forward into the thicket. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the commotion had subsided. Bai Xiaobing was fervently stomping the ground with her heels, leaving behind a sizable puddle of viscous pus and a thoroughly flattened caterpillar. The unfortunate creature had unwittingly crossed paths with an enraged Bai Xiaobing, leading to its utter annihilation. Goodness, this woman is ferocious, was the fleeting thought that crossed Yue Tianming's mind. In her fury, Bai Xiaobing continued her assault until she heard the snap of a twig beneath Yue Tianming's foot, at which point she turned to face him. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? She barked, instinctively lowering her skirt, which had been hiked up around her waist. What? Am I rendering you speechless? It dawned on Bai Xiaobing that Yue Tianming's gaze had been fixated on her thigh, and she suddenly realized that she had neglected to adjust her attire in her rage over the caterpillar. Yue Tianming had indeed cast a glance. But that was not the crux of the matter. He found himself speechless, mouth agape, repeatedly gesturing towards his throat. What's the matter? If you want fruit, get it yourself. I'm not your servant, Bai Xiaobing retorted. In that moment, Yue Tianming was exasperated, thinking to himself, Sister, I acknowledge your fair and shapely figure, and the delicate lace of your underwear is indeed appealing, but I am truly preoccupied right now. Chapter 60. To what extent can one be selfish? Yue Tianming's face was a portrait of distress and frustration. He desperately wished to communicate, but found himself unable. Finally, Bai Xiaobing noticed something amiss. What's wrong? Is your voice hoarse? She inquired. He vigorously shook his head, once again indicating his open mouth. Ah, now I understand, Bai Xiaobing said. Recognizing that something was lodged in his throat, she approached him from behind, wrapping her arms around him, and positioned her thumb at the soft area just below his sternum, applying pressure rhythmically. Ha, 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 uft, ah. Finally relieved, Yue Tianming exhaled deeply, propelling the piece of fruit far away. Look at you. Struggling to eat something. Who is competing with you? Bai Xiaobing clapped her hands, speaking disdainfully. I must say, sister, your strength is quite impressive. My chest is aching now. Yue Tianming grimaced in pain. Of course, without some strength, how could one be a nurse? Haven't you seen those injured patients on television, writhing in agony, relying on nurses to restrain them? As she spoke, Bai Xiaobing cracked her knuckles. Goodness. Yue Tianming thought it was a shame for Bai Xiaobing to possess such beauty, yet behave so brutishly. She was essentially a man. However, despite his reservations, she had saved him twice already. Truly, this was the cycle of karma. In front of Yin Xiaoxiao, he had played the hero, yet here he was, compliant like a docile lamb, at her mercy. Can you even walk? Do you need me to assist you? Bai Xiaobing appeared boisterous and carefree, yet she was quite concerned about her recent embarrassment, masking her discomfort with a facade of cheerfulness. Never mind, I can manage on my own. I won't trouble you, Yue Tianming declared, embodying his fearless nature. Yet, he felt a twinge of apprehension in the face of Bai Xiaobing. With a pronounced limp, she insisted on walking back unassisted, each step accompanied by a grunt. Watching him struggle, Bai Xiaobing found it amusing. Pride would lead him to suffer in silence. Very well, take your time. I shall not accompany you, she said, striding away with a light gait, leaving behind the determined yet laborious strides of Master Yu. Before Yue Tianming could exit the thicket, he heard Bai Xiaobing's sharp exclamation. Man, you wretched girl, what are you up to? What is happening now? Yue Tianming felt another wave of headache approaching. With Yin Xiaoxiao, it was always a scream that summoned him. Now, with Bai Xiaobing, it was a loud outburst that compelled him to hasten, risking the reopening of his wound. Upon emerging from the woods, he finally grasped the situation. There stood Man at the broken edge of the aircraft, laboriously clearing away the makeshift ladder constructed from various debris. She was dragging dilapidated seats into the cabin. Bai Xiaobing was desperately climbing the makeshift ladder, but was already too late to stop Man's face twitched slightly, her smile discordant. If you enjoy lingering outside so much, then remain. Everything on this plane belongs to me now. Man, this is indirect murder. Aren't you afraid of facing legal consequences when you return? Bai Xiaobing was almost beside herself with rage, unable to fathom the depths of Man's selfishness. It was important to note that the minimal food and water allocated to Bai Xiaobing still lay within the cabin. Consequences? Ha ha. Man seemed to find this notion immensely amusing, laughing with great satisfaction. Even if I could return, only I will endure until the end. As for you, abandon any hope of going back. Resign yourselves to your fate. You, how shameless can you be? You're nothing but scum. This is already the most malevolent curse that Bai Xiaobing could conceive. Curse as you will. Once you are all dead, I shall be the sole one to live joyfully. The rescue team will inevitably find me, and by then, who would care for a handful of deceased? Man harbored no regrets regarding her decision. The food reserves, originally meant for two, were now wholly claimed by her alone, allowing her to endure longer. 20 days. That should suffice until the rescue team arrives. Yue Tianming was prepared to unleash a torrent of invective when she was halted by Yue Tianming's call. Forget it. Do not let yourself be angered by such a person. If she believes she is safer alone, let her remain so. Why are you still defending her? Our food and water are still on the plane. Why should she monopolize them? Tianming's eyes widened with fury, reaching the peak of her exasperation. She was poised to continue the argument. But Yue Tianming shook his head in pain. What is it? Did you aggravate your injury? Sit down quickly. Tianming hurriedly supported Yue Tianming against a pile of debris. We can survive without those provisions. As long as I recover swiftly, I will hunt, and you will identify plants. Together, we shall not perish from hunger. Yet Tianming understood this principle and was not overly concerned about survival. Rather, she was incensed by Man's actions. Yue Tianming waved his hand, genuinely disinclined to prolong the debate. Given Yu's usual temperament, would he remain unperturbed? Certainly not. However, Yue Tianming had his own thoughts. One must bow beneath a low eve, especially when injured and incapacitated. In truth, he had long since cursed Man's ancestors. Damn it. So, you wish to play such tricks with me? Very well. Just wait until I recover. We shall see who laughs last. An old wreck of a plane. Did she truly believe I am powerless against her? Yue Tianming was not one to be trifled with, and he had already devised plans for retribution against Man. He merely needed to heal, bring Yin Xiaoxiao over, and he would ensure that Man received her due treatment. His extensive experience in street brawls had endowed Yue Tianming with a resilient character. Yet he also understood the value of patience. His usual approach was to fight when capable, flee when not, and surrender when escape was impossible. After all, life is paramount. Seeing that the two had finally abandoned their plan to re-enter the cabin, Man felt emboldened to gather the scattered food within the cockpit, hastily locking the door behind her. This action had not been part of her original scheme. Initially, she had intended to allocate a smaller share of supplies to Tianming, believing she would then apologize and acquiesce. However, Tianming's resolute character thwarted Man's expectations. Yue Tianming's injuries, which had seemed dire at first, appeared unsustainable in such conditions. She had thought that if he perished soon, Tianming would inevitably return to rescue her. Yet, to her astonishment, merely a day had passed, and Yue Tianming was already capable of slow ambulation. His remarkable resilience had once again rendered Man's calculations futile. Subsequently, she eavesdropped on the conversation between Yue Tianming and Tianming, discovering that these two, one skilled in hunting and the other adept at identifying plants, were unlikely to perish from hunger. Moreover, with Yin Xiaoxiao among them, their collective survival would assuredly surpass her own endurance. Should the rescue team arrive, all her prior actions would inevitably be exposed, especially her illicit affair with the co-pilot, which Tianming had uncovered. How could she face the world, marry a wealthy heir, or even continue her career as a flight attendant under such circumstances? This cascade of concerns ultimately compelled her to make a merciless decision. Resolute and unyielding, she resolved that if they all perished here, the rescue team would find only her, rendering everything flawless. Even if they did not starve immediately, they would attempt to save Yin Xiaoxiao and, ideally, fall victim to the lizards. Man incessantly whispered venomous curses within her mind. Chapter 61. Two graves. What shall we do now? Tianming looked helplessly at Yue Tianming. We cannot spend the night in the aircraft's lower compartment. It will flood with the tide. It has been 4 or 5 days already. Did you check the surroundings? Is there any suitable cave nearby? Yue Tianming retorted. Tianming smiled wryly. We have never ventured beyond the large cave you discovered. There is no path further, so we gave up. Besides, the plane contains ample food and water, and it is safe to stay overnight. Why risk exploring? As Tianming mentioned, neither she nor Man dared to stray far these days. They feared encountering danger or missing the rescue team if they wandered too far. They also worried that other survivors might seize the supplies from the plane in their absence, which would be disastrous. This apprehension originated from Man, and Tianming initially agreed, trusting her colleague but uncertain of the other's intentions. Yet, she never anticipated Man's heartless actions. Yue Tianming glanced around. The forest opposite was noticeably denser and more bountiful than their previous location. Though they could harvest many fruits without venturing deeply, the thick woods also harbored greater peril. Better not go too far, he muttered. Help me up. Let's explore another direction. We must find a place to spend the night. Struggling to rise despite agonizing pain, Yue Tianming refrained from crying out, demonstrating remarkable endurance. I wonder when the rescue team will find us. Tianming sighed, steadying him as they stood. Together, they walked along the beach toward another direction. Man remained quietly in the cockpit, only exhaling in relief once the pair had distanced themselves. She feared they might damage the aircraft, and whether she could maintain control of the cockpit remained uncertain. Bai Xiaobing supported Yue Tianming as they ventured 100 meters away. The wreckage of the plane soon vanished from sight. After wandering for half a day, apart from some fruits, the two found themselves utterly empty-handed. However, the two large stone piles at the edge of the forest stood out conspicuously. This would serve as their makeshift grave. Bai Xiaobing cast a glance at it, feeling somewhat despondent. The diligent captain and the co-pilot who had been cavorting with Inai Man now lay beneath those stones. They ought to be grateful. At least their bodies were not left to decay in the wilderness, becoming fodder for wild beasts. Yue Tianming, feeling fatigued, sat beside one of the stone piles. He bore no qualms about the deceased. After all, once a person has passed away, they are merely a mass of decaying flesh. Why be afraid? He had heard from Bai Xiaobing that considerable effort had been expended to extricate the two men from the wreckage. Moreover, Inai Man had audaciously suggested merely tossing them into the sea. Bai Xiaobing truly struggled to comprehend Inai Man's mindset. During the calamity, the captain remained steadfast at his post, making every effort for a safe landing. Without him, the plane would have long since sunk into the ocean. Would Bai Xiaobing and Inai Man still be safe? Shouldn't this captain have a grave of his own? If a rescue team were to arrive later, the captain's remains ought to be returned as he was a hero. As for the co-pilot, despite his unsavory entanglements with Inai Man, it was he who had shielded her with his body during the final moments of the disaster, thereby saving her life. Now, to cast his body into the sea, was that an act of humanity? Bai Xiaobing could never bring herself to do such a thing. She alone dragged the bodies, moved stones, and erected this temporary grave for them. Ah, what a pity. Yue Tianming patted the stone pile, appearing quite regretful. Indeed, it was a loss. Captain Zhao was a good man, kind-hearted and unpretentious, always polite to everyone, and well-liked by all. The memories of their interactions left Bai Xiaobing with a heavy heart. However, it seemed she had misunderstood Yue Tianming. He quickly added, almost causing Bai Xiaobing to choke on her words, I meant, what a shame for their clothes. If only they could be left for me. I wouldn't have to go around naked. You are insufferable. Bai Xiaobing stammered, at a loss for words. How could one speak so callously? The man was deceased. And yet he was preoccupied with their clothing. Calm down, calm down. They are dead. Taking a piece of clothing isn't too much to ask, is it? All right, fine. If you can do it, go ahead. I shan't concern myself with you any longer. Bai Xiaobing, infuriated, stood up and hurled the fruits she had been holding at Yue Tianming. Ah, can't you change your ways? Speak civilly, don't resort to violence. Yue Tianming whined, wincing in pain. Bai Xiaobing didn't even glance back as she walked away. He looked at the stone pile beside him, scratched his head, pondered for a moment, and ultimately decided against it. Forget it, they've been buried for several days. They might be foul by now. I shall remain as I am. Trembling slightly, he rose, leaning on a long branch, and hurried to catch up with Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing moved swiftly, while Yue Tianming, nursing an injury, struggled to keep pace. In no time, Bai Xiaobing had vanished from his line of sight. This tomboy is far more impetuous than I am. I fail to comprehend what her boyfriend sees in her. Yet, her appearance is quite pleasing, though her temperament leaves much to be desired. As Yue Tianming ambled along, still murmuring to himself, an image of black lace flashed in his mind just as he intended to reflect upon it. Suddenly, he heard a piercing scream ahead. Ah, what on earth? Has something happened? Why is she running so fast? As if I could match her speed. Sigh, I'm just a weary soul. I must hasten to the scene. He gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing himself to quicken his pace. What is going on? If it's too dire, just turn back. He shouted as he increased his speed, but unfortunately, Bai Xiaobing had fallen silent after her initial cry. Alas, this is serious. Yue Tianming could no longer afford to dwell on his throbbing pain. He pushed forward, ignoring the agony of his wound as he sprinted. Upon rounding a corner, he spotted Bai Xiaobing crouched beside a large tree, seemingly unharmed, and his racing heart finally calmed. Dear Bai, could you refrain from such dramatic displays? Is this a common trait among flight attendants? Yue Tianming thought of Yin Xiao, whose previous exclamations had also summoned him hastily. Bai Xiaobing said nothing, but as she turned, he noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears, ready to spill. No, please. I cannot bear to see a woman cry. What has happened? I did not actually rip the captain's uniform. His apologies, however, did little to ease her distress. Slowly standing, she pointed to the ground, her voice heavy with anguish. I should have walked a few more steps that day. Otherwise, this person would surely still be alive. Person? What person? Chapter 62. The dead leave no debt. A new grave. It was only then that Yue Tianming noticed a leg protruding from behind the tree, hidden from his view. As he approached, he grimaced, oh my. He is already dead, why mourn? The deceased man leaned against the tree, his head tilted at an odd angle, his complexion ghastly pale. Most alarming was that he was missing a leg, the other severed at the knee. A belt was tied above the knee, suggesting he had attempted to administer first aid. However, the wound was a gruesome sight, flesh mangled, and the broken bone visible, beginning to blacken and decay, eliciting a sense of revulsion. Scattered around were several smashed coconuts. It seemed this unfortunate soul had relied on them for support for a time. The time of death could not have exceeded 12 hours. Had I taken a few more steps that day while burying the captain, I surely would have discovered him, and he would not have perished. Bai Xiaobing, having studied at a medical school, was unafraid of death, yet she was overwhelmed with guilt. Perhaps this is the inherent nature of those in the medical profession. Well, you possess vast knowledge. I cannot contest that. But death is simply a part of life. It is fate. Why do you burden yourself with everything? Aren't you weary? Yue Tianming felt little about the unfamiliar deceased before him, much like his feelings towards Captain Zhao, whom he respected for his integrity. His greater concern lay with the man's attire. Sighing deeply, Bai Xiaobing chose not to voice further thoughts. Her character allowed her to pick up and let go. Yet the loss of a life, even through a mere brush of fate, stirred a pang of compassion within her. Yue Tianming, appearing indifferent, stepped closer, his eyes drawn to the man's clothing once more. However, as he crouched down, preparing to strip the deceased of his garments, he gasped in surprise. What a coincidence! So it's you rascal. The cycle of cosmic justice seemed to unfold before him. Yue Tianming, should you continue to show such disrespect to the deceased, we shall part ways. Bai Xiaobing watched in disbelief as he readied to undress the man, feeling conflicted. After all, they were stranded on a deserted island, and items of use to the living should take precedence. Yet, she could not accept the way he referred to the deceased. Goodness, I forgot to mention. This man was seated next to me. When the plane met with misfortune, I don't know how, but he managed to snatch my beloved watch away. When I regained consciousness, all that remained was this wretched digital timepiece. He felt justified in his scorn for such character. Yue Tianming, unimpressed, wore a disdainful expression. Bai Xiaobing, unaware of this backstory, felt her demeanor soften slightly. All right, enough. Quickly take the clothes. Let us leave. I wish not to linger here. Realizing her misjudgment, Bai Xiaobing sought a pretext to step aside and await Yue Tianming. Yue Tianming scrutinized the deceased once more. He paid little heed to the man's appearance, focusing instead on his physique, nodding slightly. Well, you have indeed done a good deed. These garments are practically tailored for me. What a pity about the missing shoe. He proceeded to strip the man of his clothing and the solitary shoe, comparing the sizes with satisfaction. Hey, Bai Jia, could you please take the clothes to the sea and rinse them? This stench does not align with my image. Your image? When I dragged you back that day, your skin was odorous enough to offend the heavens. Were it not for my efforts in cleaning you up, you would have been in quite the state of decay by now. Despite her displeasure, Bai Xiaobing moved without hesitation, taking the clothes to the shore and diligently washing them. It seemed that those with nursing backgrounds often possessed a penchant for cleanliness. She scrubbed with remarkable seriousness. Suddenly, she discovered a hard object in the front pocket of the clothing. Upon extracting it, she gasped in astonishment. A military identification? He was a soldier. She hurried back to show Yue Tianming, exclaiming, "Look at this." He was examining the only shoe on his foot, thoroughly pleased. Glancing at the item Bai Xiaobing presented, he paused momentarily, taken aback. Ah, this fellow was indeed a soldier. I sincerely apologize, my dear friend. My previous words were rather harsh. I take them back. Yue Tianming expressed his heartfelt remorse towards the deceased, realizing that his earlier comments were indeed inappropriate. Had the circumstances been different, it might have been excusable. But Yue Tianming had always held a deep respect for soldiers and felt he had acted abruptly. Alas, the document had suffered from prolonged exposure to water, rendering the inscriptions illegible, leaving him unaware of the man's name. Bai Xiaobing perused the officer's identification but found little of value. It merely contained a photograph of a young, resolute soldier, instilling within her a profound sense of admiration. Allow me, Yue Tianming said as he reached for the identification, glancing at it before gently placing it in the hands of the deceased. Brother, to share a flight with you is a testament to our fateful connection. You took my precious green water ghost, and I have claimed your attire. We are now even. Rising to his feet, he wandered away, intent on searching for something. What are you looking for? Bai Xiaobing inquired. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother, but a soldier deserves a proper burial, Yue Tianming replied. I'll assist you. His words significantly enhanced Bai Xiaobing's impression of him. It appeared that this fellow was not entirely devoid of merit, besides his willingness to sacrifice for Yan Xiaoxiao. His courage was commendable, and he possessed a heart that respected soldiers. Why do I keep thinking of Yan Xiaoxiao? She wondered, pondering her current situation. Unbeknownst to her, every time Yue Tianming displayed a commendable trait, thoughts of Yan Xiaoxiao would invariably surface. The waves crashed against the rocks as seabirds circled overhead. Yan Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. A sigh escaped her lips, laden with helplessness. After several hours of unconsciousness, She had finally regained consciousness. Fortunately, the beach had not been visited by any wild beasts, and the wild boar king had vanished, or she would have perished long ago. A sharp pain emanated from the back of her head, causing her to furrow her brow. She touched the area behind her, finding that the blood had been washed away by the sea, leaving only a painful wound. Casting her gaze around, a wave of profound disappointment washed over her once more. In her dreams, she had envisioned Yue Tianming standing vigil by her side, along with her father, whose stern demeanor was accompanied by a gaze filled with concern. Also present in her dreams was the insufferable Lin Jiahao, incessantly chattering in her ear. The disparity between dreams and reality forced her to confront her current predicament. As her stomach began to grumble, she rose to venture towards the cave. However, upon glancing inside, her heart sank. "Where's my roasted meat?" she murmured, scanning the area. The cave, being small, required no extensive search. The meat that had once hung from a branch had mysteriously vanished, leaving only bare twigs lodged above in the cave. These pieces of roasted meat had been her last hope, now lost. Had someone come by, or had a beast carried it away? Yin Xiaoxiao stepped out of the cave, scanning the vicinity. On the nearby beach, aside from her own footprints, there were no signs of anyone else's presence. Yet, could it be that a beast had indeed come? Was it the wild boar king? Why had it not attacked her? It was perplexing. She pondered for a long time, yet no resolution emerged. Helplessly, she slumped at the cave's entrance, gazing longingly in the direction where Yue Tianming had departed. "Yue Tianming, have you truly perished? Why do you not return?" Chapter 63. A new place to spend the night. Before him lay a makeshift grave constructed of stones and leaves, and Yue Tianming nodded slightly. He faced the grave and performed a somewhat unorthodox salute, murmuring, "Farewell, my brother. If we are fortunate enough to escape, I shall certainly bring you back. You're not even a soldier, yet you salute like one." Bai Xiaobing was perplexed by his actions. "Oh, it's not embarrassing to admit. Once, while dining at a restaurant, I was cornered by a group of enemies, 7 or 8 of them, while I stood alone. However, I wasn't intimidated and managed to take down 3 of them. What of the others?" Bai Xiaobing chuckled, understanding his intent to make him uncomfortable. "The remaining ones proceeded to beat me up," Yue Tianming admitted, slightly embarrassed. "You certainly have a knack for pinpointing the crucial details. It's not that I lacked the ability. The restaurant was small, and they blocked the exit, leaving me no chance to escape." Yue Tianming attempted to justify himself. "Get to the point." Bai Xiaobing shot him a glare. During their day and a half together, Bai Xiaobing had discerned Yue Tianming's character and was determined not to grant him further opportunities to boast. Otherwise, once he began to ramble, he would meander endlessly without reaching the crux of the matter. Yue Tianming felt the awkwardness and finally focused on the main point. There was another customer present who couldn't stand witnessing the bullying. With a few swift moves, he subdued all of Yue Tianming's adversaries. I was utterly astonished, and I grasped his hand in heartfelt gratitude, insisting on treating him to a meal. Yue Tianming animatedly recounted the tale, embellishing it with grandiose descriptions, which earned him an eye roll from Bai Xiaobing. "Could you please stop rambling?" She interrupted him directly. "Oh, you have no sense of humor," Yue Tianming replied, visibly miffed. "In comparison, our dear Xiao Xiao is delightful. She listens quietly to whatever I say. Aside from occasionally hitting me, which she ought to correct, she has no other flaws." I offered to treat him to a meal, but he refused. When I attempted to leave, he wouldn't allow it, and even called the police. It was only at the precinct that I learned he was a soldier visiting home. After that, he vanished. Yue Tianming huffed in frustration, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Well, that was quite succinct," Bai Xiaobing noted, as she was not particularly an attentive listener. And Yue Tianming lacked the enthusiasm to embellish further. "So, you were saved by a soldier. Well, I suppose you have a conscience," Bai Xiaobing acknowledged with a slight nod. "Let us proceed. We still need to find a place to rest." Wearing a single leather shoe, Yue Tianming walked with a pronounced limp, swaying from side to side, eliciting further ridicule from Bai Xiaobing. The afternoon had progressed past 4 o'clock, and with less than 2 hours remaining before darkness enveloped the land, the two had traversed quite a distance without finding a suitable spot to spend the night. They continued until they reached the end of the beach, where a cliff jutted out into the sea, obstructing their path. "Hey, what on earth is this place?" The cliffs loom ominously, compelling us to venture into the woods. Yue Tianming stood before a towering boulder, grumbling in frustration. Bai Xiaobing, exhausted from their prolonged trek, found it challenging to endure, yet she pressed on, unwilling to relent despite Yue's injuries. His resilience was indeed remarkable. She observed that he was gaining speed, suggesting a near recovery in just a couple of days. His wounds were merely superficial, the minuscule punctures left by the bat's fangs now scabbed over. The injuries on his thigh and neck were more significant, inflicted by his own reckless attempts to grapple with the creatures. To him, pain was a familiar companion, a commonplace occurrence in his life. Now, standing before the daunting precipice, he surveyed his surroundings with a sense of helplessness. Gazing upward, the sheer stone wall rose more than 100 meters, its jagged formations offering no feasible path for ascent. The only alternatives were to detour through the woods or swim around it. Above, a flock of white seabirds circled, some descending from the sea's surface towards their location. Cursing under his breath, Yue Tianming sank to the ground in defeat. It was no small feat to have endured the agony to reach this point. Suddenly, a splatter. He instinctively reached up to touch his head, his frustration boiling over. How dare they add insult to injury? A fresh droplet of bird droppings had landed squarely atop his head. He sprang to his feet, grabbing a stone and hurling it skyward in retaliation. Unfortunately, his aim fell short, the rock merely ricocheting off the rocky face and startling the birds into a flurry of alarm. From the nest, several seabirds darted out, investigating the source of the disturbance. Was there a nest up there? As Yue's gaze followed the flurry of wings, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, akin to finding treasure. Come here. He beckoned to Bai Xiaobing, who was equally disheartened by the lack of a suitable resting place after their long journey. What is it? She inquired, her frustration evident. Look above, there's a nest. He pointed to the rock face, his brows twitching with anticipation. So what? Can you fly up there? Bai Xiaobing was aware of his hunger, for she too felt the pangs of emptiness after subsisting on scant fruit during their travels. See that spot? You gestured towards the side of the rock, near the forest's edge. Bai Xiaobing tilted her head to examine the area, frowning in confusion, not grasping his intent. That area is climbable. We can spend the night there on the cliff. Who knows? We might even find some bird eggs to eat. From his vantage point, the narrow gap between the woods and the rock face revealed a cluster of enormous boulders scattered chaotically, leaning against the cliff, obstructing access. It appeared that years of exposure to the elements had eroded the wall, causing debris to tumble down. The jagged pile formed a steep, unruly slope leading to the cliff summit. Is that feasible? Bai Xiaobing now recognized the possibilities presented by the scene before them. The slope was steep, with various sharp stones protruding. A fall would undoubtedly result in injury. There was no choice but to press on. Spending the night in the forest was not an option. The ground was damp, indicating that this place would be submerged during high tide. Yue Tianming casually scraped the sand with his foot, and indeed, underneath the thin layer of dry sand, it was all wet. Very well then. Bai Xiaobing had no other viable options left, and could only resign herself with a nod. This predicament was all due to that wretched Ni man. If it weren't for her selfishness, how could she and Yue Tianming have fallen to such depths? Bai Xiaobing silently cursed Ni man once more in her heart. You go over there and pull some large leaves. They can serve as a windbreak. I suspect the wind will be stronger at the top of the cliff, and it might get cold tonight. I'll scout the way ahead. You be careful. Yue Tianming had several days of wilderness survival experience, making him relatively thorough in his considerations. Without hesitation, he began to climb the loose rocks, embodying his action-oriented nature, not waiting for Bai Xiaobing to say anything. The scattered stones presented a significant challenge to his ascent. Be careful, Bai Xiaobing called from below, watching him climb with bated breath. Fortunately, he was quite agile, and after considerable effort, he finally reached the summit. As he stood atop the cliff and glanced sideways, an incredulous exclamation escaped his lips. What on earth is this? Yue Tianming shouted. The cliff was so high that Bai Xiaobing couldn't hear him clearly. She only noticed his sudden shout followed by a moment of stillness. Yue Tianming. Bai Xiaobing called out from below, but he did not respond. He had taken a few steps forward, distancing himself from the cliff's edge, and her voice was muffled by the stone wall. Yue Tianming? Bai Xiaobing was bewildered by the silence. No matter how she yelled, there was no answer. In her anxiety, she began to climb the loose rocks as well, leaving behind the fruits she had gathered along the way. Using both hands and feet, she labored diligently, only to realize a pressing issue. Her flight attendant skirt made it impossible to climb. With her legs unable to move freely, how could she ascend? That scoundrel Yue Tianming had no idea where he had gone and didn't he think to wait for her. Bai Xiaobing cursed under her breath and called out for him again, yet still received no response. Had something happened to him? The thought ignited a fresh wave of anxiety within her. After a prolonged absence, it was certain that trouble had befallen him. She glanced down at her skirt, determination hardening within her as she gritted her teeth. Grabbing a sharp shard of rock, she forcefully slashed at the fabric. In just a few strokes, a gash appeared along the hem of the skirt. With a decisive tug, she ripped it open, creating a long tear that extended to her waist. Now that the hindrance of the skirt was removed, Bai Xiaobing could finally use her hands and feet to climb the rocky wall. Due to the lack of protective clothing, some sharp stones left deep gashes on her fair thighs. She gritted her teeth, remaining silent, and exerted herself to climb higher. Just a dozen meters from the summit, her little leather shoe suddenly slipped. A gasp escaped her lips as her body began to slide down the rocky incline. In a moment of desperation, she swiftly grasped a protruding stone, halting her descent. However, the angle of her fall was precarious, leaving her precariously positioned on the side of a massive boulder, which was nearly vertical. She could barely manage to place one foot on a small ledge while gripping the upper rock with one hand, her body pressed against the stone. Straining to reach back to the sloped surface, she failed repeatedly. Yue Tianming, where are you? Hurry up, Bai Xiaobing called out with all her might. This time, she finally received a response. I'm coming. Soon, Yue Tianming's head appeared, and he was taken aback. What are you panicking for? I told you I'd go ahead to scout the path. That's irrelevant. Hurry and save me. Bai Xiaobing was temporarily safe, but clinging to the rock face. Her spirits were far from high. Just wait. Yue Tianming quickly pressed himself against the boulder and cautiously descended. The steep slope was daunting for him, but he finally reached Bai Xiaobing's side. He extended his large hand and grasped her small one, pulling her up with a sudden force. Bai Xiaobing, weighing just over 100 pounds, was effortlessly lifted and landed heavily against Yue Tianming. Ouch, that hurts, Yue Tianming yelped, making sure to cushion her fall with his own body to prevent her from being injured by the boulder. Bai Xiaobing quickly regained her footing, crouching to the side, still feeling the impact of the fall, not to mention the discomfort it must have caused Yue Tianming. Where have you been? Are you all right? Bai Xiaobing asked, a mix of annoyance and concern in her voice. Oh, Yue Tianming groaned, rubbing his chest as he sat up, grimacing. I told you. Is there armor in there? It feels like I was hit by a rock. Bai Xiaobing, momentarily taken aback, quickly felt her cheeks flush at the thought of their bodies colliding, chest to chest. Almost intimately. That's a steel under wire. She retorted sharply. Steel under wire? For protection? Yue Tianming was bewildered, never having realized that women's undergarments contained such elements. Had he known, he might have asked Yin Xiaoxiao to hand over hers, perhaps even using them for fishing instead of provoking wild boars. Are you an idiot? Bai Xiaobing was left speechless by his response. Could a boy be this oblivious? Do you not have a girlfriend, Yue Tianming? Have you never seen women's underwear? Yet. The question felt too embarrassing to voice. Wait, could he still be a virgin at his age? This thought suddenly crossed Bai Xiaobing's mind, and she began to scrutinize Yue Tianming with a peculiar gaze that made him feel uneasy. It was as if Bai Xiaobing had stumbled upon a peculiar creature. Her curiosity piqued. Never mind, I shan't engage in idle chatter with you. Let us ascend quickly. There is a significant discovery to be made. Yue Tianming waved his hand dismissively, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his chest, wishing to avoid further discussion. What significant discovery? Bai Xiaobing inquired, her interest now ignited. You shall find out upon our arrival, Yue Tianming replied, leading the way. The ascent of a mere dozen meters proved effortless. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the steel ring. What purpose did it serve? Where had it been placed? Yue Tianming had experienced his share of romantic entanglements, yet none had lasted long. As for the intimacy of skin against skin and profound philosophical discussions, he had never ventured that far. Thus, he truly was somewhat inexperienced. Upon reaching the summit of the cliff once more, the colossal sight before them left Bai Xiaobing in awe. From their previous position at the cliff's base, this view had been obscured. Now, its sudden appearance was indeed breathtaking. A towering, elongated stone, rising 7 or 8 meters, stood at the precipice. Its simple, archaic lines carved the likeness of a woman, facing the mountains, her arms raised towards the heavens. On the opposite side, a statue of a man gazed out to sea, similarly lifting his arms in exaltation. This single monolith displayed 2 figures, seamlessly intertwined. Could it be that others once inhabited this place? Might there be a way for us to escape? Bai Xiaobing finally managed to voice her astonishment after a prolonged silence. Yue Tianming sighed. Do not overthink it. Come and observe this. He then turned her around, pointing straight ahead. A mere dozen meters away, at the edge of the woods, there stood a stone house. Oh, a house. How delightful, Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, nearly jumping with joy, only to feel the chill between her legs, prompting her to sheepishly cover her skirt with her hands. Hey, what is the matter with your skirt? Yue Tianming noticed the anomaly for the first time. Despite Bai Xiaobing's efforts to tug at her skirt, the slit had risen to her waist, exposing her fair thigh through the gap. This is all your fault, Bai Xiaobing retorted, pulling at her skirt as she made her way toward the stone dwelling. The stone house was modest, measuring roughly 10 square meters, and was utterly devoid of furnishings. The remnants of rotting wood remained above the entrance, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Now do you understand? Yue Tianming's voice echoed from behind her. Even if someone once resided here, it was likely in ancient times. Just look at the thickness of the moss on these stone walls. It could easily suffice to prepare a dish. Bai Xiaobing noted these details as well. It was evident that this place had long been abandoned. Although a sense of disappointment washed over her, She felt relieved to have found a shelter from the elements. The stone floor was laid with smooth stones, and a plethora of weeds valiantly sprouted from the crevices. In the center, a depression suggested it had once served as a fire pit. If only we had some firewood. It would be perfect, Bai Xiaobing mused as she leaned against the stone wall, feeling the cold seep into her back, involuntarily shivering. That is a simple task. I am quite adept at gathering firewood, he declared. Yue Tianming felt that his opportunity to shine had finally arrived, as he had endured a streak of misfortune in recent days. Moreover, encountering this boisterous woman had only added to his woes. She seemed to take care of him while constantly berating him, which wounded his pride as a man. Oh, by the way, you can start a fire, right? Bai Xiaobing suddenly recalled Yue Tianming's earlier tales, having momentarily forgotten this detail. She darted out of the stone hut in a flurry, her spirits lifted. Yue Tianming had previously ventured to the cliff to inspect the statue and the stone hut, which had delayed him. As he gazed at the narrow stone hut before him, memories of the cozy little cave resurfaced, along with thoughts of Yin Xiaoxiao. He wondered how she was faring. Surely, the girl must be terrified alone. Outside the cave, darkness enveloped the landscape, with only a sliver of moonlight penetrating the gloom. The cold, pitch-black cave was a daunting place for Yin Xiaoxiao to occupy alone. She curled up, resting against the stone wall, while the tide had soaked the cave floor, leaving her with no solid ground. Having gone an entire day without food, she felt famished and had once ventured far in the direction Yue Tianming had departed, only to falter at the sight of the coconut trees, which nearly drove her to despair. What had once borne some unripe coconuts was now stripped bare, leaving her in tears at the sight of the stark tree. As misfortune would have it, she wept under the coconut tree for quite some time, with the roasted meat gone and the coconuts vanished. How could she possibly survive without sustenance? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she approached the banana trees. Thankfully, they remained, yet all bore unripe, green fruit. Unable to ponder further, she plucked a bunch, peeled one, and hastily devoured it, driven by hunger. The unripe bananas were tough and unpalatable, but she persevered. Forcing down 4 or 5, she had intended to venture further in search of Yue Tianming. Perhaps he was injured or unconscious somewhere. However, she hesitated, knowing that beyond lay the territory of the giant lizard. After much deliberation, she reluctantly retraced her steps back to the cave. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before her stomach began to protest again. This time, being on an empty stomach, she could hardly move, succumbing to her body's demands repeatedly until there was nothing left to expel. Finally, she dragged her weary feet back to the cave. Night fell swiftly, and the tide arrived as expected. She could only curl up in the crevice above the stone wall, weeping softly. The flames rising from the center of the floor illuminated the small stone hut, casting a warm glow. The two sat around the fire, savoring the fresh fruits they had gathered. About that little path I mentioned earlier, should we explore it? I'd like your thoughts on it. Bai Xiaobing asked while seated on the soft grass, munching away. This was not the first time she had posed such a question, yet Yue Tianming appeared hesitant. The path Bai Xiaobing spoke of lay at the forest's edge, a place Yue Tianming had also investigated. It meandered through the dense underbrush, leading into the unknown depths of the mountains. Once, this place was inhabited, and the presence of such a colossal statue indicates a considerable number of indigenous people. Thus, it is not surprising that a path leads to the cliff. Yet, Yue Tianming hesitated to respond, preoccupied with concerns for Yin Xiaoxiao. Following the narrow trail into the mountains would surely yield results, but the time it would consume was uncertain. Could Yin Xiaoxiao endure alone for so long? Yue Tianming dared not gamble. He had to return. Let us retrieve Xiaoxiao before venturing into the mountains. He had yet to devise an effective strategy to conquer the giant lizard, and his anxiety had reached a boiling point. If all else failed, he would have to risk traversing the forest, circumventing the small mountain range that separated them. Bai Xiaobing, observing his unwavering determination, felt a flicker of emotion mixed with a tinge of jealousy. Had Yue Tianming fallen for Yin Xiaoxiao? Why else would he be so fervently intent on returning to rescue her? She wished for Xiaoxiao's safety as well. But a part of her was reluctant to see Tianming take such risks. Men like him were truly rare. Inside the narrow stone hut, devoid of windows and featuring only a slim doorway, the fire blazed fiercely, causing Yue Tianming to feel a tightness in his chest. He rose and stepped outside. Night had already fallen, and the seagulls in the sky had returned to their nests, nestled against the sheer cliffs, pairs rubbing their feathers together intimately. Yue Tianming settled at the edge of the cliff, leaning against the monumental statue, gazing at the tumultuous sea illuminated by the moonlight, lost in thought. Bai Xiaobing, feeling a pang of sympathy, intended to step out of the hut to engage him in conversation. Just then, she was abruptly seized by a sensation of vertigo, as if the stone hut swayed before her eyes. Bai Xiaobing shook her head vigorously. Was it low blood sugar from not having eaten all day? Just as she began to ponder, a more violent tremor surged from the ground beneath her. Oh no, an earthquake! The realization dawned upon her. Yue Tianming managed to utter only a couple of words before the stone hut began to shake violently, accompanied by the harsh grinding of stones. Bai Xiaobing lost her balance and fell, her head striking the stone wall with force. Damn! Yue Tianming, perched at the cliff's edge, felt the intense shaking as well. He quickly grasped the nearby boulder, narrowly avoiding a fall into the abyss. Bai Xiaobing, he shouted, but received no response from within the hut. This was Yue Tianming's first experience of an earthquake. The continuous, violent tremors left him nearly incapable of thought. The shaking persisted relentlessly. He called out for Bai Xiaobing several times, yet she remained silent, as if she had vanished. This was bad. Something must have happened to her. The proximity between them made it implausible that she could not hear him. Ignoring the ferocity of the shaking, Yue Tianming pushed off the ground with force, propelling himself away from the cliff's edge. He then crawled and scuttled towards the stone hut, praying fervently for its stability. Please hold together. The hut must not collapse. The distance of over 20 meters felt insurmountable as he crawled with great difficulty, his heart racing with urgency. The structure was entirely composed of colossal stones, each weighing several hundred pounds. If the stone house were to collapse, Bai Xiaobing inside would undoubtedly perish. Just as Yue Tianming anxiously approached the entrance of the stone house, the tremors finally ceased. He then rose to his feet and quickly entered the dwelling. Chapter 66. The collapse of the stone house and the discovery of the tunnel. Yue Tianming exhaled deeply, relieved that the stone house had withstood the earthquake's onslaught. And there lay Bai Xiaobing, quietly resting on the ground, seemingly unharmed. Bai Xiaobing, Bai Xiaobing. He cradled her in his arms, shaking her gently. With a pained groan, Bai Xiaobing awakened, her mind clouded. What happened to me? She murmured, a sharp pain at the back of her head reminding her of the impact with the stone wall. She touched the spot, grateful there was no bleeding, just a swelling. Oh, you scare me to death. I thought you had perished. Yue Tianming's tense nerves finally relaxed as he leaned against the wall. Bai Xiaobing, who had been in his embrace, inadvertently leaned against him, ignoring the implication of their position. She quickly stood up, distancing herself from him. The firelight illuminated her fair face, now flushed, leaving her feeling quite warm. Was that an earthquake? Can such a cursed place even experience quakes? Yue Tianming asked, still shaken. His words jolted Bai Xiaobing back to reality, and she suddenly realized the urgency of the situation. We must hurry outside. There may be aftershocks. However, it was too late. The second wave of aftershocks arrived as anticipated, and the violent tremors recommenced. Just as Bai Xiaobing had regained consciousness, her head still spinning, she lost her footing and fell. What on earth? Is this never-ending? Yue Tianming could only complain inwardly as he quickly reached out to pull Bai Xiaobing back from the brink of another fall. Quickly, we must escape. It's dangerous here. Bai Xiaobing reminded him in a flurry of panic. No one could ascertain whether the stone house could endure further tremors. Clearly, exiting was the safest option. They scrambled to cling to the walls as they crawled toward the exit, but just as they neared the doorway, the ground jolted violently, followed by a deafening crack. Crack! Crack! Yue Tianming shouted in alarm, his body plummeting downward with the collapsing stones. Ah! Bai Xiaobing cried out, desperately grasping for anything stable. Unfortunately, the entire floor had vanished. Her fingers barely caught the edge of the doorway, but before she could steady herself, the stone wall collapsed. They tumbled through the darkness, rolling repeatedly, losing track of time amidst the chaos. The world spun around them, leaving them disoriented and dizzy. Ah! Ah! Yue Tianming cried out in agony. His first cry was in response to the pain of his body striking the stones below. The second voice was the heavy thud of Bai Xiaobing, who had slid down behind him, crashing onto him. What happened to you? Yue Tianming exclaimed as he supported Bai Xiaobing. Yet, this time, Bai Xiaobing did not awaken. What is this? Yue Tianming felt a warmth in his hands and looked down. Horrified. Blood. You're hurt. Wake up. Bai Xiaobing remained unresponsive. In a panic, Yue Tianming hurriedly picked up some burning firewood nearby, remnants of the fire that had fallen with them. By the faint light, he noticed a thumb-sized wound at the back of Bai Xiaobing's head. Ignoring the pain in his own body, he quickly reached for his dagger. Fortunately, it was still in its sheath. He stripped off his clothing, measured it hastily, and used the dagger to cut it into strips to serve as temporary bandages, wrapping them around Bai Xiaobing's wound. After this frantic endeavor, Bai Xiaobing showed no signs of response. Yue Tianming, utterly clueless about first aid, was frantic. Should I try acupressure? He thought, and pressed hard on Bai Xiaobing's acupoint. After a long while, he gave up, as there were no signs of awakening. Damn it, how could this happen? Yue Tianming cursed under his breath and felt for Bai Xiaobing's pulse. Thankfully, it was strong. Surely he would awaken, though he was uncertain of his own judgment. The fact that Bai Xiaobing was still alive was the best news he could hope for. Yue Tianming looked up into the darkness, unable to discern how high it was above him. He grasped a burning log and painstakingly climbed up the pile of rubble, finally gaining a clearer view. 2 meters above him, there was an opening. He and Bai Xiaobing must have slid out from there. However, climbing back up was impossible, as fallen stones had completely blocked the way out. The boulders used to construct the stone shelter were immensely heavy, even if he could reach them. Yue Tianming doubted his ability to push them aside. Damn it, he muttered through clenched teeth. It seemed that misfortune had compounded upon misfortune, having sought a safe place to spend the night. He was first met with an earthquake and now found himself in this deep pit. Heaven, will you not let me live? If death is the only option, then let it come. It felt as though since stepping onto this island, he had not experienced a moment of peace. Yue Tianming picked up a stone and hurled it with force to release his pent-up frustration. The sound echoed. He paused, startled by the reverberation. How could there be an echo? He cautiously explored the protruding stone walls, advancing a few steps. The firelight illuminated only a limited area, but ahead, there was clearly a passage. Most astonishingly, this passage was evidently not naturally formed. The marks on the side walls were conspicuously visible, clearly made by tools. Had someone once dwelt here? Perhaps there was a way out. The thought reignited hope within Yue Tianming. He feared being trapped alive with Bai Xiaobing. It would be far better to have perished in the disaster than to endure such torment again. Bai Xiaobing, hold on. I will get you out. Yue Tianming murmured to himself as he hoisted Bai Xiaobing onto his back, one hand supporting her, while the other clutched the meager half-stick of firewood. Trudging forward step by step, the dark passageway was oppressively damp, with pools of stagnant water in some areas, and the stone walls on either side were equally moist. Yue Tianming advanced cautiously, his steps alternating between deep and shallow. Fortunately, the passage was straight, devoid of any turns, leading into an unknown expanse. He lost count of his steps, and carrying Bai Xiaobing made swift progress nearly impossible. It felt as if this path was interminable, an endless road with no conclusion. The flame on the half-stick of firewood had extinguished, leaving only a small ember of charcoal to provide the last flicker of illumination. Exhaustion enveloped Yue Tianming, compelling him to set Bai Xiaobing down for a moment's respite. However, the sight before him plunged him into despair. The space ahead narrowed ominously, revealing that there was no path left. Chapter 67. A series of shocks. Yue Tianming let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Gently, he lowered Bai Xiaobing to the ground and slumped beside her, allowing her to rest her head on his lap. What a farce. He surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head in resignation. Damn it, fate seems to revel in my suffering. Cursing loudly, he vented his frustration. Just when hope flickered to life, this was the outcome. It seemed he was truly facing death this time. Perhaps his loud exclamation echoed too strongly within the cavern, rousing Bai Xiaobing from her stupor. A pained groan escaped her lips. Are you awake? Yue Tianming quickly leaned down to check on her condition. Yet, that was the only sound she uttered. She remained unconscious. Thank goodness. Her voice indicated that the situation was not dire. Now, with an unconscious companion trapped in this cave, Yue Tianming felt utterly at a loss. What should he do? Should he attempt to retrace his steps? Perhaps he could escape through the original crevice? The chances seemed slim. Even without carrying Bai Xiaobing, the prospect was nearly non-existent. No, he must not surrender so easily. Bai Xiaobing had been living her life peacefully until his arrival disrupted her wait for rescue. Now, in her unconscious state, he absolutely could not give up. Inspired by her faint groan, Yue Tianming propped Bai Xiaobing against the wall, stood up, and began to search around him. The glowing ember was on the verge of extinguishing, and he wished to utilize the last of its light to seek a way out. Since this was a man-made cave, it surely must possess an exit. Could it be that they had all jumped down from the stone house? That would be absurd. Realizing this, Yue Tianming grew convinced that there must be an exit somewhere. He felt along the nearby stone walls, meticulously searching for any clue. However, as he continued, disappointment washed over him. It turned out this was indeed a dead end. How could this be? Frustration boiled within him, and he kicked the stone wall in anger. What was that? Yue Tianming, in a fit of frustration, unexpectedly collapsed the stone wall with a kick. Was it the strength of my foot, or the resilience of my shoe? Even he was taken aback as a small opening, barely large enough for a person to crawl through, appeared before him. Shrouded in darkness where nothing was discernible. Cautiously, he leaned forward, glancing left and right, before calling out, "Hello?" The echo of his voice returned clearly, resonating in his ears. To his astonishment, it seemed quite spacious within. Drawing from his previous experience of navigating a cave and battling a giant lizard, Yue Tianming refrained from entering directly. He shouted once more, but after a prolonged silence, the stone wall remained eerily quiet. It appeared there were no beasts lurking inside. With determination, he began to wriggle through the small opening, intent on exploring. After all, Bai Xiaobing's side was relatively safe, with only this singular entrance and exit. Should any unforeseen event arise, he could promptly retreat and guard the portal. Once again, he fanned the charcoal until it glowed red, surveying his surroundings. The ground was strewn with decaying grass, yielding softly and stickily beneath his feet, having long since rotted beyond recognition. As he contemplated advancing along the stone wall to gauge the terrain, a faint rustling sound caught his attention. Water? Following the sound, he navigated cautiously, stepping gingerly towards its source. Is this an exit? Not far along, he discovered a narrow new passage. Steadying himself against the wall, he ventured forward with great care, only to suddenly feel something beneath his fingers. What is this? With the last glimmer of light, he glanced down and felt a surge of exhilaration. My goodness! At last, a proper torch. A sturdy torch was wedged within the crevice of the stone wall. He swiftly extracted it and ignited it with the glowing charcoal. Whoosh! A brilliant flame erupted, illuminating the surroundings with astonishing clarity. Yue Tianming exhaled deeply. After lingering in darkness for so long, the sight of fire was immensely comforting. Now, he could finally see everything around him. Ahead lay a passage, the source of the rustling water sounds emanating from that direction. However, upon turning around to glance back, he nearly dropped the torch in shock. What in the world? The expansive cavern was littered with disjointed skeletons. A mere glance revealed at least 200 or 300 of them, stark white and huddled together, a sight that could terrify anyone. Stay calm, stay calm. I have faced death itself. What a few rotten skeletons. Yue Tianming steadied his nerves before proceeding further into the vast cave. After a thorough examination, he found little of value. The garments on the skeletons had long since decayed, rendering identification impossible, and filth and muck lay scattered everywhere. Who could be so inhumane? He spotted a smaller skeleton, clearly the remains of a child. What kind of dreadful place is this? Turning his gaze to another passage, he noted several pieces of wood that had not yet completely rotted, alongside a sturdy, rusted iron chain. Oh, could this possibly be a prison? It appeared that the collapsed, decayed wood had once stood upright. In light of this, it indeed seemed plausible that this could be a prison. Yue Tianming did not rush to exit. He took a moment to circumnavigate the area, ensuring that no peril lurked nearby before feeling reassured. However, he stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. The very spot he had just kicked down was teeming with skeletons, while elsewhere, only a few lay huddled together. This particular location harbored as many as 7 or 8 skeletons. What could they have been doing? Were they all kin? Yue Tianming attempted to shift the stones and remove the skeletons, gradually piecing together the situation. They were evidently intent on tunneling for an escape. Beneath the skeletal remains, amidst the decaying dry grass, he discovered several rusted knives and a meticulously crafted axe. The wooden handle of the axe had long since rotted away, yet the blade, forged from an unknown metal, remained remarkably well-preserved and sharp. Along the side of the axe, elegant letters were engraved, but Yue Tianming could not decipher a single character. Well then, he mused, it was clear that this was not English. He recognized the 26 letters of the English alphabet, yet this was beyond his comprehension. However, wielding the axe reignited his fervor. If he could find a handle for it, it would become a formidable weapon. If he encountered any beasts, he could at least hold his ground for a while, instead of perpetually fleeing. Securing the axe at his waist, he then crawled through the cave, cautiously bringing Bai Xiaobing along. Chapter 68. Continuous surprises. After finding a comfortable spot for Bai Xiaobing to rest, Yue Tianming resumed his exploration of the passage. The tunnel was not particularly long, measuring merely a dozen meters, and to his delight, he discovered several torches. He left one torch planted in the stone wall to illuminate Bai Xiaobing and affixed the others to his belt. His excitement soared when he spotted 2 large iron basins hanging from the wall. This truly was an unexpected boon. Yue Tianming thrust a torch into one of the basins, which instantly ignited into a roaring flame. The 2 colossal oil lamps, brimming with an unknown fatty substance, produced flames that soared over half a meter high. In an instant, the surrounding area was awash with light. Goodness gracious! Upon surveying his surroundings, Yue Tianming was once again astounded. This was a somewhat smaller cavern, yet it spanned at least 30 to 40 square meters. The walls were lined with various shelves, cluttered with an assortment of items: iron pots, basins, hooks, harpoons, an overwhelming array of treasures. Yue Tianming could hardly believe his eyes. Was everything coming so effortlessly? Had he only possessed these supplies earlier, he would not have endured such hardships. The rock face was also embedded with iron rings, suggesting they were once used for hanging items. Scattered around were boxes of various sizes and shapes, each encased in iron and secured with locks. How intriguing! Yue Tianming exclaimed, examining one of the locks closely. Aside from recognizing it as a lock, he felt no familiarity, having never encountered one like it before. He had seen plenty of television dramas. Did ancient locks truly resemble this? Ah, yes, it must be a relic of ancient foreign craftsmanship. Yue Tianming finally had an epiphany. Ah, it's locked so securely, surely. There must be something valuable inside, right? He began to anticipate the treasures within the box, glancing left and right in search of a suitable tool. With no luck, he swiftly retrieved his axe, extinguished the torch, and inserted it as a makeshift handle, striking the ground with force several times, nodding in satisfaction. He then aimed at the lock and swung down with vigor. In an instant, sparks flew and the sound was jarring. Quite sturdy indeed. The lock was deformed, yet it remained intact. With a flurry of strikes, he brought the axe down repeatedly, and with a sharp crack, the lock fell to the ground. You dare to challenge me, yet you have been around for centuries, pretending to be a youthful contender. Yue Tianming even found the energy to mock the lock. However, upon unveiling the contents of the box, his excitement quickly turned to dismay. What on earth is this? It's dark and looks like a dung ball. He reached in and pulled out a lump of the black substance, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Oh no, it has quite a pungent smell. A sharp, acrid odor assaulted his senses. Be cautious, that is gunpowder. A weak voice suddenly emerged from behind him, startling him so much that he nearly dropped the foul ball. I said, dear sister, you could at least greet me upon waking. You nearly gave me a heart attack. He turned to see Bai Xiaobing leaning against the wall of the passage, peering at the gunpowder in his hand. With all the noise you made and your apparent joy, did you think I wouldn't come? Bai Xiaobing's complexion was somewhat pale as she leaned against the wall and sat down on the nearest box. Upon waking, she had heard the clattering sounds from another direction, along with Yue Tianming's monologue. She had leisurely stepped out, fortunate not to notice the scattered skeletons, or she would surely have screamed. How are you feeling now? Yue Tianming inquired with concern. My head is still a bit dizzy and painful, but otherwise, I feel fine. Bai Xiaobing replied, furrowing her brow. That is good, that is good. As long as you're awake, everything will be manageable. Where are we? Bai Xiaobing looked around the cave in confusion. It's a long story, let us discuss it later. In short, I've navigated numerous challenges, displaying great prowess as I forged ahead, cutting through obstacles. Please simplify that, Bai Xiaobing said, her head already aching. And the abundance of Yue Tianming's descriptors only intensified the pain. Yue Tianming, was left speechless by her lack of appreciation. I saved you. And yet I can't even boast a little. We fell down, traversed a tunnel, and then arrived here. Is that simple enough? Yue Tianming felt a twinge of frustration. You should put the gunpowder back. It's too dangerous to hold it like that with open flames around. Bai Xiaobing was now fully awake, her thoughts clear once again, urging Yue Tianming with urgency. Oh, right. Yue Tianming placed the gunpowder back into the box and carefully closed the lid. Oh dear, I was reckless just now. Reflecting on the scene of smashing the lock, he felt a wave of fear. If that box of gunpowder had ignited, I would have turned into a barbecue. How do you know this is gunpowder when you didn't even see it? Yue Tianming asked, puzzled. Bai Xiaobing was at a loss for words, shaking her head repeatedly. Did you not see the large letters on the box? Yue Tianming turned back to glance at the box. Indeed, a row of large English letters was engraved on the side, which he had just noticed. However, while he recognized each letter individually, when combined, they left him utterly bewildered. Besides, in his memory, gunpowder did not possess such characteristics. Noticing Yue Tianming's ignorance, Bai Xiaobing explained, this must be gunpowder from 200 or 300 years ago. Those warships and pirates that once roamed the seas used this type of gunpowder to fire their cannons. How do you know that? Yue Tianming mumbled, feeling as though he had no opportunity to shine as long as Bai Xiaobing was awake. By learning more, you naturally come to know. Bai Xiaobing, too, found herself speechless. What she considered common knowledge seemed profound to Yue Tianming. Forget it. Can you help me read what is written on this box? Yue Tianming asked, pointing to the box beneath Bai Xiaobing. Hey, a gun? Bai Xiaobing's eyes lit up upon reading. A gun? How cool. I've never fired a gun before. Quickly move aside. With this, we could roam freely. I could take down giant lizards and wild boars with a single shot. Yue Tianming also felt elated. Today's discoveries were indeed bountiful. With all necessary supplies gathered and weapons seemingly delivered to their doorstep, it appeared that fortune was finally smiling upon him. After a few swift cuts to the padlock, he opened the box only to be met with disappointment. What the hell? It's just a rusty barrel. Inside, there were several old-fashioned firearms arranged neatly, varying in length. However, without exception, all the wooden parts had decayed, leaving only a collection of rusty barrels. This setup resembled the oldest designs that required a fuse to ignite. Chapter 69. The pirate's lair looks like I still have to manually face the monsters. In a fit of frustration, Yue Tianming closed the box. His earlier excitement extinguished as he opened a blind box only to find it filled with useless junk. The gunpowder was damp. The firearms were rotten. Couldn't they provide something useful? I'll go ahead and see if there's a way out. You wait here and don't wander off. Oh, and there are a bunch of skeletons inside, so keep your distance to avoid screaming and disturbing my search. Disheartened, Yue Tianming lost interest in the other unopened boxes. Finding a way out was now his priority. As he exited the circular cave and disappeared down the passage, Bai Xiaobing began to survey her surroundings. There were indeed many items, and if taken, they could prove useful. Skeletons inside. Having worked as a nurse, Bai Xiaobing was hardly afraid of skeletons. Yet, this piqued her curiosity. She leaned against the wall and ventured back into the large cave to investigate for any clues. Yue Tianming, torch in hand, walked along the passageway. The sound of rushing water grew increasingly loud until he reached the end of the corridor and peered outside. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him, almost bringing him to tears. Before him fell a colossal waterfall, cascading down from above. The humidity was stifling, even from a distance of several meters. Yue Tianming could feel the splashes of water on his face. He recalled the perilous lengths he had gone to for a mere drop of water, almost perishing in the jaws of a colossal lizard. Yet now, before him cascaded an immense waterfall, evoking a deep sense of emotion within him. Oh, how the heavens play their tricks. Why couldn't you have presented me with this waterfall sooner? The passageway had reached its end, leading to a bottomless cliff. From the sound of the water plummeting below, it seemed there lay a vast pool hidden in the darkness. However, the inky blackness obscured the height above the ground. This meant that he and Bai Xiaobing were trapped in a cave halfway up the mountain. But wait, a frown creased Yue Tianming's brow. How had the previous inhabitants ascended this place? Climbing? That seemed far too perilous. Within his line of sight, the mountain plunged at a steep 90-degree angle, offering no foothold whatsoever. Moreover, the waterfall relentlessly eroded the rocks, leaving many surfaces slick with moss, certainly treacherous. After much contemplation, he found no solutions. Never mind. I'll ponder it again when daylight breaks. Turning back to the cave, he was met with the sound of weeping. What is it with everyone crying at the slightest provocation? Yue Tianming's mood, already soured, grew even more irritable upon hearing Bai Xiaobing's sobs. Following the sound, he discovered her crouched before several skeletons, still weeping. Dear sister, these people have been dead for countless years. You do not know them. Why grieve so deeply? He complained. Did you not see the inscriptions? They were captured by pirates and left here to starve. It is truly tragic. Bai Xiaobing pointed to the various inscriptions on the stone wall, tears streaming down her cheeks. Pirates? Are you suggesting this is a pirate's lair? Yue Tianming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had not intended to examine the inscriptions further. Instead, he turned back toward the cave's entrance. Hey, brothers, lend me your strength. Our future wealth depends on you. Yue Tianming grinned foolishly at the unopened chests before him. If this was indeed a pirate hideout, treasures must abound. The mere thought sent tremors through his hand gripping the axe. He casually selected a chest, inspecting its side for any indication of gunpowder. Finding none, he brought the axe down with force. When he finally pried the chest open, his heart raced at the sight before him. Treasure. Real treasure. The dazzling gold glimmering within felt surreal. A chest brimming with coins. How much was this worth? Yue Tianming stammered in shock, overwhelmed. Nearly 2 meters long and a meter high, the chest overflowed with golden coins. He swallowed nervously, plucking a shining coin and biting down hard. Ah, pure gold. A faint imprint of his teeth marked the surface. Ha, we're rich. Sister, come here. We have struck it rich. Yue Tianming rushed towards the cave in the back mountain, exuberantly scattering a handful of gold coins before Bai Xiaobing. Look, gold coins. A whole chest full of them. His eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling a man possessed. Bai Xiaobing merely paused in surprise, then offered a wry smile, attempting to temper his enthusiasm. In such dire circumstances, what good would gold coins do? Could they procure food? Or perhaps facilitate our escape? Yue Tianming abruptly halted his jubilant antics, realizing the truth in her words. He scratched his head, pondering, but what if we can escape? Wouldn't these coins then hold great value? He continued to dreamily outline a splendid future. Once we get out, I shall purchase this island, and we will split everything within it equally. What do you say? However, Bai Xiaobing suggested they focus on escaping first. The alluring wealth before them barely stirred her. It elicited only a modicum of astonishment, far from true shock. She was already aware of the grim reality from the messages left on the stone walls. Many of the individuals they encountered had set sail to various corners of the world, only to fall prey to pirates, losing both their possessions and their freedom. The women remained aboard the ship, subjected to arduous labor and humiliation, while the men were imprisoned here, meant to restrain the women and prevent their escape. They were provided with scant sustenance, allowed to live as long as they did not perish. Each time the pirates returned, they would invariably capture more individuals. These captives, unwilling to succumb to despair, endeavored to carve a tunnel to freedom. Year after year, day after day, many lives were lost in the relentless pursuit of escape. Tragically, they had excavated to the very brink, only a mere 10 meters away from breaking through to the stone chamber below. Yue Tianming understood that these coins would serve no immediate purpose, yet he could not suppress his inner exhilaration. Just a handful of these coins would render one a millionaire. A whole chest brimming with gold. How much wealth could that possibly represent? A billionaire? No, no, surely it could rival the wealthiest of magnates. With his heart racing, he continued to strike at the chest. Another box soon yielded to his efforts. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, then abruptly opened them wide. Oh my heavens! My heart can't take this. Lord, you are so kind to me. I thank you. I promise never to curse you again. His excitement was unavoidable. The contents of the chest shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling his eyes. Chapter 70, Striking It Rich. Within the chest lay a breathtaking pearl necklace, glimmering ruby rings, a translucent emerald bracelet, a pure gold pocket watch encrusted with diamonds, as well as amethyst, black amber, sapphires, emeralds, spinels, garnets, damberites, and topazes. Many of these treasures he could not name, yet their beauty captivated him. The various gemstones were either set in exquisitely vibrant and exotic jewelry or casually scattered throughout the chest. In contrast, the diamonds, large and small, reflecting a spectrum of colors, paled in comparison to the splendid jewelry, rendering them almost inconsequential, failing to pique his interest. Yue Tianming gazed blankly at the chest before him, utterly speechless. The worth of the gold coins within was beyond comprehension, leaving him to wonder just how much the jewels in this chest might be valued. 100 billion? 1 trillion? His mind buzzed with confusion as a long string of numbers flooded his thoughts, far too overwhelming to count. Having dabbled in antiques before, albeit at a novice level, he could immediately discern the quality of these items, all exquisite treasures. Moreover, these were relics left behind by pirates. Surely they would not have seized counterfeit goods. That would be absurd. It was only when Bai Xiaobing let out an exaggerated exclamation that she roused Yue Tianming from his stupor. Heavens! So much! Upon seeing the chest overflowing with jewelry, her heart began to race. Women, it seems, possess an innate weakness for gems. The nearby chest of gold coins, though undoubtedly valuable, merely appeared to her as a heap of yellow metal. Strangely, the pain she had felt moments before seemed to dissipate, compelling her to dash forward and sit beside Yue Tianming before the chest. Yue Tianming could only chuckle foolishly at her reaction. The impact of this discovery was simply too monumental to process. Bai Xiaobing retrieved a necklace adorned with numerous small diamonds, the centerpiece being a ruby pendant the size of a quail egg. Under the flickering flames, the necklace radiated a captivating brilliance. You look stunning in this, Yue Tianming remarked sincerely as he watched her don the necklace. Bai Xiaobing was already strikingly beautiful, embodying the essence of an Eastern beauty, and with the jewelry enhancing her allure, she exuded an exotic charm. Look at your naive amazement. Do you think I would look unattractive without this? She shot him a discontented glare. Beautiful, truly beautiful, all of it. Here, try this, Yue Tianming said, delicately placing a beautifully ornate golden crown upon her head. Perfect. She retorted playfully. Are you complimenting me or the crown? Both are perfect, he replied. Yue Tianming was entranced. Bai Xiaobing's tall, slender figure paired with the crown gave her the air of a beauty pageant winner. After a moment of basking in his ardent gaze, however, Bai Xiaobing let out a long sigh. Tossing the crown and necklace back into the chest, she leaned against the side, her expression suddenly somber. What was the point of discovering these treasures if they could not find a way to survive? Don't be in such a rush. It's only been a few days. As long as we persevere, I believe we will eventually be rescued. The sight of the treasures seemed to bolster Yue Tianming's confidence. We must survive. With this wealth, I could live 10 lifetimes without needing to spend it all. If I were to perish here, it would be utterly unjust. You seem rather optimistic. I suspect you are more concerned about these treasures than our predicament, she quipped. Bai Xiaobing observed the peculiar gleam in Yue Tianming's eyes and instantly comprehended his thoughts. What's the matter? It's only natural human sentiment. Moreover, these riches were seized from pirates. It is the heavens bestowing upon us what rightfully belongs to the needy. Isn't this a form of retribution for the oppressed? I believe that since we have encountered this fortune, it signifies that our fate is not yet sealed. Consider this. The giant lizard failed to claim my life. We survived the earthquake, and the collapse did not crush us. What else could possibly defeat us? At that moment, Yue Tianming was brimming with ambition, and his words carried an uplifting fervor. Well, since we've come this far, let us take it one step at a time. Bai Xiaobing felt a profound sense of disappointment, yet seeing Yue Tianming's unwavering confidence, she refrained from discouraging him. By the way, isn't there a source of water over there? I'll fetch some. We have a fire here and can boil some water. Bai Xiaobing casually picked up a rusty iron pot, grimacing slightly. The hefty pot was coated with a thick layer of grease, likely remnants from frequent meat cooking. Fortunately, the grease had acted as a barrier, preventing extensive rust. She glanced around, realizing there was nothing available to clean the pot. Don't look at me. I've got barely half a pair of pants left. Yue Tianming noticed Bai Xiaobing's gaze fixated on his trousers and understood her implication. You want to use my pants to scrub the pot? Can we not be so cruel? What other option do we have? Bai Xiaobing replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I wouldn't use my skirt, would I? I think you being bare is a better choice. Wait a moment. I have an idea. Yue Tianming hurried to the chest, rummaging through it swiftly. Soon, he cast a heap of variously colored gems onto the ground. Their edges not particularly sharp. Let us use these. These. Bai Xiaobing chuckled wryly. You truly have a unique selection. You'd rather use gems to scrub the pot than give up your pants. You're something else. All right. Bai Xiaobing nodded, picked up the gems from the ground, tossed them into the pot, and exited the passageway. To her surprise, the gems proved to be quite effective in scrubbing the pot, albeit slightly rough on her hands. As she cleaned, she glanced outside the cave. Ah, indeed, there's no way out. Before long, she had scrubbed the rust off the iron pot and filled it to the brim with water from a nearby stone wall before returning. However, as she entered the cave, she found Yue Tianming adorned in a dazzling array of jewels. 3 thick gemstone necklaces hung around his neck, and atop his head rested a pure gold crown. His fingers sparkled with rings of various colors as he admired himself with glee. How do I look? Do I not exude the aura of a king? Yue Tianming's grin stretched from ear to ear, his entire appearance a spectacle of glittering opulence. I see more of a pirate captain in you. Step aside, Bai Xiaobing retorted, giving him a playful kick. TCH, you lack appreciation. Yue Tianming huffed, pouting. Bai Xiaobing moved aside, retrieving several gun barrels over a meter long, and fetched a length of iron chain to bind them together, crafting a makeshift support. A pot of clear water has been set upon the fire, and one cannot help but wonder what sort of oil resides in the basin below, for it burns with remarkable endurance. It has been at least an hour now, and the fat appears scarcely diminished. Chapter 71. The Golden Skull devoid of any exhibit. Yue Tianming once more admired the precious jewels adorning his person, only to find himself feeling rather listless. His gaze wandered around the cave until it alighted upon a chest nestled in the corner. Within this cavern, there were 5 chests in total, containing gunpowder, firearms, gold coins, and exquisite jewelry. Only this final chest awaited Yue Tianming's exploration. What might lie within? He pondered, tapping the last chest, which echoed emptily in response. It hardly mattered. There was nothing extraordinary about it, regardless of its contents, as long as it was not food. He had no interest whatsoever. Yet, even if there were provisions, they would surely be centuries past their prime. Bai Xiaobing, having experienced the initial thrill, had long since regained her composure. The gold coins and jewels, even a mere sampling, possessed a value beyond measure, sufficient to indulge in a lifetime of extravagance. Now, even if another chest brimming with jewels were to present itself before her, she would remain unmoved. I believe there must be a surprise inside, Yue Tianming remarked earnestly as he scrutinized the chest. Although it produced an echo, it remained notably heavy. A gentle push yielded no movement. Furthermore, the design of this chest differed markedly from the previous 4. While those were large and conventional, this one, though similar in length, stood only half as tall. A tap revealed a texture distinctly not of iron, but rather wood. Remarkably, it had withstood the ravages of time for centuries without a hint of decay. The chest itself must be worth a fortune. With this thought, Yue Tianming's excitement surged once more. Cautiously wielding his axe, he began to pry at the lock, unwilling to damage the chest, which would be a grievous loss. After laboring for half an hour, the lock finally fell away. Are you truly not coming to take a look? Yue Tianming extended another invitation. Not interested. You amuse yourself, Bai Xiaobing retorted in a huff. Her stomach grumbled audibly. Yet he seemed unfazed by the hunger, a testament to his resolve. Yue Tianming's focus remained solely on the chest as he slowly lifted the lid, peering inside, and was immediately rendered speechless. The lid fell back, striking the stone wall and startling Bai Xiaobing. What's wrong? Is there too little to see? Are you unimpressed? Upon witnessing Yue Tianming's astonished expression, she approached. A swift glance revealed her own surprise, her brows knitting together. Inside the chest, which measured over a meter in length, lay no jewels, no coins, only a pristine golden skull, gleaming with radiance. Every detail was human-like, save for its relatively diminutive stature. Beside the golden skull, resting quietly against the chest's side, lay a staff. The staff, seemingly made of gold yet not entirely so, shimmered brilliantly, adorned with intricate patterns and an ancient design. At the very pinnacle of the staff, a resplendent pink gemstone, roughly the size of an infant's fist, glimmered magnificently. My goodness, this is truly the most extraordinary treasure. Yue Tianming gazed at the pink gem, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How much could this possibly be worth? Allow me to calculate. Rubbing his fingers together, he began to ponder the price. Gemstones are valued by carats, with 1 carat equating to 0.2 grams. Goodness! Yue Tianming exclaimed suddenly. What is wrong with you? Why are you shouting? Bai Xiaobing trembled at his outburst, fearing a ghostly apparition had emerged. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? Yue Tianming asked her with a foolish grin. I couldn't care less about its value. Bai Xiaobing retorted, somewhat irked. You truly don't understand, do you? Let me enlighten you. The largest natural diamond in the world is merely 4,000 carats, and the largest sapphire just over 1,000 carats. Those are raw stones. And once cut, the remaining weight is minimal. This polished pink gemstone is at least 5,000 carats, and it's pure. Do you comprehend its worth? Yue Tianming's expertise finally found a purpose. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. I see, so it's exceedingly valuable, then. Bai Xiaobing nodded in agreement. Eager to prevent him from rambling on indefinitely. The engagement ring my boyfriend gifted me cost over 200,000, and I believe it was only 2 carats, right? When calculated, my heavens. Bai Xiaobing finally grasped the true worth of the pink gemstone. How many zeros? Let me count so many billions. Bai Xiaobing gasped, feeling her math skills were lacking. What do you mean, billions? Look at your ignorance. Yue Tianming shot her a glance. This is fundamentally a priceless treasure. The value of gemstones is not purely determined by weight. The heavier the stone, the higher the purity and the more vivid the color, and the price escalates exponentially. The scrap cut from this gemstone alone could make us millionaires. How much do you think it's worth? The more Yue Tianming spoke, the more animated he became, almost wishing to kiss the gemstone and cherish it for a lifetime. Oh, Bai Xiaobing, following his line of reasoning, found herself unable to compute further and soon noticed that Yue Tianming was behaving oddly. What are you doing? Bai Xiaobing observed Yue Tianming starting to bite the gem, wondering if he had lost his sanity from sheer joy. What are you doing? Let us take it down. All those other trinkets can be forsaken. This gemstone must be acquired. But rest assured, everyone shall get their fair share. You, me, and Xiao Xiao, 3 ways to divide it once we escape. After speaking, Yue Tianming continued to open his mouth, attempting to detach the clasp. He was reluctant to use tools, fearing any scratches. With his knowledge, he understood that gemstones possess remarkable hardness and that ordinary metals find it challenging to inflict damage. Yet, he was still hesitant. You, oh dear. Bai Xiaobing could only watch him in bemusement as he tried to pry the gem. You, my friend, have some nerve. Though a bit greedy, your character remains commendable. And you acknowledge a fair share for all. Sharing with me and Xiao Xiao, he is quite a loyal and righteous fellow. Bai Xiaobing gazed at Yue Tianming with a somewhat dazed expression. Yet, she soon regained her composure, sighing inwardly, acknowledging that his affections lay with Xiao Xiao, and that there was no need for her to indulge in self-deception. With a hint of melancholy, she averted her gaze and began inspecting the golden skeleton. This skeleton, measuring only about 1 meter 30 to 40, was comfortably ensconced within the chest, with ample space around it. She scrutinized it closely, reaching in to touch it. Hey, something seems off. Yue Tianming, come look. What now? I'm busy. Chapter 72. The peculiar matter. This is not made of pure gold. It is merely a layer of gold dust enveloping a real skeleton. Look, Bai Xiaobing raised her palm, revealing a significant amount of golden powder clinging to it. I don't care whether it's gold or not. I have no intention of taking it, Yue Tianming replied, glancing at it with disinterest before returning to his study of the gemstones. This skeleton is quite peculiar, Bai Xiaobing remarked, her attention fixed on it, speaking to herself. Yue Tianming was preoccupied. Look at its teeth. It's clearly an adult. And judging from the pelvic region, this is a female. Could it be? Yue Tianming mumbled, still immersed in his work. I understand now. This must be a native inhabitant of the island, notably short in stature, perhaps even from a matriarchal society. She continued. I'm speaking to you, Yue Tianming. Bai Xiaobing had been studying for quite a while, yet not a single word had registered with Yue Tianming, who remained intently focused on the gemstones. What does it matter what era they belong to? They are extinct now. All I see is this gemstone, he retorted. After toying with it for a considerable time, Yue Tianming, in frustration, resorted to using the blade of his axe to force it. However, after much effort, it still would not budge. Blast it. This makes no sense. Even if it were titanium alloy, it should have bent by now, he panted, turning to Bai Xiaobing. What did you just say? These people were matriarchal primitives? With this stick, with this hardness, do you think primitives could have crafted it? I cannot say, Bai Xiaobing replied, confident in her former expertise. However, the material of this staff was evidently strange, setting aside the alloy used in its creation. Even the clasp securing the gemstone was remarkably hard. To hell with it. Fine, I'll just take this stick with me. It's quite handy and can serve as a trekking pole, Yue Tianming finally conceded, still clutching the staff, leaning against the wall, utterly satisfied. While Yue Tianming could remain carefree, Bai Xiaobing was not so fortunate. She was continuously preoccupied with the perplexing questions that troubled her. This place was once a refuge for pirates, perhaps not the only one, but undoubtedly of great significance. The mere presence of these invaluable treasures here attests to its importance. The golden skeleton must have belonged to someone of high status in life, perhaps a chieftain or a pharaoh. The gold dust that has permeated the bones indicates that a considerable amount was applied repeatedly after death. Did the pirates discover this site and slay its inhabitants? Or had these people already met their demise, with the pirates coveting the treasures within? Yet, apart from the golden skeleton and the scepter, no other ancient artifacts have been uncovered. Even though the golden skeleton holds immense value, it pales in comparison to even a fraction of the scepter's worth. Given the pirates' reputation, why would they leave the skeleton here alongside their other treasures? Yue Tianming, what do you think the pirates were contemplating? Bai Xiaobing pondered for a long while, but found no answer, softly inquiring. To her surprise, when she turned around, she found Yue Tianming had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Sleeping soundly with a smile on his lips, cradling the scepter in his arms, looking utterly content. Bai Xiaobing sighed in disbelief. This fellow is remarkably carefree. Whether they can escape remains uncertain, yet he sleeps so quickly. Observing him, it is evident he intends to take the scepter with him. Even if a rescue team arrives, he will likely seize the opportunity to return and claim these treasures. However, the thought that he would share the wealth with her and Xiao Xiao made her chuckle inwardly. Watching Yue Tianming sleep so foolishly was oddly pleasing to her. After a long day, Bai Xiaobing, too, felt fatigued, though her hunger gnawed at her. The sound of Yue Tianming's snoring soon lulled her into a deep sleep by the fire pit. When Yue Tianming awoke, Bai Xiaobing had already begun her bustling activities. What do you need? He mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes, bewildered by her actions. I've found the way out. Come quickly, she exclaimed, leading the charge into the passageway. Hearing this, Yue Tianming shook off his drowsiness and hastily followed her. Outside, daylight had fully broken. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already past 10 o'clock. At the cave's mouth halfway up the mountain, he could now clearly see the waterfall cascading down. The massive torrent thundered as it crashed into the pool and scattered rocks below. From this vantage point, the ground appeared to be over 100 meters below. The pirates had indeed chosen a splendid hiding spot for their treasure behind the waterfall. Where's the path? Yue Tianming asked, perplexed. Over there. Look, Bai Xiaobing, having risen early to explore, finally discovered the route leading to the cave. Following the direction of her finger, Yue Tianming turned to see a protruding rock about 5 or 6 meters from the cave entrance. What does that mean? It's just a rock. How do we get past it? He still did not comprehend. Bai Xiaobing smiled mysteriously, picked up an object, and hurled it at the rock. What are you doing? You spendthrift? Is this how you play? Yue Tianming exclaimed in exasperation. At the entrance of the cave, scattered remnants of small gemstones used by Bai Xiaobing for scrubbing pots lay strewn about. One of these precious stones had just been discarded. Hush! Listen. Bai Xiaobing quickly gestured for him to be silent. She thought to herself, what's the worth of a worthless stone when there lies an entire chest within the cave? Besides, she had already cast away several in her quest to forge a path. Yue Tianming felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, he promptly ceased his murmuring. With ears perked, he strained to listen. However, the thunderous roar of the waterfall drowned out all other sounds. Was there nothing at all? Yue Tianming cast a sorrowful glance at the gemstones scattered on the ground. How could you not hear it? If you wish, I can toss a few more for you to listen to, Bai Xiaobing suggested, reaching to pick up a gemstone once again. No. I implore you. Please just speak directly if there's something to discuss. Let us not waste these treasures. Yue Tianming hurriedly pushed all the gemstones aside, shielding them behind him. Oh my goodness. At this rate of wastefulness, even if you had a mine at home, it would scarcely suffice. Chapter 73, In My Eyes. You are a brother. Observing Yue Tianming's distress over the treasures, Bai Xiaobing found it somewhat amusing, yet she refrained from teasing him further. After all, their escape was of utmost importance. That stone, clearly a step, when something was tossed upon it, produced a rolling sound, indicating a path leading downward behind it. Bai Xiaobing had been studying it all morning, and seeing Yue Tianming still sound asleep, she chose not to rouse him, considering his injuries necessitated ample rest. So, you've already thrown away more than one, have you? Yue Tianming's features twisted in dismay. How extravagant could one be? Bai Xiaobing was left speechless. Isn't your focus misplaced? I am speaking of an escape route, and yet you lament over a worthless stone? Do you truly wish to leave, or not? Xiao Xiao is awaiting us. Do you deem Xiao Xiao more important, or this treasure? Both are important. Yue Tianming responded with a hint of embarrassment, mumbling under his breath. All right, I have discovered the way out. Now we simply need to devise a means to construct a few stepping boards. I was just searching for suitable materials. Bai Xiaobing shot him a glare. The entrance of the cave was a daunting 5 to 6 meters away from the protruding stone, with no means of ascent or descent in sight. Yue Tianming also noticed an anomaly on the stone wall, a series of clearly man-made notches, likely used to secure the stepping boards. It seemed that pirates once traversed this route, utilizing stepping boards, yet with the passage of time, they must have long since decayed. The two returned to the cave, rummaging through every corner in search of suitable materials. To bridge the 5 to 6 meter gap, at least 5 or 6 appropriate items were necessary. Yet after an exhaustive search, only 2 suitable items were found, a harpoon and the staff in Yue Tianming's hand. What now? Bai Xiaobing was equally at a loss. They had indeed found the route, yet could not pass. The notion of leaping across was utterly implausible, as the stone steps on the opposite side were also overrun with moss. Any slip would mean certain death. Beneath the waterfall, jagged rocks jutted out. The prospect of risking a jump into the pool below was out of the question. As Yue Tianming scanned the surroundings in frustration, his eyes suddenly lit up. Eureka! The individual proceeded to open the box and extracted several leg bones of the gilded skeleton. How about this? Bai Xiaobing glanced at them and nodded slightly. They were indeed suitable, albeit somewhat disrespectful to the deceased. Yet, there was no alternative. Utility took precedence, and they could not afford to be overly concerned at that moment. Yue Tianming, clutching the leg bones, returned to the cave's entrance and forcefully inserted them into the nearest crevice. Perfect fit, he exclaimed, elated with success. With a buoyant spirit, he re-entered the cave, extinguished the fire, and gathered all usable items, preparing to leave the mountain. Inside the cave, there remained a considerable number of abandoned tools that would prove beneficial for their future survival. The duo commenced packing their belongings, readying for departure. Come, lend me a hand with this. Yue Tianming beckoned Bai Xiaobing towards 2 large boxes. Just place them here. What else do you intend to do? Bai Xiaobing inquired, somewhat perplexed. This cave is sufficiently concealed. Do we truly need to relocate? Better safe than sorry, he replied. We should stash everything in that hidden passage behind. It is the safest place. Aside from these corpses, no one will know. Reluctantly, Bai Xiaobing felt he was being overly cautious, but it would not delay them for long. With great effort, they managed to drag the 2 large boxes into the rear cave. The small opening in the stone wall through which they had entered still stood there. Yue Tianming tossed all the gold coins into the opening, followed by an array of gemstones and jewelry. Then, with remarkable patience, he gathered the stones and meticulously blocked the small opening. Still feeling uneasy, he scraped off a considerable amount of moss from other areas and pressed it into the cracks. Satisfied, he clapped his hands as if to signal completion. This should suffice. It is unlikely anyone will discover this place, he declared, turning to Bai Xiaobing with a grave expression. This location is known only to the 2 of us. It must remain a secret. Do you understand? Bai Xiaobing furrowed her brow in confusion. What do you mean? Did we not agree to divide it among 3? Realizing something unsettling, her gaze towards Yue Tianming shifted, laced with curiosity and fear. What was he planning? As they neared the exit, was he intent on monopolizing the treasure? Enough of that. You women tend to overthink things. Am I that kind of person? Yue Tianming discerned her apprehension, understanding she feared he might harbor ulterior motives. Yet, Bai Xiaobing, you must not entertain such thoughts. However, Yue Tianming's demeanor was undeniably serious. My intention is that, upon ensuring our safety and securing our escape, we may return for the treasure. Until then, not even Yan Xiaoxiao should be informed of this location. Why? Are you worried she might keep it all for herself? Bai Xiaobing retorted. Yue Tianming shook his head vigorously, hastening to clarify, that is not the case. Xiaoxiao is well-meaning, but she has a tendency to speak freely. In the few days I have known her, she has already divulged a plethora of her past. That girl is far too trusting. This treasure belongs to the 3 of us. Yue Tianming, swear to heaven that I have no ulterior motives. However, I fear that the girl might inadvertently leak the news, and what if someone else arrives first? Haven't you heard? Telling a secret to a woman is tantamount to revealing it to the entire world. The mere thought of such a vast treasure being discovered by others sends shivers down my spine. I could very well meet my demise right here. But I am a woman too. Are you not concerned that Bai Xiaobing might feel that she can trust Yue Tianming? That feeling is rather pleasant. No. To me, you are nothing but a brother. Yue Tianming nonchalantly declared, while secretly adding to himself, yes, a brother adorned in lace. I'll kick you to death. Bai Xiaobing, delighted until she heard Yue Tianming's response, was so enraged that she raised her foot to kick him. However, she quickly lowered her leg. With her dress split to the waist, lifting her leg would surely expose her. How infuriating. You dare to regard me as a brother. What about my appearance? I have both figure and looks, yet you. Bai Xiaobing seethed, her breath heavy with indignation. Yet, upon reflection, it did seem to be the case. Dressed in this split skirt, she had spent an entire day and night with Yue Tianming. No matter how careful one is, there are bound to be moments of exposure. However, recalling Yue Tianming's gaze towards her, aside from the occasional peculiar glance, he truly seemed not to regard her as a woman. This realization deeply wounded Bai Xiaobing's heart. Chapter 74. The end of the waterway. I am all set over here. Shall we depart? Yue Tianming called out, prompting Bai Xiaobing to reluctantly return. The look in her eyes was far from pleasant, a mix of anger and frustration. Yue Tianming, however, remained unfazed. After all, what was the big deal? This fellow even meticulously dragged the chest back to its original position, scattering a few of the smallest gems in the corners. In the future, should anyone happen to discover this place, they would believe the treasure to be long gone. These little trinkets can serve as their interest. How clever am I, right? This is how movies portray it. Always leave a glimmer of hope for a future encounter. Yue Tianming began to boast again, but Bai Xiaobing said nothing, casting him a cold glance as she started to walk out. Hey, I say, at least help carry something. You can't leave empty-handed. Yue Tianming had shouldered everything useful within, yet many items lay scattered around. I am a girl. I should not engage in such laborious tasks, Bai Xiaobing retorted coldly. Hey, you've been a man for over 20 years, and now that you've become a woman, you certainly know how to pick your moments. Yue Tianming complained. But he did not receive any assistance from Bai Xiaobing. Ultimately, it was Yue Tianming's frugality that led him to desire to bring everything along. Bai Xiaobing glanced at the scattered items, feeling that aside from the pot, nothing else appeared particularly useful. In her current state of irritation, she outright refused to help. The two individuals emerged from the cavern once more, with Yue Tianming burdened by a large black pot, an iron chain coiled around him, and clutching several leg and tibia bones, along with a harpoon and a staff, his face twisted in fatigue. He had left behind all the jewels, save for the staff and the 10 rings adorning his fingers. We are not out here to flaunt wealth. Why do you carry so many rings? Bai Xiaobing queried, exasperated, as she took a few of the bone rods from him. You fail to understand. Wearing these on one's hand transforms them into weapons. Look at this large diamond, so sharp. In the face of danger, one could deliver a powerful blow. It would either incapacitate or severely injure an opponent, Yue Tianming declared proudly, showcasing the diamond-studded ring on his middle finger. Suit yourself, Bai Xiaobing replied, her mood considerably dampened. With a firm push against the bone rod bridge ahead, she swiftly ascended the protruding stone of the wall. She then proceeded to place the bone rods in succession, efficiently covering the 5 or 6 meters of distance. Uft. And they say she's a girl. She's braver than I am. Yue Tianming muttered, observing Bai Xiaobing's successful passage. What did you say? Nothing, just praising you. Humph. I doubt it was anything flattering. Yue Tianming followed closely behind her, and the pair stood upon the elevated stone steps, finally able to discern the passageway behind them. To their surprise, it led to another cavern, where a winding path of scattered stones descended before them. Within a short span, they had descended the 100 or 200 meters to the ground below. Ah, what a relief. Brother Ming, I feel revitalized. Yue Tianming exclaimed, releasing his pent-up frustrations. Despite the tribulations of the past few days, the immense treasure they had unearthed was more than enough to compensate for their trials. Now that they had successfully emerged, what was there to fear regarding their grand endeavors? Oh, it seems I still need to think of Yan Xiaoxiao, Yue Tianming suddenly remembered, the earlier excitement of the treasure momentarily clouding his thoughts. Let us go find her. Despite the weight he carried, his spirits were remarkably high. They would reunite with Xiaoxiao and then await the rescue team. With water located and provisions no longer a concern, accompanied by 2 lovely companions, life felt exceedingly pleasant. One was the gentle and delightful Xiaoxiao, while the other was his brother, Bingbing. I say, Bingbing, what did you call me? Bai Xiaobing shivered at the name. Isn't it more affectionate? It sounds more feminine, too. Yue Tianming pondered for a long while before settling on this term. All right, just call me by my name. I cannot bear such appellation. What do you need? Bai Xiaobing felt conflicted. While the name was indeed endearing, it was still unbearable for her. Where do we head now? Yue Tianming asked, somewhat sheepishly. All around them, apart from the mountains, lay dense forests, devoid of paths to find Yan Xiaoxiao. Honestly, I'm at a loss for you. Let us follow the waterway. It's safer, and you mentioned that spring. It could very well be downstream of this waterfall. Bai Xiaobing responded with resignation. Yes, that makes sense. Let us hurry then. Yue Tianming was filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency, as thoughts of Yan Xiaoxiao, who had been alone for 3 days, flooded his mind. Surely she must be terrified. The sun hung high in the sky as the two made their way along the edge of the pond beneath the waterfall, traversing the rocky terrain toward the distance. The pond, crystal clear and expansive, was surrounded by a swift current that rushed endlessly down the riverbed. After approximately 10 minutes of walking along the bank, they circumvented a towering pile of stones and arrived at a small sandy beach by another lake below, where tranquility reigned. This sandy stretch differed from the rocky area above, as it was unshaded by towering trees, fully exposed to the blazing sun. Fortunately, the beach was embraced by the clear waters of the lake and dense foliage, rendering the temperature quite bearable despite the direct sunlight. However, as Yue Tianming surveyed his surroundings, a chill crept into his heart. Where had all the water gone? Where was the river? The small lake, formed by the cascading waterfall, was roughly the size of half a football field. Yet there was no visible outlet for the water to flow away. The constant rush of water from above poured into the lake. Yet the water level showed no signs of rising, nor were there any tributaries branching off. It seemed evident that there must be an underground waterway beneath the lake. The spring they had encountered earlier was likely one of its branches. Bai Xiaobing sighed softly, realizing that relying on the river to locate Yin Xiaoxiao was an unrealistic endeavor. What should they do now? Since joining Bai Xiaobing, Yue Tianming had come to respect her opinions entirely. If he were with Yin Xiaoxiao, he would have taken charge without hesitation. Reluctantly, they decided to head east, hoping not to stray too far off course. Bai Xiaobing was equally at a loss. What good solutions could they possibly devise now? The dense forest was the last place Yue Tianming wished to enter, but with no other options. He steeled himself to venture inside. Here, take this for protection, Yue Tianming said, handing Bai Xiaobing a valuable staff while drawing an axe from his waist. Who knew what dangers lurked within the thicket? They had to be cautious. Chapter 75. Encountering a forest python on the return journey, the towering trees stretched skyward, their growth unchecked. Having ventured less than 20 meters into the forest, the light dimmed considerably. Numerous climbing plants entwined around the massive trunks, cascading down from above. The underbrush was thick with various waist-high shrubs and towering ferns, obstructing their path. Yue Tianming, wearing only one shoe, winced with each step, his foot crying out in pain. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable. Before long, his soles would be ruined. Leaning against a large tree, he painfully extracted thorns from his foot. I was careless. Just wait a moment, Bai Xiaobing said, scanning the area and gathering broad, thick leaves. Can you weave grass sandals? Yue Tianming marveled at Bai Xiaobing's resourcefulness. Weave? I'm not Liu Bei, she retorted. I'm just finding something to wrap your feet. Yue Tianming felt a wave of frustration. That line was typically his to say. Lift your foot. He heard her shout again. Bai Xiaobing held a leaf and gestured at Yue Tianming's feet for a moment before extending her hand, requesting the dagger. Bewildered, Yue Tianming handed over the dagger. Bai Xiaobing then proceeded to slash at her skirt several times before forcefully tearing it, producing a sound reminiscent of ripping fabric. The once knee-length dress was transformed into a short skirt that barely reached her hips. Before Yue Tianming could fully comprehend the situation, a large piece of fabric was already in Bai Xiaobing's hands, sliced into several strips. She adjusted the strips on her fair thighs, mixing them with moist earth, and kneaded them repeatedly until they were thoroughly reshaped, ultimately crafting 4 ropes, each as thick as a finger. Wow, Brother Bingbing, you possess remarkable skills. Yue Tianming observed in wonder, increasingly intrigued by Bai Xiaobing's talents. Now, bind these ropes and leaves around your feet. They should suffice for you to traverse out of the woods. Bai Xiaobing rose, casually adjusting what remained of her skirt. Yue Tianming was truly taken aback. The current Bai Xiaobing exuded an unexpected allure, particularly in her short skirt, which resembled a cosplay of Sharon Mai, albeit with a less exaggerated figure. Have you had your fill of gazing? If you have, let us move quickly. I do not wish to spend the night in these woods, Bai Xiaobing teased. Her surface demeanor playful, yet secretly reveling in his attention. Humph, you claimed I wasn't a woman. Do you see clearly now? A wave of confusion washed over her as she pondered the nature of her thoughts. Yue Tianming averted his gaze, lowering his head to tie the leaves. It seems Bai Xiaobing truly embodies a masculine spirit. If it were Yin Xiaoxiao under my gaze, she would have likely retaliated by now. He mused silently, comparing the two as he swiftly fashioned makeshift sandals. Ah, by the way, if we come across any edible fruits, do let me know. We should bring some back for Xiaoxiao, he remarked, testing the feel of the ground beneath his feet, thoroughly pleased. Bai Xiaobing replied coldly. All you do is mention Xiaoxiao. I've done so much, yet I've not heard a single word of praise. With that thought, her expression grew even more frigid, resembling an ice queen. Unfortunately, Yue Tianming, walking ahead, remained oblivious to her demeanor. The pair cautiously navigated through the dense forest, oddly encountering no wild beasts along the way, which allowed Yue Tianming's anxious heart to settle somewhat. Moreover, they had gathered quite a bounty of wild fruits, though Bai Xiaobing hesitated to sample the unfamiliar ones. Despite this, today's harvest was substantial. Perhaps this was the reward after enduring hardship? As Yue Tianming savored the unexpectedly sweet fruits, he mused to himself. At this pace, they would reach the seaside in under an hour, provided they did not stray too far, soon reuniting with Yin Xiaoxiao. So, by Bing Bing, have you rested enough? Yue Tianming smiled cheerfully at the frost-like beauty beside him. Let us go if we're going. There's no need for all this chatter, she retorted. Bai Xiaobing had remained largely silent throughout their journey, speaking only to instruct Yue Tianming to gather wild fruit whenever they encountered it, otherwise maintaining a stoic demeanor. Yue Tianming was perplexed as to how he had offended Bai Xiaobing. Her frosty disposition seemed devoid of femininity. Was it his fault? Just as they were about to rise, a sudden cacophony erupted from the nearby thicket. The underbrush and shrubs within their line of sight began to sway irregularly, and even the adjacent trees trembled ominously. Before they could react, a multitude of small creatures burst forth from the grass, darting past them without a glance. Were those rabbits and wild chickens? Yue Tianming stared blankly at the animals that scurried by, his eyes widening in realization. Oh no, how careless. Something large is coming, he shouted urgently, scrambling up a tree. Indeed, the greater the commotion, the more formidable the approaching entity must be. Bai Xiaobing was startled as well and quickly moved to respond. However, just as she lifted a leg, her body pivoted, and she was yanked aside by Yue Tianming. Up, quickly, he urged. There was no time for further explanation. Bai Xiaobing could already hear the distant roars of animals. Typically brash and carefree, she now found herself in a state of disarray. After several attempts to ascend, she found herself unable to do so. Climb onto my shoulders. In the face of urgency, there was no time for hesitation. Yue Tianming crouched down, hoisting Bai Xiaobing's legs onto his shoulders and exerting himself with sudden force. Bai Xiaobing, caught off guard by this unexpected and awkward maneuver, was momentarily bewildered. She clutched his head, attempting to press her body against the rough bark of the tree while desperately holding onto a small crevice in the trunk. Don't just stand there. Climb, Yue Tianming urged, balancing Bai Xiaobing on his head while his feet worked tirelessly against the coarse tree bark. It finally dawned on Bai Xiaobing that she was seated atop his head, her thoughts in disarray. A little higher, quickly, Yue Tianming continued to encourage her. Using both hands and feet to ascend, all while relying on Bai Xiaobing for leverage, which was quite the challenge. Just as the roars of the beast drew near, they had managed to elevate themselves about 7 to 8 meters off the ground, achieving temporary safety. At that moment, the bushes parted violently, revealing an enormous creature. A python? Yue Tianming's eyes widened, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was disastrous. The forest's apex predator could easily follow them up the tree. It's a green anaconda, Bai Xiaobing exclaimed, her voice trembling, nearly causing her to tumble from the tree. At such a time, was it prudent to quibble over semantics? The massive anaconda stretched an impressive 7 to 8 meters, each scale seemingly the size of a bowl, its thick body rivaling the circumference of Yue Tianming's waist. Climb higher. We must take our chances, he urged, feeling his calves tremble with trepidation. With no escape above or below, they faced a grim fate. Jumping down? Fleeing? That would be a death sentence. In the dense forest, who could outrun a giant python? Two individuals, trembling with fear, ascended slowly. Their movements hindered as their limbs betrayed their will. Both silently prayed, hoping the anaconda remained oblivious to their presence. Anaconda, please move along swiftly. There is a more delectable prize ahead, they wished fervently. Chapter 76, an unexpected familiar face on the verge of sheer terror. The two managed not to attract the anaconda's attention, for its pursuers had already caught up behind it. Perched upon the tree, they felt the trunk quiver beneath them. And suddenly, a colossal black beast burst forth from the undergrowth. What a coincidence! Yue Tianming mused, the world indeed felt small. It was none other than the wild boar king. With eyes blazing red and nostrils flaring, its exhalations stirred the surrounding foliage. Its forehooves furiously scraped the earth, a clear prelude to attack. The anaconda, seemingly provoked by the relentless pursuit of the wild boar king, raised its massive head high, its powerful tail thrashing the ground in agitation. The standoff was imminent, materializing in less than 3 seconds. Lowering its head and baring its tusks, the wild boar king charged fiercely. Despite its imposing bulk, the anaconda moved with remarkable agility, deftly evading the assault and retaliating with a swift lash of its tail. The serpent appeared intent on subduing the boar, facilitating a swift entanglement. Both beasts weighed similarly, around 500 to 600 pounds, but the wild boar king boasted formidable strength and dense musculature. Though staggered by the tail's strike, it rapidly regained composure and launched another charge. These two sovereigns of the forest clashed violently, turning the clearing beneath the tree into a chaotic battleground. Every tusk strike from the boar was narrowly avoided by the serpent, Yet the anaconda struggled to secure a complete entanglement. Grasses scattered and roars echoed, indicating the fierce contest would endure. Perhaps you should climb higher to rest upon the upper branches. I fear I cannot hold on much longer, Yue Tianming suggested. His own fear compounded by the intense skirmish unfolding below, which had raged for over 20 minutes. His grip on the tree trunk was waning, made all the more difficult by the weight perched above him. Bai Xiaobing, paralyzed by terror, had long ceased to move. Were it not for Yue Tianming serving as a cushion beneath her, she would have fallen. After great exertion, the pair ascended to the lowest sturdy branch, over 10 meters from the ground. Now, all they could do was hope for the victory of the wild boar king. The mere thought of the anaconda prevailing was unbearable to Yue Tianming. Should it triumph, the outcome would surely be a sumptuous feast. The wild boar king accompanied by Yue Tianming and a delightful young woman. Bai Xiaobing's complexion had turned ashen. Her gaze was vacant, and her expression dazed, as if her capacity for thought had vanished. She sat motionless upon the branch, clutching the tree trunk with a desperate grip. Yue Tianming understood. Though camaraderie was one matter, Bai Xiaobing remained a fragile young lady. Simply managing to climb the tree was an achievement. Had it been Yin Xiaoxiao, she would have long since collapsed. For the moment, safety prevailed, and Yue Tianming finally allowed himself a slight reprieve. However, he felt a damp and warm sensation on his head and neck. Stretching out his hand to touch, it was indeed all wet. Could it be? Yue Tianming sniffed his hand, a sudden dread gripping his heart. Had he truly been drenched by her? Ice, didn't you claim to be a man? How could this happen? Yue Tianming cast a peculiar glance at Bai Xiaobing. At that moment, Bai Xiaobing was entirely focused on the scene beneath the tree and failed to notice Yue Tianming's strange expression. Yue Tianming's mind was in turmoil, utterly at a loss. He looked down, searching for something, anything that could serve as a cloth to wipe away the unpleasant odor. Alas, where would he find such a thing? In despair, he plucked a few leaves from the tree, meticulously and diligently wiping his head. Just moments ago, he had been quite anxious himself, utterly oblivious to when such an incident might have occurred. Above in the tree, two individuals were perched. One was consumed by terror, oblivious to everything else, while the other was in despair, wishing for death. Below, the two colossal beasts had not paused for an instant. 40 minutes had elapsed, and still, no victor had emerged. The wild boar king was superior in strength, while the python excelled in endurance. How long would this continue? Yue Tianming muttered under his breath. His intention was to comment on the peculiar odor emanating from himself, yet it seemed the beasts below had heard his utterance. The abdomen of the python suddenly swelled ominously. The wild boar king also took notice, its eyes, resembling copper bells, now bloodshot. With a thunderous roar, it charged forward. The strange convulsions of the python's abdomen were further provoked by the boar king's bellow, prompting a series of vigorous movements. The wild boar king, witnessing this spectacle, completely lost its composure. Abandoning all defense, it launched a ferocious assault on the python. This time, it did not merely dodge. Instead, it brazenly thrust its robust body within the python's reach, aiming to pierce the serpent with its tusks. The python, seizing this opportune moment, whipped its massive body around, swiftly ensnaring the wild boar king. With coils tightening, it soon constricted the wild boar king in a deadly embrace. The wild boar king, refusing to succumb, thrashed violently, tusks stabbing, jaws biting, hooves kicking, yet all efforts were futile. Oh no, this situation is dire. Yue Tianming glanced down and recognized the gravity of the circumstance. If the python triumphed, he and Bai Xiaobing would be doomed. No, this cannot happen. He stood up, snapping off a few branches and hurling them downward with all his might. He wished to assist the wild boar king, but alas, the feeble branches were of little consequence. What are you doing? Bai Xiaobing finally noticed him, her fears slightly subsiding. We have two choices now. Either we take this chance to flee, or we descend to assist the wild boar. Assist? Surely you jest. We should escape. Bai Xiaobing replied, a grimace crossing her face. At a time like this, you're still thinking of helping? Yue Tianming, have you lost your mind? Running is undoubtedly the best choice at this moment. However, the fact that this gigantic python can roam the territory of the wild boar king indicates that it is not far from our camp, rendering our location perilous. Yue Tianming does not genuinely wish to assist the wild boar. He harbors ulterior motives. So, why not simply relocate our camp? Why court death? Bai Xiaobing was growing anxious, beads of sweat nearly forming on her forehead. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to retreat for now. Confronted by such a monstrous beast, Yue Tianming felt a wave of trepidation. This creature could easily overpower the wild boar king. What chance did he have? I'll descend first. Wait for my signal before you follow, he advised. At that moment, he wished fervently to be a monkey, capable of escaping deftly through the branches. He still had to go down. The python had ensnared the wild boar king just 5 meters from the tree, and with a mere burst of speed, it could be upon him. Brother wild boar, hold on for just a little longer. Yue Tianming cautiously slid down from the python's blind spot, peeking out to find the creature's attention wholly fixated on the agonized cries of the wild boar king. Only then did he gesture for Bai Xiaobing to come down. Chapter 77. Reluctant assistance. Bai Xiaobing mimicked Yue Tianming's actions, wrapping her arms around the tree trunk and clenching her legs tightly, gradually sliding down. Just then, the wild boar king, constricted too tightly by the python, let out a piercing scream. Yue Tianming, so close he could hear the cracking of bones, shivered in response. Before he could process the sound, a startled cry rang out above him, and Bai Xiaobing's body came crashing down upon him. What the? He managed to exclaim before quickly silencing himself. The wild boar king's anguished wail had startled Bai Xiaobing, causing her to lose her grip and fall. Run! Yue Tianming shouted, pulling Bai Xiaobing along as they prepared to dash into the woods. Their startled cries finally alerted the python. In truth, the python had long since noticed the two on the tree, but their hesitation had given it the time to deal with the wild boar king. Now that these two delectable meals intended to flee, the python had no intention of allowing their escape. The wild boar king, already on the brink of death, struggled feebly. Its hooves twitching, yet its fiery eyes remained fixed in defiance upon the python. With a powerful constriction, the python forced the wild boar king to emit one final mournful cry, blood oozing from the corners of its mouth. With a forceful lash of its tail, the wild boar king was flung aside, and the python swiftly lunged toward Yue Tianming and Bai Xiaobing. This is a total disaster, Yue Tianming cursed. The dense underbrush of the forest made their escape frantic and directionless. The python was hot on their heels, sensing the danger. Yue Tianming pulled Bai Xiaobing into a sharp turn and dashed behind a large tree, resuming their frantic flight. The python, unlike a mere monitor lizard, was exceptionally agile, and the forest terrain was perfectly suited for its predatory prowess. With a mere twist of its body, it lunged once more toward the pair. Damn it! This is the end. I never intended to enter the woods, yet here I am, destined to become a beast's meal. Yue Tianming's mind raced as he sought a means of escape, while Bai Xiaobing, gripped by fear, was rendered speechless. She clung to him, her thoughts paralyzed as they sprinted away. The foul maw of the giant python loomed ever closer, its sharp fangs visibly glinting. Desperation surged within him. This was it. He urged her to take care of herself. With a sudden, forceful motion, he hurled Bai Xiaobing into the nearby thicket. The python missed its strike and immediately became agitated. Swinging its massive body towards Yue Tianming, he leaped, rolling on the ground to narrowly evade the onslaught. By chance, he landed on the very patch of ground where they had previously paused, surrounded by scattered supplies. Quick-wit, he seized a staff and raised a large pot as a shield. Flight was no longer an option. He had to fight with every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet, gazing at the python's immense form, confidence eluded him. Hey, over here. Look at me. He banged the pot repeatedly to divert the python's attention, realizing it seemed intent on locating Bai Xiaobing. The situation was dire. If one could escape, it would be a small victory, but someone had to hold the line. Who else but me can handle this? He rallied himself, his hands trembling as he fixated on the python. Drawn by his distraction, the serpent began to slither toward him languidly. He could almost perceive the disdain in its gaze, a clear indication of their disparity in size. The wild boar king was soon to become its meal. It hardly needed a human scapegoat. Come on, if you dare, approach. Yue Tianming taunted, fearful that the creature might shift its focus back to Bai Xiaobing. Brother Bing, you must run far away. This is all I can do. He silently prayed, unaware that Bai Xiaobing lay unconscious in the thicket, having sustained a head injury and losing consciousness upon her abrupt fall. The python now loomed less than 3 meters away, and with his back against a tree, he found himself with nowhere to retreat. The serpent's 7 to 8 meter long body sprawled before him, blocking all potential escape routes. Sunlight trickled through the leaves, casting an eerie sheen upon its scales. The prey had lost any chance of fleeing, and the python grew increasingly impatient. With a sudden twist, it opened its cavernous mouth and lunged at Yue Tianming. That gaping maw was larger than his head, capable of swallowing him whole in mere bites. He raised the heavy iron pot in a desperate attempt to shield himself from the serpent's jaws. Yet, with a mere flick of its tail, the pot slipped from his grasp and tumbled into the underbrush. In that moment of dire urgency, Yue Tianming had no recourse left. He brandished the staff, thrusting it forcefully toward the python. By a stroke of fate, the sharp end of the staff pierced the lower jaw of the anaconda with startling precision. The creature, in agony, exerted its strength once more, yet Yue Tianming clung desperately to the staff, which had impaled the anaconda, drawing forth its flesh and blood. Before he could revel in his fleeting triumph, The anaconda's tail struck again, sending Yue Tianming flying. Yet, he stubbornly refused to relinquish his grip on the staff. As he soared through the air, the anaconda coiled around him with relentless tenacity, producing a sickening crack that echoed through the air as Yue Tianming let out a heart-wrenching scream. His ribs were shattered. Realizing there was no escape, he resolved to fight back. With his lower body ensnared, he tightened his grip on the staff lodged in the anaconda's jaws and summoned all his strength to thrust it downwards. The staff penetrated the anaconda's jaw, protruding significantly from its body. However, this minor wound was trivial to the massive serpent, only igniting its primal fury further. Its colossal form twisted violently, constricting Yue Tianming to the brink of asphyxiation. In a desperate bid, he yanked upwards on the staff, wedging it firmly in the anaconda's gaping maw. The creature, unable to strike at him, found itself immobilized, yet death loomed as an inevitable fate for Yue Tianming. At that moment, the nearly lifeless wild boar king, slumped on the ground, miraculously rose to its feet. Though gravely injured and with countless broken bones, it stood unsteadily, swaying precariously. After a few seconds, clarity returned, and it comprehended the dire situation. With a glance at the anaconda's swollen belly, it summoned every ounce of strength to unleash a powerful roar and charged toward the serpent. The distance between them was a mere 4 or 5 meters. And the wild boar king's attack caught the anaconda completely off guard, especially with Yue Tianming continuing to agitate the staff, causing the serpent to thrash its head in pain. The wild boar king's formidable tusks plunged deep into the anaconda's flesh like daggers. Chapter 78. Seizing the moment of weakness, though the anaconda could not vocalize its anguish. Its massive body writhed in torment, pounding against the ground, snapping a nearby tree trunk with a girth akin to a bowl. Yet, the more it thrashed, the greater its agony, as the wild boar king's tusks remained firmly embedded in its flesh, impervious to its attempts to dislodge them. Exhausted from this final assault, the wild boar king, with its tusks still embedded in the serpent, was tossed about by the anaconda's movements, succumbing to its injuries. The sole silver lining was that, in its desperation to escape, the anaconda released Yue Tianming, allowing him to tumble into the underbrush. Groaning and clutching his waist, Yue Tianming was overwhelmed by pain, feeling as if all his ribs had shattered. However, there was no time for self-pity, for the anaconda would inevitably free itself from the wild boar king. This was the opportune moment to strike. Seizing the chance in the face of adversity was Yue Tianming's unwavering philosophy. He surveyed his surroundings and finally spotted the axe. Quietly picking it up, he also drew the dagger from his ankle, biding his time. The enormous python struggled to free itself from the wild boar king's tusk, wrapping its body around a tree in an attempt to gradually dislodge the tusk. What a perfect opportunity. Ignoring his injuries, Yue Tianming sprang from the underbrush. He leaped high, wielding the axe in one hand and the dagger in the other, aiming directly at the python's head. The python, preoccupied with its struggle, was taken aback by this audacious creature daring to ambush it. This distraction afforded Yue Tianming a crucial moment. The axe penetrated only halfway before becoming lodged, seemingly having struck bone. However, the dagger proved exceptionally sharp, plunging effortlessly into the gaps between the scales. The python let out a pained hiss, momentarily forgetting the staff lodged in its mouth as it charged towards Yue Tianming with its head. Yet, Yue Tianming was not to be trifled with. He withdrew the dagger and thrust it 3 or 4 more times. The python's massive head collided with Yue Tianming, sending him flying, disregarding the various wounds it bore. In a frenzy, it charged towards him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Dazed and weakened, with a sharp pain radiating from his ribs, Yue Tianming found himself unable to evade. Just as the python was about to strike, a figure suddenly lunged from the side, landing on Yue Tianming and shielding him with their back against the python's assault. Before Yue Tianming could finish his sentence, the python crashed into this person's back. With a resounding thud, the large iron pot they wore was deformed by the impact. Nonetheless, this act thwarted the python's attack, though the force was overwhelming. Bai Xiaobing, who had shielded him, coughed up blood and fell silent. Yue Tianming realized that Bai Xiaobing had used the iron pot as a barrier, buffering herself with her own body. Bai Xiaobing, he shouted in alarm. The blood that had sprayed onto his face drove him to desperation. Enraged, Yue Tianming seized the axe and charged at the python, seeking vengeance for Bai Xiaobing. However, as he rose, he observed the python thrashing violently on the ground, and within 3 seconds, it lay still. Was it truly frightened to death? Yue Tianming was taken aback, having not even laid a hand on it, yet it was lifeless. He picked up a stone and hurled it. To his astonishment, there was no response. Cautiously, he approached, noticing the dagger still embedded in the python, blood gushing from the wound. Had he inadvertently struck a vital point? Though he was unaware of the python's weak spot, the situation seemed to suggest so. Breathing a sigh of relief, he felt fortunate to have survived. With lingering trepidation, he returned to check on Bai Xiaobing. Blood still stained the corners of her mouth. Yet her chest heaved, and her breaths remained strong, indicating that the previous impact had been too forceful. Satisfied that Bai Xiaobing was temporarily safe, Yue Tianming sank down beside her in agony. The old wounds on his body had long since ruptured, yet the most excruciating pain emanated from his ribs on both sides. It hurts terribly, Yue Tianming groaned in agony. Although he had escaped immediate peril, his current condition remained precarious. Injured himself, with Bai Xiaobing unconscious. The afternoon had already slipped into 3 o'clock. Spending the night in the woods could invite further dangers. Nearby, 2 colossal beasts lay fallen, their presence likely to attract other predators at any moment. Every additional minute spent here only compounded the risk. This was no time for rest. Struggling, Yue Tianming leaned against a tree trunk and surveyed his surroundings. Retrieving the large black pot, he offered a rueful smile. Originally round-bottomed, the pot had been crushed flat, a testament to the violent impact from the forest python's last strike. Had Bai Xiaobing not used the pot to shield his back, death would have been certain. It seemed she had saved him multiple times already. Supporting Bai Xiaobing, he gently settled her into the iron pot and secured the handle with an iron chain. Preparing to depart. Damn, how could I forget such an important detail? Yue Tianming hurried to the python's corpse and extracted a small dagger. This blade had saved his life on numerous occasions and was conveniently carried in his ankle sheath. He also gathered his comrade's staff, the very instrument he relied upon to forge his fortune. The staff, torch, and axe were all collected and placed carefully in Bai Xiaobing's arms. With great difficulty, he dragged the iron pot deeper into the dense forest. Along the way, the signs of fierce battles provided a path to follow. Since the wild boar king had pursued the python relentlessly, this direction would lead back to the beach. The boar king and the forest python were the sovereigns of this woodland, their ceaseless conflict a boon for Yue Tianming, as all other creatures seemed to have vanished, leaving the forest eerily silent. Aside from the scraping of the iron pot against the undergrowth and Yue Tianming's occasional groans of pain, nothing disturbed the stillness. What should have been a 1-hour journey stretched into more than 2 hours. As the forest thinned, it signaled proximity to the coastline, bolstering Yue Tianming's spirits. Neglecting rest, he quickened his pace, striding ever faster. At last, just before the sun dipped beneath the sea, he glimpsed the long-missed ocean. Yue Tianming roared triumphantly, startling countless birds into flight. I have finally emerged. Who else dares challenge me? The gentle sea breeze swept over the water, carrying away all his anguish. He exhaled deeply and glanced around. Isn't this the old place? The foot repair shop? Indeed. It was the very spot where he had first tended to a sea turtle's foot, leaving an indelible impression. This meant that a short journey back would bring him to Yan Xiaoxiao. Chapter 79. Finally home, Bai Xiaobing groaned softly, slowly opening her eyes. We didn't die? She murmured in disbelief. Oh my, double blessings at once. Yue Tianming, filled with excitement, embraced Bai Xiaobing, exclaiming, not only did we survive, but we have also emerged. Look over there, that is the cave where I previously resided. We are almost home. You're going to shake me apart, Bai Xiaobing replied, wincing. Apologies. I am simply overwhelmed with joy, Yue Tianming said as he finally released her, helping Bai Xiaobing to her feet. However, Bai Xiaobing abruptly realized something, her face flushing crimson. It dawned on her that she had been lying in a pot, brought out of the jungle by Yue Tianming. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. She had carelessly spread her legs, being dragged back in such a manner. Was it not true that her short skirt had ridden up to her waist, leaving her exposed? Moreover, various items such as an axe, a torch, and a staff were placed between her legs. In a flurry, Bai Xiaobing stood up to adjust her skirt, her once pale face now burning with embarrassment. Yue Tianming understood her plight and found it amusing. Did such trivial matters warrant such concern? If he were to tell her that while she was up in the trees, she had been perched on his head, she might have jumped into the sea in despair. All right, enough of this. Let us hurry back. There should still be plenty of wild boar meat in the cave. We can finally enjoy a hearty meal today. The mere thought of food made Yue Tianming's stomach protest. Having subsisted on fruit since yesterday, he was ravenous. I can walk on my own. Bai Xiaobing interjected coldly as Yue Tianming reached out to assist her, swatting his hand away. Do you not value me at all, Yue Tianming? A simple leave for modesty would have shown some consideration, she chided. Yue Tianming, preoccupied with survival, had indeed overlooked such details. Despite having seen things he perhaps should not have, he instinctively dismissed them, as he regarded her as a brother. They were not far from the cave where Yan Xiaoxiao lived. With the burden lessened, Yue Tianming's spirits soared, his steps becoming lighter as he quickened his pace. Wow, just a few days, and the coconuts are all gone, he mused, gazing at the bare coconut trees, inwardly chuckling at the girl-esque gluttony. I hope she didn't eat them all and end up with an upset stomach. Turning the corner past the coconut trees, the cave was just ahead. A surge of excitement coursed through Yue Tianming. Having been away for 3 days and 2 nights, he wondered if she had missed him. Had she devoured so much meat that she turned into a round ball? Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, we are back, he called out, his voice echoing as he approached the cave, only to be met with silence. Is she asleep? Or perhaps she has gone out to gather raspberries, he pondered, dismissing the lack of response as he hastened his steps towards the entrance. Upon reaching the cave, he was struck with disbelief at the sight before him. The stone wall at the cave's entrance had collapsed, strewn with rocks of various sizes. The once vibrant fire pit had been reduced to a few charred logs. And while branches remained wedged against the cave walls, the smoked pork that had hung there was entirely gone. Has Xiao Xiao moved? Yue Tianming murmured to himself, hardly able to believe his own eyes. He hurried into the cave, and, upon looking down, his heart sank even further. There lay a pool of dark, congealed blood, suggesting it had been there for quite some time. Could Yin Xiao Xiao possibly hunt? This was unthinkable. If it was not the blood of an animal, it could only mean that Yin Xiao Xiao was injured, or worse. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Yue Tianming dashed out of the cave, calling out frantically, yet there was no reply. At that moment, Bai Xiaobing finally arrived at the cave, having fallen behind due to Yue Tianming's haste. This stretch of path was typically safe, and with the wild boar king already defeated, there was no fear of large beasts lurking nearby. But where was Xiao Xiao? Bai Xiaobing sensed that something was amiss. I don't know. Perhaps she has already left. Yue Tianming shook his head in despair. Could it be that the tide has risen and forced her to flee? She might still be nearby. Let us keep searching. Observing Yue Tianming's despondent demeanor, Bai Xiaobing felt a pang of sympathy. Although Yue Tianming lacked aesthetic appreciation for her, it did not diminish her fondness for him. No, that is impossible. Xiao Xiao is timid and wouldn't wander far. Once she leaves this place, where else could she go? In just a few days of companionship, Yue Tianming spoke with unwavering conviction, which aligned perfectly with Yin Xiaoxio's character. Look at the cave. There are still traces of blood. I'm worried. Yue Tianming's voice faltered, having gone to great lengths in hopes of finding Yin Xiao Xiao once more, only to face such a disheartening outcome. Bai Xiaobing entered the cave and noticed the bloodstains on the ground. Dipping her finger to smell, she discerned it was indeed human blood. Trained in medicine, she possessed a certain level of discernment. Could it be that Xiao Xiao has truly been attacked? Yet, something felt off. Bai Xiaobing regained her composure, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Yue Tianming, Xiao Xiao should be fine. What did you say? Yue Tianming turned, his eyes rimmed with red. This was the first time tears had fallen since he arrived on the island. No matter the trials he faced, he had always managed to confront them with a smile. But now he could no longer bear it. There was merely a pool of blood, no other traces, no signs of a struggle, indicating it was not a beast attack. At most, Xiao Xiao had sustained an injury. The blood had likely congealed within the last 5 hours, meaning she must still be nearby. Really? Then I shall search for her at once. At this, hope ignited within Yue Tianming. Wait here for me. Do not wander off, he instructed urgently, sprinting along the beach. Fear consumed him. He was anxious not only about finding Yin Xiao Xiao, but also about Bai Xiaobing wandering off. What if he could not locate Xiao Xiao and lost Bai Xiaobing as well? How would he endure such a fate? Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, Yue Tianming shouted with all his might. Already injured, his frantic running aggravated his wounds, and he began to cough violently. Just as he prepared to pause for breath, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. Previously, it seemed that a rib had fractured, and now it was likely internal bleeding. He could not assess the extent of his injuries, enduring the excruciating pain as he resumed a slow jog. Just ahead lay the very spot where he had once been swept ashore, and the path was nearly exhausted. No more. Truly, he could go no further. Yue Tianming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a sign of impending collapse. Xiao Xiao, where on earth are you? With a helpless gaze cast skyward, he silently prayed. Heaven, you have aided me countless times. I beseech you, grant me one more favor. Yue Tianming, Chapter 80, A Reunion of 3. That call startled Yue Tianming, causing him to spring to his feet. It was the voice he had desperately sought, Yin Xiao Xiao. He turned toward the sound and saw a figure rising slowly from the grass. Covered in dirt, her hair a tangled mess, with her face marked by dark and light streaks, she had remnants of uneaten leaves stuffed in her mouth. Yue Tianming rubbed his eyes, confirming several times. Is that really you, Xiao Xiao? Indeed, it was Yin Xiao Xiao, albeit in a truly disheveled state. After 3 days apart, she appeared to have lost weight, almost unrecognizable. Fortunately, the garment she wore was unmistakably his own. You wretched girl, where have you run off to? Did I not instruct you to stay safely in the cave? In that moment, Yue Tianming felt an overwhelming urge to cry. A tumult of anxiety mingled with deep concern spilled forth in a shout. Yin Xiaoxiao had been in a daze, staring at Yue Tianming until his shout jolted her into the realization that a living person stood before her. Wow! After a loud cry, she discarded the leaves in her hands and, summoning all her strength, lunged directly at Yue Tianming. The impact nearly knocked Yue Tianming unconscious. Yet he held on tightly to Yin Xiaoxiao. Why you? He stammered, overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily at a loss for words. In his embrace, Yin Xiaoxiao felt an outpouring of emotions from the past 3 days coalesce into heartfelt sobs. Yue Tianming, I thought you were dead. After a lengthy bout of weeping, she finally managed to voice her thoughts. Yue Tianming held her close, his heart aching. It seemed that Yin Xiaoxiao had nearly reverted to a wild state, resorting to eating leaves so soon. Xiaoxiao, he attempted to loosen his grip. But she clung to him fiercely, unwilling to let go, as if releasing him would shatter the dream. Xiaoxiao, my rib is broken. Could you please let go? I cannot run, Yue Tianming said painfully. You are injured? I knew you must have been hurt, and unable to return. I even dreamed about it. Yin Xiaoxiao, now alarmed, finally released her grip, tears streaming down her face. All right, I have returned, Haven Ti. Let us head back. Bai Xiaobing is still waiting for us. Bai Xiaobing, Sister Bingbing? Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao strained to widen her eyes, but her swollen lids only allowed for a narrow opening. Once bright and sparkling, her eyes were now in such a state that it was no wonder Yue Tianming had struggled to recognize her. Words failed her. Let us walk and talk, he suggested. Yue Tianming's anxious heart finally found solace, yet his injuries forbade him from engaging in vigorous activity. I supported you. Yin Xiaoxiao willingly draped Yue Tianming's arm over her shoulder, exerting all her strength to embrace him as they ventured forward. This was the first time Yue Tianming experienced such esteemed treatment from Yin Xiaoxiao, save for the nights when she would audaciously nestle into his embrace. During their return journey, Yin Xiaoxiao finally seized the opportunity to recount the tribulations of the past few days, her narrative fragmented yet poignant. Yue Tianming listened, his heart aching anew. Despite all his meticulous arrangements for her, fate had other plans. Their provisions were depleted, their water sources exhausted, and their cave had succumbed to floods. Nevertheless, all that was behind them now. His comrade had returned, and brighter days were on the horizon. Yet, the thought of 3 individuals cohabitating stirred a hint of awkwardness within him. Surely, tonight, she would again seek the comfort of his embrace for sleep. What then of Bai Xiaobing? Would she simply observe in silence? He had been stealthily savoring the intimacy, but now that indulgence was gone, with danger past, and their companion found, Yue Tianming's mind began to wander into fanciful musings once more. He was unconcerned about sustenance. Rather, it was this delicate situation that preoccupied his thoughts. His carefree disposition returning, Yin Xiaoxiao maintained her customary demeanor, weeping as they walked. Yue Tianming offered gentle words of solace, while his mind lingered on the evening's impending complications. Upon their return to the cave, Yin Xiaoxiao rushed towards Bai Xiaobing, enveloping her in a tight embrace, tears flowing freely. The bond between Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiaoxiao had always been strong. She regarded her as a sister. The sight of Yin Xiaoxiao in such a wretched state pained her heart. There, Xiaoxiao, it is all behind us now. Things will improve, she reassured. Yin Xiaoxiao wiped her tears and noticed that Bai Xiaobing was not in much better condition. Her flight attendant uniform was filthy, the hem barely covering her, and her head was wrapped in tattered cloth. I heard your situation was dire as well. We have truly been unfortunate. If only we hadn't taken this flight. Yin Xiaoxiao lamented. Regardless, it is too late for such musings. We must endure. I believe the rescue team will arrive, Bai Xiaobing asserted with conviction. Yes. Now that Yue Tianming had returned, bringing Bai Xiaobing with him, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a renewed sense of hope. Life did not seem so bleak after all. Ladies, having caught up, we should prepare for the night. Darkness is approaching. Who will gather some firewood? Perhaps we can start a fire? Yue Tianming interjected, needing to break the endless chatter of the 2 women. I'll go. You both have just returned and must be exhausted, Yin Xiaoxiao volunteered. I'll accompany you, Bai Xiaobing said, taking Yin Xiaoxiao's hand as they headed towards the edge of the woods, with the threat of the wild boar king no longer looming. This area of forest should be relatively safe for now. Given his current state, Yue Tianming could no longer create fire through traditional means. He could only direct the 2 women to accomplish the task at hand. Half an hour passed with nary a sound. Put some effort into it. Nightfall is imminent, Yue Tianming complained while giving instructions. Be quiet. Or perhaps you'd like to do it yourself? Bai Xiaobing coldly reprimanded, as if I had eaten something. Where would I find the strength? Half an hour had passed. Forget it. I'll handle it, she sighed as twilight approached. You 2 go fetch some water. We'll need to boil a pot to clean our wounds. We can't afford any infections. Yue Tianming, with an air of impatience. waved his hand, and seized the task from Bai Xiaobing. Oh, by the way, the tide should be rising now. There might be crabs on the beach. Bing Bing. Take Xiao Xiao with you and catch a few. Bing Bing. Yin Xiao Xiao cast a peculiar glance at the pair, sensing an underlying situation. It was natural for Yue Tianming to address Xiao Xiao so, but the affectionate way he called Bai Xiaobing's name hinted at something more. Yin Xiao Xiao felt a sense of reliance on Yue Tianming, a common human sentiment in such circumstances, though it did not extend to romantic feelings. Thankfully, as darkness fell, Bai Xiaobing's embarrassment went unnoticed. She merely kicked Yue Tianming lightly. If you keep calling me like that, I swear I'll kick you to death. Let us go, ignore him. He*s just a rogue. Bai Xiaobing huffed, pulling Yin Xiao Xiao aside, picking up the large black pot, and heading toward the beach. They could no longer stay in the cave. The tide would soon engulf it. For tonight's makeshift shelter, they decided on the edge of the woods. With the wild boar king absent, they should be safe until they found a new camping site the next day. Chapter 81. A 5-star review. Hey, Bing Bing. The two young women strolled along the coastline, engaged in conversation. Although night had fallen, the moonlight provided some illumination, and the absence of large predators made Yin Xiao Xiao bolder. Why is that man so heartless? We've worked together for so long, and she shows no sense of camaraderie. It's truly despicable. Yin Xiao Xiao pouted, still incensed. After hearing Bai Xiaobing and Yue Tianming's recount, her animosity toward Man had intensified. Let us not speak of her. Someone like that surely deserves a terrible fate. Bai Xiaobing, directly affected by the situation, harbored an intense wish for Man's demise. Oh, by the way, did you ever discover which beast stole the cured meat from the cave? Bai Xiaobing, having gone 2 days without food, felt her stomach grumble. Yin Xiao Xiao offered an apologetic smile. That day I fainted, and when I woke up, everything was gone. However, something has been rustling in the bushes at night, scaring me so much that I couldn't sleep. I could only cry all night, daring to catch a brief nap at dawn. Recalling her harrowing experiences of the past few days, a wave of discomfort washed over Yin Xiao Xiao. Now that her face was clean, it was evident that she had lost weight. Her once round cheeks had become gaunt, revealing a sharp chin. It's all right now. Tomorrow we'll move to the waterfall area, which is far better than here. Once Yue Tianming is feeling better, I'll help him find food. I won't let you starve, you little glutton. Bai Xiaobing, like a caring older sister, gently patted Yin Xiaoxiu's head. With the presence of 2 steadfast companions, Yin Xiaoxiu's spirits finally lifted from gloom to brightness. The 2 women ventured far without encountering a single crab, merely collecting a few small shells. Hardly sufficient for even a toothpick. Alas, as Yue Tianming had said, this region truly is barren. Curiously, just beyond a mountain range, the fruits flourish abundantly. Bai Xiaobing had no choice but to abandon her search. Advancing further would lead her into the territory of the giant lizard, and she had no desire to provoke it. She could only gather a few bunches of green, hard bananas and prepare to return. Upon seeing the bananas, Yin Xiao Xiao nearly retched, grimacing as she said, I've been eating these for 2 days, and they've left me feeling utterly drained. I must seek other sustenance. Eating them raw would certainly lead to an upset stomach. They are quite sweet once roasted. I know, but unfortunately, the fire has gone out, she lamented. Oh, by the way, what was up with the bloodstains we found in the cave? Was it from your head injury? When Yue Tianming inquired, why did you not mention it? Bai Xiaobing suddenly recalled the incident, but upon glancing at Yin Xiao Xiao, she noticed a hint of shyness in her demeanor. What's the matter? If you're injured, you must tell me. I used to be a nurse and can manage basic wound care. We must avoid infection. It's not that, Yin Xiao Xiao interrupted, her voice barely above a whisper. I started my period. The embarrassment was palpable in her tone. Why should you feel embarrassed? I must remind you. While the conditions here may be lacking, you must be vigilant about hygiene, understood? Is that all? I thought you were injured. But then again, it is understandable. Discussing such matters with a man can be quite awkward. Just moments ago, Yue Tianming had been probing for details, yet Yin Xiao Xiao resolutely remained silent. Let us head back and check on that fellow to see if the fire has been rekindled. Upon their leisurely return to the vicinity of the cave, with a pot full of seawater in tow, they soon spotted a roaring bonfire at the forest's edge. There, Yue Tianming reclined nonchalantly beside the flames, casually propping up his valuable staff, seemingly roasting something. Yin Xiao Xiao, the little foodie, could smell the enticing aroma from a distance. Wow, Yue Tianming is incredible. He actually found food. It was hard to believe that while she and Bai Xiaobing had ventured far without finding anything, Yue Tianming had managed to both kindle a fire and hunt. This was truly astonishing. He was indeed reliable. Yin Xiao Xiao silently awarded him 5 stars in her heart. As they approached, they finally discerned that Yue Tianming was holding his staff, upon which dangled an enormous crab, larger than a head. The crab's outstretched legs measured nearly half a meter in length. Wow, it's enormous. Yin Xiaoxiao almost dropped the pot, yearning to pounce and take a bite. Hey, what do you think? Isn't my brother Ming impressive? I knew right away that you two would have no luck finding food. Yue Tianming beamed with pride, his confidence soaring. Humph, you merely caught a robber crab. What is so remarkable about that? Bai Xiaobing retorted. A robber crab? Is it truly that large? Yin Xiaoxiao casually inquired and eagerly turned to Yue Tianming, asking if it was ready to eat. Feeling quite hungry, she continued, what do you think? At that moment, Yue Tianming was in high spirits, reverting to his playful demeanor with her. Never mind, I'll eat it raw, Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, reaching out to snatch it. It's very hot, you gluttonous girl. Yue Tianming did not stop her. Instead, he tore off the largest claw and handed it to her. Yin Xiaoxiao seized it without hesitation, disregarding the heat, and picked up a stone to crack it open. The steaming white crab meat was abundant, and the enticing aroma wafted towards them. So fragrant. Upon seeing the food, Yin Xiaoxiao cared for nothing else and took a large bite. This is satisfying, she sighed contentedly. Yue Tianming stood by, grinning foolishly. He delighted in watching her eat, finding her enjoyment more gratifying than his own. Bai Xiaobing remained silent nearby, quietly placing the iron pot beside the fire. Observing Yue Tianming's indulgence towards Yin Xiaoxiao stirred a slight discomfort within her, as she sat on the ground, feeling a twinge of melancholy. They were all together, yet he did not think to share a piece with her. She had contributed significantly to him, yet. Come, Bing Bing, taste my culinary skills. Yue Tianming, of course, would not neglect his good friend, having already brought the peeled claw to her lips. Bai Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback, but was soon filled with emotion. Disregarding Yue Tianming's call for her as Bing Bing, the most delectable part of the crab is undoubtedly the two claws, with tender meat that melts in the mouth. Yue Tianming was fair, dividing one claw between the two women, not even indulging himself. Thank you, Bai Xiaobing responded softly, finally accepting the claw. Having not eaten for 2 days, the tender and sweet crab meat before her was irresistible. She delicately opened her lips and took a bite. It truly melted in her mouth, a delightful experience. Is it delicious? Yue Tianming felt a resurgence of masculine pride, now serving two beautiful ladies, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Very tasty, Bai Xiaobing replied, her tone oddly gentle, eating with a ladylike grace, which left Yue Tianming somewhat unaccustomed. Chapter 82, No Comparison. No hurt one large crab claw, shell and all, weighed at least a pound. Just as Bai Xiaobing took her first bite, Yin Xiaoxiao called out to Yue Tianming. Come help me, pry this crab shell open. Yin Xiaoxiao swiftly devoured one claw, now focusing her efforts on the crab's thick body. I'm coming. The feeling of being needed was delightful, and Yue Tianming jogged over. Step aside, let me do it. He picked up his staff and, using the sharp end, directly pierced the tough shell of the robber crab. With a few cracking sounds, the succulent meat was revealed. This robber crab weighed at least 10 pounds. Filled to the brim with meat, Yin Xiaoxiao dove in, pulling out a large chunk, tilting her head back, and quickly devouring it. Although the crab was large, once the shell was removed, there wasn't much meat left. With Yin Xiaoxiao's voracious appetite, there would be hardly anything remaining. Bai Xiaobing could no longer bear it and frowned, saying, Yin Xiao, leave some for Yue Tianming, don't finish it all. Yin Xiao's habit of eating voraciously was well known. And only then did she recall that Yue Tianming hadn't taken a single bite yet. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she hurriedly swallowed the morsel in her mouth. Before Yin Xiao could say anything, Yue Tianming smiled faintly and spoke first. Go ahead and eat. It's nothing. Ladies first, after all. You two enjoy the crab. I'll just have some grilled bananas. Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking, I'm worried about you, and you side with this glutton. Do as you please. I won't bother anymore. Should I leave these for you? Yin Xiao apologized with a sheepish smile. She realized her earlier greed was inappropriate. When there was only Yue Tianming with her, he would always let her eat first. Now with Bai Xiaobing present, she found it somewhat unsettling. Eat. I'll stick to grilled bananas. I have an injury. Greasy food isn't suitable. Yue Tianming swallowed hard and went aside, picking up a banana leaf to place it on a stone near the fire. Yin Xiao glanced secretly at Bai Xiaobing, who was eating meticulously, cracking every joint of the crab claw and extracting all the meat. Unlike herself, who only ate the largest, meatiest parts and discarded the rest. Quietly, she picked up a discarded crab claw and began nibbling on it carefully, her large eyes furtively peering into the shell for remaining meat. For a while, the three ate in silence, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. Bai Xiaobing could no longer restrain herself. She approached, grabbed an axe, and chopped the crab's body into 7 or 8 pieces. Holding out the 2 largest chunks, she offered them to Yue Tianming. Eat this, she said irritably. Yue Tianming, absorbed in roasting the bananas, paused and replied, You two eat. I'm not hungry. Suddenly, his stomach growled, betraying his words. Enough nonsense. You're injured and must replenish your strength. If you collapse, who will we rely on? Bai Xiaobing's eyes welled up with tears as she lifted the crab meat to Yue Tianming's mouth. Open up. I can manage on my own. Yue Tianming felt embarrassed being fed. Humph. Stubborn as ever. Bai Xiaobing watched him take the first bite before retreating to eat by herself. Yin Xiao observed quietly, feeling a twinge of shame and a subtle pang of jealousy. This plump, formidable crab was truly insufficient for 3 people. The crab meat was devoured swiftly, leaving nothing behind. Even the grilled bananas disappeared into their stomachs, barely satisfying their hunger. After the meal, the 3 gathered around the fire, finally finding time to converse. Where did you find this giant crab? Yin Xiao, still slightly unsatisfied, shamelessly licked the banana juice from her fingers. Don't you know? Who do you think my buddy is? Wherever he goes, it's as if he is blessed by the gods. With a mere gesture, all sorts of food line up to come to us, Yue Tianming boasted once more. Bai Xia emitted a cold snort, demanding, get to the point. Yue Tianming was utterly flustered. With your disposition, even if you were showing concern, I wouldn't bother thanking you. You don't show me an ounce of respect. Just look at Xiao Xiao. She listened so earnestly, her big eyes sparkling like stars. Yue Tianming muttered inwardly, then began to explain, I had just finished lighting the fire and was gathering more firewood. As I ventured a few steps into the thicket, I heard some rustling. Summoning my courage, I gripped my hiking staff, and, could you please make it simpler? Bai Xia interrupted, unable to bear it any longer. We were just starting to improve, and now you're at it again. What kind of nonsense is this? All right. Yue Tianming said with a hint of stubbornness. I found the creature hiding in the bushes, using its large pincers to pry open a coconut, taking advantage of its distraction. I took it down. Is that simple enough? Bai Xia nodded slightly. Basically true. Of course, it's the truth. I'm not exaggerating. It came to its own demise. Right, Xiao Xiao? Indeed. If I heard the noise, I wouldn't have dared to enter the bushes. You're really impressive. Yin Xiao Xiao nodded enthusiastically, offering Yue Tianming genuine affirmation. His vanity thus received a modicum of solace. Suddenly, Yin Xiao Xiao's expression shifted. Wait, it was cracking coconuts? Could those coconuts have been stolen by it? And my grilled meat, did it steal that too? She suddenly stomped furiously on the empty crab shell. How infuriating. If not for that creature, how could I have been so famished? Calm down, Xiao Xiao. This kind of crab is called a robber coconut crab. Coconuts are their staple diet. So it's not really stealing. As for your grilled meat, I'm not so sure. This is the first time I've heard of crabs pilfering barbecue. Bai Xia hastily interjected to soothe her. In that case, perhaps other animals have visited, Xiao Xiao responded, her skin prickling with goosebumps at the thought of more creatures arriving at night. She kept glancing at Yue Tianming. With a broad grin, Yue Tianming said nonchalantly, what is there to fear? I'm here. You two just sleep soundly at night. I'll keep watch. Who do you think I am? Enough with the bravado. You take the first half of the night. I'll take the latter half. We have to move camp tomorrow, so everyone needs to rest well, Bai Xia snapped, shooting a stern look that silenced Yue Tianming. The trio, 1 man and 2 women, were uncertain how long they would remain here. Yue Tianming was undoubtedly the pillar of their survival, a fact Bai Xia understood deeply. Beyond any personal feelings she harbored for him, she recognized the necessity of keeping him in good health. Yet Yin Xiao Xiao seemed to undervalue him so. Chapter 83, Claiming Territory. Fine. I'm in too much pain to sleep anyway. You two go ahead. Yue Tianming said quietly. His ribs ached persistently, but he had held back until now, not wanting to spoil everyone's appetite. Does it hurt badly? Yin Xiao Xiao approached with genuine concern. Let me see, Bai Xia urged, moving closer as well, her hands gently massaging his abdomen. Ouch. Easy please, miss. He winced. Yue Tianming was taken aback by Bai Xiaobing's directness in handling matters. She wasted no time in getting to work without so much as a greeting. Hold on. Bai Xiaobing gently chided, her touch becoming notably more tender as she meticulously examined his ribs. After a while, she finally relaxed her furrowed brow, concluding that the bones were unbroken, merely suffering from a slight fracture. As long as he avoided vigorous activities, recovery would be swift. Oh my. Please, next time. Give me a heads up. I nearly found myself reporting to the King of Hell because of you, Yue Tianming replied, grinning through the pain. Be grateful. The forest python didn't end your life with that collision. Consider yourself fortunate. Always showing off, she retorted. If I were to perish, it would be with you. After all, you were my cushion at that moment, Yue Tianming said with a mischievous grin, rubbing his chest as if he could still feel the impact of their collision. Get lost. You can't expect ivory from a dog's mouth. Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes in exasperation. You shameless rogue. How dare you refer to me as your cushion? If it weren't for those 2 cushions, we might have both met our demise. Though she cursed him inwardly, a wave of gratitude washed over her. In that forest, she recognized Yue Tianming's genuine intention to save her, granting her the chance to flee first. Despite losing consciousness, upon waking and seeing the aftermath, she could not abandon him. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the iron pot and charged forward. Reflecting on that fierce impact now, she felt not only the pain in her back, but also a slight ache in her chest. Cushion? What cushion? Yin Xiaoxiao pondered, eager to delve deeper. Having missed this part of the story, she only knew that the duo had encountered a fierce battle between the forest python and the wild boar king, leading to both monstrous creatures' demise, allowing their escape. Don't ask. Can you trust anything this guy says? Bai Xiaobing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, the flickering firelight masking it somewhat. Oh, Sister Bingbing, could you accompany me to the beach for a moment? Yin Xiaoxiao whispered, feeling an uncomfortable sensation. Bai Xiaobing understood immediately. Let us go. I was just thinking of that myself. Hey, where are you two going? Yue Tianming, reveling in his teasing, was dismayed as both listeners departed, leaving him to entertain himself alone. You're following a woman to the restroom? What a pervert. Bai Xiaobing cursed, pulling the blushing Yin Xiaoxiao away. Wow, sister. How can you make such a mundane act sound so profound? I am impressed. Yue Tianming mused as he watched the two women retreat, feeling a mix of emotions. He had always perceived Bai Xiaobing as possessing a masculine disposition, but her occasional teasing added an intriguing layer to her character. Oh no, is it possible that Xiaoxiao, spending too much time with Bai Xiaobing, might catch her mannerisms? Surely not, he pondered, feeling a slight urgency himself. Standing up and glancing around, he noticed the two beauties had walked quite a distance, prompting him to take a few steps before relieving himself. Look, I'm drawing a little circle, another little circle. And here comes a bigger circle. He was lost in his thoughts when suddenly Bai Xiaobing's voice boomed. Yue Tianming, you scoundrel. Can't you at least step a little further away to relieve yourself? Ah, how could you return so quickly? He exclaimed in surprise. Yue Tianming trembled in fear and hurriedly pulled up his trousers. I remarked, you all are a bit hasty. Yue Tianming sheepishly scratched his head. Are you still scratching your head? Oh dear, Bai Xiaobing is utterly disgusted. After urinating, you don't wash your hands and just rub your head. Yue Tianming, you truly are a character. What should I do then? Yue Tianming was taken aback by her scolding. I can't take you anymore, Bai Xiaobing exclaimed. Shaking her head in frustration, it's one thing to be unclean, but not even moving a bit further away to urinate? This is our campsite. I didn't think that much, Yue Tianming stammered, quickly concocting an excuse. I was marking my territory, you understand? What? Bai Xiaobing had never heard of such a thing. That one could mark territory in such a manner. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Us country folk do it this way to prevent wild animal attacks, Yue Tianming insisted with conviction. Really? Bai Xiaobing found it hard to believe. Having never lived in the countryside, she was unsure of its veracity. Casting him a skeptical glance, she decided to drop the subject and fetched a large seashell filled with boiling water before returning to the seaside. That was close. I just wanted to take it easy. Yue Tianming huffed quietly. Wait, why are they taking hot water over there? To bathe? That little water is hardly enough. Should I bring over the big pot? The thought quickened his heartbeat. Two stunning beauties bathing. No, I am a gentleman, merely delivering water, nothing more. Yue Tianming felt his ribs no longer hurt. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he laboriously dragged the heavy pot of hot water toward them. Goodness, this pot is far too large. Why is it so heavy? As he struggled with the pot, the two beauties had already tidied themselves and returned. What are you up to now? Bai Xiaobing asked, staring at him for 3 seconds before finding her voice. From behind, Yue Tianming was bent over, laboriously dragging the large pot, seemingly heading straight for them. I was planning to take a bath, is that all right? So troublesome. Bai Xiaobing glared at her. Come on, Xiao, let's go back to sleep. Yue Tianming, are you all right? Do you need Sister Bingbing to help you? Yin Xiaoxiao looked at Yue Tianming's struggling form, hesitant to offer her assistance. What? Bai Xiaobing, you truly are something else. She had to maintain both sides, yet quickly found herself sold out. Sister Bingbing, you've been a nurse, you should be more professional. Look at all those wounds on him. He certainly can't wash them himself. Yin Xiaoxiao stole a glance at Bai Xiaobing, who seemed ready to snap, and quickly continued. It's just that I don't understand these things. Otherwise, I would definitely help him. All right, you really are something. Quite the quick turn. Bai Xiaobing laughed in exasperation, shooting Yin Xiaoxiao a fierce glare before turning to Yue Tianming. Gritting her teeth, she asked, so, what will it be? Do you want me to help you? If it came to treating Yue Tianming's wounds, Bai Xiaobing would undoubtedly offer without hesitation. Having tended to him on the plane, she had seen everything there was to see. As a medical student, she was not bothered by such things. However, at present, there are those who revel in chaos, seeking amusement and bullying the unyielding. Chapter 84. Yue Tianming's Cleansing Experience. Yue Tianming, startled by Bai Xiaobing's gaze, shivered slightly. Well, I can manage on my own. If only Xiao would lend a hand. I would be more than grateful. But with you, my brother, I think I shall pass. A failed attempt at mischief has left Yue Tianming teary-eyed. Yet he must proceed with his bath. Otherwise, his disguise would be compromised. Struggling, he dragged the iron pot to the seaside, letting out a deep sigh towards the ocean. Who would have thought that even Yue Tianming would one day be compelled to bathe? Well, let us consider this a stay at a bathhouse. Reminiscing about the days of yore, he did not need to venture far. After all, darkness would conceal him from view, a distance of 20 to 30 meters sufficing. Surprisingly, the scent emanating from him had begun to ferment. With a cheerful grin, he commenced his cleansing ritual. His wounds, having scabbed over multiple times, repeatedly tore open, lingering in a state of incompletion. Even washing with boiled seawater, the residual salt stung painfully upon contact with his injuries. The makeshift bandages had long since become filthy and useless, so Yue Tianming cast them into the sea. The injuries he sustained over the years of brawling paled in comparison to those accumulated in recent days. Large and small wounds adorned his body. He gritted his teeth, striving to suppress any sounds while meticulously tending to each injury. A resigned smile escaped Yue Tianming's lips. Indeed, he required assistance, for he could not reach the wounds on his back. Turning towards the bonfire, he noticed two beautiful women seated side by side, whispering to one another. Alas, a laborious fate it seemed, yet for the sake of these two lovely ladies, a few wounds were worth the price. He suppressed the urge to call out to them, diligently tending to every inch of his skin. Before long, he deemed it sufficient and prepared to don his pants to return. Just then, he felt something brush against his leg. As he intended to lift his foot to investigate, an unusual tingling sensation surged through his body. Instinctively, he wanted to cry out, but his body began to convulse uncontrollably, every muscle trembling against his will. Moments later, he collapsed onto the beach. Look at that shameless fellow, still finding time to dance. From her vantage point, Bai Xiaobing could see Yue Tianming's silhouette. In the darkness, he appeared merely as a blurred shadow, trembling by the sea. Xiao, we must be vigilant. This rascal often seeks to take advantage of us. Did you know? Bai Xiaobing recalled various embarrassing incidents, incessantly sharing them with Yin Xiao. Indeed, this fellow has always been up to no good, frequently causing me embarrassment, and he even spied on me while I bathed. But now, with you by my side, we can keep a watchful eye on him. Yin Xiao, too, reminisced about many events. Her cheeks flushed, yet she quickly shifted the conversation, acknowledging that he faced hardships as well, constantly seeking food. There were times when I misunderstood him, she added. You girl, surely you're not plotting to overturn the bar because of your stammer? Bai Xiaobing exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at her. I'm not. Don't say such things, Yin Xiao replied, bashfully averting her gaze and idly kicking at the sand beneath her feet. That settles it. This girl must have feelings for Yue Tianming, Bai Xiaobing thought, her heart tightening as she observed Yin Xiao's girlish demeanor. Her suspicion was entirely correct. Bai Xiaobing was not one to gossip behind others' backs. She merely wished to discern Yin Xiao's true feelings. Perhaps it was all due to a fleeting, inexplicable impulse. Now that the truth was unveiled, Bai Xiaobing felt a pang of emotion. Only Yin Xiao herself knew what truly stirred her heart. Why is he still lying on the ground after bathing? Shouldn't he get up by now? Yin Xiao glanced toward the beach, inwardly scolding, you scoundrel. Causing trouble as soon as you return. After eating, you start scheming. Bai Xiaobing suddenly became alert. Something was amiss. Not good. He.'s in trouble. Quickly, grab the torch and let us see, she exclaimed, charging forward without hesitation. Covering the 20 or 30 meters in an instant, she reached Yue Tianming and shook him vigorously. Yue Tianming, what is wrong with you? But he remained unresponsive. She swiftly checked his pulse and, fortunately, it was strong. At that moment, Yin Xiao arrived, torch in hand. Upon a brief glance, she immediately turned away and screamed, He.'s not wearing any clothes. In times like this, who cares about clothes? Hold the torch steady and illuminate him, Bai Xiaobing commanded urgently. Reluctantly, Yin Xiao squinted, trying to avoid looking directly at Yue Tianming's body. Hold the light better, Bai Xiaobing shouted anxiously as she painstakingly examined Yue Tianming for wounds, checking for any new injuries. Yin Xiao's torch flickered unsteadily as she moved it back and forth. Seeing this, Yin Xiao steadied her grip and carefully directed the light to aid Bai Xiaobing's inspection. There appeared to be no new wounds, nor signs of jellyfish stings or sea snake bites. Bai Xiaobing, though no professional medic, could offer only a rudimentary assessment. Knowledge gleaned from her ex-boyfriend's teachings about wilderness first aid. But why had he fainted? He had been perfectly fine moments ago. Yin Xiao, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, was now flustered and uncertain. I don't know either. Let us carry him to the fire. It's too cold here, Bai Xiaobing decided, placing Yin Xiao in an awkward position. What's wrong? Any problems? Bai Xiaobing frowned as Yin Xiao hesitated. Let us switch positions. I'll lift his shoulders. Yin Xiaoxiao suggested, replacing Bai Xiaobing's position. Are you sure? The other side is heavier, Bai Xiaobing remarked. Without overthinking, Bai Xiaobing simply felt the heavier side was better handled by herself. I can definitely manage, Yin Xiaoxiao said, summoning all her strength to hoist Yue Tianming up with difficulty. At that moment, Bai Xiaobing finally understood. Carrying Yue Tianming's legs meant confronting some rather delicate regions. Oh, this girl, Bai Xiaobing mused with amusement. What is the big deal? I saw much worse when I was studying at the medical school. Finally, Bai Xiaobing brought Yue Tianming back to the campfire. And only then did she fetch his clothes, though they were all soaked and unwearable. She gathered some branches and stuck them into the sandy earth, hanging his pants on them to dry. Poor Yue Tianming lay there, utterly bare, while Bai Xiaobing could not help but admire him repeatedly. Yin Xiaoxiao had long turned her back, too embarrassed to face the scene. Bai Xiaobing attempted to stimulate his philtrum once more, but alas, there was still no response. You, of all people, can get into trouble just from taking a bath. I'm truly at a loss with you. She lamented, reflecting that had she gone with him earlier, perhaps this mishap could have been avoided. A wave of guilt washed over her as she recalled that Yue Tianming had faced countless life-threatening situations, bearing numerous scars. She shouldn't let a trivial incident provoke her into a tantrum. Consider this a tit for tat. Who told you to drag me back all exposed after tossing me into that iron pot? I refuse to believe you would behave so obediently. Nothing escapes my gaze now. Chapter 85, Self-Deception and Self-Infliction by Jia. What should we do now? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired timidly without turning around. We wait for him to wake up. What else can we do? If you're tired, you may sleep first. I will keep watch. Bai Xiaobing's gaze lingered on Yue Tianming, evidently intent on watching until she felt satisfied. All right, I suppose that's all we can do. This infuriating fellow is always so unreliable. I'll go gather some grass. I'll take over for you later in the night. Yin Xiaoxiao muttered a few bashful complaints before rising. She returned with various weeds to cushion beneath her, even fashioning a grass pillow for Yue Tianming before curling up beside Bai Xiaobing. You must leave my side. I'm terrified of sleeping alone after these past few nights. Yin Xiaoxiao wished she could press against Bai Xiaobing. All right, sleep now. I need to watch over Yue Tianming. Where would I go anyway? Bai Xiaobing reassured her, allowing Yin Xiaoxiao to settle down, hugging her shoulders as she lay back. Yin Xiaoxiao wasn't cold. Rather, she was haunted by unease. Previously, with Yue Tianming beside her, she felt utterly safe while sleeping. But now, with only Bai Xiaobing present and Yue Tianming unconscious, an unsettling feeling lingered. Perhaps it was the turmoil of the past few days. After a hearty meal, Yin Xiaoxiao quickly fell asleep. In the pitch-black night, only the bonfire burned brightly. Bai Xiaobing occasionally rose to add firewood to the blaze, careful not to stray too far. This was her first night spent outdoors, and fear crept into her heart. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with the sea breeze rustling the leaves, prompting her to get up and check repeatedly. Gripping her sharp staff tightly, her palms slick with cold sweat. No matter how bold she tried to appear, she was still a girl at heart. Time passed slowly, and as midnight approached, Bai Xiaobing felt her eyelids growing heavy, fatigue swirling in her mind. At long last, she could no longer endure it. Her head drooped onto her knees, and she fell into a deep slumber. Fortunately, there was plenty of firewood in the bonfire, enough to burn for several hours. Yet, inevitably, the flames must be extinguished. Once the last flicker of fire fades, only the glowing embers remain to sustain the final vestiges of warmth. As the temperature begins to drop, Yin Xiaoxiao, as is her custom, burrows into Yue Tianming's embrace. Resting her head upon his robust, powerful arm, her slumber deepens. Bai Xiaobing, at some point, shifts from a seated position to lying flat. Seemingly drawn by the warmth of Yue Tianming's embrace, she too begins to clutch his other arm and drift off to sleep. Yue Tianming bears a significant laceration on his shoulder. With one beauty cradling each of his arms, the movement stirs his injury, jolting him awake in pain. He emits a soft groan and slowly opens his eyes. Attempting to sit up, he feels as though two heavy weights are shackled to his arms, rendering him immobile. Just as he opens his mouth to speak, a glance at his surroundings prompts him to immediately fall silent. Good heavens, what on earth is happening here? One arm is pinned down by one of them, and where on earth are my trousers? You two are quite bold, embracing me in slumber like this. Whatever happened to your previous modesty? Turning his head left and right, he notices his clothes are still dangling from a tree branch. Yin Xiaoxiao is known for her deep sleep, and Yue Tianming is well aware of this. He gently rolls her over, finally freeing his arm. This girl, though she has lost weight, remains surprisingly heavy. My arm has gone numb from the pressure. Shaking off the discomfort, he then turns his attention to Bai Xiaobing. Even the tomboy has her moments of fear. He muses silently, yet he proceeds cautiously to turn Bai Xiaobing over. However, unbeknownst to him, Bai Xiaobing is a light sleeper. No sooner does his hand brush against her than her eyes snap open. Realizing Yue Tianming's hand is exploring her form, she prepares to let out a piercing yell. Yet, with swift reflexes, he covers her mouth. Shoo, don't make a sound, he whispers, leaning closer to her ear. Bai Xiaobing instinctively attempts to push him away, but he firmly holds her down with his body. We must disturb Xiao Xiao, he continues to explain. But Bai Xiaobing is not inclined to think so. What are you up to, Yue Tianming, pressing down on me like this and silencing me? Is this an attempt to engage in mischief under the cover of darkness? With this thought, she suddenly gathers her strength and kicks out. Ugh! Yue Tianming emits a muffled groan, flipping over while clutching between his legs, suffering in silence. I simply wished not to disturb your sleep. Was such force truly necessary? Bai Xiaobing immediately sits up, her gaze icy as she regards Yue Tianming. Then glances at the peacefully sleeping Yin Xiao Xiao before darkening her expression and asking in a low voice. What are you trying to do? Yue Tianming, racked with pain, is utterly unable to explain. Bai Xiaobing's knee had struck precisely between his legs. The anguish is excruciating. Even in her anger, Bai Xiaobing, aware of his suffering, chooses not to check on him. Satisfied that her own clothing remains intact, she grabs Yue Tianming's trousers and tosses them onto him. Recently awakened and still a bit dazed, her actions are almost reflexive. Upon careful reflection, it seems I voluntarily nestled into another's embrace. Thus, even if Yue Tianming harbored some ill intentions, I must bear a modicum of responsibility. As Yue Tianming writhed in pain, unable to rise, Bai Xiaobing began to grow concerned. What if she had inadvertently injured him? With feelings of regret, she approached him, her voice tinged with both shame and anger, inquiring about his condition. Are you all right? Is it serious? I ought to take a look. Bai Xiaobing felt a profound sense of remorse. She was well aware of the force behind her kick, having practiced taekwondo in the past. However, when Yue Tianming had been unconscious, she had viewed his body from a nurse's perspective. Now that he was awake, the thought of examining him felt mortifying. Yue Tianming grimaced in agony, repeatedly shaking his head. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to compose himself. I must say, you truly hit hard. It's rather difficult for us to get a good night's sleep. And here I am, feeling utterly foolish. The extent of his pain ignited a desire within him to unleash a torrent of curses. I apologize, I was just anxious. Are you truly certain you don't want me to help? Bai Xiaobing felt an overwhelming sense of shame at his words, realizing how self-deluded she had been. If Yue Tianming had genuinely wished to take advantage of her, he had ample opportunities in the past, and need not wait until now, especially with Xiao Xiao nearby. This realization brought a tinge of melancholy to Bai Xiaobing's heart. Enough, go get some rest. I dare not provoke you further. It seems you're on the verge of a breakdown. With the pain lessening, Yue Tianming hastily donned his trousers, standing up in a huff and striding toward the woods. If you need to relieve yourself, just do it nearby. It's unsafe to wander far, Bai Xiaobing remarked, a touch of embarrassment coloring her tone. Humph. Now you choose to show concern? Where was this earlier? Yue Tianming retorted, annoyed. What do you mean by that? I'm merely going to gather firewood. Bai Xiaobing felt her cheeks flush crimson. Their conversation was hushed, as Xiao remained blissfully oblivious, sleeping soundly like a log. Chapter 86. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Yue Tianming stoked the fire once more, sulking alone on a stone. Being a good person is indeed a challenging endeavor. What have I done to deserve this? It was you two who forced me into such a predicament. I am the true victim here. I am not some casual fellow. Bai Xiaobing sat at a distance of 3 meters from him, occasionally stealing glances at Yue Tianming, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After gathering her courage for what felt like an eternity, she finally approached him. What happened to you earlier? You suddenly collapsed. Yue Tianming had this peculiar quality. His anger flared quickly but dissipated just as fast. Besides, as survivors of this shared ordeal, he felt reluctant to speak harshly in the presence of a lady. How would I know? It felt as though I had been electrocuted. Quivering a few times before losing consciousness, he sighed, exasperated, wanting to vent his frustration but finding himself unable to do so, feeling stifled. Was it an electric eel? That seems unlikely. They rarely inhabit shallow waters. Perhaps it was a stingray. If it had been an electric eel, I wouldn't have survived so easily, Bai Xiaobing pondered swiftly. I care not what it was. All I know is that I am simply unlucky. Not only did I escape electrocuted, but now I face the risk of being kicked to death. Yue Tianming snapped, his irritation palpable. Bai Xiaobing, aware of her shortcomings, offered an apologetic smile, saying, I've already apologized, don't be so petty. All right. Life is all the same, whether it's being hit by Xiao or by you. I'm destined to perish by your hands, such is my fate, lamented Yue Tianming, feeling a sense of bitterness within. He then added, You should hurry and get some rest. I will keep watch. Taking hold of a cast-iron pot, Yue Tianming made his way to the shore, intending to boil seawater so that everyone could have a sip come morning. Although boiling the seawater diminished its salinity significantly, it still retained some saltiness, nonetheless. It was far better than having no water at all. Once they relocated to the new camp the next day, the issue of drinking water would naturally be resolved. Bai Xiaobing gazed at Yue Tianming's departing silhouette, now merely a dark outline against the sea, lost in thought. In truth, he was rather kind-hearted. It was no wonder Xiao Xiao held affection for him. The night passed in silence, and the sun rose as usual. By the time the two women awoke, Yue Tianming had already prepared fragrant roasted bananas. The little foodie, Yin Xiao Xiao, upon waking to see food, was immediately in high spirits. Disregarding everything else as she began to feast voraciously, Bai Xiaobing offered Yue Tianming a smile tinged with regret, a silent acknowledgement between them. Last night, she had inadvertently kicked him, and though she had intended to keep him company during the night watch, she had succumbed to sleep. Upon waking, she noticed she was covered with leaves and twigs, undoubtedly a gesture from Yue Tianming to shield her from the chill. "All right, my lovely ladies. We need to deliberate on an important matter," Yue Tianming said, observing how heartily they were eating, the remnants of last night's tension dissipating. I'm quite the fool," he mused inwardly. "Go on, we're all ears. We'll follow your lead," Yin Xiao Xiao replied, nodding as she continued to eat, believing nothing to be more important than a meal. "Are you referring to the new camp?" Bai Xiaobing inquired, setting down her sweet roasted banana and regarding Yue Tianming earnestly. "Exactly. At last, someone understands," he said. "I want to hold that kick against you. We certainly cannot remain here. The supplies are scarce, and there is no water source. Before us lie two paths. One is to traverse through the woods towards the waterfall. This route seems temporarily safe, though we are unfamiliar with the surroundings and unaware of any lurking dangers. The other option is to circumvent towards the area where Bingsu originally was. I've observed that region, and the resources there are quite abundant. The variety of fruits alone could sustain us for a considerable time. As for water, we can seek it anew. What do you think?" Yue Tianming summarized his thoughts from the previous night. However, there was a lingering thought he kept to himself, the grudge he held against an man who had once forced him and Bai Xiaobing off the plane. He had not forgotten that slight. Now that his situation had improved significantly, seizing the aircraft and avenging himself would be the ultimate satisfaction. "Whatever you say, I'm in. I'm fine with anything," Yin Xiao Xiao replied carefreely, continuing to indulge in her meal, her mind far from the complexities at hand. Regardless of where one finds oneself, survival hinges entirely on the support of Yue Tianming. As long as he is not lost, does it truly matter where one establishes a new camp? Bai Xiaobing did not contest Yue Tianming's frosty address. After all, she had acted in a manner that warranted such treatment the previous night. She decided to let it be. However, when it came to the camp's location, she pondered briefly before speaking. The beach near Man indeed boasted abundant resources, yet they had traversed its length and found no water source. Furthermore, they would need to navigate a new thicket, which she deemed unsafe. That area still belonged to the giant lizards, and she felt it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. The memory of Man's selfishness and ruthlessness gnawed at her. Yet she maintained her composure. Survival was paramount. With a ready path available, why tempt fate? The encounter with the emerald tree boa and the wild boar king still lingered in her mind, and the prospect of facing other beasts remained uncertain. Yue Tianming nodded slightly, sharing her sentiment, though a sense of discontent brewed within him. It was irksome that the vile woman was enjoying comforts while he and the others suffered. "All right, gather our belongings. Let's prepare to relocate," he declared. Unbeknownst to him, he had subtly assumed the role of leader among the two beautiful women, a position he found rather enjoyable. The cave held little to pack, merely a few bottles and jars, along with a large shell that served as a bowl. He tossed everything into a cast-iron pot, secured the iron chain to his belt, and grasped both a staff and an axe, like a beggar's bodyguard following in the wake of two enchanting ladies. They would walk along the beach to the spot where sea turtles were cared for, then veer into the woods to retrace their steps. The morning sun bathed the sand in a gentle glow. The two women, each with their own charm, held hands and laughed as they walked ahead. Yue Tianming followed silently, burdened by their belongings yet buoyed by his spirits. The scenery was simply breathtaking. Yin Xiao Xiao wore the hot pants he had crafted for her, moving with an exuberance that was infectious. Her lively steps occasionally revealed a glimpse of her shapely figure, capturing Yue Tianming's gaze. Bai Xiaobing, in a form-fitting miniskirt, found the sea breeze lifting the hem, a consequence of its daring side slit that reached her waist. She juggled, holding on to Yin Xiao Xiao while trying to manage her skirt. Yet, despite this chaos, Yue Tianming felt utterly delighted. The sight of the black lace offered him an exquisite view, and trailing behind them was a source of immense happiness, rendering him oblivious to any fatigue. If only each day could be like this, he mused. His body might not withstand such pleasures indefinitely. He swallowed hard, catching his breath. Chapter 87. The trio navigates the thicket throughout the journey. Yue Tianming spent more than 2/3 of his time analyzing and comparing, ultimately concluding that each had its merits. But what of the remaining third? In an effort to evade Bai Xiaobing's gaze, one would occasionally glance back at Yue Tianming, wary of this fellow's potential mischief. It seemed rather superfluous. If one had the audacity, they ought to maintain their fixation on me. Yue Tianming smirked slightly, inwardly lamenting. Sister Bingbing, behold that coconut tree. It must be that detestable crab that pilfered my coconut. Sister Bingbing, look, this is where we spotted the dolphins. Sister Bingbing, observe Yin Xiaoxio's incessant chatter. She has not ceased since we set out, providing a detailed account of each scenic spot to Bai Xiaobing. Initially, Bai Xiaobing managed to respond with a few remarks. But as time progressed, she could only muster a polite smile. This girl was indeed unreliable, divulging everything. Yue Tianming's decision to withhold the treasure's location from her had undoubtedly been prudent. Bai Xiaobing had previously recognized Yin Xiaoxio's gossiping tendencies, yet now, the truth of it was even more palpable. With only 2 women present, she had unwittingly become the sole audience. Tianming, are you weary? Shall I assist you for a moment? Bai Xiaobing was nearing her limit, preferring to haul that heavy black pot rather than endure the incessant buzzing in her ears. Tianming, are you tired? Yin Xiaoxiao chimed in, adding to the commotion. The casualness in their manner of address revealed Yin Xiaoxio's more relaxed demeanor. No. I can manage on my own. You two should proceed without concern. Yue Tianming shook his head vigorously, as if to dispel the very notion. What a jest. In such a picturesque setting, would I relinquish my post? What nonsense. Were it not for the scarcity of water and food, I could traverse this path for a lifetime. Believe it or not, he was quite robust. Rest assured, a person capable of contending with wild boars and giant lizards could certainly handle this. Onward. Let me regale you with the tale of this fellow's atrocious singing. It's particularly dreadful, he chuckled, as Yin Xiaoxiao tugged Bai Xiaobing to quicken their pace, audaciously imitating Yue Tianming's singing. In exasperation, Bai Xiaobing turned away, inwardly lamenting, Yue Tianming, how did you endure this before? This journey was exceptionally arduous for Bai Xiaobing. Fortunately, it was not too far, and just as she was on the verge of madness, they finally reached the entrance to the forest. Wait a moment. I shall lead the way. You both must keep close behind me. Here, take one each for protection. We are about to enter the dense woods. Yue Tianming set aside his admiration for the scenery. This is a different time and place. As the man, I shall take the lead. To establish some ground rules. If we encounter anything edible, we shall gather it. If, and I emphasize if, we face danger, you two must not concern yourselves with anything but fleeing, understood? Especially you. Xiao, don't just cry, muster your spirit. Who knows what might transpire within this forest? Yue Tianming felt compelled to reiterate, given that both Yin Xiaoxiao and Bai Xiaobing had previously encountered peril alongside him. As for Yin Xiaoxio's performance, it was unnecessary to elaborate. Her various states of shock, paralysis, and tears rendered her largely ineffective, and merely not complicating matters was commendable. Humph, mocking me again. How insufferable. Yin Xiaoxiao scrunched her little nose, clearly displeased. And do not be so carefree. Do you truly believe yourself to be invulnerable? In times of trouble, do not foolishly rush forward. After addressing Yin Xiaoxiao, Yue Tianming promptly redirected his focus onto Bai Xiaobing. Bai Xiaobing stammered a few words, rolling her eyes in exasperation. All right, you're impressive, truly a real man. Should I give you a thumbs up? Had it not been for her reckless action to shield him, he would not have had the audacity to be so brazen here. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaobing merely remarked on it, too indifferent to argue. After arranging everything, Yue Tianming took the lead into the woods. The stretch of forest along the beach was relatively sparse, but it soon became denser as they walked further in. Bingbing Jia, look at this, wow, it's beautiful. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, plucking a few vividly colored wildflowers to adorn both her and Bai Xiaobing's hair. With 2 lively companions by her side, Yin Xiaoxio's playful nature returned. She had not experienced the life and death scene in the dense forest. She was absent during Yue Tianming's fierce struggle with the giant lizard. Thus, she could indulge in her carefree antics without any psychological burden. Yue Tianming paused, his expression serious. Xiao, from now on, unless absolutely necessary, please refrain from speaking. We must traverse the forest quietly. Okay, Yin Xiaoxiao replied with a pout, then whispered to Bai Xiaobing. This guy is so full of himself. Yes, right though? Xiao. Be obedient, Bai Xiaobing thought, overwhelmed with exasperation, lamenting internally, Yue Tianming, why didn't you rescue me sooner? In this dense forest. Although the fruits were not as plentiful as those on the other side of the plain, they could occasionally find some. Bai Xiaobing instructed Yue Tianming to gather them. Unfortunately, There weren't enough for Yin Xiaoxiao, the glutton, who munched on them as they went. Bing Bing Jia, this is delicious. What is it? You should try it too. Although the gathered fruits were few, they at least silenced her chatter, and Bai Xiaobing could only shake her head in resignation. Yue Tianming, too, was disinterested in such trivialities, concentrating on clearing the path ahead while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, Yue Tianming halted. Wait, what's wrong? Bai Xiaobing jolted. Yin Xiaoxiao, with her mouth full, wore a bewildered expression. Yue Tianming turned suspiciously, glancing at the two women and then surveying their surroundings. I can't shake the feeling that something has been following us. Bai Xiaobing gasped in fright. Uffed. Yin Xiaoxiao, startled, sprayed the contents of her mouth far away. How is that possible? I didn't hear anything. Bai Xiaobing joined her in scanning the area. Right, I didn't hear anything either. Yin Xiaoxiao quickly clung to Bai Xiaobing's arm, her large eyes darting around. The sound had disappeared. Yue Tianming listened intently. He had been sensing an unusual noise accompanying them as they advanced. After several experiments, he confirmed that whenever they paused, the sound would vanish. This sensation was akin to a thorn in his throat, causing immense discomfort. In the oppressive shade of the forest, being followed by an unknown entity was enough to instill fear in anyone. Are you hearing things? You are making a mountain out of a molehill, Yin Xiaoxiao bravely ventured. She had been too preoccupied with eating to notice, glancing at Bai Xiaobing, who wore a similarly puzzled expression. Bai Xiaobing slightly shook her head. She had been so focused on keeping an eye on Yin Xiaoxiao that she hadn't noticed anything amiss. Never mind, let us hasten our pace. This feeling is quite unsettling. Yue Tianming's heartbeat began to quicken. Chapter 88. A terrifying scene in the dense forest. Yue Tianming was not relying on any sixth sense. He genuinely heard some sounds. Occasionally, they emerged from the underbrush, and at other times, from the nearby branches. Logically, if they were small animals, they would be frightened of humans and would not continuously make noise around him. As Yue Tianming set off again, his ears were pricked, searching for the source of the sound. Yin Xiaoxiao had not taken it seriously from the beginning, but Bai Xiaobing was somewhat more attentive. Don't rush ahead. There are still many fruits to pick, Yin Xiaoxiao complained. Yet, rather than slowing his pace, Yue Tianming quickened it further, genuinely worried. If he were alone, he would have dashed forward without hesitation, but with two girls in tow, that was simply impractical. Especially since the sound kept lingering at the edge of his hearing, driving him to distraction. After nearly an hour of walking forward, the strange sound still did not reveal itself. Yue Tianming began to doubt his own ears. Had he truly misheard? Was it merely tinnitus? Just as he began to second-guess himself, the sight ahead left him utterly astonished. Wow! Yue Tianming nearly shouted. Could you not startle me like that? I almost choked. Yin Xiaoxiao grumbled, still preoccupied with the many fruits they had just missed. What's wrong? Bai Xiaobing sensed that Yue Tianming was perhaps overly anxious. When she reached his side and looked ahead, her eyes mirrored the fear that filled his. Gazing at each other, they both recognized the terror reflected in one another's eyes. We must quicken our pace and get out of here, Yue Tianming said in a low voice, fearful of provoking some unknown horror. Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao, stop eating and let us hurry. Bai Xiaobing finally believed Yue Tianming. They had no choice but to believe. The very spot where they stood was the clearing where the giant python and the wild boar king had met their demise. What had once been two colossal carcasses now lay reduced to stark white bones, all flesh having vanished. The remains retained the positions they had died in, their skeletons intertwined with one another. What are you doing? Yin Xiaoxiao mumbled as she approached. Initially startled by the heap of animal bones, she quickly shrugged it off, saying, It's just a few bones. What's the big deal? We're on a deserted island. There must be plenty of animals. Bones are nothing unusual. Enough. We need to move, no? We must run. Without waiting for them to respond, Yue Tianming grabbed one of each girl's hands and began to stride forward, rushing towards the edge of the forest. Slow down. I lost my flip-flop. Forget about it. I'll make you a new pair later. Yue Tianming had no time to worry about Yin Xiaoxiao's footwear. Survival took precedence. Bai Xiaobing also sensed that something was amiss, without uttering a word. She helped Yue Tianming pull the iron chain as they continued to sprint forward. She was genuinely terrified, unlike Yin Xiaoxiao, who, oblivious to the danger, seemed utterly ignorant. The carcasses of the two colossal beasts weighed over 1,000 pounds combined. What manner of creature could consume them entirely in a single night? Such an appetite was astonishing. Had the three of them encountered it, would they have survived? The journey was not long. Beyond the forest lay a tranquil lake. Yue Tianming was nearly beside himself with urgency, wishing he could simply carry Yin Xiaoxiao, who was running at a painfully slow pace. However, it was somewhat understandable. One of her slippers had slipped off, causing her to wince with each step. Yet, she dared not stop. Moreover, the ominous sound that had plagued Yue Tianming was now quickening in pace. Even Bai Xiaobing could hear it now, the incessant scratching against the tree trunks above. But when they looked up, there was nothing to be seen. Hurry, don't dawdle, we must get out, Yue Tianming urged, already sweating profusely as he grasped the hands of the two women. Yin Xiaoxiao felt their anxiety seep into her, and she too grew tense. It felt as though some monstrous entity lurked nearby, ready to pounce at any moment, and she involuntarily began to tremble. Just as the trio's nerves were fraying, brilliant sunlight broke through, bathing them in warmth. Forward, to that small beach, Yue Tianming urged, unwilling to pause, pulling the two women along until they finally reached the sandy shore of the lake. Give me that. He snatched the axe and staff. Positioning himself protectively behind the two women, his eyes narrowed as he fixated on the forest's edge. The ominous sound that had haunted them faded at the fringe of the trees, merely 10 meters away. Tianming, Yin Xiaoxiao called out. Silence. Yue Tianming had no time to address her. A confrontation was likely imminent. Back. Move along the beach towards the waterfall. By Bing, you lead. I'll cover the rear. Without turning around, he spoke to the women over his shoulder. Understood. Bai Xiaobing, still shaken, took Yin Xiaoxiao's hand, guiding her upwards. The three moved cautiously, finally nearing a pile of stones. Once they climbed over, they could follow the river to the waterfall. The two girls scrambled over the rocks, while Yue Tianming vigilantly guarded their rear, unwilling to relax for even a moment. Tianming, you should come up too, Yin Xiaoxiao called from above. Only then did Yue Tianming hastily ascend. At that moment, his racing heartbeat began to slow. Whatever pursued them seemed reluctant to leave the safety of the woods, which was, in a sense, good news. Yue Tianming wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The unknown was the most terrifying of all. It was truly fearsome. Faced with a giant lizard, a wild boar, or a python, he would have dared to fight, but this unseen beast instilled an even greater dread within him. Let us move, and try to put some distance between us and here. Your wound needs tending. It's bleeding again, Bai Xiaobing said. Her gaze filled with concern for Yue Tianming's shoulder. My foot hurts so much, Yin Xiaoxiao finally admitted, unable to hold back her discomfort any longer. As he lifted his foot, he was met with an array of thorns, causing beads of blood to ooze from various wounds. Bing Bing, you handle these items. I shall carry her, Yue Tianming stated, casually handing the iron chain to Bai Xiaobing without further ado. He squatted down and lifted Yin Xiaoxiao onto his back, proceeding onward. Yin Xiaoxiao paused momentarily in surprise, but soon obediently nestled against Yue Tianming's back. His broad shoulders provided a comforting support, and after running for so long, she was utterly exhausted, resting her head on his shoulder, her expression one of utter contentment. Bai Xiaobing observed Yue Tianming struggle and felt a pang of empathy, yet could only grasp the iron pot and follow behind. The riverbanks were littered with countless pebbles, making the trek less arduous on the feet. Despite his injuries and having consumed the least food, Yue Tianming had pushed himself to his limits after such a long journey, summoning every ounce of strength. They finally reached the foot of the waterfall. Let us rest in the cave tonight. We shall devise our plans in the morning, he suggested, setting Yin Xiaoxiao down and collapsing onto a large stone, panting heavily. The prospect of climbing over 100 meters of rocky terrain to reach the cave was daunting, and he felt utterly spent. Chapter 89. A frightful encounter with beasts. Bing Bing. Could you please check my wounds as well? I am bleeding too, Yin Xiaoxiao whimpered, pulling at the thorns embedded in her foot. Bai Xiaobing had been preoccupied with examining Yue Tianming's injuries, leaving little time to tend to Yin Xiaoxiao. My wounds are not fresh. They are nothing serious. Please assist Xiaoxiao, Yue Tianming interjected, shaking his head dismissively. He was unconcerned about such minor injuries, his primary need being rest. Bai Xiaobing felt a flicker of resentment. Here was Yue Tianming, utterly exhausted, yet still focused on Yin Xiaoxiao. If she were indeed his girlfriend, he would have no objections, but it seemed she did not reciprocate his feelings. Bai Xiaobing felt a sense of injustice for Yue Tianming, as Yin Xiaoxiao relied entirely on him, while he chose to endure hunger without a word of complaint. Are you foolish or simply naive? Bai Xiaobing mused, unable to find a suitable descriptor, thus relegating him to the title of big fool in her thoughts. In the grand scheme of things, Yin Xiaoxiao's minor injuries paled in comparison to Yue Tianming's. Before long, the joy of reuniting with Yin Xiaoxiao had been overshadowed by this frustration. You'll be fine. Just rinse it in the water later, Bai Xiaobing said, her brow furrowed, her anger simmering beneath the surface. But it hurts so much, Yin Xiaoxiao pouted, tears welling in her eyes. Tianming, shall I go ahead to scout the path while you rest here? Bai Xiaobing changed her tone of address, feeling a protective urge toward this big fool whom no one else seemed to care for. Yue Tianming shook his head, insisting, I will go, you all stay here. He felt it was essential for him to scout ahead, believing it unacceptable to place the burden of exploration on the women. Taking a deep breath, he rose and surveyed the rocky path ahead, gritting his teeth as he began to ascend. The path measured merely over 100 meters, yet Yue Tianming, enduring the excruciating pain emanating from his feet, finally ascended. The golden bone staff, wedged within the crevices of the stones, remained intact. With utmost caution, he navigated through. Re-entering the cave, glancing around, he noted the dimness enveloping the interior, which, although quiet, suggested no other souls or creatures had ventured here. He chuckled softly at his own overcautiousness, allowing that peculiar sound to rattle his nerves. With a self-deprecating thought, he turned to descend once more. Alas, those burdens were far too heavy. Should he leave them for Bai Zibing to carry? Furthermore, he still needed to gather wood for a fire. So many tasks awaited him. Resolving to think no more on it, he turned back down the mountain. It's perfectly safe inside. You and Xiao Xiao should ascend first. Leave these items to me, he urged. He then walked toward the edge of the woods, intent on collecting materials to kindle a fire. However, as he approached the forest's fringe, an unnerving sound suddenly pierced the air. It was the eerie noise of claws scraping against tree bark. Yue Tianming jerked his head upward, where the foliage above was thick and impenetrable, obscuring any view of lurking beasts. Before he could fully process the situation, he witnessed a swift, indistinct shadow darting sideways from the branches, vanishing in an instant. Be cautious, Yue Tianming shouted, instinctively rushing back to retrieve his axe, his gaze fixated on the woods. What's wrong? Bai Zibing and Yin Xiao Xiao, who had been climbing the rocky path, nearly stumbled at his exclamation. I saw it. Something is indeed following us. Yue Tianming replied, terror evident in his voice. Just moments ago, he caught a glimpse of a black figure, its movements remarkably agile, faster than his eyes could track. If it launched an ambush in the woods, they would have no time to react. Where is it? Yin Xiao Xiao stammered. The journey thus far had been fraught with anxiety. Upon reaching the new campsite, they had not anticipated being stalked by a wild creature. Who could endure such tension? It was just above in the branches. Now I have no idea where it has gone, Yue Tianming admitted, visibly anxious. Above in the branches? Bai Zibing steadied herself slightly, pondering whether it might be some sort of monkey. I cannot say for certain. All I saw were its eyes gleaming with a green light, fixed on me. Yue Tianming's chest rose and fell rapidly, truly startled. We should ascend quickly. It's too perilous here. Let us discuss this tomorrow, Bai Zibing concluded, unable to identify the creature. Without delay, Yue Tianming gathered several pieces of wood for fire starting, shouldering his belongings, flustered as he followed behind them. Yet another half-day had slipped away, with nothing accomplished. Initially, Yue Tianming had envisioned arriving at the new campsite, preparing food and drink, and scouting for small game nearby. He had noticed several wild rabbits and pheasants that day, perfect for a feast. But now, an unknown beast stood guard at the campsite's entrance. What were they to do? Truly, he could run no longer. A moment's rest was in order. Once more returning to the cave, Yue Tianming collapsed in the corridor, panting heavily. Bai Xiaobing supported him as he sat up and then pulled Yin Xiao Xiao along, leading them into the interior of the cave. Without a fire, the darkness enveloped the space, while the larger chamber filled with skeletons was an abyss of blackness, rendering everything indistinct. I'm a bit scared, Bing Bing Jia, Yin Xiao Xiao confessed, clutching Bai Xiaobing's arm tightly. The thought of the skeletons made her legs tremble. There's nothing to fear. This place has been thoroughly examined. They're merely the remains from hundreds of years ago. Don't say that. It only makes me more frightened. Yin Xiaoxiu's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Tianming, hurry and light the fire. With a struggle, Tianming sat up, gasping for breath as he prepared to ignite the flames. Let me do it. You should rest a bit, Bai Xiaobing suggested, observing his exhaustion with compassion. Forget it. Tianming replied with a wry smile. At the pace you're going, we might not even see a spark before nightfall. Such misplaced kindness. Bai Xiaobing rolled her eyes. Tianming had become increasingly adept at starting a fire. Within an hour, the wood began to emit wisps of smoke. He blew gently, seizing the moment when sparks appeared and tossed them into the oil basin. Suddenly, the cave was illuminated, each corner becoming vividly clear. Finally, we have a fire, Yin Xiao Xiao exclaimed, patting her chest. She understood that Tianming was weary, yet the overwhelming darkness and the nearby pile of skeletons made her unable to quell her fear. Oh, are those diamonds? She asked, noticing scattered fragments of gems glinting in the firelight. Why didn't you take them out? With such grand jewels, who would care for mere shards? Tianming remarked, exchanging a knowing glance with Bai Xiaobing, who subtly nodded in agreement. They had made a pact to keep the treasures found in the back of the cave a secret. How wasteful. Let me help you collect them. We can split them when we get out, Yin Xiao Xiao said cheerfully, having heard the two discuss the origins of the gem staff. Discovering even more treasures felt like embarking on her own treasure-hunting adventure, filling her with joy. Tianming's expression turned slightly bitter. The fragments were originally intended to mislead. But he could not voice that now. He could only smile as he watched Yin Xiaoxiao pocket the gems one by one. Oh, this must be the golden skeleton you mentioned. Hurry and toss it aside, or better yet, throw it into the pond. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed upon seeing the flat box dusted with gold powder. The thought of cohabitating with such a thing was repulsive to her. Out of respect for the deceased, let us not throw it away. I'll move it to the back, Tianming interjected quickly. Why not toss out the skeletons in the back of the cave as well? This is our temporary home, and having them here feels unsettling. Yin Xiaoxiao grimaced, filled with disdain. We can't throw them away. They might help guard our treasure. If they're discovered, who will take the blame? We might only stay for one night. Who knows where we'll go tomorrow? Let us not complicate things, all right? Alas, my wound has begun to throb once more. Bing Bing, come quickly and assist me with this. Yue Tianming swiftly signaled to Bai Xiaobing, who, with alacrity, rushed over. Oh dear. It seems to be inflamed. You must refrain from moving. Lie down at once, and I shall fetch hot water to cleanse it. What? Inflammation? Is that serious? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired, her concern evident as she leaned in for a closer look. It is still uncertain. Let us first cleanse the wound, Bai Xiaobing replied. Yin Xiaoxiao, lacking knowledge in such matters, could only nod in acquiescence. Keep an eye on him while I boil the water, Bai Xiaobing instructed. All right, Yin Xiaoxiao responded, relieved to have her attention diverted. It is quite challenging to maintain a small secret. On the azure surface of the sea, a massive 10,000-ton heavy destroyer surged through the waves with great speed. The national flag, resplendent in its vibrant hues, bore the deep crimson of sacrifice. Within the command cabin of the bridge, numerous soldiers hurriedly entered and exited, many of them meticulously studying satellite maps of the region. A captain hurriedly entered and saluted the commander. Captain, we have boarded the oil tanker and inquired. They too are searching for the missing flight. Understood. I have just received a notification from the mainland. Their objectives align with ours, so let us not engage with them for now. Concentrate our efforts in the surrounding waters. If no anomalies arise, we shall proceed to the next area without delay. Time is of the essence in rescue operations. We cannot afford to waste it here. The commander cast a glance at the captain before turning his gaze back to the sea, a frown etched upon his face. Yes, sir, the captain replied. Exiting the command room. Old Wu, you must have faith in him. He is the finest among his peers. I believe that regardless of the circumstances, he will survive and fulfill his mission. The speaker, a fellow colonel, bore the same rank as Captain Wu Wei, yet spoke with utmost courtesy. Let us hope so. Captain Wu Wei responded, offering little further comment. This latest model of destroyer had been dispatched by the nation to this maritime expanse to undertake a search and rescue mission. For 7 consecutive days, they had yielded no results, yet they steadfastly remained at their posts, refusing to surrender hope. In truth, only Captain Wu Wei and his partner Lu Ming understood the true essence of this rescue operation. Beyond the imperative of locating survivors, they were primarily tasked with finding one specific passenger. His name was Wu Lei, who bore a significant responsibility and was also the sole son of Captain Wu Wei. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the sea, 3 nautical miles away, a 100,000-ton cargo oil tanker was gliding steadily across the waves. The deck was devoid of the usual containers, replaced instead by rows of specialized rescue equipment. Helicopters, small deep-sea submarines, echo sounders, and underwater radars were all present. From the captain to the crew, all bore the features of Eastern descent, save for a dozen or so industrious foreigners. These individuals were the professional maritime rescue team, brought in by Lin Jiahao from the United States. Chief, if we continue our aimless search, we will achieve nothing. Is your information reliable? A robust Caucasian man with brown hair grumbled while organizing various instruments. The other members of the rescue team looked on expectantly at their leader. The blonde leader, Robinson, cast a casual glance at the recently speaking Elda. Over the years, you have accompanied me to numerous places. Although the gains have been scant, you have enjoyed a carefree existence for quite some time. What is it? Just 1 week in, and you have lost your confidence? If that is the case, you may return, and I shall seek others to join me. Elda offered an apologetic smile, shaking her head. That is not my intention. Previously, we had clear destinations. Though it required considerable effort, at least we had a defined objective. Yet this time, we cannot even pinpoint a location, merely circling the sea all day. Enough. Robinson snapped impatiently. No matter how long it takes, I will find that place. It holds immeasurable wealth, enough for each of you to grace the Forbes list. Robinson had repeated this assertion many times, and it was precisely this reason that motivated these individuals to embark on another perilous venture. Hand me the phone. Robinson extended his hand for the satellite phone and dialed Lin Jiahao's number. Oh, Lin, this is Robinson. The man surprisingly spoke fluent Chinese. What news do you have? Is there any good news? Lin Jiahao had been enduring his own share of dissatisfaction. The cost of the oil tanker was not insignificant, and after 7 days without a word, His family members had begun to voice their concerns. One good piece of news, one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Robinson inquired with a smile. I lack your enthusiasm. Just state it plainly, Lin Jiahao replied, showing evident impatience. Robinson shrugged. The bad news is that my team is nearing the end of their patience. The good news is that I have managed to keep them calm. Therefore, I need to clarify something with you once more. Is this search and rescue operation limited to the predetermined month, or, if you wish to terminate the contract early? That is also an option, as our fees are calculated daily. Lin Jiahao remained silent for a few seconds before responding. I do not care how long it takes. You must find her. If she is alive, I want to see her. If dead, I want to see her remains. Until I inform you otherwise. You must adhere strictly to the contract. Of course, we are professionals. After all, we need to make a living in this field. I am merely considering your interests. Robinson replied with a wicked grin, which did not go unnoticed by his team. I do not require your consideration. With that time, you should be searching more. The line then went dead as Lin Jiahao, infuriated, slammed down the phone. Did you all hear that? Someone is willing to fund our treasure-seeking expedition. What do you have to worry about? Robinson surveyed the team, his gaze sweeping across each member's face. Elda had just begun to speak when she was met with a furious roar from Robinson. Silence. Return to your posts immediately. Otherwise, you may as well go back and find your lowly women. Robinson had no interest in engaging in repetitive discussions with these individuals. Managing to remain patient long enough to speak so extensively was already a concession on his part. Even Elda, known for her ruthless demeanor, was left speechless, let alone the others. All immediately lowered their heads, sullenly organizing their gear in preparation for the next search. Robinson stood at the edge of the deck, gazing at the boundless sea, filled with an infinite sense of anticipation. He touched the thin memoir in his embrace, instantly revitalized with confidence. Chapter 91. Guarding the cave entrance as night fell. The cave was surprisingly bright, though the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. There was little to be done. Given the scarcity of food, Yue Tianming attempted to set up a few rudimentary stone traps near the waterfall, hoping to catch some wild game to taste. But all his efforts were in vain. Venture into the woods? Yue Tianming would rather not. That terrifying shadow had yet to reveal itself, and who knew what it was? He could only scavenge some small, red berries from the edge of the forest. Even this meager offering was insufficient for Yin Xiaoxiao alone. I'm so hungry, Yin Xiaoxiao lamented, clinging to Bai Xiaobing's arm while resting against a large box. It'll be better when morning comes. We'll surely think of a solution. Bai Xiaobing, though uncertain herself, refrained from voicing any words of discouragement. She recognized Yue Tianming's struggle and did not wish to add to his burdens. Damn it, what do you think that thing was? It vanished in an instant, dark as night. I hope I never encounter it again. Once is enough. Yue Tianming felt a deep frustration. Had it not been for that elusive creature flitting about the woods, he could have ensured the two beautiful women were not starving. Enough of this. I reckon it was something like a monkey or some rodents. Come morning, I'll accompany you to investigate, he reassured her. Based on Yue Tianming's description, Bai Xiaobing surmised that the mysterious creature was small in size but exceedingly swift, which posed a significant challenge. In such an uninhabited island, it was entirely possible that it could be a deadly unknown species. What frightened her most was the possibility that it possessed some special abilities, such as toxins. In this environment, there would be no antidote for any bites or scratches. If only I had brought the wild boar and the python. Those hefty morsels are making my mouth water just thinking about them, Yue Tianming lamented with a sigh. I'll keep watch at the cave entrance tonight. You both stay inside. If that bastard dares to approach, I'll give it a good whack, he declared fiercely. It was maddening to remain idle, unable to seek food, while something lurked in the woods, watching him. Below the waterfall lay a clear pool of water, which he had already inspected. There wasn't even a fry to be found. It was pristine to a fault. He had yet to explore the downstream lake. If nothing else worked, he would try his luck there tomorrow. The waterfall divided the forest, leaving only this open area nearby. Changing locations would be quite a challenge. Fortunately, the cave housed 2 oil lanterns, and Yue Tianming set one up at the entrance. The sound of the waterfall was incessantly distracting, adding to his agitation. Yet, one redeeming quality of Yue Tianming was his resilience. He remained optimistic. After only 20 minutes, Bai Xiaobing decided to join him outside, but found that Yue Tianming had already leaned against the cave wall and fallen asleep. A sigh escaped her lips. It truly was a burden for him, striving to survive alongside her and Yin Xiaoxiao. It was no easy feat were it not for Yue Tianming. Had it been Yin Xiaoxiao accompanying herself, she would likely not have survived long. This thought rekindled her bitterness towards an eye man. It was that wretched woman who had caused all this. Bai Xiaobing gathered some weeds and leaves, gently covering Yue Tianming with them before returning to accompany Yin Xiaoxiao. Yin Xiaoxiao, too, was rather carefree, upon Bai Xiaobing's return. She found her fast asleep. These two truly were a fitting pair. Bai Xiaobing shook her head helplessly. Having nothing else to do, she decided to rest. After all, sleep would stave off hunger. However, just as she lay down, she heard a faint rustling sound outside the cave, the sound of small stones tumbling. Something's amiss. Bai Xiaobing immediately became alert. She hurried to the passageway, concentrating to listen again. It was certainly not a figment of her imagination. Bai Xiaobing had always possessed keen hearing. She gently nudged Yue Tianming, and before he could utter a word, she swiftly covered his mouth. Shoo, don't speak. There's movement outside, Bai Xiaobing whispered urgently. Yue Tianming, upon hearing this, also grew vigilant, yet after straining to listen, he discerned nothing but the sound of water. However, Bai Xiaobing's expression was grave, suggesting authenticity. He grasped the axe, concealing his body within the cave, peering out with only half his head visible, fixated on the stone steps across from him. His wait was not long. With a sudden crash, stones tumbled once more, the sound ringing clear. Yue Tianming's eyes widened in terror as he turned to glance back at Bai Xiaobing, who was equally tense, clutching her staff, her body trembling as she listened intently. Leaning closer to her ear, nearly touching, Yue Tianming whispered in a hushed tone, "You must wake Xiao Xiao and hide in the cave. If I cannot hold my ground, you must flee into the secret passage and seal it with stones." The responsibility of covering their retreat had always fallen to Yue Tianming, and this time was no exception. Bai Xiaobing, alarmed by his words, shook her head fervently, eager to argue. Yet, as they were so close, the moment she turned her head, their lips inadvertently brushed against one another. Both were taken aback by the unexpected occurrence, momentarily stunned. Bai Xiaobing jolted, quickly stepping back to create distance. "Shoo, let us not dwell on that. Hurry inside," Yue Tianming urged, unable to relish the fleeting warmth, gesturing dismissively. Out of shyness and trust in Yue Tianming, Bai Xiaobing reluctantly moved deeper into the cave. Observing Yue Tianming refocus on the cave entrance, her heart raced. She was not typically one to be overly sentimental. Yet she could not help but replay that moment in her mind. What might Yue Tianming be feeling? Did his heart race as hers did? Unbeknownst to her, Yue Tianming's heart indeed raced with an intensity he had never experienced before. The sounds from outside were drawing nearer. It was evident that the intruder had reached the stone steps across from him, though they had yet to reveal themselves. Yue Tianming braced himself, placing his hand on the nearest bone club, ready to strike the moment the intruder appeared. No matter how formidable the intruder may be, they must leap forth to launch an attack, and that fleeting moment presents an opportune chance for Yue Tianming to strike. The sound of shattering stones has ceased, and his adversary has yet to reveal themselves, creating an unsettling impression of their disappearance. Yue Tianming stands resolutely at the cave's entrance, while the two beautiful women inside anxiously await news from him. Time seems to stand still, regardless of Yue Tianming's growing impatience. There is no sign of movement from the opposite side. Goodness, have they retreated? Yue Tianming murmurs softly. Damn it, never mind. I must retract the bone staff. Cautiously, he refrains from venturing too far out and detaches the nearest golden bone from the entrance. This action ensures that should his opponent attempt to charge, there remains a 2-meter gap, ample enough for him to react. However, just as he turns to discard the golden bone, he suddenly notices a pair of glowing green eyes, less than a meter away, fixated upon him. What the hell? Yue Tianming exclaims in shock, hurling the bone staff in defense. Chapter 92. A false alarm. Trouble has arisen. The foe has appeared. Bai Xiaobing hastily hands the torch to Yin Xiaoxiao and, wielding her staff, darts out of the back cave. She cannot allow Yue Tianming to face danger alone. Every additional person contributes to their collective strength. Yet, the moment she emerges from the back cave, she hears Yue Tianming's furious curses and the cacophony of pots and pans clattering to the ground. Stop right there. Bing bing. Xiao Xiao. Come quick. Block it. Uncertain of what transpired, Bai Xiaobing quickens her pace. Yin Xiaoxiao, having heard the calls, perceives that whatever menace lies ahead cannot be too formidable. Thus she too hastens to follow Bai Xiaobing. Upon arriving at the scene first, Bai Xiaobing discovers Yue Tianming in a frantic chase. Don't just stand there, strike, he bellows in dissatisfaction. Inside the cave, a black figure leaps about, deftly evading Yue Tianming's axe. Bits and pieces of debris are strewn across the ground. Yue Tianming remains cautious, steadfastly guarding the passage leading outside the cave. What is that? Does it matter? That is tonight's dinner. Bai Xiaobing barely finishes her sentence before Yue Tianming interrupts her. Before Bai Xiaobing can take action, Yin Xiaoxiao arrives and gasps at the sight. The shadowy figure seems to sense her presence, launching itself directly at Yin Xiaoxiao from the storage rack. Be careful. Strike it. Yue Tianming manages to shout a warning, but faced with such an unexpected turn of events, Yin Xiaoxiao is paralyzed with fear, dropping the torch in her panic. In this urgent moment, Yue Tianming abandons his post at the cave entrance and rushes towards the dark figure, delivering a powerful punch. The shadow collides with Yin Xiaoxiao, causing her to emit a terrified scream and collapse to the ground. Yue Tianming's punch misses its target, leaving him hesitant to act recklessly. Due to the presence of that shadowy figure, which rested upon Yin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, any movement would surely result in her injury. Steady now, do not move. Yue Tianming slowly raised his arm, intending to grasp the creature. However, the black entity opened its mouth and lunged at his fingers. Goodness, this pesky creature is quite troublesome. Tianming, quickly remove it. Yin Xiaoxiao shouted with her eyes closed. Remove it? How can I do that? Its teeth are razor sharp. What if it harms you? The creature, not larger than a domestic cat, was entirely black, with two elongated canines resembling the length of a pinky finger, glaring menacingly at Yue Tianming. Bing bing. What breed is this? Is it venomous? Yue Tianming inquired rapidly. How would I know? It resembles a cat, yet is not one. I have never seen anything like it. Bai Xiaobing was also flustered. Although she sensed that the threat was minimal, the presence of Yin Xiaoxiao as a hostage deterred her from acting recklessly. Yue Tianming decided to throw caution to the wind and intended to confront the creature directly. If it bites, then it bites, after all. Its mouth isn't that large. Worst comes to worst, I'd lose a bit of flesh, but I wouldn't die. Just as he prepared to extend his hand closer to the black cat, the scene took an unexpected turn. The black cat darted swiftly, burrowing into Yin Xiaoxiao's collar. Yue Tianming and Bai Xiaobing were both taken aback. Yet, to their surprise, Yin Xiaoxiao laughed, visibly amused as the fluffy creature squirmed beneath her clothing, tickling her with its warm body. Then, a small black head emerged from the collar, baring its tiny teeth at Yue Tianming before retreating once more. Am I seeing things? Yue Tianming asked in disbelief. Oh, this little fellow is rather obedient. Yin Xiaoxiao felt the warmth emanating from it, akin to a small furnace, as it nestled comfortably and stilled against her chest. I must say, Xiaoxiao, Yue Tianming observed keenly, that the black cat has nestled itself between two soft mounts. Tianming, I believe this creature seems quite dependent on Xiaoxiao, Bai Xiaobing remarked, regaining her composure. Yue Tianming felt a mix of exasperation and despair after all his efforts. Yin Xiaoxiao effortlessly captured the creature's affection. What a skill, a natural talent for attracting creatures. Yet, he hadn't seen the wild boar king show such fondness towards her. Yin Xiaoxiao chuckled incessantly, reaching out to extract the little creature from her attire and placing it upon her lap. This shameless newcomer even sought to burrow back into her clothing. How brazen! Yue Tianming cursed inwardly before attempting to approach nonchalantly. Upon noticing the glint in Yue Tianming's eyes, Yin Xiaoxiao immediately became wary. What are you planning to do? This time, the little creature did not need to burrow by itself. Yin Xiaoxiao promptly stuffed it back into her clothing. Xiaoxiao, I'd like to discuss something with you. Yue Tianming said with a playful grin as he leaned closer. Halt, state your business without advancing. I must clarify, you cannot eat it. Yin Xiaoxiao replied sternly, her expression serious. That's just common sense. Of course, I wish to eat it. Otherwise, what would I keep it for, the new year? I can scarcely afford to sustain even you, let alone a pet. The heart of Yue Tianming was heavy with sorrow as he cast a pleading gaze toward Bai Xiaobing. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaobing remained lost in contemplation, entirely oblivious to him. A thought struck her. What have you thought of? He inquired eagerly. Are we roasting it or boiling it? Yue Tianming was desperate to court an ally, only to be swiftly rebuffed. What are you thinking? I understand why this creature is following us, Bai Xiaobing retorted with an eye roll. Continuing, the roasted meat that Xiaoxiao had in the cave was surely pilfered by this fellow. Judging by its size and coat, it appears to be still in its juvenile stage, likely seeking food alongside Xiaoxiao. Bai Daja, this is no help at all. I asked you to assist me, Yue Tianming exclaimed. Yin Xiaoxiao pouted, already beginning to fume. Did you not hear Bai Bingja say? It's still just a child. Can you truly bear to harm it? Besides, it hardly has enough meat on it for you to have a single meal. Yue Tianming grinned at Yin Xiaoxiao, and then at Bai Xiaobing. With a deep sigh, he squatted down, lamenting like a wronged spouse. What a travesty. The offspring of the wild boar king, and you feast more heartily than anyone else. Yet you do not speak of cruelty? The military bird may also have offspring to nurture. Why not speak of cruelty then? Seeing his demeanor, Yin Xiaoxiao seemed to take offense, timidly suggesting, if you wish, I could eat less in the future. Let us not kill it, all right? Yue Tianming ignored her, and she turned to Bai Xiaobing for assistance. Bai Xiaobing's initial response mirrored Yue Tianming's, consuming it would indeed be the wisest choice. However, upon reflection, she added, Tianming, we could also keep it, being a feline. Its senses of hearing and smell far surpass ours, and it could serve as an early warning system in the face of danger. Do not speak to me. I am in no mood for this, Yue Tianming replied, uninterested in her reasoning. Bai Xiaobing shot a glance at Yin Xiaoxiao, conveying the sentiment. I've done my best. It's up to you now. Tianming go, Yin Xiaoxiao sang out, drawing closer while protectively cradling the little creature beneath her garments. Do not call me brother. You are my ancestor. Yue Tianming exclaimed in exasperation, storming out of the cave and standing at the entrance, gazing at the waterfall outside, his heart heavy with desolation. Chapter 93. Keeper Master Yu, will we even be able to continue living like this? Yin Xiaoxiao is thoughtless, and you, Bai Xiaobing, are equally so. This cannot persist. If we do not starve, we shall surely be driven to madness. Yue Tianming pondered deeply, realizing that rules must be established in a household of many. One must take charge. If this continues, he would soon become nothing more than a keeper. Growing increasingly irate, he resolved that today he must confront the situation. However, as he re-entered the cave, he nearly choked on his own frustration. There was Yin Xiaoxiao, embracing the little black creature with unrestrained affection, rubbing it against her face. To his dismay, Bai Xiaobing was also complicit, teasing and playing with it endlessly. Oh, Bai Xiaobing, even you have succumbed? Is there no limit to your principles? And you, little coalball, what are you doing? Rubbing against Xiaoxiao, then Bai Xiaobing. Have you claimed them both for yourself? Hey, where do you think you're rubbing? Have some decency, will you? What a disgrace. Before Yue Tianming could lose his temper, Bai Xiaobing spoke up first. Tianming, we've come to an agreement. If you allow Xiaohei to stay, we will follow your lead from now on, all right? Yes, 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 Yin Xiaoxiao chimed in, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grains, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Yue Tianming. Ah, women, truly unreliable. I'm overwhelmed with a desire to bash my head against a wall. What else could he say? The team leader position had already been decided. With a vote of 2-1 against him. In just a few minutes, they had chosen a name, Xiaohei? How absurd. What a disgrace. And still, they wanted to cling to him? That night was particularly bitter for Yue Tianming. Not only had a coal-black creature joined their ranks, but there was also an additional mouth to feed. The creature monopolized his space at night, with the two beauties taking turns cuddling it to sleep. I need someone to hold me while I sleep too. I had long been accustomed to the warmth of companionship. Now, I find myself utterly alone, with no chance of turning the tables. What a shameless, despicable creature. In the morning, it was a rare occurrence for the two beauties to sleep more soundly than him. With a lonely silhouette, he exited the cave, destined to seek sustenance for the 3.5 mouths waiting to be fed. On the bright side, knowing that the black creature was following closely behind offered him a sliver of comfort as he ventured into the woods. While there were no wild chickens or rabbits, fruits were still plentiful. He gathered a bountiful harvest and, with a heart full of bittersweet emotions, ignited a bonfire. Placing the fire near the pond at least provided some protection against nocturnal predators. The water was boiling, the fruits were gathered, and all that remained was to await the two ladies' rise for their meal. It was only then that Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiaoxiao chattered down the mountain path, cradling that black creature in their arms. Time to eat, Yue Tianming said with a hint of irritation. Wow, so many fruits. Brother Ming, you've worked hard. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Tianming truly is responsible. We did not misjudge him. The two beauties began to sing his praises in harmonious unison. Humph, hurry up and eat. Once you're full, lend me something, Yue Tianming responded with a light snort. What do you want? Bai Xiaobing asked, perplexed by his hesitation. As long as it's not Xiaohei, anything will do, Yin Xiaoxiao replied, stuffing her mouth while nodding. He stammered, struggling to articulate his request. Just say it. Why are you being so coy? Bai Xiaobing looked at him, confused by his bashfulness. After much contemplation, he finally blurted out. Could one of you lend me a steel ring? Uft. Yin Xiaoxiao didn't grasp the meaning, and Bai Xiaobing spat out the food she had in her mouth. Yue Tianming, what do you mean? Just one night has passed, and you're already trying to take advantage, right? Bai Xiaobing lifted her foot, contemplating whether to stomp it down in frustration, but then hesitated. What shameless thoughts was this guy concocting? Only Bai Xiaobing and Yue Tianming knew the story behind the steel ring, while Yin Xiaoxiao appeared completely bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Hold on. Don't get so worked up. Since we can't catch any animals nearby, I thought of trying to fish in the lake. I'll need a fishhook, after all. Yue Tianming explained as delicately as possible, yet Bai Xiaobing still misunderstood. Well, you shouldn't be so direct about it, she said, her face turning crimson. Yin Xiaoxiao, still clueless, continued to ask, what steel ring? What fishhook? Bai Xiaobing leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao spat at Yue Tianming, exclaiming, you spend all day fixated on these dubious ideas. Your thoughts are unhealthy. Very well. Let the three of us simply stare at each other in hunger. I shall see if this little black coal will eat fruit. Yue Tianming, lying on the ground like a carefree bachelor, crossed his legs. Humph. After all my effort in devising this plan, you still have objections? Just eating fruit. My friends 1T starve for days. Let us see who can endure. Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, a hint of resignation evident. Yue Tianming was not entirely wrong. Surviving solely on fruit was not feasible, not just for the little black one, but for any person as well. But how could Yin Xiaoxiao, who cherished the little black one dearly, allow it to go hungry? Oh dear, let us just give it. It 1T cost us much. Bai Xiaobing said through gritted teeth. Whose steel ring do you need? Yue Tianming tilted his head with a mischievous grin. How would I know the right size? Let us just take them all apart. Ugh. The two women stood united in their disdain, yet they still needed to act according to the plan. Reluctantly, they turned and hid behind a tree, beginning to dismantle the steel rings. Wow. Sister Bingbing, your padding is quite thick. You little brat, shut your mouth. Bai Xiaobing scolded her with a slap, worried that Yue Tianming might overhear them so close. After a rustling sound, they eventually finished dismantling the items and handed them over to Bai Xiaobing, who then presented them to Yue Tianming. He inspected the items but remained unsatisfied. Why is it so thick? This needs to be refined. What a hassle. If you don't want it, give it back to me. Stop your incessant whining. Bai Xiaobing retorted, pulling Yin Xiaoxiao aside. I'm just speaking the truth. This ISNTA steel ring, it's clearly a large iron hook. Having something is better than nothing. Yue Tianming began to sharpen the fishing hook on a stone, selecting some fruit as bait, preparing to test his luck by the lake. He grumbled. What kind of fish would be foolish enough to bite a hook this large? Just as he finished speaking, a piece of fruit peel landed squarely on his head. Humph. A good man doesn't quarrel with women. Wait until you're drooling. Carrying his tools, Yue Tianming headed downstream. Sister Bingbing, why don't we take a bath now? Yin Xiaoxiao boldly suggested. Having gone days without washing, and with her menstrual cycle, she was feeling quite uncomfortable. That sounds good. It will save us from that annoying fellow, Bai Xiaobing readily agreed. Unfortunately for Master Yue, his long-desired opportunity to take advantage was perfectly missed. Only that little black rascal remained, squatting by the bank, quietly admiring the scenery. Chapter 94. A rescue always reaps rewards by the lakeside downstream. Yue Tianming found a spot with aquatic plants and fashioned a long line with the ropes on his feet, attaching the bait and casting it into the water. This method relied purely on luck, and he felt uncertain. However, with such a vast expanse of water, surely there wouldn't be a single fish? That would be extremely unfortunate. Moreover, it had to be a large fish, given the size of the hook. After waiting for quite some time, the water remained undisturbed, with only the occasional bubble surfacing, nothing at all. Yue Tianming let out a deep sigh, realizing that he would have to make do with fruit for today. Should he attempt to catch a rabbit or a wild chicken instead? Just as he prepared to gather his belongings and head upstream, the cloth strip tied around his ankles suddenly tightened, nearly pulling him off his feet. What on earth? It's here, and it's quite powerful, he exclaimed, his excitement surging. Is it a contest of strength? How amusing. He promptly sat down and began to tug at the cloth strip with all his might. A sudden splash erupted on the water's surface as a large black fish thrashed violently. Having fished before near his home by the river, Yue Tianming recognized the signs. This fish was undoubtedly substantial. He could not allow it to escape. With great effort, he pulled the cloth strip, gradually dragging the fish onto the shore. Now, he could finally see it clearly. The fish had an unusual appearance. Its surface was smooth and scaleless, its back a deep black, with a prominent orange-yellow stripe along its belly, and a flattened head that made its body resemble a large cylinder. My heavens! This must weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds. The more Yue Tianming gazed at it, the more exhilarated he became. Such a sizable fish would provide sustenance for 3 to 5 days. What a fortunate stroke of luck. The large black fish continued to thrash about on the rocky shore, attempting to break free. Quick wit, Yue Tianming picked up a hefty stone and struck its head several times. You little rascal, get into the pot quickly. Such a bountiful catch filled him with joy, and he began dragging it back with the cloth strip. The bonfire was now in sight, and Yue Tianming burst into laughter. Ladies, I'm back. Prepare to salivate. No, wait. Get the grill ready. We're having roasted fish tonight. Ha. Yet, after calling out several times, he received no response. What on earth? Have they all gone off to relieve themselves? At that moment, a head emerged from behind a large rock by the pond. It was Bai Xiaobing. Hey, don't come over just yet. Why not? I've worked hard to catch this fish. Why not eat it right away instead of saving it for the new year? The more she insisted, the quicker he seemed to move. We're still bathing, and Haven Tea put on our clothes. Bai Xiaobing finally confessed, her embarrassment evident. Goodness. Hurry up and get dressed. I'm waiting for the roasted fish. In his mind, Yue Tianming conjured an image that made him shake his head in disbelief. What a pity, what a pity. I was careless. I shouldn't have alerted them in advance. We've already washed our clothes and are drying them by the fire. Why not toss it over here? Bai Xiaobing spoke throughout, while Yin Xiaoxiao remained crouched in the water, too shy to lift her head. What a hassle, Yue Tianming muttered. Yet he walked over to the bonfire. Sure enough, all their clothes hung on the drying rack by the fire, just as he was about to toss the fish over. Bai Xiaobing suddenly caught sight of the large fish he was dragging and gasped in astonishment. Is that a genuine electric eel? How on earth did you catch it without getting shocked? Electric eel? Slow or fast? Once I make my move, it's all in a day's work, Yue Tianming said with pride, though a hint of trepidation lingered. Having been shocked before, Bai Xiaobing earnestly educated him about electric eels. In an instant, there exists a creature capable of stunning a person. Certain specialized electric eels can even deliver a lethal shock. Previously, I had only encountered electric rays, which merely induced a tingling sensation, insufficient to be fatal. Fortunately, my friend remained vigilant and did not come into contact with it. All right, enough boasting. Hurry and toss me your clothes, Bai Xiaobing glared at him. Just then, Yue Tianming's arm was already raised. Suddenly, a violent sound of rushing water and the clattering of stones echoed from below the riverbank. The little black ball of fur perked up its ears, darting away and standing by the shore, letting out a plaintive roar towards the river. In just a few seconds, many dark figures emerged within sight. The river was not particularly deep, and Yue Tianming could see clearly that it was a swarm of large eels. Goodness! Quickly get to the shore. A whole horde is coming, Yue Tianming shouted at the two women. The two beauties in the river, hiding behind a rock, had poor visibility and could only hear the little black creature making a few squeaks, their minds still in a daze. Particularly, Yin Xiaoxiao, squatting in the water, muttered to herself, that little rascal must have some ill intentions. Oh no! Yue Tianming could only curse and leaped into the water. Ah, what are you doing? Two shrill screams rang out, painful to the ears. Stop screaming and run. Yue Tianming, you scoundrel. Let me go? He grabbed one in each hand, disregarding their desperate struggles. And with all his strength, he finally dragged them onto the shore. What time is it? Do you want to save face or save your lives? Yue Tianming shouted in exasperation. The electric eels were merely 5 meters away from invading the pond. The thought of so many eels generating electricity together was unimaginable. It would surely turn into a scene of barbecued flesh. It was only then that the two women noticed the unusual situation in the water. Bai Xiaobing and Yin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both feeling a lingering dread. If they had delayed just a few seconds longer, they would have met their demise in the water. However, this predicament was far too embarrassing. They could only curl up and protect their vital areas. Countless eels surged into the pond, rolling about and splashing water everywhere, creating a considerable commotion. Hurry and put on your clothes, as if anyone would enjoy watching this. Yue Tianming, feeling relieved that he had rescued both women without incident, also savored the benefits of his heroism. Well, I won't hold it against you. Remember to call me next time there's such good fortune. He gallantly tossed their clothes to them before fixating his gaze on the water surface. This is a feast, practically delivered to our doorstep. I won't let you escape. He lowered his head, searching around for a suitable tool. It seemed there was nothing but stones. There was, however, a spear. Would he dare? Iron. Damn it. If I can't catch them, I'll block the river. I must have this feast. With that thought, he began to lift stones and throw them towards the narrow part of the river. He did not forget to call out to the two beauties, stop dawdling. Get to work. I saved you, and not even a thank you. All you do is stand there like fools. Indeed, both individuals felt their ears flush with heat, and their thoughts became disjointed. Alas, this truly vexes me. Despite Yue Tianming's persistent calls, the two over there stubbornly refused to approach. Chapter 95. Happiness strikes unexpectedly at last. It was Bai Xiaobing who regained her composure first. Observing Yue Tianming laboriously moving stones nearby, she quickly interjected, urging him to stop. Why? Is it so easy for me to find something to eat? If you're not going to help, must you complain? Yue Tianming did not cease his work, muttering softly. It doesn't seem small, does it? Fortunately, Bai Xiaobing did not catch this remark. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have exploded in anger. I'm telling you to stop. These eels want to escape. Trust me. Trust you? That's a tall order, especially when they're so large and you insist on tightening the grip. Oh no. How did I let that slip? What did you say? Bai Xiaobing did not comprehend his meaning. Nothing, just ignore me. Yue Tianming hurriedly lowered his head to continue his task. Seeing that she could not dissuade him, Bai Xiaobing resigned herself to the situation. Sister Bingbing. It was only then that Yin Xiaoxiao spoke up. Though that scene was to save someone, it was still rather embarrassing. All right, it is what it is. What more can be done? His intentions were good. Bai Xiaobing understood, but Yin Xiaoxiao still seemed inclined to express more. However, the scene in the pond had captivated her gaze. What is happening? The water has turned murky? Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, while Bai Xiaobing appeared unfazed by the outcome. This should be their breeding ground. They return here every breeding season. As Bai Xiaobing explained, the once crystal-clear pond became a tumult of activity, with countless eels thrashing about, releasing clouds of white mist. Each male eel was fiercely vying for the best breeding position, and some began to bite one another, staining the water's surface a vivid crimson once more. Yue Tianming finally paused his work, approaching Bai Xiaobing to witness the spectacle with his mouth agape. How magnificent! He murmured expressionlessly to himself. I told you, there's no need to block the waterway. Soon there will be plenty to eat. Just watch. Bai Xiaobing shot him a perplexed glance, recalling the earlier scene that still made her cheeks warm. The eels in the water showed no signs of respite. A torrent of pale red liquid was swept to the pond's bottom, only to surge back up again. The pond's depths reached over 10 meters, while the shallow areas barely grazed the knees, spanning roughly an acre. Within this pond lay a bountiful gathering of eels, the largest exceeding 2 meters in length, while even the smallest measured around 1 meter. The quantity was nearly impossible to gauge. No one has ever witnessed how eels reproduce. Today we are witnesses to history. Bai Xiaobing mused, gazing toward the pond with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, you are all witnesses. My barbecue skills are top-notch, I assure your satisfaction. Yue Tianming's thoughts were solely consumed with the prospect of a meal, indifferent to the notions of witnessing history. If only we could record this moment. Yin Xiaoxiao also stared at the water, entranced. To witness such a scene is truly a rare fortune. The little black creature had already returned, perched on Yin Xiaoxiao's shoulder, baring its sharp teeth at the eels in the water. The scene unfolded for nearly an hour, with the pond's water stained crimson, despite the relentless cascade of the waterfall. The number of injured and lifeless eels was overwhelming. Many bodies floated to the surface, only to be swept ashore, lodged between the rocks. Is it time to act? Yue Tianming could hardly contain his excitement. Not to mention a single feast of meat. Even a continuous supply would be insatiable. One could easily establish a seafood business with this bounty. Just a little longer, it would soon be over. Although it was Bai Xiaobing's first encounter with such a spectacle, she could infer the situation based on the behaviors of other fish species. Still waiting? Alas. In his boredom, Yue Tianming turned and approached the fire, picking up an axe to trim branches. What are you doing? Yin Xiaoxiao inquired. Preparing for a barbecue feast. What else? Oh, this sounds interesting. I shall lend a hand. Yin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, eagerly bouncing over, her interest in food apparent. By the water's edge, only Bai Xiaobing remained, witnessing the final moments of life's cycle. She now comprehended why her ex-boyfriend was so fixated on uncovering the mysteries of life in the wild. It was indeed a profound, captivating, and melancholic experience, a ballet of existence. The aquatic dance was nearing its conclusion, the surface cluttered with layers of eel carcasses. Even the eels that secured mating rights had reached the end of their life. Occasionally, they would open their mouths, gasping for their final breath. All right, it's time to dive in, Bai Xiaobing thought, her astonishment lingering. Tianming, do not salvage the broken eels. They serve as nourishment for new life. Understood, understood. I wouldn't bother with those mangled eels anyway, Yue Tianming replied, without needing to enter the water. He effortlessly grasped a large, intact eel weighing at least 14 to 15 pounds. Xiao catch. Okay. The most delighted of all was Yin Xiaoxiao, along with her little companion. The small creature raised its fluffy head, licking its tongue in apparent hunger. An eel, heavier than the little black one, was tossed before it, and with a nimble leap, it pounced upon it, tearing into the flesh with gusto. The trio busied themselves for over 2 hours, amassing a pile of eels that resembled a small mountain. Hee. Yue Tianming grinned foolishly at the heap of eels. Yin Xiaoxiao swallowed eagerly, yearning to commence the barbecue feast immediately. Bai Xiaobing emerged from her earlier reverie. The three exchanged glances, each ignited with fervent anticipation. So what do you say, ladies? Shall we begin? Yue Tianming inquired with a grin. Absolutely. Yin Xiaoxiao's excitement was palpable. I concur. Bai Xiaobing nodded vigorously. Thus commenced a grand fish barbecue banquet. I advise you to eat slowly. It's not a race. And no one is competing with you. Yue Tianming teased. Yin Xiaoxiao nodded, engrossed in her meal, oblivious to everything else. Look at you choking like that. Can you not take a sip of water, for the sake of your image as a lady? Yue Tianming chuckled, glancing at Bai Xiaobing. The image of a lady has been forgotten in the cave. Do not speak to me, for I am quite preoccupied. Bai Xiaobing, belching, responded reluctantly, while continuing to nibble on a few more bites. Hey, you little rascal, that was freshly roasted by me, and you just swiped it away. Do you believe I won't roast you alongside it? Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Xiao He stealthily snatched a piece of grilled eel, drooling and devouring it with gusto. It is indeed delicious when cooked. Even beasts comprehend this truth. Yue Tianming, amidst his playful scolding, found his eyes growing misty. Truly, hunger has taken its toll.